Beside the snow-capped mountain, a dragon egg lay on its side beneath the frozen peak. A faint cracking sound echoed from within as hairline fractures spread across its shell. A hatchling dragon tore through the eggshell completely and crawled out. Strange golden rune patterns marked its back, and the newborn blinked with bewildered eyes at the vast white world spread before it. The hatchling stared dumbfounded at its own two claws, white claws that did not belong to a human being. It swung its tail, examined its small white paws, the soft pliable scales, and the tender pair of wings. A sudden surge flooded its mind as massive volumes of memory poured in without warning. Ancient dragons and titans, primeval dragons and humanity. Draconic language magic. The continent of Gullen. Theodore Altos Canero. Theodore carefully savored the dragon heritage memories within his mind. Theodore. That should be his true dragon name. Possessing a true dragon name meant he was not a beast driven by instinct, but a true dragon acknowledged by dragonkind, bearing draconic heritage with boundless future potential. He need not worry about being eaten by his dragon mother on the spot, although given the current circumstances he had no dragon mother at all, and was still a white dragon, the weakest among the chromatic five. Theodore had no time to think. A wave of hunger struck his stomach, and he quickly devoured the eggshell. Raising his head to look upon the frozen wasteland, the passion just kindled in his heart was doused by a bucket of cold water. Such a frigid, snowy wasteland offered no food at all. Crouching beside the empty spot, he felt a pang of melancholy. Was he a dragon abandoned by his dragon mother? Facing the future left him lost. Still, he kept paging through the heritage memories, trying to find some method that would allow him to survive quickly. But what he learned brought even worse news. The dragon race was faring poorly now. In ancient times, after warring with the human gods, they had lost their dominant position in the multiverse, ceding it to humanity. Although they still held crushing superiority over common humanity, the situation between the ancient dragon gods and the human gods was far from optimistic. This is nothing like what was promised. I was supposed to traverse into another world, begin a legendary dragon life, become a god along the way. Theodore sighed, having imagined himself snatching a few princesses in another world, gathering a vast retinue, beating up some metallic dragons, and living a blissful dragon life. He never expected dragon history to deliver such a heavy blow. The more Theodore thought, the more desperate he felt, especially as he cast another glance at the frozen wasteland. Truly a godforsaken place. It seemed even a soft life of ease was out of reach now. Was he really meant to survive by eating ice according to the new regulations? Boom. A violent explosion erupted in the distance, massive hailstones raining from the sky, and the surrounding mountain peaks collapsed outright. What's happening over there? Theodore stared blankly at the shockwave before him. Did a nuclear war break out? While Theodore was pondering, a great shout cut straight through his thoughts. Look, there's still a white dragon over there. A company of human cavalry in the distance stared fiercely at him from horseback, spears in hand, ready to charge at any moment. Roar! Theodore let out a small roar in their direction and stepped back a few paces, fully aware of his current predicament. To humanity, a dragon that had grown into a giant offered only two choices: be slain or become a pet. The war between dragons and humans had never ceased since ancient times. Looks freshly hatched, let's finish it quickly for the Go-Go Empire. Human soldiers in hard armor under the captain's command, dozens of them, surged forward with blades drawn. Roar! Theodore brandished a claw and rallied himself with a great roar, hoping to drive them back. Ha ha, this little hatchling actually dares to roar at us. The soldiers showed no panic and instead closed in with measured discipline. They were the absolute elites of the empire. How could they fear a freshly hatched dragon? Roar, roar, roar. Theodore clearly realized this as well, baring his fangs. Watching the humans closing in, Theodore understood that continuing like this meant certain death. He had to strike first. Pushing off all four limbs like a small tank, he charged straight at one of the soldiers. Bang! His head slammed into a stone slab that suddenly rose from the ground, and he was pinned tightly into a narrow corner by the rising stone. Magic! Theodore spotted the adjutant holding a staff beside the captain. Immediately the surrounding soldiers surged in, spears in hand, stabbing hard at his scales. Clanging sounds rang out, scales pierced, dragon blood flowing out freely. Pain flooded his very soul, and the wildness of the dragon sent Theodore into frenzy. Within the vertical pupils, ice lotuses seemed to bloom, infinite cold light burning like flame. Rage surged forth, and at the same moment a faint golden glow began emanating from the slender neck. The markings on its back were stained with blood, and the triangle-shaped divine rune carved upon its back absorbed that blood, answering to its will at this moment. It blazed with dazzling golden light, copying down the power attributes of everyone before it channeling them into its body. As a current of strength flowed into Theodore's body, wounds healed instantly, and scales that had not yet hardened became hard as iron. At this moment, Theodore's dragon scales lay densely across his body, the heaviness palpable, and his very body had grown by several meters. What is happening? Why did he get bigger? The captain of the soldiers was greatly alarmed and leapt up in a single bound, soaring dozens of meters high, swinging his sword down toward its head. Clang! What? The captain was shocked, never expecting a hatchling's scales to be this hard despite having poured magic into the strike. The berserk Theodore swatted him away with a single paw, his blue-white pupils blazing with light, and lunged in with a vicious bite. Ugh! The captain was torn apart, bearing his grievance, and the white dragon displayed a power that was overwhelmingly superior to the sum of every being present. The great authority of the divine answered the dragon's wrath, showing crushing might. After Theodore finished all this like a frenzied beast, he stared at the soldiers before him and charged straight in. Captain! Captain! The soldiers present were greatly alarmed. They knew their captain was a level 3 warrior. To see him slain before their eyes, and by a hatchling, how could this be? Don't panic, I am still here. Forward! The adjutant, a level 2 mage, wore a terrified expression, but feigned composure, waving his staff to direct. After all the burst of speed this dragon had just shown could outpace them, fleeing would be futile. He unleashed fireball magic straight at the white dragon, attempting to slow its charge while the soldiers formed up. The soldiers did not flee under the mage's authority, and instead closed in once more. Yet faced with the white dragon, whose strength had suddenly surged, their formation was broken outright, and their attacks proved useless. Theodore carried out a one-sided slaughter, his dragon body stained red by scalding blood, his heart beating with rising excitement. It felt as though he possessed 2 dragon souls at once. Blood-slaughter humans reshape everything. Soon only torn fragments of flesh remained on the ground, staining the snowy field. Immediately after, Theodore's body instantly weakened, and he collapsed in a faint. At the same moment, a holy sword that had once belonged to a star god, sensing the power of the divine Rune, pierced straight through the barrier between worlds. With a piercing hiss, it landed before him. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, and a huge, ferocious, white dragon fell from the sky, glanced once at Theodore, and extended a claw to scoop him up along with a chunk of the ground. The white dragon seized him, and with a single beat of her wings launched into the sky, fleeing toward the distant polar north. Frostwing, where do you think you are running? A tremendous roar echoed from afar, and even the space itself trembled violently, jolting him awake. Theodore gazed at the massive dragon, formed the faint bloodline connection between them. His heart could not calm for a long time. Was it she who had saved him? Through his observation, he also spotted another hatchling in the great white dragon's other claw, staring back at him with intelligent eyes full of hostility. So I do have a dragon mother and a little sister. The white dragon mother swiftly flew to a glacial mountain range and placed them inside a cave. Theodore followed behind another hatchling lying quietly on the ground as they gazed at each other. After a brief exchange, Theodore learned her name was Cate. She had been born a few days earlier than him. Due to a surprise attack by human legends, he had been blasted away while still in his egg and landed beneath a snowfield. Lying on the ground, he carefully examined his own body and noticed it was slightly larger than Cate's. Theodore recalled how he had suddenly grown larger in a fit of rage and turned the tables on the humans. Rage is the switch of the divine Rune. Theodore felt curious. Back then, driven by fury, the divine Rune on his back had answered him, erupting in dazzling golden light. What Theodore noticed even more was that the golden light did not consume the elemental power nearby, nor did it absorb any material. He had inexplicably gained tremendous power, as if conjured from nothing, and it felt perfectly natural. Theodore also vaguely sensed that his strength at that moment equaled the combined total of those humans. But his divine Rune hadn't devoured their power either. Just what was going on? The star god's divine Rune. The white dragon mother's voice directly shattered Theodore's contemplation. The great white dragon lightly tapped Theodore's back. In the words of humans, this star god divine Rune is the symbol of the strongest hero. The white dragon mother wasn't entirely clear on the rune's function, but based on vague descriptions in her memory, she knew it represented the supreme deity's station. Apparently the symbol of ultimate authority over good. Hero. I, a dragon, am a hero. Theodore raised his dragon head, his young voice full of disbelief, his claws patting at the golden sword before him. After hearing the white dragon mother's explanation, Theodore couldn't accept it. From the looks of it, he had seemingly been reborn wrong. He was supposed to be a human hero, but had been reincarnated as a giant dragon instead. Not just any dragon, but a chromatic dragon representing evil. Neither a neutral crystal dragon, nor a righteous metallic dragon. Such a thing was hard for him to accept if he ran out and claimed to be a hero. No one would believe him. A large group of humans would even come to hunt him down. And that form of his, it was most likely caused by the divine Rune, wasn't it? The white dragon mother, rarely patient, explained, the star god, because he sealed the demon king, was called the primordial hero by humans. Because of his grace, the despicable humans had the chance to steal the dragon's status. Star god. Theodore frantically rifled through the dragon inheritance with his newly dragon-transformed brain. It really is the star god. Then Theodore's eyes revealed a peculiar look. He found a faintly blue planet. Yes, it was the former Earth which had risen from desolation to sweep across all realms, defeat the Demon King, and finally vanish into the bottomless abyss. The White Dragon Mother calmly observed the two hatchlings. Cate had seemed to carry some dark aura when she was born, but Theodore was clearly larger than Cate and possessed a divine rune of some significance. All of these revealed their tremendous potential. The White Dragon Mother looked at them and felt vengeance within reach. Immediately, she let out a furious growl. Theodore, Cate, the Gyuj Empire, and the Silver Dragon hero must die. You must remember this. The White Dragon Mother's ferocious dragon head continuously exhaled frost, a blue flame blooming in her eyes. Theodore and Cate were born to be tools to overthrow this nation. That was her original reason for praying to lay eggs. Roar! Theodore let out a few roars in thought, demonstrating his resolve against the humans. This place will be discovered within 20 years. As she spoke, the White Dragon Mother painfully lay down again. After a century of warfare with humans, her injuries were too great. Her vassals scattered, and now she could only retreat to the far north. Theodore only now noticed a deep bone-exposing wound on the mother's body, with milky white light still leaking from within the fissure. So the White Dragon Mother had been so severely wounded. Perhaps she was right. Humans could attack at any time. Hero. Theodore looked at the divine rune on his body, recalled the scene of being surrounded by humans, and fury surged directly up from within. This hero he absolutely cannot be. Even if he becomes one, humans would just treat him as an evil dragon to slaughter and take this sword. Better to be an evil dragon. While he was thinking, Cate's big eyes were also watching him. Based on the White Dragon Mother's praise of Theodore, a sense of crisis arose within Cate. After all, Theodore had only been born recently and was already a full circle larger than her. She needed to confirm her status. Later there might not be another chance. Little brother, you must listen to me from now on. Cate walked over, glanced at the markings on his back, and smacked him with her tail with a sharp slap. Theodore felt a slight pain on his dragon head, his gaze refocusing on the round-headed Cate. The priority now was to teach this ignorant Cate a lesson, to make her behave as a younger sister. After all, by dragon standards, the strong one is the boss, not determined by birth order. The weak can only eat the strong one's leftovers. Little sister, don't be so rude to your big brother. Theodore bit down on the tail that had just smacked his head and flung it aside. Cate loved using her tail to smack dragons, which he really disliked. The feeling of the tail touching his head felt oddly uncomfortable. Cate jumped up like an agitated little creature. Call me big sister, what's with that attitude? Cate was very dissatisfied with his form of address, puffing her dragon cheeks nearby, letting out a small growl. Cate felt his proud gaze and became completely furious, suddenly charging forward. Theodore saw this and also charged fiercely forward. Bang! The two hatchlings' heads bounced off hard, then Theodore charged up full of fury. After a long scuffle, victory was his dragon head pressing down on Cate's round head, his tail tightly wrapping hers. Sibling hierarchy confirmed. Cate could only furiously support herself on the ground with her claws, her tail sweeping around in frustration, yet still bound by his tail, completely suppressed and stripped of leadership. After the sibling hierarchy was established, both hatchlings felt the great enemy from within their bellies. Cate also felt her stomach's hunger, raised an eyelid and nudged Theodore on top. Brother, go ask mother. Cate is so hungry. Little sister, why don't you go ask instead? Theodore pressed down on her, immediately asking back. His little sister surely had some ulterior motive. Perhaps the dragon mother's nature was violent, and asking first might result in a beating. As Theodore thought, his dragon pupils suddenly shifted, and he grinned. How about we eat dirt? I seem to remember from memory that the black dragon next door grew up eating dirt. Eat dirt. Who a proper dragon would actually eat dirt? Cate's dragon pupils flashed with disdain, but still couldn't resist Theodore's temptation and secretly rifled through her inheritance memories. Indeed, she quickly discovered a black dragon eating dirt, with great relish, eating especially deliciously. There was even advertising within it comparing this dirt to the most delicious mutton in the world, a natural seasoning with a hint of salt, a rare delicacy in a hatchling's life. There were even countless powerful legendary dragons leaving comments. Dirt's deliciousness, savored carefully, was even like sweet. Elves almost all missed the taste of dirt. For a moment, Cate also began to have doubts. Can dirt really be eaten? Raising her head to look at Theodore's half-smiling expression, after a moment of silence, she still lowered her head. Dragon inheritance memories wouldn't deceive dragons. Cate thought for a long time, and finally, under Theodore's encouraging gaze, she made the attempt. She forcefully pushed Theodore aside, tore open the nearby rock, took a small bite, and her dragon face suddenly changed. She spat it all out. So gross. Ah! As a true dragon, you actually ate dirt. Dying of laughter, this great king. Roar, roar, roar. Let go. Theodore laughed uproariously. Cate's face instantly darkened. She quickly left a comment on the inheritance, saying it was delicious, a rare delicacy of this world, constantly praising the taste of dirt. She had already eaten it herself. Thinking that she'd been tricked and other hatchlings hadn't eaten dirt, Cattle felt imbalanced inside. She must tempt some newborn peers to taste this rare delicacy of the world. After doing this, she looked at the mocking Theodore, and the fury in her heart instantly ignited. She fiercely lunged and bit down hard on his dragon tail. With it, clanging teeth and scales rang out with a metallic collision. She swung her tail, trying to forcefully press Theodore into a pit, attempting to make him take a bite too. How dare you? How dare you treat this great king like this? Roar. Theodore felt the pain of his tail being struck and the dirt on his dragon head, his fury also blazing. He directly slammed her flying and bit back at her tail. The white dragon mother was annoyed by their fighting and directly slapped the two lively hatchlings. Bang. Theodore instantly felt his head buzzing, his bones aching faintly, and even Cate in front of him had multiplied into 3. He took a few steps forward and eventually collapsed. Seeing this, the dragon mother swept them deeper into the cave with her tail, preparing to find some food. I'm so hungry. Soon Theodore woke up. Ow. Cate also woke up. How long have we been out? Probably half a day. Slap. At that moment, the white dragon mother had just flown back, dropped a 6-meter-long yak to them, and flew back to her treasure mountain, squinting her dragon eyes at them. Ow. Cate rushed straight over. Meat. Theodore quickly followed and began devouring the meat ravenously. Perhaps because he had turned into a dragon, he no longer felt repulsed by the raw, bloody meat and had no urge to vomit. The yak emitted an extremely delicious aroma, and eating it raw was a unique experience. They finished quickly. The 10-plus-ton yak was devoured by the two hatchlings until their bellies were round, leaving only some bones. Theodore lay comfortably on the ground, full and content, and began to browse the inherited memories, wanting to check the attributes and basic customs of white dragons. But the more Theodore read, the darker his face became. According to the Dragon Elder's description of the 5 chromatic dragons, blue dragons are relatively intelligent, adept at wind and lightning breath, highly skilled in magic, and prefer deserts. They inherit the infinite magical abilities of the mother of chromatic dragons, earning the title of weavers of magic, and are among the powerful chromatic dragons. Red dragons are savage and brutal, skilled in flame breath, enjoy causing havoc, inherit the mother's robust physique, prefer volcanic habitats, and are among the powerful chromatic dragons. Green dragons are fairly intelligent, but combative, dwelling in tropical rainforests. They possess a life-corrosive breath, can control surrounding forests, and most have the power to dominate illusions and souls. They are among the powerful chromatic dragons. Black dragons, due to their excessive intelligence, are called cunning and treacherous by humans. They prefer swamps, possess the strongest acid breath, command endless power over the earth, are handsome and elegant, pitch black like the embodiment of despair, and are among the strongest of the chromatic dragons. White dragons are fools, the weakest and least intelligent of the chromatic dragons. They usually inhabit glaciers, are skilled in frost breath, but are inferior to silver dragons. They are the embodiment of chromatic dragon instincts, yet they did not inherit the mother's robust physique, both fierce and frail. Recorded by Jindo, king of black dragons. Fuck your mother. Theodore suppressed his agitated mood, and after reading, he violently spat a mouthful of frost, expressing severe dissatisfaction with this record. Although many dragons cursed this message, most criticisms were directed at the claim that black dragons were among the strongest, while corrections about white dragons were few and largely ignored. That blatant contempt was like a direct punch to Theodore's face. How could he have the nerve to make such an evaluation? Praising black dragons as so powerful, aren't they still called the 2 shames of the chromatic dragons, along with white dragons? And playing word games with one of the strongest? How could he say that with his eyes? Theodore angrily closed the inherited memories and left a curse in the comments. He swore inwardly to establish the white dragon's reputation and correct the dragon's prejudice. White dragons are the strongest. After eating, dragons become extremely drowsy. Theodore was no exception. Feeling the heavy drowsiness, his anger subsided considerably. He lay down in a corner and fell into a deep sleep. Before falling asleep, Theodore gave Cate a deep look. You see, young white dragons are all dominated by Tiamat's instincts, acting without thinking. And although her eyes were a bit like a husky's, they indeed shone with intelligence. At the same time, Cate was also staring at him. That Theodore, like her, was a dragon who watched inherited memories. This defiance of white dragon habits astonished Cate. After a few days, the sleeping white dragon mother sensed something unusual and suddenly startled awake. Her gaze turned toward Theodore. She saw that the golden patterns on his back emitted a strange light, which seemed to have a fleeting blackness. Only then did she notice unknown forces surging around them, violently gathering. They formed a huge vortex converging above Theodore's dragon head, turning into a mass of liquid that continuously enveloped him. The white dragon mother watched in utter shock. She knew that during slumber, hatchlings actively absorb the thin magic around them to replenish energy and increase their life level. One of the reasons dragons are high-level beings. Increasing magic and physical strength during sleep is a dragon's most basic devouring talent. But the dragon mother never imagined the patterns on Theodore's back could be so absurdly powerful with such a ferocious absorption rate. This energy full of hope as if supporting everything in the world. Is this the divine pattern of the star god? The white dragon mother said in surprise. She also noticed that the patterns on Theodore were adapting to him, the dazzling gold changing to a snowy white like his scales. Ow. The dragon mother, seeing the pure energy approached, excitedly licked Theodore with her pink tongue and savored it. This is crystallized emotional energy, truly wonderful, beneficial for my injuries. The dragon mother stared greedily at the remaining liquid. Her wounds carried the will of other legends, not easily neutralized. And this emotional liquid was so effective, her injuries could be saved. She glanced at Theodore and quickly swallowed it in a few gulps. Although it will prolong your slumber, I am your mother. This is your filial tribute to me. It wasn't that the white dragon mother dared not swallow at all. She had even thought of eating Theodore directly. But a dragon's seventh sense told her that doing so would lead to certain death, so she reluctantly gave up. Moreover, she noticed that Cate was also experiencing a similar phenomenon. However, the energy Cate absorbed was completely different. It was the omnipresent emotions, and specifically negative emotions, giving her the illusion of being able to destroy everything. Those energies wrapped around Theodore and Cate's scales, slowly seeping into their bodies, continuously nourishing body and soul. Driven by greed, the white dragon mother approached and took a small lick. The effect was similar to Theodore's, but a bit more violent, like two extremes. The white dragon mother merged them together, happily engaging in her own little schemes. Time flew by, and 2 years passed. Hungry, so hungry. His stomach was empty, craving meat. The hunger awakened Theodore. He opened his eyelids covered in fine white scales, revealing a pair of pure blue vertical pupils, exuding a chill that seemed able to freeze everything. Feeling the hunger in his body, Theodore instinctively opened his mouth and bit a chunk of ice from the ground, mixed with some dirt, to have something in his stomach to ease the hunger. Roar! Theodore, just awakened, instinctively roared at the cave entrance. He hastily jumped, only to feel his body much heavier, his wings seemingly caught on something, crashing into the hard teeth, and then with a pop bounced off. Theodore looked perplexedly at the cramped walls around him, and after a while he realized what was happening. He shook his body, trying to fling off the strange thing on his head and the sticky fluid on his body. Cate, who was on his back, also fell off, landing on her back with all 4 claws in the air, her tongue sticking out, lying on the ground, drooling, fast asleep. Feeling the hunger in his stomach and looking at the white dragon mother sleeping soundly, Theodore felt a bit helpless. It seemed he would have to hunt on his own, since according to dragon habits, if he disturbed the white dragon mother's sleep, now the only result would be a beating, and then she would go back to sleep. Thinking this, Theodore harshly slapped Cate's dragon head with his tail. How could she be sleeping on top of his head? The pain instantly woke Cate. Ow! What are you doing? Cate jumped up furiously, but when she saw it was Theodore, she immediately chickened out. Woo-woo. Cate lowered her head, looking at him with some grievance. According to dragon rules, Theodore was no longer the younger brother, he was the lead dragon. Theodore instead showed a threatening look at Cate. Did you have a dream, and then arrogantly climb on top of my head, eh? As the younger sister, don't you know you should only lie beneath your brother? Well, maybe not, and just climbing on you won't kill a dragon. Cate hesitated, her eyes a bit guilty. She didn't know if it was her fault. But during sleep, she had also sensed some disturbance. She scanned his body again, and was surprised. How had Theodore grown so big? By the way, Theodore, tell me quickly, why are you so big? Big? We're about the same, just a bit longer than you. Don't lie to me. Show me your status panel, ow. Cate said, lightly tapping him with her tail. Panel? Theodore was stunned. Wasn't that something only transmigrators had? You didn't read the inherited memories carefully, did you? Use dragon magic to scout, and you can pull up your own attributes. Seeing Theodore's reaction, Cate knew he hadn't seriously studied the inherited memories, but she didn't mind. After all, dragons are notoriously lazy. Few are as studious as Queen Cate. Who would bother with that? Theodore said, a bit speechless. Remembering when he had watched The Inheritance before sleeping, he grew so angry, he spat frost and stopped reading. Moreover, most dragons only browse inherited memories during adolescence. That she as a white dragon loved learning was rare. We're so big now. It takes 5 years to become a young dragon, but in 2 years we're already bigger than ordinary young dragons. Cate, watching him search for the inherited memories, lay beside him with shining eyes. Roar, I found it. Let's take a look together. Theodore quickly located it. This dragon language magic was very simple and could only be of his own attribute. He learned it directly without the need for practice like other spells and immediately summoned the panel. Theodore Altos Canalo. Gender male. Length 10 meters. Scales 5. Mana 2015 per second. Abilities Frost Breath Flight, Twin Wing Blades, Element Devouring Dragon Might. Race White Dragon. Dragon Language Magic Detection Enhancement. How come yours is so much higher than mine? Catherine found it hard to believe. They had the same mother, and she was born half an hour earlier, yet the difference was so vast. At birth they had been the same size. They had both eaten the same yak, yet upon waking she found he had grown 2 meters longer than her. Seeing his size, she dared not contend for the alpha position. Though displeased when Theodore waved a claw threateningly at her, she reluctantly displayed her own panel. Catherine Altos Canalo. Gender female. Length 8 meters. Scales 4. Mana 1010 per second. Abilities Frost Breath Flight Element Devouring Dragon Might. Race White Dragon. Dragon Language Magic Detection Ice Blade Wind Blade Enhancement Stealth. Roar Little Sister Call Me Big Brother. Theodore jumped up excitedly after reading it, pinning Catherine down, with both claws, his tone full of arrogant threat. Previously, without a standard size comparison, he thought himself only 6 meters long. Now he realized he was 10 meters, whereas typical hatchlings were only 3 meters. Only the larger red dragons, just before their final slumber from hatchling to juvenile, could reach 5 meters. According to his inherited memories, white dragons were usually at most 3 meters. After all, even a normal juvenile red dragon grew to only 7 or 8 meters. It amazed him that the two siblings were such prodigies. He had previously compared himself to Catherine as an ordinary white dragon. Then by his own proportions their white dragon mother would be. Theodore drew a sharp breath. They had inherited her talent and surpassed it. Thinking this, he looked at his sister still struggling beneath his claws. The corners of his draconic lips curled upward, and he slammed his paw down hard. This damn little sister, already starting to compete at such a young age, had learned so many spells from her inherited memories. It chilled his heart. Bang! Roar, I will never submit. Catherine struggled frantically, pushing her head upward. Finally, unable to break free, she whispered, Big Brother. Roar louder. Big Brother. Catherine shouted with great grievance. Only then did Theodore release his claws, pinning her. Good dear sister, we're so hungry. Theodore now felt his stomach rumbling loudly, the hunger growing more intense. Their white dragon mother was unreliable. Now they had to find food on their own. Is mother going to die? She's so fond of sleeping. Looks like we have to find food ourselves, Catherine said resentfully. Don't be like that. Right now we're the ones starving. You're so big, sister. Are you a mutant dragon? You're the mutant. I'm just naturally strong. But Theodore, the golden patterns on your back have turned white. If I didn't look closely, I'd hardly pick them out from your scales. Really? Maybe they've taken my shape. That's fine. A white dragon with golden patterns was too conspicuous anyway. The two dragons spoke as they flew out of the cave entrance together, ready to hunt for food. In the nest, the white dragon mother stirred slightly, a flicker of greed in her draconic eyes. Then she paid no further attention to the hatchlings lying back on the gold coins and continuing to snore. Their food. Ridiculous. They were big enough to hunt on their own. She didn't want to move. The howling wind scoured the mountain range, and the snowfields of the Arctic remained as ever. The heavy falling snow nearly perfectly concealed their mirror-like white scales. From their cave halfway up the mountain, Theodore saw this scene and was exceptionally excited. The temperature, dozens of degrees below zero, was naturally suited for white dragons. Feeling the cold, he couldn't help but rejoice. Stretching his head to gaze upon the endless snowfield, he felt no human fear of heights, only an instinct to spread his wings and soar. He immediately took flight, soaring through the sky like a bird. Catherine, unwilling to be outdone, flapped her wings with magical enhancement and instantly overtook him, then turned her head to look back at him. Her eyes were smug as she stuck out her tongue and wagged her tail slightly, as if mocking his slow speed. Theodore narrowed his eyes. Catherine dared to provoke him. He flapped his wings faster, with magic surging, speeding forward like a fighter jet. Soon he was above her, and his massive body slammed down directly. With a thud, ow! The sudden weight made Catherine yelp. Soon she plummeted toward the ground like a crashing plane. Ow! Catherine struggled, fiercely, finally stabilizing herself with magic. But with Theodore pinning her wings, she couldn't fly fast, and her claws were too small to counterattack effectively. Theodore pressed his advantage, wrapping his tail around hers, trying to twist her into submission. Feeling the strange movement of her tail, Catherine grew anxious. But then she spotted a herd of yaks in the distance, and instantly forgot everything, shouting excitedly, Theodore, food. Lots of meat. Meat. Theodore, still riding on her back, stopped his actions and followed her gaze. Sure enough, there was a herd of yaks, though none were as large as the one their mother had caught earlier. Theodore didn't continue twisting her tail. Instead, he said excitedly, Catherine, let's go see who catches the biggest and the most. Ow! Who's afraid of whom? Theodore accelerated, directly diving toward the yak herd. His wings whistled as he swooped down on the yaks, which had already spotted them. He lunged at a 3-meter-long yak, slamming into it. But the agile yak made a sharp 90-degree turn. Its seemingly fat but sturdy body evaded Theodore's evil claws. Unable to stop in time, Theodore plunged headfirst into a snowdrift, swallowing a mouthful of snow. Furious, the dragon charged again at the yak. These yaks clearly had rich combat experience. Having seen Theodore fly so fast, the lead yak, watching from afar, knew they couldn't outrun him. Moo! Moo! The lead yak called out a few times, and the herd gathered together, preparing to counterattack the predators and drive them away. Roar! Theodore, seeing the yaks charging at him, was filled with rage. He had never expected them to fight back. They were supposed to be prey. They were as cunning as humans. He swung his claws, slapping the yak's horns. The immense impact shook his draconic body, which surprised him slightly, but not much. Comparing the shaken dragon frame, the yak's entire skull seemed crushed by the force. It flew backward, rolled on the ground, and never stood again. Theodore excitedly swung his tail and claws, flinging away any yak that came close. But against dozens of yaks, he was still struggling. This was different from what he knew. Yaks employing tactics. He raised his dragon head, his gaze fixed on the lead yak in the distance. That yak was nearly 5 meters long with exceptionally large horns, and its tiny eyes were surprisingly lively. Theodore pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze toward the leading yak. With a sudden exhalation, he unleashed a blast of dragon breath, catching everyone off guard. A streak of blue-white light pierced through the yaks, surrounding him, shooting straight toward the leader. The lead yak had clearly never expected the young dragon to breathe fire. It was well known that dragon breath, while devastatingly powerful, consumed an immense amount of mana. A typical juvenile dragon could only manage 1 or 2 bursts per day before becoming utterly drained. Only when a dragon reached adolescence would its mana reserves increase dramatically, allowing for consecutive breath attacks. Moreover, during a hunt, dragons rarely used their breath, as it usually left prey completely mangled. The yak leader leaped swiftly, but could not entirely evade the blast. The dragon breath grazed its hindquarters, shattering bones with its immense force. A wave of biting cold followed, spreading rapidly from its hindquarters throughout its entire body. Cate, who had been observing for some time, dove down in excitement. She swooped toward the desperate yak, which could only bare its teeth in a snarl before finally closing its eyes. Cate seized the massive yak, but could not prevent it from being frozen solid. Frustrated, she smashed the icy yak sculpture and moved closer to Theodore. Without their leader, the yak herd scattered in all directions. Theodore had no desire to chase them. Instead, he opened his mouth as if to breathe again. Dragons possessed immense magical resistance, while their breath was a correspondingly destructive force. They could expel elemental breath or elemental spheres from their mouths and nostrils. This was the most powerful attack of adolescent dragons, capable even of piercing through mountains. Some ancient dragons could even pierce stars, engage in fierce battles with the divine messengers, and their residual light could extinguish galaxies, shaking all realms. Dragons were formidable, exceedingly so. After leaving their infancy, they would cover their scales with the magic they had mastered, providing defense against attacks, and even distorting the environment. The enhancement they had observed earlier was a general term for such abilities. Theodore gathered the yaks he had killed with his claws. He perched on the pile of meat, glancing at Cate with a hint of pride. "Cate, you noticed this peculiar yak long ago, but your plan failed. I have the most. Darn it. Only a fool, a murderous brother would fail to notice the orderly resistance of the prey." "Ayo," Cate said, then looked at Theodore, who was eating with gusto. When he stopped and turned his draconic eyes toward her, she quickly changed the subject. She then looked at the frozen yak beneath her claws, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. "But why did you use dragon breath? After using it, the food is hard to keep intact, and it even turns into ice sculptures. Not tasty at all." "Ayo, Cate is silly. There are already plenty of yaks lying on the ground that I knocked down. We have enough food," and I hated the look in his eyes. Theodore tore into the carcasses, devouring the meat. The look of hatred in those eyes had made him want to spit fire, and he had already caught enough food. "But the big ones taste better. By the way, how much mana did you expend using dragon breath?" "I've never used it." Cate had just spoken when she glanced at the yak whose body had been pierced, now fully frozen. Usually only juvenile dragons could use dragon breath. Having just started her first hunting expedition, she had never used it. Theodore stopped eating, called up the panel, and glanced at it. "It's okay. Based on that panel, the breath just now consumed over 300 mana. If you want to sustain it longer, you need to invest even more mana." It seems the minimum for dragon breath is 300, and the power grows with the mana infused." Theodore hadn't intended to share this information with Cate, especially since she had watched the yak herd flee without hunting and was clearly hoping to freeload off him. But in the end, he couldn't resist Cate's feigned weakness. Overwhelmed by her sweet childish voice chanting "Big Brother is mighty," he reluctantly gave her a few yaks. After they both feasted, they grabbed the remaining yaks, spread their wings, and returned to the nest. After all, dragons understood the principle of not killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Theodore didn't want to wake up feeling hungry, which was extremely unpleasant. They planned to hide the food to fill their stomachs after waking from their slumber. Hatchling dragons were very fond of sleeping. After eating, they would fall into a deep slumber, like snakes, making better use of their draconic talents to avoid enemies and strengthen themselves. The downside was that they would be very hungry upon waking. Their dragon mothers, especially those of the 5-colored dragons, were generally irresponsible. Some would even force their young into unpaid labor as soon as they showed hunting ability. Only after reaching adulthood did the devouring talent become more proficient and refined with age. Only then could they actively and passively absorb elemental energy from the environment, eliminating the need to eat. But most dragons wouldn't do that, as they also enjoyed eating delicious food. After secretly freezing the few yaks and placing them beside the nest, the two dragons exhaled small streams of cold air to freeze the outer skin. They then boldly climbed back into the nest and began their pleasant sleep. Theodore knew that no creature would dare steal a dragon's food from the nest of an adult dragon. Moreover, the white dragon mother was a powerful adult dragon, once the strongest white dragon on the continent. Even the proud red and gold dragons could not ignore the legend of the white dragon who roamed the continent a decade ago, the end of Cold Wings. After returning to the nest, Theodore fixed his gaze on the pile of gold coins beneath the white dragon mother's claws. When he had just been born, he hadn't cared about them, but now his heart was filled with possessive desire. He had already grown accustomed to the dragon's cycle of eating and sleeping. Looking at those gold coins, Theodore couldn't help but think, if only he had a great heap of gold beneath him, what a blissful dragon life that would be. He glanced at the gold coins under the dragon mother's body and wondered if he could take one without being noticed. But he only thought about it fully aware of dragon's greed. If he dared to take a single coin, he would surely face the white dragon mother's breath. He looked at his own belly covered in pure white orderly scales. Wasn't this also a rare little gem? He tried to console himself. Silently, he moved to the side, shifting his gaze from the gold coins to the holy sword above them. He quietly withdrew from the white dragon mother's treasure hoard and settled down to sleep in another spot. After all, he knew how extraordinary his talent was. The most urgent task was to grow quickly. That was the clearest thing to Theodore. Unfortunately, dragons had a fixed growth cycle, and he could only accelerate it slightly. Theodore, when you wake up, don't eat all those yaks by yourself. Leave some for me, okay? Ayo. Cate's voice interrupted his thoughts. Sure. I'll leave one for you. Theodore dug a large hole in the ground with his claws and buried half his body in it. After receiving the reply, Cate jumped up excitedly. She quickly ran to another spot, secretly practicing magic for a day, but eventually succumbed to the laziness of her body and fell into a deep sleep. After finishing these tasks, Theodore also fell into a light slumber. Perhaps because it was not the deep sleep of a major growth cycle, the effects of the divine rune were not as potent. On the morning 2 months later, the siblings Theodore and Cate were roused from their dreams by the white dragon mother and driven out to help her hunt. Full of grievances, the two young dragons flew through the snowy expanse. They had been sleeping so soundly when suddenly they were jolted awake. If not for the fact that they were no match for the white dragon mother, they would have surely thrown a great tantrum and reclaimed all her gold coins. On the icy Arctic snowfield, two young dragons faced each other, spewing dragon breath. Theodore, now a meter larger than before, gradually overpowered Cate's breath, with his icy exhalation directing it toward her head, causing an icy explosion in the distance. Why is it that when we use the same amount of magic power, yours is stronger than mine? Both in impact and temperature, ow. There are natural gaps between dragons, just like this. If you're weak, you need to practice more. If you can't take a loss, don't play. Don't dwell on the impossible. You are you, I am I. We are different fireworks. Theodore's face showed a hint of pride as he performed a rapid aerial maneuver midair. Besides, my magic power has already exceeded 300, while yours is only 2500. Ow, you're just a 250. Faced with Theodore's taunts, Cate could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger, since she couldn't defeat him. After much thought, Cate could no longer suppress her fury. She was destined to be the colossal white dragon who would one day ravage the world. How could she endure such humiliation? She changed the subject with a sweet, girlish voice, lacing her words with veiled sarcasm. You, Theodore, who claim you'll rule the world, can't even keep the most basic promise. You said you'd leave me a yak, but you didn't leave a single scrap. We are evil dragons. Such trivial matters need not be honored. Theodore's face flushed red beneath his scales. If not for the thickness of his white hide, Cate would have seen his embarrassment. But when he thought of the yak, he recalled the morning when he had groggily gone to eat it. The texture had felt like chewing on ice. Theodore's lively body no longer soared as freely as before. After flying for a while, he sensed something wrong. Weren't there 7 or 8 yaks? How could he have devoured them in just 2 or 3 bites? And the texture was terrible. Hey Cate, did you secretly eat all the yaks we buried? I certainly didn't. Cate paused. Wasn't it you? You woke up earlier than me. How could it be me? If we hadn't slept only 2 months, we would have starved. Seeing his sister Cate's bewildered expression, Theodore knew who had stolen his breakfast. Who else but that lazy white dragon mother? He could no longer contain his rage and let out a furious roar at the sky. Cate also realized it was the white dragon mother. She had no minions nearby, and even if she did, they wouldn't sneak such a small amount of meat. Theodore felt deeply aggrieved. Those yaks were in a sense the first treasure he had ever collected. Though they were common, he was a greedy, selfish, chromatic dragon, and she had eaten all his yaks without permission. In the end, Theodore vented his fury on the snow antelopes racing across the tundra. He dove down his 11-meter-long body unstoppable and began a one-sided massacre. The snow antelopes were formidable with sturdy bodies and hot blood that radiated fierce battle intent. The fight ended with Theodore and Cate lying on the ground. I'm a bit stuffed. My round belly needs digesting. Cate rolled a few times. The food here is so plentiful. We've eaten our fill. Should we hurry and gather some food to offer to our mother? If she's in a good mood, she might catch some high-level magical beasts for us to eat. Cate, lying on her back with all four paws in the air, basked comfortably in the sun. She glanced at Theodore, her dragon lips curling upward as she spoke leisurely. I think it's a waste of effort. Better to join Mother in cursing that silver dragon and the Gugo Empire. She might even stand up and tell us her great deeds, then lie back down again. That's true. If we don't bring up the silver dragon or humans, Mother won't even acknowledge us. If we disturb her, she'll beat us up. I'm just a lazy little white dragon, Cate said, rolling her cylindrical body once more before lying down again. Hearing this, Theodore also yearned for a life served by minions. How wonderful it would be if he could capture 100 princesses to serve him in the future. We're still young dragons. Why doesn't Mother take on some minions? Then we wouldn't have to go hungry so often. She's so strong, yet she still makes us hunt for her when she comes out. Theodore let out a dissatisfied roar. The white dragon Mother no longer needed to eat meat, but her gluttony forced them to help. Cate speculated, I don't know. Maybe they all died. But Theodore, don't you feel that Mother's dragon aura has become more steady? When we were born, her aura was still chaotic, especially the wound on her chest. Now it's just a scar and scales are even growing back. Indeed, I feel that way too. The more I see her like this, the more I feel like something is missing inside me, and there's a strong sense of injustice. Faced with Cate's confusion, Theodore also perceived it. Perhaps because they had slept right after birth and hadn't spent much time with the white dragon Mother, the feeling wasn't so pronounced. But now that she mentioned it, he recalled that the white dragon Mother's wound had vanished, her aura had become steady, and her scales were noticeably smoother than before. This entire area of 1,000 miles is Mother's territory. Powerful predators have yielded this snowfield, so there's plenty of food and even some stronger prey. We are still young dragons and need her protection. Theodore still spoke somewhat deliberately, his dragon eyes narrowing slightly. Actually, given our size, I could hunt alone. Most chromatic dragons our age would have been driven out by Mother. Cate, not disappointing his expectations, had a glint of wisdom in her dragon eyes. That's right, I find it strange too. A dragon as big as you, brother, is almost the size of a malnourished adolescent white dragon. Why does Mother still keep us? Maybe we should patrol our own territory. Theodore thought of the gold coins beneath the white dragon Mother, his eyes revealing undisguised greed. When we grow up, we'll take back all the gold coins Mother has collected for us. Then you go plunder human kingdoms and snatch a dozen or so princesses waiting for heroes to bring gold coins. Ow wow. If that's the case, will I get any gold coins? Cate let out a small roar at him, her tone full of anticipation. Theodore raised his dragon head arrogantly and said in an unquestionable tone, Aren't mine yours? Rest assured I'll let you have a look, but you can't take any. No sooner had he spoken than Cate bristled. Her fat dragon body rolled over, and she roared back in fury, Impossible. All the gold coins are mine. Theodore's rage flared instantly. He had been magnanimous enough to let her see, yet this greedy sister showed no gratitude. How disheartening. The two dragons engaged in a fierce argument, even tumbling into a brawl again. In the end, Theodore pinned Cate beneath him and whipped her long tail repeatedly with his own, producing a rhythmic clanging sound. What's the use of all this talk? We'll think about the future when it comes. But I really want shiny crystals and gems. Cate pressed her head against Theodore, her voice dripping with grievance. Theodore raised his head and thought for a moment, then cracked a grin. But with our current size, we could easily find some kobolds or lizardmen and make them worship us as kings offering their treasures. Then we can have them hunt for us. All we need to do is wake up and eat. Great idea. Cate slapped the bloody ground, thrilled by the suggestion. Cate's inner restlessness had been stirred and could not be calmed by Theodore's words. She said somewhat nonchalantly, Then we'll just roam within 1,000 miles. After all, as our mother, she can easily pinpoint our location. If she sees us in danger, she should come to help, right? Even as she spoke, Cate herself grew uncertain. Given the white dragon Mother's lazy nature, expecting her to come to their aid was nothing but wishful thinking. Theodore's dragon lips curled upward as he smoothly filled in the gaps. Besides, she probably won't bother to come out and catch us. Right now, she must be lying on her pile of gold coins fast asleep. It's settled then. Let's fly. Cate immediately spread her wings and took off, speeding toward the distance like a fighter jet, leaving behind trails of cloud collisions. Two hatchling dragons flew side by side towards the glacier opposite the dragon lair, encountering various animals along the way, most of which scattered and fled at the sight of them. In the vast Arctic lands, there were indeed beings that could rival adult white dragons in strength. However, this entire region had been swept clean by Long Yang, so there were basically no overly powerful entities. After flying for over 10 minutes, they finally arrived at another glacier. Xiao Duo kept gazing downward, observing the bloodstains on the mountains and rivers, and finally noticed the incongruity of this place. This was a 10-meter-long boar with a pair of several-meter-long tusks still emitting a sinister cold gleam, its entire body extremely robust. Its snow-white fur was as hard as needles, but blood was still spurting from its body. It appeared to have been gored by a tusk from its own kind, and was now standing on the ground nursing its wounds. This is an injured great snow boar, and a third-level magical beast at that. Cate also noticed the huge snow boar king, her expression somewhat excited. Be aware that in their inherited memories magical beasts carrying so much meat were quite rare. Moreover, the meat of snow boars was considered a delicacy among the Arctic mountain dragons. It even attracted red dragons who detested frost to come all the way from the central volcano just for a taste. How could this not excite Cate? Even Xiao Duo restrained his impatience and observed the surroundings. It looks quite large. Seems it was injured during a territorial dispute. Xiao Duo, seeing a magical beast for the first time, kept scrutinizing the great snow boar. Be aware that only those with mana could be called magical beasts. The yak they encountered earlier was merely mobile food in his eyes. Although it might cause him some trouble, it could never inflict any real harm. But magical beasts were different. They could utilize mana to enhance their bodies, increasing their attack power, destructive capability, and so on. Even the newly hardened scales of a hatchling dragon, 10 times harder than iron, could be easily pierced. Even dragons at birth cannot use mana. They must undergo their first slumber. This was precisely why Xiao Duo dared to clash head-on with Cate right after birth. Even now, when they frolicked, they never used mana. Moreover, countless planes generally classified them into levels 1 to 10. Those above level 4 could be lords of a small territory equivalent to elite human adventurers or to normal young dragons. Levels 6 and 7 were beings capable of standing alone, conventional weapons could no longer harm them. Most adolescent dragons were at this stage. Level 10 was the elite of a nation capable of single-handedly guarding a small country. Their existence was strategic in significance. As for levels above 10, they were called epic rank. Apart from the normal white and black dragons, most of the stronger adult red and gold dragons were at this realm. Above epic was the legendary rank. Each legendary possessed their own domain, an absolute magic that was a distortion of the rules. Rumor had it that legendaries were the true mages, the pinnacle of achievement, a miracle. Before legendary, it was merely exploration of one's own magic. Almost every appearance of a legendary could make the plane tremble. The most powerful human nation, the Gugo Empire, was a vast country with a full 5 legendaries in residence. Humans thereby became the overlords of this plane. Xiao Duo, he's about the same as me. Let me handle it. Cate looked openly at the giant boar, cold drool dripping from her mouth. Clearly, she had also seen the description in the Dragon Heritage. Xiao Duo nodded with deep pride. The strong usually appeared later. Roar. Cate covered her entire body with mana, used a strengthening skill, and directly spread her wings to dive down. The snow boar king on the snowy ground seemed to sense another magical beast aura rapidly approaching. It immediately stood up, jumped to a small slope nearby, and looked up to see a white flying magical beast in the sky diving towards it, even emitting a faint dragon might. The snow boar king instinctively felt uneasy. After all, creatures with dragon might were rare, and this was the territory of a legendary dragon, most likely her kin. It had just driven away some small creatures from the south, and was still bearing injuries, clearly a disadvantage. However, that unease quickly dissipated. After fully recognizing the white juvenile dragon, its entire body became excited. Because the snow boar king got a clear look at the flying magical beast in the sky. It was not large, about the same length as itself, but not as tall. The earlier misjudgment was due to its very broad wings. Moreover, this juvenile dragon clearly couldn't yet use its dragon might. It looked like a novice just driven out of the dragon nest. If it could eat a dragon, it might even evolve to a higher bloodline and become a much stronger existence. As surprise filled its heart, it also felt a surge of anger at its own earlier fear. Roar. The snow boar king immediately roared, channeling mana to its head and both tusks, and charged directly at the diving body. Hearing the roar, Cate's dive speed increased instead of decreasing, approaching the speed of sound, as she charged downward, attempting to clash with brute force. At this moment her heart was also filled with fury. This damned lower species dared to roar at the future Icefield Lord who would rule the world. Who did it think it was, the White Dragon Lady or Xiao Duo? Bam! The collision of the two was earth-shattering, producing a powerful shockwave. Xiao Duo looked closely and saw that Cate had just utilized the advantage of the sky, and was now in the upper hand, sending the boar flying. Roar! Cate pressed the attack, directly biting, swinging her sharp tail to send out a cold gleam, slashing the snow boar king. Just as Cate was looking at this scene with great complacency, and continuously tearing at its flesh with her claws, the snow boar king struggled madly. Its tusks, which could pierce steel like paper, could not penetrate the dragon's scales at this moment. It could only use its tusks to push Cate repeatedly crashing into the iceberg. Just when Cate thought victory was assured, the snow boar king bit her tail. Although its tongue was cut by the sharp dragon scales, it couldn't care at this moment. Soon, due to the disparity in strength, Cate's claws tore off flesh, but she was grabbed by the tail and swung back and forth. Slap, 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 sounds rang out continuously. Two large pits were gouged on both sides of the ground, as if she were being whipped, smashing into the ground on either side. For a moment, Cate was beaten dizzy and her eyes swollen. Then the snow boar king's mouth surged with light, and a huge energy wave instantly blasted from Cate's tail towards her entire body. Boom. A huge flash of light passed, forming a giant crater over 10 meters on the ground. Cate was also blasted dozens of meters into the earth by the powerful impact. Then the tremendous sound seemed to pierce heaven and earth, causing a small-scale avalanche in the surroundings. This is the most primitive compression of mana then released. Is it because his own ice attacks could not harm Cate? Xiao Duo watched the scene. He knew that snow boars could spit ice, but its damage was much weaker than dragon breath. Just as the snow boar king believed it had triumphed and swiftly approached the cavern's entrance, an endless torrent of frost erupted from the cave, surging toward the sky. A colossal dragon, its body wreathed in swirling frost, burst forth from the depths. Now Cate was consumed by rage, every ache in her body reminding her of the humiliation she had just endured. She had been so thoroughly mocked in front of Theo, and even wounded by a mere dessert. It was impossible to imagine the new forms of degradation Theo would inflict upon her. Spreading her wings in midair, she conjured ice magic that sent frost hurtling around her at supersonic speeds, as if it would shred any foe that came near. A small domain took shape around her, and the cold light gathering in her mouth radiated such immense power that the snow boar king finally understood the chasm between them. Ignoring its own injuries, it turned and fled. But Cate locked onto its position from above, a blue light like a rocket propelled from her mouth, and a frost wave of -70 degrees carrying colossal energy blasted toward the snow boar king. In an instant, the freezing mist swept to the front of the boar, crashing into the earth and generating a tremendous shockwave, while a blue-white frost cloud rose into the air. The snow boar king was hurled backward by the blast, and the magic frost engulfed its body as promised. Before its eyes, a white rime formed on its fur and flesh, and its life began to tick away. Seeing this, Theo knew the dessert was ready. The previous attack had clearly been deliberately aimed wide. If it had struck true, the delicacy would have been ruined. Moreover, he was intrigued by the frost swirling around Cate, which was unmistakably a powerful dragon language magic. It seemed to be that spell he had glimpsed on the panel earlier, something like Exploding Blade, and he had never imagined it could be used this way. It looked quite cool. Theo leaped down, patted the snow boar king, and took a bite. It was quite good. Not completely frozen, just chilled enough to enhance the meat's flavor. Theo, leave some for me, roar. Cate hurried down, claiming the other side of the snow boar king, and began to devour it. Cate, this magic is impressive, and that dragon breath. How much mana did you expend? Theo observed the lingering mana remnants of the white dragon breath, which gradually settled from chaos, filling the shattered earth, and slowly forming into an icy hill. Roar, I was a bit angry, so I just spat out half of it, Cate said nonchalantly. Mana is the conversion of elemental forces from the world into one's own power. The amount allocated determines the magical attributes it possesses. After the full conversion, once a dragon expends its mana, it cycles within the body and recovers autonomously, relying less on the world compared to humans. However, if the environment is rich in elements, the recovery rate is greatly enhanced. Of course, under normal circumstances, even great magic often utilizes the ambient elements to augment its power and effects. Delicious. Cate wolfed it down greedily. Though she had embarrassed herself in front of Theo, the snow boar truly lived up to its reputation as a delicacy highlighted in the dragon heritage. Roar, Theo, let's keep moving. We'll do a round and then head back. Besides, there seems to be no trace of the kobolds nearby. Let's search a bit more. A kobold tribe like that is sure to hoard gold. I must reclaim my lost treasures. Right, I've lost many things too. I need to find humans or intelligent beings to demand them back. While Theo was searching for kobolds around the White Dragon Lady's territory on an iceberg at the edge of the far north, a robust young man with blue hair abruptly opened his eyes, and a streak of darkness rapidly rose from the ground into the rune patterns of the spear in his hand. Why did it return? Wasn't it supposed to be permanently locked on? Kaya. Another lean, blue-haired young man frowned, glancing sideways at his younger brother. Kaiwan, that beast is dead. Ha! Kaya said, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitching upward before he burst into laughter, as if he had encountered a stroke of incredible fortune. What? Dead? This was a high-grade magical beast designated by the Count. It died in that dragon's territory. Is its corpse still there? We need to deliver it. Kaiwan was baffled by his brother's state, his tone growing stern. Brother, earlier we didn't pursue it because it had fled into the territory of an adult dragon. But rest assured, we now have a much better target. Kaya spread his arms, his voice brimming with yearning. What do you mean? Kaiwan could not understand what madness had seized his brother. A seemingly robust young white dragon. It was the one that killed our target, Kaya said, looking at his brother with fervent excitement. What? A hatchling? A white dragon? Kaiwan was shocked, his voice trembling. Yes, a white dragon. If we can manage it, why not become dragon knights, or even dragon slayers? With our combined strength, a young white dragon might just be within our reach. After all, young white dragons are notoriously weak and stupid. Basically an upgraded version of the Lord's husky wolf. Sensing the unusual tone in his brother's voice, Kaya even gave an example to bolster his morale. Kaya knew his brother's strength. He had once been the most renowned genius of their small town. But after an adventure to the south 5 years ago, he had returned a few months ago with an abnormally timid disposition. Rumor had it that he encountered a red dragon on the verge of adolescence, which slaughtered his team, leaving only 4 survivors, and then he fled home. Now, even the mention of a dragon sent him into a panic. He had to restore his brother's confidence. This young white dragon was the perfect stepping stone. Later they would go south together to confront the very entity that had so terrified his once ambitious brother. Do not underestimate white dragons. The century-long war that ended just 10 years ago is still vivid in my mind. The maggot-ridden bones, the battlefields pitted with countless craters. Even the residual dragon might makes my blood run cold. As his brother spoke, Kaiwan trembled, his mind conjuring the scenes of the ancient ruins and battlefields in the south. Legend had it that a white dragon leading its followers clashed with the mightiest human kingdom. Though he had not participated, he knew from the relics the brutality of that war. Even if it was the red dragon that ultimately drove us back, I will never again be careless about white dragons. You've been to Gugo, and now you're like this. That's a white dragon. How could it be? Kaya twirled his spear, his voice dripping with disappointment toward his brother. Living in the far north, he had seen white dragon corpses before. But unfortunately, after being hunted by the strong warriors of various human nations, few white dragons remained active outside. Only a small number had retreated deep into the icy north. Kaiwan looked at his brother, who was so eager to restore his confidence, recalling the grand ambitions he had voiced before leaving the Arctic and the disappointed looks of his companions. Finally, he gritted his teeth, took a few steps forward, and uttered a single word: go. Really giving up? Oh, my former companions should still be nearby. I must prepare them. Even a dragon that was just driven out of its lair should not be underestimated. Kaya clearly misunderstood. He lowered his head as if to turn back, but then he heard Kaiwan's words, looked up in surprise, his eyes filled with delight. Really? That's fantastic. But I think the 2 of us are enough. Kaya then patted his brother's chest, a flicker of greed in his eyes. He was reluctant to share the glory and spoils. Can you withstand a dragon's breath? Can you stop it from flying away? Or suppress its movements? But white dragons are both fierce and stupid, and it's a hatchling. The chance of encountering a young dragon in the wild is 1 in 1,000. Moreover, the great war between humans and dragons has just ended. White dragons have retreated deep into the glaciers. This opportunity is once in a lifetime. Imagine the glory of slaying a dragon and the sharp weapons made from its bones. They will ensure our prosperity for life. Kaya's words froze Kaiwan in place. After a long pause, he finally spoke. This requires teamwork, and we must have a powerful mage. My former teammate brother Lester is a 4th-level warrior, and Katarina is also a 4th-level grand mage. Kaya was dismissive, but he still respected his brother. You haven't seen a dragon, so I don't blame you since you've never traveled far. Legends do speak of many dragons slain by heroes, but that is the accumulation of tens of millions of years, and most of those heroes were among the pinnacle of human existence. Even the weakest white dragon should not be underestimated. Kaiwan spoke, but Kaya was growing impatient. Fine, brother, I'll do as you say. Now use that magical communication device to contact your friends. I really can't believe you're sharing such a wonderful opportunity. You were scared back by a red dragon before, yet now you fear a white dragon. Kaiwan took out the communication feather given by his mage companion and spoke a few coded words. It's done. They're racing here at full speed. Luckily, they're still in that intermediate station town's hotel, only 3 hours away. He then looked at Kaya, and with a smile he thought was confident said, let's leave a trail and go ahead. The 2 swiftly dashed toward the dragon's territory. They were well aware that adult dragons paid no attention to insignificant ants like them and rarely helped young dragons that had been expelled from the nest. At this moment, Xiaodua and Cate had already found a hideous goblin tribe on the outskirts of the dragon lady's domain. It was a small tribe consisting of a main house surrounded by 8 smaller huts arranged in a circle. Xiaodua circled high in the sky, observing the faint glow of torches rising from the wooden structures. A few goblins were patrolling, but none detected their presence. Sensing no formidable aura, he folded his wings and allowed himself to plummet from 100 meters. With a thunderous crash, Xiaodua and Cate landed directly in the center of the goblin tribe, kicking up a flurry of snow. Xiaodua's tail casually swept a crude hut to the ground. Cate, not to be outdone, swung her tail, and flattened another ramshackle dwelling, sending dozens of goblins flying. The goblins, roused by the commotion, saw their comrades writhing in agony and felt the faint oppressive dragon might. Their legs gave way, and they fell to their knees in terror. After a few seconds of chaos, silenced by the roar of one of the colossal beasts, they all prostrated themselves before the two white dragons, trembling. Xiaodua looked at Cate with curiosity. Xiaodua, they don't understand Draconic. Use the common tongue of all planes as taught by the god of light. Cate sighed at Xiaodua's confusion. Oh, so that's why when I told them to return my treasure they all knelt down. I thought they didn't have any. How ridiculous. Xiaodua tapped the ground, searched his mind for the common tongue, quickly found it, and used a small magic to memorize it all. He looked down at the filthy creatures and spoke in the common tongue. Green and foul-tasting goblins, I am the future ruler of the world. Xiaodua Alchuo's Canalo. Return my treasure at once. Otherwise you shall never receive the honor of kneeling before me. Such cringy and embarrassing lines had become second nature to the villainous dragon Xiaodua, who now preened himself, truly believing he was the future king. An aged goblin who looked as if he might die at any moment pointed shakily at the largest house among the huts. Tree sure. All in the biggest house. Roared good. Xiaodua, not caring whether his massive body would destroy the goblin's home, charged straight through. He soon spotted a faint golden gleam amid a pile of scrap metal. Though he was disgusted, he hurried over. He picked them up one by one with his claws. Even a single gold coin was still gold. Despite the size difference between the coin and his claw, one should never doubt a dragon's control over its body. Ouch, but still so few. 1, 2, 3, 57. Xiaodua counted, and returned to Cate with the coins. Ouch, so little. Xiaodua, what about mine? Cate, seeing this, thought he was going to give them to her. She reached out a claw only to have it slapped away. Xiaodua proudly flaunted his coins. Cate, you're still young. Don't get corrupted by such treasure. I'll keep your share for you. But, ouch, fine. Cate felt 1,000 heartbreaks. She had actually dared to fantasize that Xiaodua was not the kind of dragon who loved gold. Cate was filled with sorrow and became dejected. Don't be sad. There must be more goblin tribes around. Xiaodua comforted her. Any other tribes nearby? Cate immediately jumped up, shaking the ground, and fixed her enormous dragon head on the nearby goblins with an icy tone. There's a kobold tribe nearby, very far, about 5 kilometers. The goblin who had spoken earlier seemed to have survived, emboldening the others to point to the left. As small creatures, they usually built their tribes on the fringes of the dragon's territory, so the dragons generally ignored them. This way they could intimidate other stronger predators and thrive. But they never gained the dragon's recognition, and the competition was fierce. Especially for the kobolds, who were fervent dragon worshippers, it was the same. They even dreamed of dragons raiding them so they could pledge allegiance. Ouch, Cate, you go ahead. I'll wait here. Xiaodua said to Cate. Then, I'll be back soon. Cate excitedly took off and flew into the distance. Remember to bring back 4/5 of the treasure for me. Xiaodua, worried about her going alone, called after her. Cate's flight faltered, and she let out an annoyed roar in response. Xiaodua happily counted his coins, but many troubles arose in his mind. Now that I have my own treasure, how can I keep it from being stolen by the dragon lady? But my gold is so little, well, I can't even lie on it. In short, the problem was that he didn't have enough gold. Ouch. If only a noble would come and give me gold. Xiaodua cherished the tiny pile of coins, counting them over and over. A naive, stupid-looking white dragonet ignored a group of kobolds trying to follow her. She hugged the 300-odd gold coins she had collected, stashed 299, and planned to report to Xiaodua with just a dozen or so. On the way back, she spotted a gold coin on the ground and immediately stopped to pick it up. Then she saw another coin further away, and another, becoming lost in the joy of picking up coins. Behind a rock, 2 people wore expressions of extraordinary delight, surprise, fear, but mostly excitement. They hadn't expected this young white dragon to be so foolish, actually picking up coins one by one. Even though they might lose a few hundred gold coins, as long as the captain and the mage arrived and captured the dragon, even dead, it would be worth it. Soon Kevin were here. Their 2 companions crept up carefully, making a total of 4 people. Kevin nodded. With their former captain and the elven mage, their chances increased by 3/10. Then the 3 of them stared at the greedy white dragon with burning eyes and hatred, while only Kaya remained alert. It's true. Kevin, it really is a dragon. Even if it's just a white dragonet, it will make us famous, and we can avenge Liam and the others. The elven mage who had just arrived spoke coldly, her eyes fixed on the greedy dragon, as if she was reliving the year before when a young red dragon had slaughtered their companions. Now her green hair reached her waist, her unusual green-gold heterochromatic eyes were strikingly beautiful, and her long ears marked her identity. She exuded an air of elegance. She had learned many spells specifically against dragons, elevating her magic to a higher level. Her delicate hands gripped a magic staff, within which magic circles were gradually forming, ready to strike. Wait, Katarina, use the anti-magic field first, then I'll go in. I'll hold her off, and Kevin, you assist. The captain said. What about me? My brother and I discovered the white dragon. Kaya strongly protested being left out. Protecting Katerina and preventing the dragon from escaping or turning on her are the most important tasks. A cornered dragon's last-ditch strength is terrifying. We must act fast, fierce, and accurate. We must avoid the adult white dragon. If we're discovered and the dragoness wants her child back, we'll all die. Let's move. The captain's tone was calm, suppressing Kaya's arrogance. Kaya nodded. Their former captain and the elven mage increased their confidence by 30%. Then the three of them stared at the greedy white dragon with burning eyes and hatred, while only Kaya remained alert. It's true. Kevin, it really is a dragon. Even if it's just a white dragon, it will make us famous and we can avenge Liam and the others. The elven mage who had just arrived spoke coldly, her eyes fixed on the greedy dragon, as if she was reliving the year before when a young red dragon had slaughtered their companions. Now her green hair reached her waist, her unusual green-gold heterochromatic eyes were strikingly beautiful, and her long ears marked her identity. She exuded an air of elegance. Cate continued scooping up gold coins with her eyes gleaming. They were all hers. She would tell Zito later that she had only gathered 20 gold coins in total. No, 20 gold coins was too many. Better say 10. No, 5. But 5 was far too little, as Zito would surely grow suspicious. Whoosh! At that very moment, 3 magic arrays shot skyward, enveloping the surroundings. 3 fireballs followed close behind, along with 2 figures who swooped toward Cate from the sides, trailing the flames. The entire scene unfolded with breathtaking speed. Cate could hardly react in time. She managed only to withdraw the gold coins from her hands into her personal spatial storage when the fireballs smashed toward her head, forcing her to reinforce her defenses and take the blow head-on. Boom. A woo. Cate let out a roar of agony as searing pain tore through her. The magical energy she drew upon became sluggish, darkening her expression. She knew at once that a mage had cast a slow spell and disrupted her mana flow. With no other option, she swiped her claws toward the 2 figures, but Kaiwan blocked the strike with his sword blade. The captain activated his acceleration skill, imbuing his blade with power, and swung fiercely at her wing. Clang! The sword actually breached the protection of her dragon scales, biting into flesh, but only managed to cut halfway, before being halted by bone. Damned mortals, how dare you ambush the white dragon queen! Cate roared in torment, and at that moment she unleashed her own magic. Frost manifested beside her dragon scales, spinning rapidly into a unique ice storm that balanced both offense and defense. Enduring the pain in her wing and the burning sensation on her head, she beat her wings repeatedly, attempting to ascend higher. Channeling her mana against the anti-flight enchantment, the constantly forming ice shards shot outward in every direction. The captain and Kaiwan used their skills to continuously shatter the swirling ice, pressing their attacks rapidly from both flanks. Even inwardly, Kaiwan was shocked by this dragon's strength. Their swords could cut through iron like mud, and enhanced by Kaiwan's crimson flame, the blade reached temperatures of 700 degrees. Against a white dragon that feared fire, the effect should have been devastating. He had even applied spells to reduce defense and increase sharpness, yet somehow failed to sever her wing entirely. How could he not be astonished? Despite Catelina instantaneously placing so many restrictive spells upon her, she had still managed to cast such an advanced magic with such speed. A powerful surge of magical energy erupted from the distance, jolting Zito awake. Using the dragon language magic he had just learned, he sealed the gold coins into his private treasury. Taking to the sky, he gazed into the distance. Ribbons of aurora rose kilometers away, forming an anti-flight magic array. Moments later, a devastating shockwave from several kilometers distant washed toward him. Though the disturbance had weakened to something as fragile as a breeze by the time it reached him, Zito could clearly sense it. It was Cate's mana fluctuation, along with several unfamiliar magical presences. Without the slightest hesitation, he shot toward the scene, leaving behind the goblins still kneeling on the ground, frantically bowing in that direction. Quick! This is a 4th-level young dragon. While it remains suppressed, we must end this battle as fast as possible. Kaiwan shouted, then charged forward alongside the captain once more. Even wounded, facing 2 opponents of her level made victory nearly impossible, not to mention the presence of a 4th-level mage lurking nearby. This had already exceeded her limits, even for a dragon hailed as the strongest among her peers. But she was not yet fully grown, and her attributes were still in the developmental stage. Cate was clearly at a disadvantage, regretting deeply at this moment that she had not learned more counterspells in dragon language. Now she could only rely on a single reinforcement skill, barely holding on to avoid death. Facing this dire situation, a flash of resolve crossed her eyes. Cate opened her mouth wide, preparing to use her dragon breath to eliminate the mage who had been relentlessly casting spells at her from afar, only to be constantly hindered by the 2 attackers. With all his strength, the captain's punch deflected Cate's breath attack, sending it blasting skyward, causing hail to rain down upon the surroundings. Then a massive magic array appeared in the sky, pummeling her with boulders dozens of meters in size. Immediately after, countless vines coiled around her, draining her magical energy. But her dragon breath soon pierced through, turning the hail into razor-sharp ice blades that sliced through the vegetation. Still, she remained suppressed by the two close combat fighters. In the end, Cate traded injury for an opening, and with her nearly exhausted mana, she unleashed a torrent of dragon breath directly at the mage who had been casting spells against her. To her surprise, empowered by the mage's enhancement, Kaya cleaved through the dragon breath with his sword, even executing a brilliantly stylish sword-sheathing motion. "Well done," Kaiwan remarked in astonishment at the sight. He hadn't expected Kaya's strength to have reached such a level. Truly worthy of being his younger brother. Shaking off his distraction, Kaiwan resumed suppressing Cate alongside the captain. Once again overwhelmed, Cate could only fervently hope that Zeto would notice the situation and come to her aid, to eliminate that mage. Soon Cate was tightly bound by ropes formed from an unknown black vegetation, with a neatly tied bough adorning the top. A surprisingly considerate touch. The elf mage swiftly landed on the great dragon's back, her delicate brows furrowing as she gazed at the knot on the young dragon's head. An incredulous thought flickered through her mind. Using magic, 3 sleds materialized, and the 3 of them dragged them rapidly into the distance. The reason they did not kill the white dragon was primarily because their mana had been almost entirely depleted, leaving them unable to break through the continuously reinforced dragon scales to deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, they were currently within the territory of an adult great dragon. Abducting its young was an act of extraordinary boldness. Kaiwan and the others could only think of dragging this dragon away from this place as quickly as possible, making further plans later. "I never thought we'd actually succeed." Kaiwan's legs moved faster than rolling wheels. Glancing at the captain beside him and his younger brother, the shadow of fear toward dragons within him gradually dissipated. Not every dragon was invincible. Humans could slay dragons too. "Stop dawdling and keep pulling," the captain urged, though his gaze drifted worryingly toward Catelina, seated upon the great dragon's back. "This dragon is so heavy." Kaya, no longer able to slack off, exerted all his strength alongside the other two to drag the great dragon. "Hurry up. My mana was mostly spent reinforcing you and weakening the enemy. It's just a young dragon. But its mana recovery rate is far faster than mine. I can barely keep it suppressed anymore." "What a—" Kaiwan was terribly shocked, his pace faltering for a moment, nearly losing his footing from the jolting pull of the rope dragging the great dragon behind him. How can a normal young dragon recover so quickly? Shouldn't only adult great dragons possess mana regeneration speed comparable to elves? The captain furrowed his brows, his voice thick with disbelief. After all, this was a young dragon, not an adult great dragon with near supernatural endurance and recovery. It was still growing, its attributes relatively weak. "At this rate, we'll be dragged to death by this dragon. Damn it, we can't kill it now. How can a normal dragon's self-recovery be so strong? How can its scales be this hard? If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have engaged. This might be a legendary variant dragon. Besides, not many young dragons can wield magic, at least not a white dragon." Enough said. There's no point regretting it now. We can only pray that once we leave this place, we'll encounter others who can help. Damn it, all this honor we won, and now we'll have to share it again. Kaya, overhearing their conversation, understood the situation. He felt even more admiration for his brother's knowledge. Though he resented the current circumstances, the truth was unavoidable. That magnificent display of cleaving through dragon breath, though stunning, had drained every last drop of his mana. It was only because they possessed naturally immense strength that they could still drag this remarkably robust young dragon without relying on magic. Its weight was greater than metal of equivalent volume. Zeto soon caught up and directly saw Cate wrapped in black vines. The sight instantly reminded him of Santa Claus from the memories of the people here. 3 dogs ahead, Cate as the sled behind, and that green-haired elf mage as the driver. The scene was almost comical. Though there were only 3 dogs, they ran as fast as a locomotive. It was hilariously absurd. Yet he hadn't expected Cate to fall in less than 3 minutes. Upon carefully examining the strength of the 4 of them, Zeto couldn't help but suppress a laugh. A 4th-level mage, 2 4th-level warriors, and 1 3rd-level warrior. Cate losing in a direct confrontation was somewhat unexpected. Still, having the audacity to come near an adult great dragon's territory, let alone steal Zeto, the great king's sister. After carefully weighing the power disparity between both sides, Zeto concluded that Cate's own carelessness had allowed the enemy to seize the initiative, resulting in her crushing defeat. Moreover, if the situation dragged on longer, humans with their slow self-recovery, and elves whose mana regeneration was said to rival dragons, would be severely disadvantaged. Relying on her sister's monstrous recovery ability, Cate still had a chance to turn the tables. Furthermore, the opposing mage was nearly out of mana, their perception dulled to such an extent. A perfect opportunity. It was time for the invincible Zeto, future ruler of the world, to make his grand entrance. He practiced a few words, then glanced once more at Cate. "Sorry, my dear sister. You shouldn't die, right? Surely. Just trust in a white dragon's cold resistance. From high above, a torrent of blue light poured down directly upon the three figures at the forefront. A surge of immense magic rippled through the air. Catalina, a master of the arcane, reacted instantly, her face paling dramatically. Abandoning her suppression of Cate, she unleashed her full magical power, conjuring several massive shields to envelop the group. Kevin and the others also snapped out of their stupor, but were utterly helpless against this dragon breath, far more potent than the one spewed by the dragon behind him. And now it was too late. There was no way to dodge. Feeling the biting cold descending from above, Cate knew that Xiaoduo had made his entrance. Tears of excitement streamed down her face, only to be frozen solid as the dragon breath washed over her. The entire dragon was blasted away by the shockwave. Pain shot through her as scales were torn loose, and Cate began cursing Xiaoduo inwardly. But the others lacked the white dragon's formidable resistance to cold. The extreme chill pressed down upon them, and the shields covering their bodies were struck by the dragon breath's energy, freezing and shattering. Before the light had even faded, Xiaoduo descended like a tyrant from the heavens, opening his massive maw to devour them. The huge ferocious dragon had aimed to crush the three of them in one bite. Their energy shields finally gave way, shattered instantly by Xiaoduo's bite. Be careful. All of this happened far too suddenly. Catelina could barely react. Casting shields for them was already the limit of her reflexes. And now they had no chance of victory. She had already begun preparing an escape spell. Facing this situation, the three of them exhausted all their mana just to barely hold up against the upper jaw, but this dragon's strength was clearly far greater than the other one. And it was at least a 5th-level existence. You two go first. I'll stay behind with them this time. The captain's facial features were distorted by Xiaoduo's immense power, blood streaming from his orifices, yet he still managed a faint smile at the two brothers. He knew that this time someone had to sacrifice. The white dragon that ambushed them was clearly stronger. If he didn't do this, they might all die here. Captain. Tears flowed from Kevin's eyes, but he quickly grabbed Kaya and fled from the dragon's mouth. Boom. Blown up. Xiaoduo paused, then spat out a blast of icy breath, flushing his blood through his mouth and rinsing his teeth. Only then did he leisurely charge toward the two. Though it appeared leisurely from a human perspective, his speed was tremendous. Kevin knew that not only would he himself not escape, but his brother would also meet the same fate in the dragon's jaws. He looked up at Catelina with a determined gaze. He knew she was constructing a teleportation spell, the same one that had transported them thousands of meters away the last time, saving their lives. But now there was clearly not enough time. However, if only 2 people were to be teleported. Kevin's resolute look made Catelina steel her heart. She understood his intention and nodded with tears in her eyes. Where do you think you're going? You won't escape. Xiaoduo also saw through their plan, but he had never learned space-sealing magic and could only rush over quickly trying to stop them. Kevin hurled Kaya with all his strength toward Catalina, then turned around. Your opponent is me, the brave and confident genius of Katuan City, the future warrior, Kaya's brother Kevin. He raised his sword to intercept this adolescent dragon, even if only for a single second. That would be enough. But without a doubt, he barely lasted half a second before being crushed to death by Xiaoduo, who had enhanced his hand with strengthening and ice magic. Then like lightning, he charged toward the last 2. Brother. Kaya, flying through the air, watched his own brother die before his eyes, leaving not even a trace. He screamed in utter despair, never having imagined that he would die. Staring at the icy shards on the ground, he was filled with regret and wished he could slap his former overconfident self. These 2 were not ordinary white dragons. They were reincarnated demons. Flame. Catalina, having recovered some mana, uttered a single word, and instantly a wall of fire appeared before Xiaoduo, buying precious time for their escape. Go. No time. Catalina's spell was complete. A space gate materialized behind her. No. She grabbed the flying Kaya by the scruff of his neck with one hand and turned to flee amid his cries. But another white figure streaked past at an unimaginable speed. Catelina was startled and pulled Kaya aside to dodge. What? Oh. One of Kaya's arms was bitten off, but he ignored the pain, still wailing in devastation over Kevin's death. Furious at Cate's sneak attack, Catelina layered various enhancement spells on herself and swung her staff back at Cate. With a thunderous crash, Cate's figure was sent flying backward. At that moment, Xiaoduo also charged forward. Just as his fangs were about to clamp down on them, the gate behind them suddenly moved forward, swallowing them all. What the hell? Xiaoduo had thought he was about to eat them. He never expected the space gate could move forward. Ow, it hurt Xiaoduo. Did you eat them just now? Cate's body slammed heavily into the ground, but she immediately scrambled up and flew to his side, her massive, fearsome dragon head sniffing repeatedly at Xiaoduo's lips. Xiaoduo shook his head, slightly a hint of regret in his voice, that accursed space gate actually moved forward on its own. We were just 0.1 seconds too late. Cate fumed as well. They're too much. Just lowly creatures, yet they dared to lay a hand on the future White Dragon Queen. Let's go destroy a city and wipe out this man's country while we're at it. Shadow watched as Cate's wounds healed at a visible rate, falling into deep thought. Was Cate's innate regeneration ability too strong? It was almost on par with that of a life dragon. Had she obtained some kind of opportunity, or was it innate? Was he the same? As he pondered, he saw that Cate was still egging him on to go destroy the humans' homeland together. He slapped her forehead hard. Cate, you couldn't even beat those three. Destroy a city. That would be a one-way trip. Let's wait until we're adults. With our formidable strength, the world will be ours for the taking. Cate harbored a grudge against that little thief who had attacked her, and seeing that even Xiaoduo wasn't confident, she had to shelve that idea for now. How shall we find then? Let's go back. Let's go. The two dragons now flew toward the white dragon mother's territory. Because of those humans, they had already strayed several kilometers away. Over there looks like ice lizards. Flying Xiaoduo spotted a group of ice lizards playing by the water. Our second-level magical beasts. Tasty. And the fight just now was a bit exhausting. Seeing them, Cate dove straight down, opening her mouth to bite. A gift from nature. Xiaoduo also took a careful taste. Pretty good. Not as good as that snowboard, though. Cate ate until she was full, then said slowly, let's just grab 5 to take to mother. What? 1 is enough. Cate looked at the ice lizards with some reluctance. Even though she couldn't eat any more, she just couldn't bear to give them to the white dragon mother. You can't finish them anyway, and if she finds out, we'll get beaten to death. Besides, we should show some filial piety. We still need her protection. Xiaoduo reasoned. Fine. Cate grumpily grabbed 3 and continued flying toward the lair. Watching her plump back, he sighed and followed helplessly. We need to learn more spells, especially those that disrupt the flow of magic in the air and apply gravity, anti-air spells. Luckily, our raw power crushed them, otherwise we'd have been too passive. In the polar region, the sun that had shone continuously for years finally began to set slowly. The two dragons appeared unexpectedly solemn against the shifting light. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? In a place in the western city, a spirit suppressing the grief in her heart looked at the tearful Kaya before her. Brother. Kaya only lowered his head, repeating the word brother over and over. They had grown up together in the orphanage, relying on each other. He never imagined that he would be the cause of his brother's death. If only he hadn't actively split the dragon's breath with that sword back, then he would have retained much more mana and could have escaped more easily. Katerina said bluntly, stop it. Your brother is dead. In the wilderness, who can escape death? After 3 years of reckless adventure, this experience has taught me that I need to go home and focus on practicing magic. And she also has to undergo the world tree baptism when elves reach adulthood at 50. Hearing that she was leaving, Kaya looked up in disbelief. But my brother was your comrade. He died before your eyes, and you're still thinking about magic. Not even seeking revenge for him. Katerina coldly interrupted him. Only 3 years. I've practiced magic for decades. To me, he was a stranger. In your human eyes, 3 years may seem long. But to an elf, it's merely a brief memory among thousands of years. What can truly accompany an elf is only the equally long-lived races and magic. When I first ran away from home, I was lost in the unfamiliar environment, so I joined their team. And I've saved them many times. And now it's precisely because I considered their feelings that I participated in this hunt. Besides, the great human nations have already launched a surprise attack on the Elven Kingdom. As she spoke, Katerina clasped her hands together. When she had first heard this news, she hadn't turned hostile on the spot. She had accepted their final invitation, which was already the utmost she could do. Finally, she prayed to the elven goddess she believed in. I have done all I can. May the great elven god witness everything. Then she looked at Kaya, who had fallen silent from her words, and felt a pang of reluctance in her heart. But she still voiced her speculation. To be honest, I suspect that those 2 white dragons were not young dragons. Their horns had not yet grown, even though they were enormous and could use magic. And I doubt Gugu's prophecy. Perhaps the white dragon defeated 10 years ago was not the one spoken of in the prophecy. Hearing this, Kaya completely lost his mind. If it were true, then his revenge was virtually hopeless. His gaze went blank, and then he collapsed to the ground, weeping. Brother. What? Is he mad? Such a fragile heart. If you want revenge, get stronger. Though Katerina felt a pang of pity, her words were exceptionally cold. But it was time for him to face reality. Instead of living forever in Kevin's shadow, this was for his own good. Perhaps this seemingly impossible revenge would crush him. Or maybe it would forge him into an epic-level powerhouse. With these thoughts, Katerina left the Arctic region and headed for the unique demiplane of the elven race. Get stronger, get stronger, get stronger, get stronger, revenge, revenge. Kaya clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at her receding figure. Finally, he glared at the distant glaciers, his nails digging into his flesh until they bled. Kaya began a devilish training regimen. The white dragon used ice, so he abandoned his own developed ice element sword, and instead took up his brother's crimson flame. He had to improve Kevin's explosive flame sword technique. Techniques meant solely for humans were useless against a giant dragon. So he could only start with temperature. If thousands of degrees weren't enough, then tens of thousands. If tens of thousands weren't enough, then millions. One day his sword would burn with blazing flames, a crimson blade that would sever the white dragon's head to honor Kevin's spirit in the heavens. Meanwhile, Theodore, who had just returned to the dragon's lair, was being ruthlessly rubbed against the ground by the white dragoness. It was because the gold coins he had hidden were somehow discovered by her, and she ordered him to hand them all over. Theodore only handed over a tenth of them, and the dragoness beat him severely. In the end, he had no choice but to surrender all the gold coins. How is this possible? How did Mother know? How? My gold coins. For the next few days, Theodore the whole dragon kept muttering under his breath. He lay on the ground with lifeless dragon eyes staring at the mountain of gold beneath the white dragoness's belly, as if all strength had left him like a dead fish. At that moment, Cate sidled up to him, gloatingly, shamelessly wrapping her tail around his, and whispered comfort. Theodore, the 20 gold coins I gave you. I handed them over too. But it's okay, we'll have more later. Woo. I feel like my dragon life has lost its dream. Oh woo. Theodore said with utter despair, and became even more determined to leave quickly. He wanted to be independent. Oh, don't be like that. I'm not that sad after all those gold coins were partly mine too. Theodore, can you show me your status panel again? The two most important sleeps of our lives are about to begin. We need to make proper preparations. You're right. Entering the young dragon stage is the foundation of growth, and its progress will have a profound impact on the future. You have to show me yours too, or else you know the dignity of an elder brother. Theodore said as he used magic to bring up his basic attributes. Though there might be some margin of error, the reliability was still quite high. Theodore Altoros Canero. Gender male. Body length 12 meters. Scales 6. Mana 2910. Recovery 16 per second. Abilities: Freezing Dragon, Breath, Flight, Twin Wing, Light Blade. Element: Devouring Dragon's Might. Race: White Dragon. Dragon Tongue, Magic Scout, Strengthened, Explosive, Ice Blade, Anti-No-Fly, Minor Space, Super Acceleration, Thunder Control. Cate stared carefully, saw her own magic, and tapped his scales with her claw. Oh, that's my explosive ice blade. When did you learn it? What do you mean yours? Whether it's from my dragon inheritance or not, I learned it when you were beaten by snow pigs. Woo, you've learned so many. Cate said somewhat sulkily. She began to feel troubled by Theodore's diligence. Despite her basic attributes being much stronger, he was still pushing himself. How could a dragon live like this? Theodore, however, didn't care. It was Cate, his sister, who started the competition first, so he couldn't be blamed. I just learned a bit after seeing you get a lesson. Now it's your turn. Cate shrank her head, but still brought up her panel. Cate Altoros Canero. Gender female. Body length 10 meters. Scales 5. Mana 2600. Recovery 13 per second. Abilities: Freezing Dragon, Breath, Flight, Twin Wing, Light Blade. Element: Devouring Dragon's Might. Race: White Dragon. Dragon Tongue, Magic Scout, Strengthen, Explosive, Ice Blade, Wind Blade. Strengthen, Conceal, No Fly, Counter, Blast, Full Purification, Ice, Curse, Fire God Descent. Seeing this, Theodore couldn't hold back and pinned Cate down, roaring. You have so many, yet you still complain about me. And Fire God Descent, which is supposed to be only for red dragons. Cate felt a bit guilty. Ice and fire together, you know. A single attribute is easy to counter. I'm also practicing fire to raise my fire resistance. That fireball earlier hurt me so much. And she retorted, besides, Theodore, didn't you learn lightning too? Theodore answered directly, I wanted more attack options. But Cate, how did you learn so many? The power of Dragon Tongue magic depends on the dragon's proficiency. With so many spells. If you're not proficient, it's hard to compete against those who have fully mastered their spells. Though learning other types of magic would be much slower, it was still necessary. If in the future they faced an ice giant that was all ice element, and they only knew ice magic, it would be very difficult to fight. Oh, I'm the future queen. I'm very strong. Faced with Theodore's doubt, Cate was very confident. Fine, whatever. Actually, it wasn't surprising that Theodore was so shocked. They were still hatchlings. Normally, learning so many spells started from the young dragon stage. Usually, they wouldn't master this many spells until they were adolescent dragons. Only after training for a long time into adulthood would they become fully proficient and unleash the maximum power of the spells. The power of magic was directly proportional to the amount of mana input, while the level was determined by proficiency and mana utilization efficiency. Normally, a level 5 dragon using the same spell as a level 1 dragon would naturally be stronger, because there was a natural difference in spell proficiency and mana. Dragon Tongue magic was not much different from human magic. It was foundational, prepared by dragons who became gods for young dragons. From a single ordinary spell, many derivative branches of the same attribute and various forms could be developed, essentially forming a school. For example, red dragons with fire, blue dragons with lightning, white dragons with ice. Humans lacking dragon inheritance could only learn from books. This meant that only humans from major powers, those with churches dedicated to gods, had complete basic magic procedures, and these were monopolized by the great powers. For instance, light magic revolved around the god of light, extending from basic to advanced, covering attack, healing, purification, and so on. High-ranking believers were essentially all-rounders. But most adventurers outside were not like that. They bought various books outside, learning spells one by one, resulting in a chaotic and inefficient education, and they could even get lost in the powerful spells of another attribute. In summary, the effect was very poor. In this era where gods did not appear, believing in a god was also a clear path forward. Over the next year, the two young dragons began a frenzied competition. They ate, slept, woke up, ate again, and whenever they remembered, they studied magic. In this way, they quickly grew plump and white, gaining weight by the ton. However, they often hunted many prey to offer to the white dragoness, showing their gratitude. And through Theodore's extra care for Cate, he often sparred with her. Over the course of this year, with the deep affection from her brother Theodore, Cate came to understand what it meant that the elder brother's dignity was not to be challenged. She deeply regretted her earlier behavior of offending her brother right after birth and reflected on how wrong that rebellious mindset was. Time passed quickly, and soon they entered the final sleep before the young dragon stage. Time flew like a fleeting steed, though after a single slumber, 3 years had passed. Within the dragon's nest, a colossal beast measuring 18 meters in length gradually stirred to consciousness. With a gentle flap of his wings, Theodore knew that Cate still rested upon his back. Accustomed to this, he shook Cate off and observed the dragon, maiden whose aura had transformed drastically, a foreboding sense rising within him. Nevertheless, he began inspecting the changes brought about by his advancement to a young dragon. He spat out a glob of phlegm which condensed into solid ice, reflecting his handsome visage. Still as beautiful as ever, yet his scales had all been replaced. They were like pure white gems arranged in orderly rows. Theodore could sense that his scales were lighter, yet far more resilient, boasting a defense many times greater than before his slumber. Beneath the lustrous scales lay unimaginably powerful muscles, their explosive strength enough to strike fear into any foe. His neck had also changed, becoming shorter than that of a typical white dragon, yet noticeably thicker. His claws were incredibly sharp, as if clad solely in white armor. His hind legs had grown robust, their explosive musculature more developed than that of ordinary white dragons, leaving no doubt that he could stand upright. Especially the two horns atop his head, which appeared fearsome, as if capable of cutting through all things. Theodore was highly satisfied, and he also noticed two smaller horns branching out beside them, making him distinctly unique. Turning his head, he saw his old scales still lying where he had entered his slumber. He hurriedly gathered them all into his small space. Dragon scales had many uses. They could be crafted into armor, or given to followers to transform them into dragon vein warriors or mages. They were the foundation for a dragon to establish territory and expand power. Without scales, every time he took a follower, he would have to pluck scales and draw blood on the spot. Moreover, a dragon typically shed its scales only twice, once in youth and once in adulthood. Feeling the explosive comfort and immense power coursing through his body, Theodore once again summoned his status panel. Theodore Altos Canalo. Gender male. Body length 18 meters. Scales 8. Mana 78, 10, recovers 30 per second. Abilities: Frozen Dragon, Breath, Flight, Twin Wing, Light Blade, Element, Devour Dragon, Might, Divine Mark. Race: White Dragon. Draconic Magic: Offensive, Blazing Ice Blade, Glacial Judgment, Ice Blade, Wind Blade, Thunder Mastery. Special: Anti-No-Fly Zone, Small Space, Super Acceleration, Purification, Detection, Enhancement. Why does every slumber of mine last longer than the inherited records? Is it because I am too strong? Theodore tilted his dragon head in thought. However, the hunger in his stomach roused him slightly. Glancing at the white dragon maiden and Cate, he swiftly went out to hunt. The entire dragon swept past like a gust of icy wind. The Arctic had just endured 3 years of polar night. Now the sky was azure and clear, all things awakening, and the frigid ice flowers bloomed under the sunlight. Theodore soared freely, quickly patrolling a radius of 50 miles centered on the nest. Finally, by a small river that had just thawed, he found a group of ice lizards that had just awakened and crawled out of their caves. Encountered by Theodore on the spot, they became a hearty meal. Not to mention anything else, the taste of second-tier magical beasts was far superior to ordinary animals, and the meat was very filling. It was a rare natural gift. On his way back, Cate also awoke. By now she had grown a pair of horns, her scales were more radiant, and an inexplicable air of pride surrounded her. Looking at Cate, who had also undergone great changes, Theodore was in high spirits and rewarded her with an ice lizard, telling her that after she was full she was to bring him 10 times as much of such delicacies. Unfortunately, when Theodore tried to view her status panel this time, Cate no longer allowed it. After all, at this stage, every dragon would have its own trump cards. Theodore understood. They then discussed magic together, sparred with each other, and researched whether to increase the coldness or impact force of their dragon breath, embarking on a series of studies. Meanwhile, an uninvited guest arrived in the Arctic. In a hotel in Cate Ring City of the Cadillac Kingdom, a golden-haired girl, who looked about 16, was dining with a kind and gentle youth. The golden-haired girl was devouring the food before her in a hotel room. With 7 or 8 empty bowls beside her, she drew the attention of everyone in the establishment. A single strand of hair stood on her head, adding a touch of cuteness. Her chest was flat, making it hard to imagine where the nutrition from her meals went. All right, eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Eating slowly is not allowed. That's what you taught me, teacher. The golden-haired girl puffed her cheeks, downed another bowl, wiped her mouth, and looked at the pink-haired youth with some dissatisfaction. We still have a goal. We need to observe the status of that one later, and ideally sign a non-aggression treaty with her. The pink-haired young man said expressionlessly. The girl was silent for a moment, then spoke bluntly. Teacher Bertram, regarding the endless winter wing, can we really trust the vague description from that count of this small kingdom? Bertram's expression turned serious as he nodded slightly, adopting a very authoritative tone to caution her. Naturally, it is trustworthy. He would not dare deceive us. Besides, we can consider it a training exercise. Didn't that warrior named Kaya mention several white dragons? Princess, now that you have drawn the sacred sword that the kingdom of Dihome had never been able to draw, it is a perfect time to train. As he spoke, he looked at the girl still frantically eating, and a ripple stirred within him. Though this princess had trained in swordsmanship since childhood and possessed unparalleled talent, whether she would be a blessing or a curse if she became the nation's queen remained uncertain, for she truly did not understand the hearts of people. The girl stopped eating, memories of the past flooding her mind, some sorrowful, some exhilarating, but most weighed heavily on her shoulders as the burden of the nation. Possessing the sword of victory and the sword of guardianship from the god of victory, she was already the irreplaceable next king. She could no longer be as lively as before, and she would have to endure experiences that were hard to bear. Having gained the recognition of her subjects, her strength was beyond doubt. Bertram looked at the girl before him, his heart filled with endless emotions. He had never expected her to draw the divine artifact, becoming a chosen one and earning the title of hero. Seeing the girl still eating incessantly, Bertram could not help but remind her, before ascending the throne you also need a bit of fame. A dragon slayer or a dragon tamer. As a princess with the atavistic bloodline of the red dragon, it should be easy for you. Dragon. Stephanie kept recalling the red dragon that frequently appeared in her dreams after she had drawn the sword of victory. Every time she saw that massive figure in her dreams, it felt as if she were looking at herself, like gazing into a mirror. Seeing Stephanie lost in thought with a dignified expression, Bertram assumed she was worried about her safety. He smiled and comforted her. But I also need to thoroughly confirm the condition of the endless winter wing. She has been gone for too long. Even though she was decisively defeated by the Silver Dragon hero during the 100-year chaotic war, she is still alive, and I am not at ease. She has been on the run for 10 years, as she might make a comeback, and even affect us like last time. After all, as one of the 5 great nations under the single emperor, we were also affected by the war she stirred up. As for that prophecy, it is something the Gugwa Empire should worry about. Prophecy. Did the Gugwa Empire not declare to the world 10 years ago that it had been defeated? Stephanie's expression grew heavy. This was a matter concerning the fall of the Gugwa Empire. Bertram smiled bitterly. Stephanie was still so naive. Prophecies were not so easily broken. Composing himself, he said very seriously, but the prophecy has not changed, it remains in a very turbulent state. The great god of fate and the orb of fate have yet to bestow the revelation of the prophecy's end. God, the orb of fate. Stephanie murmured. The orb of fate is the sage's life-bound artifact capable of observing the foreseeable future from the flow of fate emanating from the god of fate. Though the gods do not directly interfere with the world, we can still steal their power in moments. Bertram explained, and worried that the naive princess might not understand, he specifically pointed to the holy sword pattern on her wrist, although the gods do not care. By the way, that divine weapon is of the same level as your sword. All right, I'm full. Let's set off now. But there's an old fellow who has followed us as well. After chatting for a while, the two finally embarked on the journey to the ice field. Let's go, teacher. Let's go. Given that one's personality, we'll definitely have to fight a battle. Honestly, I've never fought such a terrifying existence. I hope I won't be killed on the spot. Teacher, just stretch your muscles. Anyway, her injuries should not have healed yet. Haha, aren't you afraid that I'll be killed outright? Teacher is very strong, I know. You are the most powerful legendary mage protecting our country in recent years. Haha, the princess flatters me. This country will rely on you in the future. This old bones of mine should retire now. The two walked down the street, Stephanie leading the way, Bertram following modestly behind, chatting incessantly. In the dragon's nest, the white dragon maiden suddenly opened her eyes, sensing the momentum surging through her body. With the aid of the special fluid generated by Theodore's divine rune, she had finally completely dispelled that will within her. Feeling the vast power returning to her, a satisfied expression appeared on her face. Her gaze finally fell upon the two young dragons, their mouths pressed together as they pushed dragon breath against each other. Theodore, you truly are my treasure. I wonder what other functions your divine rune possesses. By the way, if I were to swallow you whole, would I inherit that divine rune? But recalling the sword's warning, she buried that thought deep in her heart. Those blue-white vertical pupils identical to Theodore's were simply too terrifying. The injuries that had tormented the white dragon maiden for a decade finally dissipated, and now her legendary power had returned. Her domain could now bloom at will. With just a few years of quiet waiting, she would regain her prime. As she was thinking, she suddenly sensed an approaching presence. The white dragon maiden's expression grew grave, and after sending a message into the void, she raised her head to look at Theodore and Cate. Theodore, Cate, come here. What is it, mother? The two young dragons quickly ran over. A powerful enemy approaches. You should take the side route first and my followers will escort you. It's time you learn to grow independently. What kind of strength does this enemy possess? How dare they invade mother's territory? Theodore was utterly stunned. Given his mother's size and power, how could any enemy dare to attack? Moreover, he knew she hadn't ventured out to plunder treasure these past years. A dragon so disciplined and law-abiding should not face such threats. It's a human and an undead being. Let us go. You've reached adulthood. According to Tiamat's laws, you must establish your own power. In a few decades, we shall unite and assault Gugu. The white dragon's voice carried both gravity and a hint of excitement, a long-lost battle fever stirring within her. Roar understood, mother. Cate nodded seriously with her dragon head. Though she couldn't quite fathom why the white dragon was so elated today, both she and Theodore were planning to depart from this dragon's nest anyway, so she might as well go along with it. Roar. After giving her orders, the white dragon spread her wings and took flight toward the human settlement, her dragon aura so overwhelming it could shift heaven and earth itself. Theodore witnessed his mother's true majesty for the first time. The formidable dragon pressure was so intense it seemed to freeze life itself, causing even atoms to halt in their tracks as they drew near her. The momentum surged, endlessly terrifying, yet deeply alluring to dragons. How formidable this dragon aura is. Though we've already matured into young dragons capable of controlling our aura in combat, it cannot inflict real damage upon physical matter. We can only intimidate souls. Theodore gazed at the dragon maiden with complex emotions, though he had some anticipation. After all, given her colossal size, such power seemed natural. Mother is a legendary. Cate had yet to recover from her astonishment. A legendary was among the finest warriors across all planes of existence. In an era where deities remained absent, legendaries possessed the power to traverse multiple planes and wander the starry seas, some even strong enough to create half-planes. Come, Theodore, let us journey deeper into the glacier. As Cate spoke, she prepared to unfurl her wings. Deeper? Which direction is deeper? Theodore was equally bewildered. He had never ventured beyond the dragon maiden's territory, and from what he could recall, this place was simply the Arctic region. The sun hangs perpetually in the sky, and we're experiencing polar day here in the Arctic. There's no way to determine direction, leaving us completely disoriented. Nevertheless, we should part ways now. You take the left, I'll go right. Cate, next time we meet, all your treasure shall be mine. Roar, that's impossible. I'll definitely surpass you. Cate growled lowly at him, though Theodore felt a pang of reluctance in his heart as well. After all, they were siblings who had grown up together for over half a decade, but even young dragons faced competition between themselves. If the two dragons stayed together, their available resources and subordinates would be halved. For two dragons with such grand ambitions, this was simply unacceptable. Soon the siblings reached an agreement to reunite in over 20 years, then parted ways. Cate goes left, then I'll head right, Theodore thought to himself as he took off toward the right, flying swiftly, without any of Cate's magical concealment. Atop an iceberg, a young man with pink hair gazed solemnly toward the distant dragon's lair. Even without any magical perception, he could sense the ancient nightmare of humanity speeding toward them from ahead. Teacher, there are two incredibly powerful auras, one resembling a juvenile dragon, the other nearly matching that of a young adult dragon. Stephanie gripped the holy sword, her heterochromatic eyes, one red, one gold, staring seriously toward the left. Clearly she had her sights set on the stronger dragon looming on that side. Bertram spoke in a calm tone. It's up to you. Remember, what you need is practice, so don't rely too heavily on the holy sword at first. He knew Princess Stephanie's true capabilities well. She was legitimately an 8th level knight and 6th level magician, the absolute peak of her generation. Level assessments were calculated based on comprehensive abilities for warriors. Both physical prowess and magical affinity needed to reach the 8th tier before they could be considered truly 8th level. The same applied to magicians. Magical power had to match the required level. Without sufficient magical comprehension, one wouldn't be granted the corresponding rank or benefits by the Magic Guild unless their magical power or artistic attainment significantly exceeded the other. I understand, teacher. Stephanie nodded and raised her hand to cast the spell. Summoning magic. Holy soaring spirit steed. As Stephanie's words faded, a white magic circle materialized before them, and a magnificent white spirit steed appeared. The horse wore heavy white-gray armor with translucent wings flickering at its sides, making it appear almost ethereal. The holy soaring spirit steed was predominantly white, its exposed musculature radiating an aura of divinity and raw power. Stephanie mounted the steed directly, and as it galloped through the air toward Theodore's position, its speed shattered the sound barrier. As Stephanie's figure vanished before his eyes, Bertram gazed calmly upward at the sky. "Isn't it time you stopped this final frost wing?" No response requested. "Theodore carries something extraordinary within him. I have no doubt my child will prevail even if outward appearances suggest weakness." The white dragon's tone radiated absolute confidence. She understood the true significance of that divine rune, though she lamented she couldn't claim it for herself. "Your children? Those two are still hatchlings." Bertram was stunned by her words. He knew the final frost wing had fallen a decade ago, meaning those two dragons were barely 10 years old, 5 or 6 years younger than Stephanie. To already possess such massive size and that volume of magical power, it reminded him of the absurd tale someone once told him about a 1 or 2-month-old infant whose strength rivaled a 7th-level warrior. Such stories were laughable. "Ha ha ha, isn't this astonishing? This is my bloodline." Bertram's expression darkened considerably. Though he held no personal vendetta against this white dragon, the flames of war would inevitably consume the kingdom of Dihong, a human nation. The prophecy of the white dragon. Could it be that those two dragons are the fulfillers of that prophecy, the ones destined to destroy the Gugu Empire in the future? "Ha ha ha, you're not entirely foolish. But since you remain so composed, you must not be a legendary of the Gugu Empire." The white dragon maiden burst into unrestrained laughter, having already determined that the person before her wasn't among the Gugu Empire's mighty ones. "I am not. I am the recent legendary of Dihong. During the 20th year of your war with the Gugu Empire, I was merely a wandering fairy drifting through this world. A contract. You lot are not worthy." The white dragoness's draconic might press down, scattering the few clouds in the sky in an instant. An overwhelming sense of oppression constantly suppressed Bertram's magical power. "We merely wish to avoid being caught in the conflict between Gugu and the final winter wing for the sake of the people of Dihong. Minuscule ants, I am curious how you learned of my whereabouts. I have never once exhibited power above the epic level." At this moment, the white dragoness also yearned to join this battle that proclaimed her return. Yet she was more curious about how her whereabouts had been exposed. When she first came here, she had made thorough preparations. She had placed curses on those around her, turning them into her slaves, and concealed herself, cultivating 2 eggs that she had beseeched from Tiamat, using forbidden magic. Perhaps because Tiamat herself had bestowed a blessing, Theodore and Cate were both rather extraordinary. They could devour that formless, intangible emotion like 2 magnetic poles. She had also used this miraculous energy to reflect upon herself, healing most of her injuries. Otherwise, facing the continent's renowned vice president of the Magic Association, she could only flee. After all, Bertram was a grand mage, second only to the continent's sages. "I'm sorry, I cannot break the contract." Bertram refused to answer. He knew that once he spoke, the surrounding creatures would surely suffer the white dragon's vengeance. "Enough of this, I'll tear you apart first." Failing to obtain an answer, the white dragoness lost her patience. Magical power surged before her chest, and a massive blizzard swirled around her, as if to annihilate everything. "I do not wish to fight, but I wish to crush you. Filthy humans, cunning and deceitful, you are not worthy to negotiate with me." The white dragoness charged straight at them, her sharp claws emitting several cold gleams. "Then it must be this way." Bertram raised his staff. "Mother of the stars, let fall the weight of all things. God of blazing flames, drape that weight in a splendid veil." As Bertram's words fell, a brilliant light shone and a vast magic array appeared in the high sky, thousands of miles above. Then a rain of enormous meteors descended, carrying unimaginable impact and scorching temperatures. They hurtled toward the white dragon. The crimson meteors nearly blotted out the sky, making the white dragon's form appear minuscule in comparison. Facing the evolved version of the great fireball spell, which was exceptionally effective against white dragons, the white dragoness remained unperturbed. All this was merely a prelude to the war. The white dragon simply spread her wings, generating hurricane-force winds that scattered everything around. The dragon breath gathering in her mouth distorted the air. The moment it spewed toward the meteors, it seemed as if all life withered. Countless beings fled in terror, escaping this catastrophe, this top-tier battle beneath the plane. "Domain expand." Both roared simultaneously. In that instant, all things were doomed to destruction. Before the impact, even landed mountains and rivers burned, turning into vapor. The eternal daylight was dyed crimson. What was that? Theodore, who was flying, suddenly sensed a flash of white light streak past him, and he abruptly halted. "Stop." In the air, a golden-haired girl sat atop a snow-white sacred sky spirit horse, locking eyes with Theodore. It was only then that Theodore realized he had been surpassed in speed. Even though he wasn't flying at full speed, he was still moving at sonic velocity. To be overtaken so effortlessly shocked him. Seeing the horse beneath her, his doubts instantly dissolved. This was the sacred sky spirit horse, a symbol of speed and limits. Legend said it was the mount of the victory god before ascending to divinity. The sacred sky spirit horse was renowned for its speed, but its strength was forever capped at the 5th tier due to its excessive focus on speed. Though it was nearly the strongest of its rank in combat, its potential was sealed. After the victory god's ascension shook the myriad realms, many planes experienced a frenzy for the sacred sky spirit horse, driving the species to the brink of extinction. Now one appeared before him. Theodore also sensed that the golden-haired girl on its back was extraordinary, and she seemed to resemble a princess of a kingdom. The golden-haired girl wore a small crown on her head, a heavy knight's cloak, and a suit of ornate, yet elegant armored skirt. Her figure was petite, yet she emanated a faint, mysterious draconic aura, still weak, but present. Her golden locks seemed sacred and inviolable. She appeared about 165 meters tall, with a serious expression. A single cowlick on her head fluttered stubbornly in the wind, adding a touch of adorable stubbornness. Human, why do you block my path? A passing, ordinary knight. My name is Stephanie Pendragon. This horse is the guardian of the Lake of Victory, who contracted with me a year ago. The golden-haired girl with a straight face performed a standard knightly salute and replied with great seriousness. Where is your family? Theodore scrutinized the girl before him. Possessing a nearly extinct sacred sky spirit horse indicated that the kingdom behind her was no small power. It was unlikely that a major kingdom would allow a young princess to venture out alone. My family did not come with me to this extreme north. My teacher instructed me to detain you, sir, and go find a great white dragon to form a contract. The girl answered the white dragon's question earnestly, showing no fear of the massive creature before her. So your family isn't here, you brought no knights, and your teacher is busy and can't come. Theodore was somewhat astonished. Observing the girl's innocent and naive demeanor, he knew she wasn't some old witch's reincarnation. His wariness gradually eased. Then excitement welled up within him. A human about 15 years old couldn't be that strong, right? Although he was a few years younger than her, he was a dragon. Let's descend first before we talk. Flying at this height, I feel the cold. Theodore looked at her with sincere eyes. In the air his speed seemed slower than hers, so he'd better coax her down. I detest the cold too. Stephanie nodded slightly, and both of them gradually descended, landing in an icy forest. Now Theodore had fled 1,000 miles away, so he figured he wouldn't encounter the enemy the dragoness had mentioned. He gazed at the girl's exquisite face. A bold idea arose in his mind. He could kidnap a princess while escaping. If he could transform her into a dragon lineage. No need for transformation. The white dragon's blue-white pupils greedily appraised the girl before him. She actually bore the aura of a red dragon, and the red dragon blood within her was so rich. His thoughts grew even bolder. As the saying goes, no evil dragon is healthy without a princess in its claws. Moreover, the girl exuded such purity, her face so sacred, and she carried the scent of a red dragon, making him even more unwilling to let go. He wanted to trample her dignity repeatedly. He could even lure foolish heroes to come and bring him treasures. That's right, that's why I came. I cannot let you leave this place. I hereby formally declare, are you willing to be my companion? Ha ha ha. Companion? You mean pet, right? Ha ha ha, never mind. Heaven truly helps me. Receiving her definite reply, Theodore couldn't help but burst into laughter. This golden-haired girl was so foolish, following him down into this forest. Now that they had landed in the forest, the surrounding trees greatly restricted her spirit horse. The horse's speed could only be fully utilized in a straight line. Theodore was now fully confident he could capture the golden-haired girl alive. Her gaze was resolute, but she seemed rather naive. Since she could tame the spirit horse, she must have some strength. But at her age of 14, how strong could she be? Plus red dragon blood, a princess, a knight. All the checkboxes were filled. She was practically a gift from the gods. It would be a shame not to take her. White dragon, why do you laugh so wildly? Stephanie looked at him with some surprise, unable to understand the situation. Without reinforcements, you dare to block the great white dragon king. Petty human, seeing your looks, I grant you the chance to submit. As a princess of a kingdom, I cannot submit to any dragon. White dragon, how dare you speak such arrogant words? The kingdom of Theodore shall not be insulted. A golden longsword appeared in Stephanie's hand, aimed at Theodore. Her face was filled with stubbornness and seriousness, as if she had suffered a great insult. Theodore dismissed it casually. Seeing the girl release the spirit horse, he inwardly doubted her intelligence. Nevertheless, he spread his wings with an air of arrogance, exuding dragon might so majestic that one could not look directly at him. He intended to strike her down, discipline her a little, then continue his journey to find a suitable territory, and then continue the training. In his eyes, the golden-haired girl lowered her head with a sullen face, her eyes flickering with curiosity and seriousness as she examined his body, her thoughts unknown. The teacher said I should not rely too much on the holy sword, the girl said, as if having made up her mind. She suddenly lifted her face, looked at the semi-flying white dragon, and forced a serious smile. She casually withdrew the sword of victory from her hand. But Theodore, startled, had a foreboding thought, and quickly swung his claw toward the girl. Bang! A loud noise rang out. His claw stopped abruptly, met by an unimaginable force. The girl had supported the dragon's claw with one hand, and in terms of strength, she overpowered him. Now Theodore was fully alert, abandoning any thought of chivalry. He tightened his other claw to grab her, while the other claw swung a fist to strike. At the same time, he opened his mouth to spew a breath. But to Stephanie, all this was too slow. She reached out and pulled hard, dragging the entire dragon down, then delivered a powerful spinning kick to the dragon's head. Bang! Her slender, fair legs displayed astonishing power. The tremendous force of the kick sent Theodore's body flying upward into the sky, and the dragon's breath shot from his mouth, spraying into the mountains beside. Immediately, a huge explosion sounded. The massive breath traced from the ground up to the sky, and Theodore's entire body, along with his head, was kicked into the air. Bang! Bang! Then the girl, clearly faster, quickly followed up. With one jade-like foot stepping on the dragon's head, she delivered another spinning kick, sending him crashing down. Rumbling sounds rang out as the nearby trees were crushed by Theodore's massive body. A bang sounded again, leaving a huge crater in the ground with hundreds of cracks spreading around it. For a moment, Theodore was dizzy and dazed, and it took a few seconds to recover. Now he finally understood why Carter had been captured alive by those three people. It was clearly because he had underestimated others, thinking he could bulldoze his way through with his dragon size, only to meet a hard wall. And he had just done the same. Moreover, the girl before him seemed stronger than him. How could that be? She looked nowhere near his size, yet her small body contained immense power. Watching the girl approach, Theodore could only gather magic in his mouth. A dragon's strength lies in close combat and magic. But now close combat was not in his favor and magic was evenly matched. This deprived the dragon of his greatest advantage, making it extremely difficult to defeat the opponent. Stephanie looked at the dragon lying on the ground and walked over cautiously. She thought that since she had taught him a lesson, he would accept her invitation this time. Besides, she lacked a mount. A dragon, a long-lived and powerful being, was perfect for fighting alongside her. Moreover, the white dragon before her appeared to be only an adolescent. But his strength was equivalent to that of a young adult dragon already qualified to be her partner. Suddenly, thousands of miles away, the sky was instantly enveloped in red light. A massive magic circle appeared, and a gigantic meteor accompanied by a group of smaller meteors, each at least 100 miles in size, descended at 40 times the speed of sound, carrying the golden flames of the sun's core. The terrifying heat affected even this area. The immense pressure, the spectacular sight, and the familiar magical energy instantly caught Stephanie's attention. Teacher! The red light was suddenly replaced by cold air, and a massive aurora appeared, shattering the meteor. Then from the distant land, a rumbling sound erupted. Endless shockwaves scoured the mountains and plains, sweeping toward this area. Just as she was slightly startled by the blue light over there, Theodore suddenly lifted his head, the dragon breath he had been gathering for a long time ready. Taking advantage of Stephanie's momentary distraction, he spat it out. Although he didn't know what was happening over there, it was more important to deal with the seemingly slender girl first. The terrifying power she had just displayed and the pain on his dragon had left a deep impression. Stephanie also sensed the sudden, huge magical fluctuation nearby and knew it was the white dragon's struggle, but she didn't pay much attention. Instead, she turned her face directly to the terrible dragon breath. With a loud boom, just like the massive dragon breath that had shattered the meteor in the distance, it destroyed the forest around them. The freezing light directly struck everything in front, piercing through the entire forest, dropping the temperature to over minus 150 degrees Celsius, and the air began to slowly condense. Did it succeed? Theodore looked at the forest destroyed by the cold. The area before him was obscured by magic and cold, and he could not sense the girl's magic or life force. I should have won. Theodore remained alert. He had just exhaled most of his magic in one breath, and such a powerful breath was his first time. Its power even startled him. Such a strong attack would leave him half dead if he took it directly. A human should be reduced to nothing. Indeed worthy of the white dragon's renowned ultimate move. Its impact and cold exceeded my expectations. What? Theodore was shocked, and quickly flew up to create distance. But with the blessing of a god, I can easily withstand such powerful attacks. Even without the holy sword, you are no match for me. Then a gust of wind blew away the magic and cold, and the girl appeared before him, completely unharmed. What is going on? Theodore couldn't believe it. He was sure he had just hit Stephanie. So why was she unharmed? The reflection of the sword of victory is a sword of protection. Its purpose is to guard the sword of victory, and it exists in a small pocket dimension. Without the power to instantly destroy that dimension, or a special energy that can cover the entire dimension, it is impossible to harm me. Stephanie's words struck Theodore's heart. If what she said was true, he couldn't hurt her at all. Then what about a curse? As if sensing Theodore's thoughts, Stephanie said directly, whether poison, cold, or curses, anything that affects victory will be blocked by it. Unless you can unleash an attack of high legendary level, you might be able to harm me. But even then it's only possible unless it's also a divine power. A god's blessing, I see. Without legendary magic, it's impossible to harm you. But you actually told me. Theodore, upon hearing this explanation, understood it was the blessing of the victory god. His heart sank to the bottom. Faced with such a situation, he had no way to fight. He couldn't even outfly the spirit horse. This situation was a deadlock. Could he only lose and become her mount, forever guarding a kingdom? How could that be? He was a dragon. Even if he died, he would not become a guardian dragon of a nation. After all, few dragons ended well, and human greed far exceeded that of dragons. Even if he didn't die and wore, the thought of bowing forever to a lowly hereditary king was intolerable. Because it's impossible to hide, most people already know. Stephanie's tone was cold. Finally, she looked at the white dragon and extended her hand again. White dragon, I ask you once more, as the future queen, are you willing to be my partner and guard our kingdom with me? No way, Theodore roared. Various magics appeared and hailstones swirled around him as if cutting everything. His wings were wrapped in various lights, emitting death rays. He strengthened every part of his body and charged at Stephanie with all his might. Roar! Forgive my intrusion. Stephanie snorted coldly, conjuring a long sword from her mana and charging forward with equal ferocity. She ignored the hailstorms swirling around the white dragon. The high-density mana sword easily left marks on Theodore's body. Even dragon scales could not withstand her relentless, precise strikes. After two collisions, Theodore swiftly soared into the sky, ready to unleash his dragon breath. Yet he found his mana disrupted, and his body suddenly burdened by a heavy force enveloping him entirely. His entire dragon form plummeted at extreme speed, barely stabilizing through an anti-flight spell, but this gave Stephanie an opening. Even such basic magic I can use. Stephanie charged forward again. The maiden enhanced herself with various spells, boosting her speed, strength, and more, appearing before him almost instantly. Theodore had no time to think. He directly aimed his energy at her. Even if it missed, it would buy him a moment. But Stephanie cleaved through the dragon breath, rushed in, and swiftly sliced away the gales and hailstones surrounding him. She struck a mighty blow at his dragon head. Theodore applied all his reinforcement magic to his neck, barely avoiding decapitation, but a bone-deep wound remained. Damn. The pain tormented Theodore, who was constantly suppressed. For a dragon adept in close combat, being outmatched in melee was agonizing. Finally, the maiden seized Theodore's upper jaw, performed a shoulder throw, and slammed him to the ground. Her sword sliced across his wing, leaving another bone-deep gash. Even with reinforcement magic strengthening his scales and claws, he could not defend against her sword imbued with sword intent. And his own attacks proved utterly ineffective. Being completely dominated in close combat was infuriating for Theodore. As the battle intensified, thunderous roars accompanied Theodore's bellows. The aftermath of a legendary battle swept in from afar. An overwhelming shockwave collapsed the thousand-jong icebergs around Theodore, crashing against their bodies and spreading outward, diminishing as it went. Then a colossal avalanche like a monstrous wave raised 10,000-jong snow and rolled directly toward them. Theodore used the traits of his dragon scales to break free from the avalanche, unleashing various ice spells that swept through the snow. They clashed again, matching each other for a brief moment. Beneath the avalanche, two figures collided repeatedly. As the maiden adapted, the larger figure was eventually almost completely suppressed. Dragon scales shattered, a horn broke off, and one wing was twisted. Yet the maiden remained unscathed. Even amid the avalanche's crushing force, not a single snowflake touched her dress. Theodore's dragon eyes glared at the maiden, his face twisted with unwillingness as he roared his defeat. Damn it, how can this be? How could I lose so utterly? His entire body trembled with rage and resentment. Watching the golden-haired figure approach with malevolence, her blue-white vertical pupils seemed to burn with frozen fire, turning into blazing fury. Damn it, a mere human dares to defeat me. Unforgivable. You already deserve death. An absurd thought rose from the depths of his soul, nearly driving Theodore mad. A dragon like himself defeated by a mere human just because of a single level difference. How infuriating. Extreme rage flooded Theodore's soul. It's over. Though you're only one level higher, your strength surpasses that of an ordinary 8 level. But you met me. Stephanie ignored the white dragon's furious glare, cautiously advanced, and drew the sword of victory, intending to end him. As the first dragon she would slay, Stephanie granted him the honor of being killed by the sword of victory. He was the first, but certainly not the last. White dragon, then you shall. Roar. Theodore suddenly went berserk. The triangular patterns on his back emerged again, emitting a light that materialized, sending Stephanie flying. Stephanie felt her soul tremble, then her entire body was blasted away by an invisible force. She rolled several times in the snow, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Wiping it away, shock surged within her like a storm. She never expected such a situation. She had been injured by a mere adolescent white dragon. Her teacher had said that even an adult dragon could hardly harm her now. She was the strongest among the continent's younger generation, a being unparalleled in the world, the chosen one. Yet now that strange light had pierced directly through her guardian's sword, ignoring the god's blessing. That light seemed to exhibit absolute hierarchical dominance. This situation made her wonder, was the white dragon also a chosen one? And the being who chose him had a rank no less than the god of victory, possibly even higher. But how could that be? Stephanie stared at the white dragon, who now seemed to have solidified into ice. At this moment, blue flames erupted from Theodore's young horns, exuding an icy aura. The cold light even began to freeze the air. Stephanie wanted to draw the holy sword and charge forward, but a strange dragon might press down upon her. This dragon might felt odd, as if the triangles on the white dragon's body were improperly fusing with him. Yet even so, the might seemed to freeze the red dragon blood within her. These half-formed triangles piled up on his back, spreading to his wings, and finally encircling Theodore's dragon head. The white patterns were close in color to his white scales, but she could clearly perceive their difference, a sacred sensation. As if everything could be saved, an illusion tinged with a hint of destructive desire. After the patterns appeared, his dragon body expanded from 18 meters long to over 30 meters, then stopped. A magical light surged within him. It was Stephanie's power replicated and transformed into pure light, merging into his body. Now icy light seeped from the gaps between his pure white scales, and even blue freezing lightning crackled around him, exuding terrifying might. He's grown so much. What do the patterns on his back mean? The interlocking patterns of broken and complete triangles had a rank far above legend. They were likely blessings from the dragon gods. But his base attributes are still too low. Victory is still possible. Stephanie sensed the terrible dragon might had dissipated. She originally thought she was a level higher and wielded 2 divine artifacts. Following the knightly path, she hadn't used her full strength from the start. She even intended to use him to train her dragon-slaying swordsmanship. After all, her teachers had said fighting dragons was completely different from fighting humans. But the current situation left her no choice but to be serious. This was her first real battle, and she could not lose. Stephanie began to cast magical enhancements. Acceleration, physique enhancement, agility, precognition. Dozens of spells empowered her in an instant. Her gaze burned with battle intent as she faced the white dragon ready to charge. Perhaps she could no longer defeat him, but the scene before her only intensified her fighting spirit and her yearning for victory. So this is my ability, the form manifested by the divine pattern on my panel. After the patterns spread to his dragon head, Theodore regained consciousness. A surge of power enveloped his entire body. Theodore felt as if he had inexhaustible strength. Checking his size, he found it had nearly doubled. The dense, high-quality mana within him gave Theodore immense confidence. Although his magical level hadn't increased, the mana felt unusually crude with low energy efficiency. That was his first impression after the all-around boost. But it was enough to deal with her. Now the true battle began. Theo watched Stephanie charging toward him and decisively unleashed a torrent of dragon breath. A white-blue brilliance surged like a pillar, piercing the heavens, yet she chose not to withstand it head-on. She had a premonition that if struck, his guardian sword would no longer be able to disregard the peculiar nature of the white dragon's power. Even if the damage were reduced by 90%, the force would seep directly into his blade. Now, should that come to pass, the consequences would be dire. With that thought, the maiden drew her victor's sword, executed a sidestep rolling leap to dodge, and split 9 illusory afterimages through magic, each hurtling toward Theo in different directions. Violent frost blades. The ice shards that now swirled around Theo spun like a ferocious storm, carving out an absolute domain within 50 meters of him. Realizing she could no longer ignore this threat, only the original could bear the rapidly rotating storm and strike at his true body. And indeed, Stephanie's 8 avatars were instantly shattered. Only her true form remained, frantically parrying the incoming ice blades with her holy sword, which sliced through them as though they were nothing more than paper. She then swiftly slashed toward the white dragon's body. Knowing her weapon was a divine artifact, Theo dared not tank it directly and activated a super acceleration to evade her lateral strike. He immediately cast purification and mana nullification magic, forming a unique domain around himself, a field entirely immune to interference, preventing her from harnessing surrounding elements for battle. After all, his current mass surpassed the combined size of both of them, if not for the fact that her divine artifact could not be replicated. Its foundational sharpness alone could sever anything, making close combat nearly impossible for him. Had she possessed comparable power, how could she possibly be his match? Seeing that the anti-air magic could no longer suppress Theo, she frowned deeply. In this situation, she summoned her spirit steed, but its frail strength rendered it unable to approach the white dragon's raging ice blade storm. Finally, relying on her well-developed calf muscles, she used ice blocks as stepping stones, leveraging Theo's rotating ice blades and surrounding air as platforms. However, she could not remain airborne for long. This greatly reduced her speed. Upon witnessing this, Theo knew his opportunity had arrived. In such conditions, she could not leverage her attacks effectively to evade swiftly. Gapping his massive jaws, he directed a beam of dragon breath straight at the girl as she plummeted from the sky. Boom. A blue-white radiance met her upon impact, birthing an energy sphere over 10 kilometers tall as devastating shockwaves scorched the ground. Simultaneously as the dragon breath hammered the earth, a strange mutation occurred. The ice energy sphere formed by the breath underwent a shape transformation, then dissipated entirely, as though something had absorbed it. The maiden gripped her holy sword and charged again unscathed. Though your sacred blade may be sharp, it cannot touch me, rendering it futile. Theo sneered, intending to repeat his previous tactic. This time, however, drawing upon prior experience, the maiden utilized a sudden acceleration skill and managed to slash him directly with her holy sword. But due to the blade's length, it could not penetrate his flesh. As expected, now that my body has grown larger, your sword can only chip my dragon scales, not wound my flesh. Theo's tone grew increasingly arrogant, yet within his heart, he held this adversary in high regard. The sharpness of her sacred sword far exceeded his expectations. Yet its length proved merely equal to the thickness of his dragon scales, giving him little cause for concern. But sensing his thoughts, the maiden merely smirked coldly as light shimmered across her victor sword. A colossal surge of icy energy erupted before them, guided by the holy sword and striking straight at the white dragon. The chilling familiarity of this frost sent Theo's expression darkening. This power was his own dragon breath, collected by the maiden, compressed, and launched back at him. Faced with this near strike, Theo could only reinforce his defenses and endure. Boom. A massive explosion erupted along a line through the white dragon's belly as the compressed force detonated upon impact with his abdomen. Countless frost shards scattered in every direction, instantly reviving the white dragon's pain. The maiden seized the moment to attempt beheading the dragon, but Theo dodged with all his strength. The golden-haired maiden frowned deeply. He was too agile, she needed wide-area attacks. Grasping her holy sword above her head, light condensed within a 100-meter radius. Theo could read her intentions. This divinely inscribed enhanced form was truly over 100 times more formidable than before. Only by imbuing his mana with special attributes could he harm the maiden before him. His strongest attack remained dragon breath, and Theo lacked confidence in directly overpowering her. After contemplation, he gazed upward, remaining silent for a moment. Theo gathered dragon breath once more. Worried about insufficient power, he forcefully wove lightning, an element he was unfamiliar with, into his ice element breath. The fusion of both forces created constant electrical discharge from his mouth, clearly a side effect of hastily combining newly learned dragon tongue magic with his ice without mastery. Both forces were incredibly volatile and powerful. Their chaotic collision caused pain in his dragon jaws, yet he suppressed it. Nearly concentrating all his magical power into this single strike, he declared, "Come then. This shall be my most powerful attack. You are strong, white dragon, the first of your kind I have ever encountered. But you will certainly not be the last. I shall forever remember you. You are also the strongest human I have ever met, golden-haired princess. No, rather, knight. If possible, after this battle, I shall devour you alive." Theo responded to the maiden's words, who neither believed they would lose. "I apologize, but I have vowed to protect my nation. As its supreme leader, I shall never succumb to a vile dragon." "That nation must be your weakness, then." Theo's lip curled into a sneer, his eyes brimming with greed and destruction. "Insolence." Enraged, the golden-haired maiden's holy sword blazed even brighter. Their power had reached epic proportions and continued ascending. Let this strike determine victory. Both faced each other with resolute determination. Facing the colossal golden ray descending from the heavens upon him, Theo unleashed his full strength against it. The moment the beam erupted, the snow beneath his feet shattered and melted instantly. A terrifying energy clash erupted high in the sky as the two forces collided and continuously canceled each other out, both endlessly amplifying their magical output. An opportunity. Theo harbored a silent smirk within his heart and cast the magic he had prepared earlier in the sky above the maiden. Frost Judgment. In an instant, the maiden's expression shifted dramatically. She had foreseen the impending heavenly verdict. Glancing upward, she indeed witnessed a colossal magical formation unfolding simultaneously. To resort to such petty tricks goes against the code of knighthood. She glared furiously at the great dragon before her, utterly surprised by such shamelessness. Furthermore, he had mastered such a devastating high-damage spell, an impossibility she found incomprehensible. According to records, white dragons only barely learned a few spells upon reaching adolescence. During their earlier clashes, he had already employed 5 or 6 magics. Indeed, the dragon sovereign's chosen ones were truly extraordinary. Clouds were blasted apart as a blue radiance 100 meters wide laden with supreme coldness descended directly upon the maiden. The devastating air pressure bore down upon her crown. In the moment her focus wavered, his breath attacked, seized the opening, shattering her barrier as it surged toward her simultaneously. It is over. Do not call me despicable. After all, I am a vicious dragon. Seeing victory within his grasp, Theo could not help but smile. Boom. The dragon's breath directly pierced through her sword light, and together with the heavenly cold judgment, it crashed down upon the maiden. Extreme power bloomed in an instant, and the terrible radiance became the source that annihilates all. The raging shockwave sent the snow covering these icebergs rolling like ocean waves, creating a series of avalanches. As it burst forth when Theodore believed he had secured his victory, he realized something was amiss. How is this possible? Why is there only impact force, and why haven't those two energies exploded? Theodore stared in bewilderment at the white mist before him. In an instant, a brilliant golden radiance suddenly rose before him, revealing the answer to the white dragon. The heaven-filling golden light seemed to declare that victory was forever held in the maiden's palm. Theodore felt as if the factor of his victory was being stripped away, his body gradually weakening, and his energy turned into light streaming toward the maiden's sword. The judgment light and dragon's breath emitted such dazzling radiance, yet their power seemed completely dominated. The law of victory was overturned in this moment. This reminded him of the scene before, and his heart trembled uncontrollably. So this is the true form of the sword of victory, dominating all factors that lead to one's defeat, then reversing them to turn the tide. Amid that extreme radiance, a steady voice carrying a hint of surprise rang out, confirming Theodore's thoughts completely. He looked at the figure now revealed by the bending energy, a trace of fear in his eyes. Framed by the golden light, it was as if the world itself was cheering for her. Her golden hair lifted, and before him stood the bravest, noblest, purest, and most sacred maiden. This was her true stance, holding the golden longsword. Like an unsurpassable sovereign, the mightiest knight, standing before him, evoking no thought of transgression, only the gaze to admire her peerless face. The golden radiance in her hand was like the most exquisite drama composing victory. How is this possible? Is this the power of a god? This is the reversal of causality, a rebellion against the world, twisting the laws of the universe. The divine artifact has fully awakened. White Dragon, thank you for letting me witness the true face of the artifact, and understand why my teacher held me in such high regard. This power. I can't move. As soon as the maiden spoke, Theodore was astonished to find himself completely immobilized. His defensive power was stripped away, and his consciousness grew hazy. The space around him was locked along with the position, creating an inevitable strike. Only under the influence of the divine rune did he barely regain his consciousness, staring dully at the pure maiden before him. She seemed to be the sole radiance of the world. Her golden hair was so brilliant, her hands so fair and strong, and her figure swinging the sword was so sacred. Before him stood a supreme goddess. I must have her. This absurd thought arose in his heart in an instant. But he quickly suppressed it, his gaze turning fervent. White Dragon, the cause of your defeat is already sealed. This strike once drawn is sure to hit. The maiden's words brought his consciousness back to the reality of impending execution. Is this the true divine artifact? Theodore looked bitterly at the incoming attack, completely unable to block it. Without overwhelming power, how could he ever obtain her to keep as a delicate figurine? And Theodore also realized that the light he had fought earlier was likely just simple mana infused into the victorious radiance. In simple terms, it was merely releasing the holy sword's mana externally. But absorption, storage, transformation, and attack were the basic attributes of this holy sword. Now the true power of the sword of victory had awakened. This reversal of laws, this authority over victory. This was clearly the power of a god, so why did it appear on an ordinary person? Moreover, if his guess was correct, the maiden's ability to fight for so long, aside from the vast mana from her red dragon bloodline, also relied on the function of the guardian sword. This is utterly unfair. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling a sense of loss. This was probably what humans called cheating, a cheat bestowed by the gods themselves. An ordinary dragon trying to defy the heavens and resist the will of the plane's administrator was like an egg striking a rock, utterly fragile. Victory obtained through reliance on divine power is not moral. But I apologize, White Dragon, a dragon like you is far too dangerous for humanity. She also understood how powerful the awakened holy sword was. Wielding such a mighty artifact and relying on it to defeat him clearly violated her knightly code. But this dragon was far too unusual. The chaotic pattern of white triangles, though quite beautiful, had brought such a powerful transformation to this dragon. It was unmistakably an aberrant dragon, and now that they were enemies, she would never leave this disaster unchecked. God Earth. Star God. Holy sword. Theodore's mind exploded with realization. He also had a holy sword. Yes, he had one too. But his holy sword had been taken by the dragon girl. What to do, what to do? His heart was filled with anxiety. Now at a critical moment of life and death, he found that his own holy sword was not in his possession. He tried to summon it repeatedly in his heart, silently chanting the holy sword, and then shouted it aloud in reality. Holy sword, my holy sword. Is this despair? The maiden looked at the white dragon, making strange noises, a hint of puzzlement in her eyes. On the other side, the white dragon girl's face was not good. What was happening? How had her sword broken free from her restraint and disappeared? No. The white dragon girl roared, spreading her wings and flapping furiously. This was a divine-level treasure, even if it didn't belong to her. What's happening? Bertram was bewildered by Endless Winter Wing's sudden shout, but he still cast dozens of defensive spells on himself. Could it be that Endless Winter Wing had discovered another legendary? That shout was either an attack or a warning. He became alert to the surroundings. Come out, we've already spotted you. Bertram shouted loudly, using magic, raising his hand above his head. Thousands of magical arrays stacked in the sky. It was clearly a scene of unleashing a powerful skill. Misunderstanding, I came to help you. A figure in a black robe appeared beside them. It was not quite human, a skull head with no eyes, but emitting strange red light. The body was tightly wrapped in black cloth. The left hand was all bone without a trace of skin or flesh, while the right hand was as vibrant as a baby's with unusually smooth skin. Necromancer, I knew you were following us. So it's you. Bertram breathed a sigh of relief. He had spotted this person's traces in the city as well. But he hadn't cared, for as a fellow legendary he was far stronger. Moreover, this necromancer was a sworn enemy of dragons, unlikely to ally with Endless Winter Wing. I happen to need a dragon skeleton so powerful. The necromancer didn't mind, his gaze greedily fixed on the dazed white dragon girl. As expected of the legendary dragon that had faced the Gugo Empire for 100 years. Even severely wounded, it was still so formidable. Those sturdy limbs were a perfect masterpiece of heaven, the ultimate combat weapon. And he had just arrived, being extremely skilled in hiding and scavenging, but was directly discovered. What are you talking about? This white dragon is the mortal enemy of all humans on the continent. If the legends from Gugo heard that, they would surely criticize you. The white dragon girl composed herself, refocused on the two opponents before her, and vented her anger over the sword's self-willed departure on them. I only wanted to sign a peace treaty. And now you don't have the power to defeat our nation. We don't have much. Enough. You are not worthy. Bertram was cut off by the white dragon girl. She flapped her wings continuously, sending a terrible storm toward them, clearly preparing for a 1 versus 2 battle. True, I am indeed not worthy. But the commotion of our battle is huge. By now the people from the Gugo Empire have surely heard the noise and are heading this way. Bertram, facing Endless Winter Wing's disregard for his face, snorted coldly and began countermeasures. The necromancer also took out his staff made of dragon bone, surrounded by hundreds of various eyes that spun wildly, full of grotesque energy that seemed to devour souls. Black light surrounded him as he launched the first attack against the white dragon. Light burst forth, countless aurora-like beams spanning 20 kilometers converged here, and as the girl wielded the sword hilt, they surged toward Theodore like a side launch. So bright, this must be the hope of the world. As far as the eye could see, the world was enveloped in golden light. Theodore felt immense despair. He had only been in this world for 5 years, and now faced his end. Such a fleeting dragon life, though perhaps he would never summon that holy sword for eternity. After all, he truly was not the human hero. This power, even amplified to such an extent, is utterly impossible to contend with. No, Theodore recalled the words of the dragon girl. The first hero was the star god, the savior of the world. The world. Yes, why must he be the human hero? Even if he were to save, it would be the world, not the humans who were lifted up by the earth. He could also be the dragon's hero, even the world's hero. If a hero must face the demon king, then he could fight the demon king as well. Why had he been resisting this identity? Moreover, this title was given by humans. The true name of the earth was the star god. The previous star god had ushered in the age of humans, so he could also usher in the age of dragons. He felt the divine pattern on his back gradually develop, a dazzling white light growing hotter and hotter until the pattern completely merged with his will, and the strange dragon might became ordinary. Theodore looked up, and the holy sword appeared before him, transforming into triangular shields of light particles. With a booming sound, the terrifying force fell entirely upon this light, blocking the attack. What this is? Stephanie was stunned. The strongest strike she had ever used in her life had been blocked just like that. And she was horrified to discover that the laws and will emitted by her sword of victory had been frozen. How could this be? That was law's causality, a concept-level ability. How could it be frozen? Stephanie's gaze kept shifting, and finally, she stared fixedly at the holy sword before her. She couldn't believe this fact. The god's sword had been sealed by a dragon. Moreover, this sword seemed to exist simultaneously in the past, present, and future. It carried the mark of Theodore, who would become an ancient dragon decades later, and the icy radiance it emitted could freeze, and solidify everything. At the same time, the sword was adapting to Theodore, its power constantly shifting, transforming into a holy sword exclusive to him, forever following his will. As a dragon hero, he overturned the concepts of humans and dragons. Great. Just like before, it can fly over to help on its own. With such a holy sword, being a world hero isn't so bad. On the contrary, Theodore was very excited. The divine pattern could indeed summon this holy sword. Now it seemed his previous misunderstanding of the hero identity was the reason. That was why he couldn't summon it, this divine artifact that belonged to him. Watching the invisible shield of light that was now bravely withstanding the laser, he had a feeling that his subconscious had altered the shape of the holy sword. How is that possible? How could you also have a holy sword? And this light actually contains so much hope. After a moment of stupor, Stephanie realized that the light seemed to be a symbol of hope, an aggregate of the ideal of saving the world, yet there was a faint turbidity within it. This sacred power actually appeared on a wicked dragon. It was simply unbelievable, a reality hard for her to accept. Such power could well be called the radiance of the gods. Even she had only barely gained the recognition of the god of victory through immense hardship. How could he, a wicked dragon, wield power that symbolized pure goodness and hope? Wasn't this power meant only for humans? It was fundamentally impossible for a wicked dragon to use this power. If someone had told her this, Stephanie would have thought they were playing a ridiculous joke on her. But the truth was right before her eyes, leaving her no choice but to believe. Now we can finally fight on equal terms. Theodore tried to control the light transformed from the holy sword. Indeed, it could be attached to every part of his body. He immediately jumped up in excitement. He finally had a weapon of the same level. In close combat, he no longer had to worry about being pummeled directly. Previously, when facing the girl before him, his defense had been as good as nothing. White Dragon. The girl composed herself, her gaze fixed on Theodore with determination. She knew now that this dragon might be the most troublesome opponent she had ever encountered in her life. Today a winner must be decided, or he would cause irreparable harm to this world and all of humanity. Oh, come on. Theodore showed no fear at all. He directly changed his previous combat style, accelerating and strengthening himself, then charged forward with a fierce impact. He mobilized the light transformed from the holy sword, gathered it on the surface of his claws, forming a thin film, and viciously slapped toward the girl. Stephanie hurriedly parried with her sword blade. A loud bang sounded. This time Theodore's dragon scales were not directly cut, but instead produced a crisp clashing sound. Space was torn open, a small gap by the holy sword's property, and Theodore's immense power sent Stephanie flying. So fast, such tremendous force from the claws. Stephanie felt the power transmitted through her sword was instantly shaken and spat out blood, flying out like a kite with a broken string. Her petite body crashed into the snow, sending up a flurry of snowflakes, then burst out again. Stephanie felt something jump before her eyes and abruptly looked up. Above, still flying backward in the air, Stephanie saw Theodore's ferocious dragon mouth, its sharp teeth about to bite her head off directly. She could only desperately raise her sword to block. Clang! She supported the sword with both hands and braced her feet against the lower jaw. The white dragon's immense force numbed her hand bones instantly, as she couldn't withstand it at all. Bones and blood vessels began to rupture, and blood from the corner of her mouth slowly flowed into the giant dragon's mouth. Stephanie exerted force with her calves, quickly leaving the dragon's mouth, and wielded her sword to attack his eyes. But it was swiftly dodged. Theodore had no intention of being gentle, and at the same time, he swept his tail directly at her. With a bang, rumble, the snow surface directly caved in, and the powerful impact sent the surrounding snow flying, blasting into the ground, forming a natural giant pit. Stephanie spat out more blood, even though the guardian sword had blocked most of the power. Still, she felt her internal organs had shifted. The sound of bones cracking was loud, and her head was buzzing, as if she might faint at any moment. How could this be? Stephanie's eyes were filled with disbelief. She had the protection of a god. She tried to push up the massive tail with both hands, but it was useless. The pain all over her body made her collapse completely. Finally, Theodore grabbed her head with his claws and lifted her up. Stephanie looked at the ferocious dragon, had a hint of despair in her eyes. This dragon is a chosen one like me. He doesn't have a divine artifact like the guardian sword for all-around defense, yet he can still suppress me. My teacher said that with 2 divine artifacts I was invincible except to legends, yet now I have been defeated head-on. How could this be? She couldn't believe this fact. How could she fail? Moreover, her strength was a level higher than the white dragon's, which made her, who was almost invincible, begin to see her belief in invincibility shatter. This time I win. What a pity it will take a long time to kill you. Theodore looked at the golden-haired girl who was covered in sweet sweat. Actually, she wasn't sweating at all. It was only the blood he had beaten out of her. Her guardian sword could also keep her from hunger and fatigue. Theodore thought, then extended his large tongue and licked the girl. Wait. The taste is wrong. This blood is sweet and feels strange. Is it red dragon blood? No, I need another taste. Theodore licked a few more times from head to toe. Don't think he's a pervert, it's just that the detection magic was too useless, it required intimate contact to find out her condition. And even then the information obtained was minimal, perhaps something was blocking his detection, preventing him from getting any useful information, so he had to lick a few more times. No. Stephanie's face was flushed red, feeling strange with her clothes soaked through and his saliva smell on her body, which made her extremely uncomfortable. You can't even speak properly. How about becoming my follower? I can let you go. You know in this form I can still do it, but it will take some time. Theodore said, lifting the girl above his head, gently parting her clothes, chuckled softly, looked down, and blew a breath. You deserve to die. Stephanie shouted furiously, trying to pry his claws apart with her hands, but failing. Pink. I never expected a golden-haired, blue-eyed lofty princess to wear pink. And you're a knight. Truly, all kinds of people exist. I thought you'd wear gold or white. Theodore was very surprised, as if he had found treasure, and grabbed her head, shaking it constantly, as if taking revenge for the earlier beating. You? Stephanie gritted her teeth, and inwardly consoled herself that fortunately no one had witnessed this scene. Everything is about to end. Theodore had already detected her attributes: Stephanie, Pendragon race, human gender, female element, attribute, all bloodline, red dragon god, of victory, magic power. 00 guardian sword. Weapons: guardian sword, sword of victory. Appraisal comment: this is a humanoid red dragon possessing multiple divine weapons, handle with caution. Theodore saw the panel, and couldn't help exclaiming, so much magic power. No wonder it's a divine artifact. Awesome. How many zeros are there? Fortunately her magic output doesn't match her magic capacity. Only rough attributes. It seems appraising others is not very effective. Theodore said after a moment of thought. He looked at her with some pity. He really liked her like this, and it was somewhat hard to bear, but a dragon must learn to root out the cause. He lifted her up and directly threw her into his mouth to swallow, attempting to use the giant dragon's powerful digestive ability to erode her. The moment she entered his stomach, rumble. A huge sound echoed in this space. Cracks appeared one after another, then a flash of white light, and Theodore was surprised to find that the surrounding environment had changed. It was in the starry sky. Suddenly he felt his soul trembling. Looking up, a colossal divine body appeared before him, with eyes as blazing as stars, gazing at everything. His left hand was replaced by a giant sword, a sword condensed from the concept of victory, the ultimate form of the sword of victory, and his lower body was replaced by countless nebulae. Majestic and terrifying, countless galaxies hung upside down in his hair, burning and being born. As the god's gaze descended, heaven and earth trembled. Instantly all things paled in comparison, and everything that appeared before the eyes became hope. This is the god of victory. Theodore saw it only once, and the name automatically appeared in his mind. Flee. There was no escape. He was too vast, everything was so tiny. Was this the god that ancient dragons had fought against? The difference was too great. Theodore only felt his body burning. Time passed, and everything that existed was being slowly plundered as factors of victory. Guided by some instinct, Xiao Duo inadvertently spat out the girl. Xiao Duo glared fixedly at the colossal figure before him, feeling for the first time his own insignificance. Damn it. First the small, then the big. Will this ever end? Oi. Faced with Xiao Duo's furious roar, the god of victory remained indifferent, for the gap between them was far too vast. Instead his gaze fell upon Stephanie, filled with tenderness, pity, and memories. Ignored in this manner, Xiao Duo's eyes gradually turned wild. He knew he could never escape. Even if death was inevitable, he might as well fight. With a roar, Xiao Duo charged forward. Only then did the god of victory turn his attention to the white dragon. This was Tiamat's child, as fierce as he had been at the start. The white dragon who had defeated his own heir head-on. The divine gaze fell upon the white dragon, and Xiao Duo instantly felt an immeasurable, his soul grinding to a halt. Xiao Duo let out a mournful cry. Just being stared at was unbearable. Moreover, he had already tried. Though he seemed close, the distance between them was actually countless light years. He could not harm him at all. In his final moment, he looked at the holy sword in his hand, the sacred sword once used by Earth. This might be his last hope. Feeling his life force drain away his dragon history, grinding to a halt, Xiao Duo poured his last shred of madness, strength, and vitality into the holy sword. With his final will, he hurled it at the god of victory. The holy sword sensed his resolve. It revealed a sliver of its true nature, radiating a myriad of lights. The blade seemed to pierce through time and space, striking the deity. The god did not resist, nor did he move. He merely gazed at the seemingly insignificant blade. The holy sword condensed a trace of supreme divine power, and to his astonishment, carved an eternal wound upon his own body. Golden liquid flowed from his body, staining the void. The god of victory was grievously wounded, his form rippling with disturbance. White dragon. I see. The god of victory's calm voice seemed to shake heaven and earth. Xiao Duo was stunned into unconsciousness, yet the holy sword's radiance enveloped him, shattering the void and shifting reality. He and the girl returned to the sky above their battlefield, plummeting from the atmosphere. Amid the stars, only the god of victory remained staring into the end of time. Tiamat. Stephanie, covered in fluids, lay unconscious. Then she fell onto the snow, soon buried by the white drifts. Theodore slammed heavily into a snowbank. The impact with the ground brought him back to consciousness. In his heart, he felt a twinge of regret. He shouldn't have eaten her the moment he discovered she had divine blood. Eating her had made him face a god. He had nearly died just now. The holy sword returned to his body, falling into a deep slumber. He had no idea whether that strike had actually dealt any damage. "Are you all right, Your Highness?" A pleasant voice suddenly sounded beside him. "You?" Theodore struggled to open his dragon eyes, staring at the white-haired elf who had appeared out of nowhere. She had long elven ears, her entire form pure white, tinged with green, and exquisitely delicate features. At this moment, she was holding his dragon head in her arms, smiling warmly. As befits the king's treasure. She gently stroked his dragon head, her eyes filled with fondness and reverence. After stroking him for a while, the elf spoke with fervor. "I am the great lord of the northern winter, the future ruler of all things, the extreme cold calamity, one of the mightiest subordinates of the final cold wings, a dragon vein, mage the cold light elf Philamlasi." The white-haired beauty hugged his dragon head even tighter. "Mother's kin." "Exactly. By the sovereign's command, we have gathered here. The heavenly cold python should be arriving at the battlefield soon." Philamlasi said earnestly. "Your strength." Theodore was now more curious about her actual power. "We are all legendary, the most loyal servants of the king, though we cannot compare to the supreme king." Whenever Philamlasi spoke of the white dragon queen, her tone became especially solemn and fervent. That fanatical look made him have no doubt that if he so much as spoke ill of the white dragon queen, the elf who respected him would chop him into pieces. Yet hearing that the elf before him was legendary, Theodore felt a flicker of doubt. He had always thought the white dragon queen's top subordinates would be epic, never expecting them to be legendary. According to the memories inherited from the dragon lineage, legendary beings on the Guluan continent were extremely rare. The elf explained, the white dragon queen originally had 4 great generals: the heavenly cold python that devours heaven and earth, the cold light elf of the dragon vein, mage the heavenly demon, witch of the north, silver ice pearl, and the dragon man warrior Jalunbayan. Unfortunately, Jalunbayan, due to his weak strength, died in that battle. As she spoke, the girl's expression turned sorrowful, clearly missing the comrade she had once fought alongside. "Are you here to protect me?" Gazing at the beautiful elf, Theodore recalled the white dragon queen's words and asked with a mix of hope and anxiety. If a legendary were to help him, he could basically run wild without fear. No need to worry about being hunted by humans during his youth. He could live a happy, lazy life. Yet he knew it was wishful thinking. The reality was harsh. The elf said with some regret, "I'm sorry, Your Highness, but no. We follow the orders of the supreme white dragon queen, coming to announce our return to the world. Can you put aside the task? Take me away from here first." Theodore flapped his wings with difficulty. Philamlasi said calmly, "No matter. There are no strong enemies ahead. Please forgive me, but I cannot agree. The sovereign's mission is more important." "All right then. See you if fate allows." "What about that girl?" Knowing that the legendary would not protect him, Theodore was eager to leave this dangerous place. Yet he suddenly thought of the girl, buried under the snow. "She, like you, just fell from the sky and is now covered by the snow waves that were stirred up." "Yes, all the mountains have been leveled by snow." Having received the answer, Theodore was not surprised and prepared to leave. We will meet again, Your Highness." The beautiful elf, barefoot on the snow, gave his horn one last stroke. Then her figure flickered, flashing toward the white dragon queen's direction, and she carried away the defeated golden-haired girl. So respectful in words, yet so ruthless in actions. "That was my trophy." Theodore grumbled about the elf, then spread his wings and flew swiftly into the distance, eager to avoid any human legendary. "But this form of mine may not last long." Theodore had a premonition that this form would last at most an hour before dissipating. Gritting his teeth, he continued to fly forward at top speed. The farther he got from this dangerous place, the better. He forced himself to fly in this form for a full hour. The surrounding snow and ice gradually diminished, and he finally left the range of the aftermath, beholding a series of majestic mountain ranges. The environment changed, the temperature rising steadily. On the outskirts of the Arctic, he could hold on no longer and plummeted into a forest. With a loud crash, he smashed into a crude, newly built cabin, crushing it completely. His entire body rapidly shrank, finally returning to its original 18-meter form. He lay, weakly, pain and deep exhaustion assaulting his mind. Soon he could bear it no longer and fell into a deep slumber. In the imperial city of the Gugu Empire, the most powerful nation of humanity, a robust young man swiftly dashed through one iron door after another. He finally entered a luxurious room filled with metal ornaments. In the center on a throne sat a burly man with black hair, holding a short sword in his hand, his aura so imposing that it was hard to look directly at him. He was the current emperor of the Gugu Empire. Beside him sat a sage holding a white orb. She was draped in a white cloak, her face completely obscured, her entire body thoroughly disguised. Even the emperor did not know her true identity. What is going on? Why did father summon me? I could have gone there to vanquish that Zhongyan Hani. AI Lun suppressed his anger and demanded. Your strength is insufficient, the Gugu king said flatly, unwilling to discuss the matter further. But the knight commander and the court grand mage will protect me. I want to witness firsthand that prophecy about to be shattered and see the end of the dragon that killed my mother. AI Lun was still unconvinced that White Dragon's wounds must not have healed yet, and he also wanted to see with his own eyes the former nightmare of the empire. AI Lun was still unconvinced that White Dragon's wounds must not have healed yet, and he also wanted to see with his own eyes the former nightmare of the empire. Zhongyan Hani is merely announcing her return to the world. By the time we arrive, she should have already returned to her demiplane to reunite with her remaining followers and minions. We will ultimately return empty-handed. The sage beside the king spoke with an unusually cold tone, showing no respect for the nation's heir. But the young man, still unconvinced, glared fiercely at the sage with an extremely hostile attitude. Enough, AI Lun Kulizi. Stop acting like a child. You just need to remember that as the heir of the empire, calmness is the most basic attitude. The reason I summoned you is that there is a major matter to inform you of. What other major matter can't be discussed in the state council? Could it be about mother's death? AI Lun's tone was exceptionally sarcastic. No, it's even more than that. The entire nation, no, the whole world will fall into chaos. The king's tone was filled with helplessness. Let me speak. The sage stood up, took out the orb of fate, and said calmly, the prophecy has changed. What? It has become even worse. Ignoring the young man's astonishment, the sage used the orb of fate to show him what she had seen. In the vision, a gigantic white dragon rose from the valley, spread its wings, and let out a terrifying roar that shook the entire plain. Then, as all living beings were busy fleeing this world, the white dragon spread its wings and soared out of the atmosphere, surrounded by what seemed like endless currents of cold. This time ice covered the sky, and everything it passed turned into frost. Endless ice enveloped the world. Even heaven and earth wept for this, and a mysterious force caused the sun to fall, its radiance illuminating the entire continent. When it touched the earth, it was torn apart by the white dragon, and countless light and heat ceased to operate. Even the sun could not budge the white dragon in the slightest. The world was left with only endless darkness and frost eternal. Amid the buried ruins, only traces of humanity remained. How is this possible? This must be false. AI Lun was incredulous. The dragon in the orb of fate displayed power far too great. Merely flying had completely frozen the entire world. This was beyond legendary power, no less than that of a god. I'm sorry, but it's true. The orb of fate is the bond of the god of fate. It does not deceive us. Moreover, the previous prophecy was not broken. Now a stronger fate has overwritten it. We must make preparations. However, I still have some doubts in my heart about whether this white dragon is really Zhongyan Hani. The sage shook her head gently, also despairing at such a future. But in the face of fate, even she who had grasped a trace of divine will with a mortal body was helpless. She had conveyed her message, and it was time to return and prepare for the response. She withdrew the orb of fate, showing no respect for this so-called strongest empire, and with a flicker of spatial distortion, she departed from there. It was only then that the king stood up, glanced at AI Lun, and waved his hand. Go now, familiarize yourself with the military, and the nobles build rapport. Succeed to the throne in 10 years. I should also make some preparations. In 10 years, this country will be formally handed over to you. Don't disappoint me, AI Lun. Yes. While the experts of the Gugu Empire were rushing to the North Pole, the situation there had undergone earth-shaking changes. Damn you, Bote Lun, how dare you! A deafening roar erupted. The necromancer archmage was furious, the bones on his face trembling slightly. Tens of thousands of giant skeletal soldiers rose from the ground, including the corpses of giant bears, human experts, and even dragons. But they were swallowed in one gulp by the giant python that arrived, its sky-covering body blocking his retreat. A dark and gloomy aura enveloped the land. Sorry, but I have that disciple of mine. Please lie down properly and become the sacrifice for Zhongyan Hani's declaration to the world. Ahaha, there is nothing more shocking to the Guluan continent than the fall of a mighty legendary. The white dragon girl laughed, her voice echoing in the canyon formed by the clash of flames and ice from their battle. The king is right. Your death will indeed make the king's name once again awe the entire continent. Moreover, in the past, when the king confronted the Gugu, you seemed to enjoy collecting corpses, didn't you? The elf giggled quietly, shaking the golden-haired girl in her hand in front of Bote Lun, and even threw him a flirtatious glance. Damn it, Bote Lun, are you trying to betray all of humanity? The necromancer archmage did not pay attention to the elf or the white dragon high above. Instead, he stared fixedly at the legendary mage of the magic guild who had suddenly defected. If not for his sudden betrayal, he would not have fallen into a desperate situation. Sorry, but dealing with you doesn't seem like betrayal of humanity. You were already a high-risk wanted figure. Lune looked helplessly at the girl held by the elf. He had originally had a great chance to force the white dragon to submit without losing any treasures. But he had underestimated that fleeing white dragon who had actually managed to make the princess faint. A feat that even ordinary epic-level experts could not achieve, and even a legendary could have used those twin swords to escape. Now the once-vanished rebels had regrouped, making the scene extremely quiet with only the roar of the necromancer archmage echoing. Originally, he as a necromancer archmage did not care about the appearance of two weaker legendary figures. With Lune, who was also a high-level legendary like himself, even if he was outmatched, he could still escape at any time. But now he was forced into a desperate situation. Looking at the various species before him, his heart grew mad. Aha, I am not so easy to handle. The necromancer archmage laughed heartily. On one side was a skull face, while on the other side was skin as tender as a baby's, making his laugh extremely eerie. He had never expected to fall into such a desperate situation. He had just emerged from Rune, swept through several kingdoms, achieved legendary status, comprehended the magic of life and death, and raised an army. He had just begun to revive necromancy, just started to establish the necromantic church, and was about to prepare to sweep the continent with billions of undead. Now, because of his curiosity about why the vice president of the Magic Guild had come here, he was discovered by the white dragon, causing all his efforts to come to naught. Thinking of this, he completely broke down. Since he was going to die anyway, why not struggle desperately? Die together, evil spirit demon eyes. His red and green pupils emitted a strange light. His skeletal hand rose upward, and black magic arrays began to condense. His other hand, which resembled a woman's, began to fester, and was forcibly sacrificed. His eyes turned bloodshot, and thousands of evil spirit eyes, each a kilometer wide, appeared in the sky, emitting purple light. Is this your trump card magic? The white dragon girl sneered, but did not make a move, wanting to see the legendary's death struggle. The four legendary figures present all watched quietly as the necromancer's magic of life and death unfolded. Purple-blue evil eyes glared fiercely at everyone from the sky, while within them countless remnant souls were terrified, struggling, and screaming. It seemed to be calling the gaze of an outer god to descend and destroy the world. Suddenly, terrifying beams of purple light shot out from each eye, crashing down. In just 3 minutes, the continent's most evil and powerful necromancer was beaten to death by the group, and even his remains were devoured. After the legendary experts of the continent's strongest empire arrived, only Lune remained on the scene, his face dark, standing high above the giant crater, gazing into the sky. At that moment, no one dared to provoke the notorious vice president of the Magic Guild and the court grand mage of the Hongdi Kingdom. Beside the dilapidated hut that Theo had crushed, a green-haired little girl returned to her house, carrying her small hammer and wooden planks. Staring blankly at the scene, tears streamed down her face once more. Before her lay a giant dragon with shattered scales and blood still oozing out, a beast that had just crushed the house she and Xiao Duo had spent 3 days building, and Xiao Duo had likely been inside. Facing this colossal creature, though her legs trembled, she slowly stepped forward, her gaze filled with fear and helplessness. She constantly feared being crushed by the beast before her, yet her longing for Xiao Duo overcame that terror. After a few steps, seeing no movement from the dragon, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed truly asleep. She dashed over and frantically searched through the shattered planks beside the dragon's head. Xiao Duo, please don't let anything happen. You're my only family. Wu, the green-haired girl sobbed quietly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she struggled to move the broken boards. She had just traveled 1,000 li and escaped the village with great difficulty. A new life was right before her eyes, yet this misfortune had to happen. The soft sobbing also woke Theo, who was about to fall asleep. He lifted his eyelids with difficulty, and what met his eyes was a little girl crying. For a moment, he couldn't understand the situation. Was she crying because she saw him severely wounded? Probably right. He was so handsome, so incredibly charming. After his loving education, Cate had been telling him that he was the pinnacle of dragon handsomeness. He believed that every female dragon would be infatuated with him at first sight, even Tiamat, the mother of chromatic dragons. He was convinced of his own magnificence. He wanted to lick her, but couldn't even lift his jaw. His body had clearly reached its limit. It felt as if he were paralyzed, unable to muster any strength. It was like sleep paralysis. He couldn't move even if he wanted to, and he could feel every cell screaming in agony, the pain constantly eroding his entire body. He could only stare motionlessly at the little girl before him. For some reason, he could now see her soul. It was pure white. It was incredible. This was the first time Theo had seen a soul, and it was so pure. The god of light would surely love such a pure soul. But if she were to fall completely, what transformation would occur? Theo thought darkly. If he could, he really wanted to test it. What the hell am I thinking? Theo quickly shook off the thought and continued to stare at the little girl. The little girl was very young, looking only 5 or 6 years old. Her clothes were ragged, showing she had suffered much. Looking at the broken planks around, he had almost crushed her house. Woo-woo. A small ball of energy life form crawled out from under the dragon's belly, its shape deformed by the pressure of the dragon's body. Thank goodness you're okay. Let's get out of here, the little girl said, quickly scooping up the peculiar little slime. But Xiaoduo, why did you change color? She patted its smooth, jelly-like skin in protest. Xiaoduo had turned completely red, clearly stained with blood. And under normal circumstances, it couldn't have gotten this much blood on it. Apparently, the little slime had just eaten all the blood that had dripped from under the dragon's belly. Now its belly was faintly glowing with a white light illuminating its crimson body. Woo-woo. The little slime gurgled a few times, then jumped back onto the little girl's shoulder, its body softening. It's okay, the little girl comforted it, then stood up and met Theo's one blue and one white eye. Her entire body froze. She felt a chill run through her, as if her soul had been frozen. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Dragon, the dragon is awake. She scrambled to her feet and fled toward the forest. That's also a kind of cuteness, Theo thought as he watched the little girl's retreating figure. He closed his eyes to heal his wounds. The little girl ran for who knew how many minutes before finally stopping, leaning against a tree and gasping for breath. The little slime, however, was hopping around, spitting out 2 scales from its body. One was broken and only half a palm size, the other a complete dragon scale. They reflected the surrounding sunlight. These look like that dragon scales. Xiaoduo, you were so bold back there. Woo-woo-hoo. The little girl, ignoring her fatigue, excitedly picked them up. Beautiful things were indeed hard to resist. Are you giving me this snow-white scale? Let's go sell the smaller one first. It's as beautiful as a gem. I will definitely be able to buy a lot of potions again. After saying this, the little girl remembered the house she had just built, and her mood sank again. Yes, everything she had imagined was true. But she had never been welcome in the village or the city. Now that she finally had a shelter, she would end up on the streets again. And whether she could even sell the scale was another problem. She might even be robbed and killed for it. Her mood sank once more. As she looked around, she suddenly noticed her own portrait had been drawn and posted on a large tree with a reward of 50 copper coins, a huge sum. The little girl's face instantly twisted with fear. She rushed over and tore the posters to shreds, muttering frantically, it's them. Why are they chasing me again? Woo-woo-hoo. Let's go hide in the town. They shouldn't dare in a place with so many people. They shouldn't. She ran in panic. Even if she fell, she quickly got up and kept running. The fear those people instilled in her was far greater than that of the injured dragon. Soon night fell. Theo opened his eyes and looked at the pairs of eyes deep in the forest. This wolf pack, they sure have a lot of nerve. The wolves, attracted by the scent of blood on him, were intelligent, but not very bright. They had been lurking nearby since the afternoon, eyeing him greedily, but too afraid of the dragon's might to approach. Now with the arrival of the Wolf King, the situation changed. The wolf pack was one of the overlords of the forest, consisting of second-level magic wolves. Their leader, the Wolf King, was a third-level magical beast. The Wolf King stared sharply at the dragon. The dragon was so severely injured that they had planned to wait for him to die before feeding. But Theo did not die, and his injuries were healing. If they delayed further, the Wolf King might lose the chance to advance his bloodline. After all, drinking dragon blood could give a chance to ascend to a higher bloodline. The Wolf King's gray-green eyes glinted with greed. He let out a roar, and one by one gray wolves 2 meters tall surrounded the dragon. Theo paid no attention to the wolves. He remained lying still, even closing his eyes to continue sleeping. Moving now would disrupt the circulation inside his body and slow the healing process. He needed to recover to his original strength as quickly as possible. How could he not know what these wolves were thinking? Just a bunch of huskies. In the past, even if he lay here, they couldn't break through his defense. Earlier they hadn't attacked, so he ignored them. Oh woo. The Wolf King, seeing that the white dragon was ignoring them, thought the dragon was truly near death and gave the order to attack. Though terrified, the wolves all charged forward, biting into the dragon. Theodore's dragon wings unfurled dramatically, an 18-meter wingspan blotting out the moonlight. A colossal shadow fell upon the splintered wooden ground, his imposing physique completely overwhelming the wolf pack. He never expected this pack of wolves to be so brazen, still daring to attack him despite the crushing disparity in size. The dragon aura, when actively projected versus passively emitted, produced entirely different effects. In a fleeting instant, it swept over the wolf pack, leaving the gray wolves motionless, a primal terror surging within their hearts like never before. Each wolf sensed the sudden oppressive weight settling upon them, as though massive boulders rested upon their backs, their movements growing sluggish and laborious. The wolf pack descended into chaos and panic. Seizing the opportunity, Theodore delivered a devastating swipe of his tail, sending the approaching wolves flying, with a sickening crack, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. The Wolf King struggled to withstand Theodore's dragon aura, yet under that suffocating aura-enhanced gaze, he gradually found himself forced to retreat step by step. The Wolf King roared and spat a torrent of green venom, but Theodore's wing sweep dispersed it into the howling gale, which then condensed into razor-sharp wind blades that pierced through and slew the Wolf King. The venom assault proved no more threatening than a gentle breeze against his beating wings. With the Wolf King slain, the remaining pack scattered in every direction without hesitation. Theodore's only concession for dispatching these wolves was a slight slowdown in his recovery rate. Truth be told, he truly had no desire to fight such weaklings. Nevertheless, they would suffice as adequate provisions. As he rose to his feet, he noticed a small box pressed beneath his stomach, the contents within radiating a faint luminescence and the unmistakable breath of magic. His weight had kept him from sensing it earlier. Theodore examined them closely and discovered they were magical potions, precious treasures the little girl had guarded, though now they belonged to him. He cast a simple detection spell to assess their properties and found them all to be inexpensive healing potions. Without hesitation, he swallowed them all in one gulp. "Not bad," he muttered. "My wounds have healed somewhat, but my injuries are too severe. I sustained that divine rune form for too long and damaged my very foundation." Theodore murmured to himself as the circulation of magical energy within him accelerated. His shattered bones began to knit back together. All things were trending favorably. He could now fly with ease. He merely wished there had been more potions. A hint of dissatisfaction crossing his features. Little did he know those were the little girl's entire week's savings. Theodore began to savor the gray wolf meat. Honestly, the taste differed somewhat from what he was accustomed to in the snowfields. After dining on the same fare for so long, a change of palate proved rather agreeable. Spreading his wings, he took to the sky and began searching for a suitable location to recuperate. After flying for a while, Theodore noticed that this forest bore the traces of many adventurers. Unlike the vast, sparsely populated snow plains of the northern polar regions, this forest served as a bridge between the north and the central territories, bordered by a sprawling ocean to the east and a range of mountains to the west. He could not recall how he had managed to fly here in the first place. Moreover, from the advertisements posted around the forest's edge, he learned that near the forest border lay the human city of Kellelin, a modest town in the Rickbert kingdom situated along the northern thoroughfare. Because this town connected to the polar region and served as the sole gateway into the north, commerce flourished here, drawing numerous southern adventurers to Kellelin in pursuit of fortune. From there, they would venture into the great forest seeking wealth, while several small towns clustered around the forest perimeter had risen to prosperity by catering to the adventuring trade. Given his current state, Theodore had no inclination for further human contact and would avoid interaction with intelligent beings whenever possible. After capturing another tree lizard, he made his way to a mountain range to the west, where he clawed open a cave entrance and took residence within. Theodore had briefly considered appropriating another creature's den, but his colossal frame simply would not fit inside. After resting within for several months, one dusk, he was startled awake by disturbances beyond the cave. Through the underbrush and the shouts of voices, Theodore grew increasingly irritated. After a period of recuperation, his injuries had nearly healed. He spread his wings and walked toward the cave entrance. From midway up the mountainside, he clearly spotted 7 or 8 burly men wielding various blades as they frantically pursued a young girl. "It's her, the maiden with the pure white soul." Theodore still clearly remembered the girl, the same little kid he had encountered before the cottage. Upon seeing this, Theodore spread his wings and gave chase. Following above the group, he hovered near the white clouds, observing the pursuit drama unfold. Though petite in stature, the little girl's physical conditioning surpassed that of most ordinary adults, allowing her to use the dense jungle's complexity to temporarily shake off her pursuers. The group continued pressing in the girl's direction. Ordinary Man 1. "Damn it, we cannot let her escape, or we will have no explanation to give the Mage Lord." Ordinary Man 2. "You wretched commoners, why can't you simply submit to becoming offerings for the Mage Lord?" Ordinary Man 3. "And on top of that, she stole one of his magic tomes." The leader frowned sharply, his expression vicious. "She won't get far, and this forest is riddled with dangers. Search quickly. She is worth 5 gold coins." With that, greed gleamed in all 7 pairs of eyes as they fanned out to begin their search. Theodore took no interest in these men, and instead soared toward the girl's location. For such a pure soul, he was eager to witness what fate awaited her. If he could, he wished to observe what it looked like when someone so kind and pure fell into darkness. Soon Theodore, soaring through the sky, detected the girl's trail. Resting beside a cloud, he concealed his form and gazed upon her. "Have I lost them?" The little girl glanced around, anxiously clutching the pale red slime, fleeing without ceasing for even a moment. The girl stumbled blindly and crashed into a dark object that suddenly appeared before her, tumbling downward and rolling into a nearby pond. With a sudden jolt, she felt sharp pain in her shoulder and hastily slapped away a palm-sized black creature beside her. "This is a venomous spider." Only then did the girl realize what it truly was. A spider with 8 legs and 8 glowing red eyes upon its crown skimming across the water's surface straight toward her. Yet before it could reach her, the slime beside her leapt upward and devoured it whole. Shabwath, that's poisonous. The girl was clearly frightened by the sight, shaking the slime frantically in her arms. Only after witnessing the spider gradually digest inside the slime did the girl calm down. But immediately afterward her face turned deathly pale. She managed to stand leaning against a tree, bubbles frothing at her lips. This is the venom from that poisonous spider. It was only then that the girl noticed the wound on her shoulder, and her expression collapsed into profound despondency. She had ultimately failed her mother's wish to live on. She sat down and gazed toward the distance, slowly closing her eyes as the entire atmosphere became suffused with despair. From the sky, Theodore also perceived that the girl carried a story of deep sorrow. Moreover, her pure white soul remained untroubled even in such circumstances. Yet only such profound despair rose within her. Had she been a sorcerer, perhaps he would have delighted in such a fragile spirit. Just as Theodore contemplated this, the girl pushed herself up, shoving the slime that had lain upon her face. Thank you, Xiaoduo. The little girl seemed to have made a resolute decision, slowly walking in the opposite direction with desperate urgency. That dragon must have already left. My potions are still there. As long as I can reach them, there is still hope. Whoa! Her head was spinning wildly. No, she could not faint. She still had to grow up, earn money, save her mother. The little girl walked slowly, stumbling along the way. Even after falling, she struggled to her feet and continued forward, finally resorting to crawling. Her hands bled from the relentless friction against the ground. Yet she bit her lip and persisted crawling on endlessly, time becoming meaningless. Even Theodore grew weary of watching her movements. Though something stirred within his heart, he chose to remain a bystander. He wanted to see just how far she could push herself. Besides, he was a dark dragon. How could he possibly feel compassion? It was unthinkable. Theodore repeated these words to himself again and again. Suddenly he noticed the group that had previously hunted the little girl. They had also spotted her by now, but all remained hidden behind the thickets, unwilling to advance. Watching the crawling girl, a smirk curled their lips as they quietly observed her struggling. Xiaoduo, I have no strength left. The little girl miraculously crawled several leaves, finally reaching the ruins of her dilapidated wooden house, collapsing completely. She tried to raise her hand, but could do nothing. Staring at the broken wooden planks before her, she simply lay down. Whoa! The slime tugged at her sleeve, then urgently leaped into the rubble, rummaging through the debris. Soon it returned with many bottles, spitting out the potions for her. These are empty. The little girl, who had felt a flash of hope seeing the bottles, was instantly consumed by despair. All that effort, and for nothing. The potions were entirely empty. Had they leaked out or been drained by some creature? Mother, it seems I must go first. Without her usual tears, the little girl turned onto her side, and using the last of her strength, slowly reached out to touch the slime. Ah! Look at that, will to survive, absolutely hilarious. The group that had followed the little girl emerged one by one, laughing heartily and pointing at her motionless form on the ground. Oh ho ho, isn't this the runaway kid? Why aren't you running anymore? Yeah, where did that energy go? You were quite the runner just now. Ordinary Person 2 stepped forward and kicked the little girl squarely in the stomach, sending her flying. She crashed to the ground and rolled several times with a sickening thud. So painful. Blood sprayed from the little girl's lips. She felt several of her small bones shatter. Ordinary Person 3 said with a hint of blame, she looks like she's about to die. Ordinary Person 7 noticed the wound on the little girl's shoulder, his expression suddenly turning vicious. You can't die yet. I still need you to exchange for gold coins. The leader bent down and lifted the little girl by the collar, frowning. A venomous spider. There's no saving her. He then threw her back onto the ground. Damn it. At that moment, Ordinary Person 6 spoke up. Don't just sulk. Since she's already done for, why not have some fun before she dies? His eyes raked over the little girl's figure, and recalling her mother, drool involuntarily gathered at the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, the leader also laughed. Ah, that's true. Although she's a bit young, I hope she doesn't break as easily as her mother. Mother, what did you do to my mother? Upon hearing her mother mentioned, the little girl's gaze shifted instantly. She managed to cry out in a painful voice, then spat several mouthfuls of blood. Her entire body trembled violently as she tried to rise. Ordinary Person 7 crouched down, smiling. Your mother? Well, your mother was quite tender indeed. Your father sold her off. In this village we lined up for a long time just to get a turn. Pity she only lasted 3 days before she was dead. Those bastards didn't know how to handle her gently. I only got to play once. The leader looked at the little girl with lecherous eyes. You little brat, pity you haven't grown up yet. You deserve to die. You all deserve to die. The little girl lay on the ground, screaming at the top of her lungs. But her injuries were far too severe. Her voice, though shrill, was barely audible. Her soul, no longer pure white. Darkness has formed within it. Although the soul remains mostly white, that streak of black is remarkably dense. Theodore was astonished to discover the little girl's transformation. Watching this scene, an evil thought took root in his heart. A virtuous person falling into darkness. And even after gaining power, would she still retain her original heart? What would she become? Besides, with his current strength, he could certainly use some subordinates to help collect gold coins. Thinking of this, Theodore no longer concealed his body, revealing himself openly in the sky. The little girl's slime had been easily subdued by 2 of them, and was now pierced by 3 blades still struggling fiercely. Xiao Duo. The little girl glanced sideways at her slime, and shed tears gazing at the sky in utter despair. Then she suddenly froze, and a laugh escaped her lips. Dragon hee yaha. Die. Let's all die together. Ordinary Person 1 asked, is she crazy? Ordinary Person 3 replied, probably. But that doesn't stop us from having some fun. A cold wind swept through and shadows enveloped the entire area. Cold. So cold. One of them rubbed his hands together, shivering. This shadow. The leader also noticed the anomaly, lifting his head sharply to the sky. In an instant he was dumbfounded. That's a dragon, a giant dragon. Hearing the leader's panic tone, everyone else looked up and stared in terror at the massive dragon's silhouette in the sky. Its size seemed capable of blotting out the sun and sky. The aura it radiated made their legs tremble uncontrollably, and they fell to their knees, their minds going blank. Interesting. She enjoys tormenting even more than I do. A dragon. How could there be a dragon here? The dragon's wings blocked out the sunlight, casting their entire world in shadow. The legend of dragons was known even to 6-year-old children. Indeed, they grew up hearing tales of them. On the Guluo continent, adults often used stories of the 5-colored demonic dragons devouring people to frighten children, warning them to behave, or they would be captured and eaten. Yet standing before them was Theodore the white dragon. Such an immense size was beyond anything they could handle. Even experienced adventurers would drop their weapons and flee upon seeing it. Especially them. Merely ordinary folk without any magical power, scum who bullied a little girl on the outskirts of the forest. Overwhelmed by the dragon's aura, they no longer had the courage to flee. With a collective thud, they all dropped to their knees. Your dragonship, you know her. We hand her over to you entirely. Please spare us. Their voices trembled. None dared to look up at the dragon above, terrified that a single careless glance might anger it and have them crushed. After all, the 5-color dragons were notorious for their irrational cruelty. Dragon Lord, please eat us too. The little girl pleaded in a weak voice. Her injuries were far too severe, and her speech was so faint that every word seemed like torment. Theodore watched her silently, offering no immediate response. The little girl's gaze fixed intently on the dragon before her, treating it as her only remaining hope. She clearly recognized this as the dragon that had once destroyed her house. Yet she harbored no hatred. Those people had already found her home. Her discovery was only a matter of time. That house would have been abandoned by her anyway. Theodore nodded in approval and turned his gaze to the 7 men. The leader, without time to think, immediately blurted out, "Spare me, dragon, I am a subordinate of the mage Culkin. Do you think I am afraid?" "Human," Theodore said in the common tongue, intensifying the dragon's pressure on him. He extended his claws as if to crush everyone before him. "No, I have many copper coins, even a few gold pieces. Dragon, please don't kill me, don't kill me." The leader, seeing the dragon raise its claws, burst into tears of terror, and a foul liquid seeped from his crotch. How disgusting. Theodore had originally planned to frighten them a bit, but he hadn't expected them to be so easily intimidated. Earlier they had seemed quite formidable when they were bullying others. Losing patience, his claw came down with a loud smack, flattening the leader into a pulp. Murder. Run. The remaining people screamed in despair. Fear at that moment overcame the dragon's pressure, and they scrambled away in all directions. "Kill them," the little girl said unwillingly, watching them flee. Her mind replayed their words, and her heart brimmed with hatred for the heavens and a thirst for blood. "Don't worry, they won't get far," Theodore said, indifferently channeling a bit of magic to the little girl to ease her injuries. "Can you tell me your name?" "Name? Shilin," the little girl said, slowly struggling to utter her own name. "Tell me, do you still want to live?" Shilin recalled memories of her mother, washing vegetables together, feeding pigs, enduring beatings together. Finally, she remembered her mother dragging her father away and the parting words before she left home. At that time, her mother's bones were nearly broken by her father, blood pooling on the floor. Yet she gritted her teeth and kept urging her to run to find a good home and live well. "Live? I do." Little Shilin's voice grew remarkably firm. Her goal now was to live well and make them pay. "What price can you pay?" "Everything. But before that, can you do me a favor?" Shilin, recalling something, looked at Theodore with hatred in her voice. "Oh, tell me about it." Theodore grew interested. "I want you, Mr. Dragon, to go see what happened to my mother." "I don't believe it. I don't believe my mother is really. She was so kind, so hardworking." Little Shilin's tears flowed again. Yet she had to face this. They were unreasonable. "We did nothing wrong." "What? If it's true, I want you, Mr. Dragon, to see." Though she wept, the hatred in her eyes made Theodore stiffen. He had never seen such a vengeful gaze. With such deep hatred, her killing intent was so faint, truly a rare kindness in the world. The white dragon pondered for a moment. Sorry, I refuse. Little Shilin was clearly taken aback by the dragon's refusal. She stared blankly at him, then spoke hastily. Why? There's a mage in that village with lots and lots of gold coins and many scrolls of unknown origin. Shilin exaggerated wildly, remembering her mother's tales of dragons being greedy and often kidnapping children to eat. However, I can give you true power. Then you will personally eliminate the remaining threats. From then on, your body and soul will belong to me. Theodore, suddenly thinking of something, added, Of course you will pay a price. Any price is fine. Please. In that case, let's deal with those people first. Theodore, satisfied with the answer, thought that the group must have tired themselves out by now. Time for them to die. He raised his dragon head, opened his mouth, gathered a breath of dragon fire, and spat it toward the direction the group had fled. The blue light filled Shilin's eyes with hope and longing. If she had such power, perhaps she and her mother would not have endured such hardship. The group had run for a while, eventually collapsing beside a large tree, their exhausted bodies telling them they had reached their limit. The dragon didn't follow. We're saved. Good deeds bring good fortune. I'm saved. I wonder why a dragon appeared out of nowhere. Another man, though equally weary, shouted in excitement, his heart filled with the joy of surviving. After half a minute of rest, just as they were about to stand and run again, suddenly they saw a cold current descending from the sky. They stood frozen, the joy of survival instantly shattered. This can't be. Boom. A violent explosion echoed, followed by a kilometer-wide blue energy sphere rising. Then a massive shockwave from over a dozen kilometers away washed over the girl and the white dragon. I've been watching you for a while. You are no longer pure goodness. You are worthy to receive the baptism of my power, Theodore. Now prepare for the transformation of the dragon vein life. Theodore took a dragon scale from his spatial storage, placed it on the girl's chest, and began the transformation. Under his will, the palm-sized scale slowly emitted a white glow, as if a miracle of the mortal world, gradually turning into liquid and merging into Shilin's body. As long as the little girl did not resist the life transformation within her heart, she would become a dragon vein creature. The true dragon's scale, blood, skin, even bones, deep in their potential, held a magical gene called dragon. This gene possessed a powerful anti-reversal function, a strong genetic lock. Each dragon's genes were unique and irreproducible. The effect could only be achieved with the recognition of the dragon itself. Under the dragon's will, the transformation would turn the subject into a life form close to a dragon. It granted the formidable draconic language magic and terrifying physical prowess, even the ability to take a half-dragon form. This was the distinction between true dragons and various lesser dragons. In just a few minutes, Shilin's face, which had improved slightly under the infusion of magic, suddenly turned pale. Her entire body trembled. Sweat poured incessantly. She felt as if every bone in her body had been shattered and her skin was being gnawed by countless ants. Under the continuous transformation of the dragon's scale, her body gradually stiffened and her eyes closed. The dragon's genes were extremely domineering, carrying strong aggression. Even if recognized by the dragon, the transformation of life required passing the test of willpower. Those who failed would turn to dust. If they passed, the dragon's genes would transform them into dragon vein creatures who would worship the master of the dragon's genes from the depths of their hearts, venerating them as king or even deity. After all, dragon vein creatures were the true core followers of a real dragon. Failed. Theodore looked at the stiff Shilin, disappointment flooding his heart. He had thought she could make it. But then again, she was only a 6 or 7-year-old girl, just a year or two older than him. He shouldn't compare her to a dragon. For a human, such a fragile creature to endure this long was already remarkable. The next moment he saw hope. A faint dragon pressure was slowly emanating from Shilin. Though weak, it was the first and most crucial step of success. Shilin soon twitched her finger, then stood up. It's done. Master. She knelt before him, her gaze filled with adoration and a hint of coldness. You are my first follower, Theodore said, his face bright with the joy of new life as he gently lifted her little head with his claws. Show me what abilities you have inherited from me. Yes. Shilin extended her hand, and several razor-sharp blades of cold air sliced through a nearby tree, freezing the fallen trunk in place before she cast a light restoration spell upon herself. A warm and comfortable radiance enveloped the white dragon's body, causing him to squint with delight. Such comfort was indeed worthy of light-class magic. Ice magic like mine, though considerably weaker. But there is also light magic. I do not recall teaching you light magic, do I? Theodore asked, curiously intrigued by the little girl who had previously possessed no magical power whatsoever. That is precisely why that mage hunted me. He desperately sought acknowledgement from that grimoire, yet ultimately failed. In his desperation, he carelessly threw the book out the window. Shilin spoke in a baby voice, lifting her rosy cheeks, which still held a touch of baby fat. Seeing this, Theodore could not resist leaning down and licking her cheek. Not bad. This is Master's dragon fluid. Shilin touched the liquid on her body that had been licked, filled with surprise, her eyes wide as she gazed at her master before her. If you have not yet answered my question. Theodore felt somewhat uneasy under her steady gaze. Looking at this 6 or 7-year-old girl before him, he couldn't shake the feeling that her eyes held something beyond simple admiration. There was another emotion mixing in. It was probably because he had displayed his power and saved her at her most desperate moment, so now she looked up to him. Well, that was understandable. After all, he was so handsome, truly the most dashing dragon around. Theodore indulged in his own self-admiration inwardly. Shilin gazed at the white dragon master before her, took a deep breath to compose herself, and parted her lips slightly. I had just run away from home when I found that book beside a house. I received acknowledgement for the epic-level magic within it. When I first looked at the book, it was completely blank, but after I wiped my eyes, words appeared, and then it flew into my mind. All these magics are imprinted in my memory from basic to epic. Does Master need them? I see. That explains why I could perceive the white light of your soul before, and why the magic of Aurora, the light goddess, recognized me. It all makes sense now. Theodore nodded his dragon head in agreement. At that moment, he finally understood why he was able to see the color of Shilin's soul. From the very instant she had been acknowledged by the grimoire, those spells had been etched into her mind. Even after the book was removed, she continued to absorb this magical knowledge without cease. Under such circumstances, her soul underwent slight expansion and growth. Since she lacked mana, this created a mismatch with her physical form, which was precisely why a powerful dragon of his caliber could perceive it. Seeing that Shilin had now transformed into a dragonkin life form, he could no longer see the original color of her soul. The previous Shilin had been genuinely kind, so it was only natural that the magic extended by a deity representing light and goodness would take notice of her. That mage before probably lacked the proper spirit, which is why he failed to gain acknowledgement. Do you have any other abilities? Seeing the white dragon still waiting for an answer, Shilin unleashed her full power. Scales emerged across her skin, and a tail and wings sprouted from behind her, tearing through her pants. Her pupils shifted into vertical blue slits, and a faint dragon pressure emanated from her small frame, carrying an air of superiority over all things. Her entire body lifted slightly off the ground as her magical power surged to a staggering 4th level, a tremendous increase that left the white dragon thoroughly satisfied. Suddenly, white patterns spread from her palms toward her right eye, and the half-dragon form radiated like a sun, exhaling frigid cold. Raising her hand toward a nearby tree, the triangular sigil on her palm summoned a magical array into existence, and in an instant a breath of ice erupted from her hand, sweeping across 100 meters. This is semi-dragon transformation, and she can even breathe a minor ice stream. Wait, what is this? Theodore had just spoken when he noticed the triangular pattern manifesting on his own palm. Though sparse and lacking divine essence, it could still sustain her power. My divine mark. So this too can be inherited, though it appears incomplete. Theodore hadn't anticipated his divine mark would pass on as well. He had assumed dragonkin beings could only inherit draconic power. Incomplete. Master, am I incomplete? Shilin had been hoping for praise, but upon hearing this, her proud expression froze instantly, her voice tinged with a plea. This is not draconic power, so there is no need to be distressed. Though incomplete, this divine mark can serve as your trump card. Conceal it under normal circumstances. Yes, Master. Receiving her Master Theodore's reassurance, Shilin composed herself and reverted to her original petite form. The dragon scales she had displayed melted back into her clothing, and she nestled obediently beside Theodore's claw. Then let us first go to your village and find your mother. I should also venture deeper into this forest to seek beasts that can be transformed into my followers. Whoa! A sound nearby interrupted the white dragon's preparations for flight. Only then did he remember the little girl had a small slime companion. This is... Oh, I nearly forgot about you. Theodore observed the slime's peculiar shape. It resembled a round ball held together by 3 nails. Each bounce caused the blades to slice away small portions of its body, which would then reform upon landing, giving it an endearingly clumsy appearance. Theodore swatted the 3 blades aside. Judging by your reddish hue, you must have consumed too much of my blood when I was injured. Through misfortune turned blessing, you have evolved into a dragon scale slime. Quite remarkable for a slime. Master, what is a dragon scale slime? Is it a type of dragonkin creature? Shilin asked curiously. Not exactly. It is merely a slime that has begun evolving along draconic lines, bearing some resemblance to dragons. Its current intelligence level is equivalent to that of a 3-year-old human. Theodore explained patiently. It can also transform into a dragonkin creature. Judging by its bouncing, it seems to have consented. With that, he produced a dragon scale and placed it into the slime's body, initiating the transformation. After a while, it actually succeeded. The entire mass within her body, originally containing dragon blood, transformed completely into a pure white sphere. It actually worked. Theodore hadn't harbored high expectations for the slime's transformation, so this surprise genuinely delighted him. Xiao Duo, this is wonderful. We will be together forever. Shilin joyfully embraced the now snow-white slime spinning around before the dragon. You two handle your affairs first. I need to prepare my provisions and followers. Theodore took to the air, soaring toward the forest's depths. He too would begin assembling his followers and establishing his own domain. By then he would strike back toward the dragon nest rendezvous with Cate, declare war upon the world, and ultimately rule everything. The mere thought of dominating the world sent thrilling anticipation through his heart. In his excitement, he crashed straight into a mountain, tumbling several times along its slopes before regaining his bearings and resuming his flight deeper into the forest. Thank you for your understanding, master. Shilin cradled the slime, watching Theodore's figure disappear completely, her eyes brimming with tenderness. But when she turned her gaze toward her village, her docile demeanor underwent a drastic transformation. A sinister smile curled across her face. In an instant she grew extraordinarily cold, spread her dragon wings, and swiftly flew back. She would exact revenge and make them pay with their lives, starting with that mage. But first he needed to observe carefully whether there were any formidable creatures such as frost giants, the natural predators of white dragons. After all, this forest itself possessed abundant resources and food, with temperatures perfectly maintained at freezing point. Located at the junction between the Arctic region and the central continent, bordered by the sea to the east and mountains to the west, it was inevitable that aggressive frost giants would establish tribes here. Theodore maintained sufficient vigilance, controlling his flight speed to avoid stirring up violent winds that might attract the attention of powerful creatures. After all, he had only recently encountered a legendary being, and that powerful young woman constantly flying above the forest to survey the situation. Gradually confirming the absence of powerful magical beasts and frost giant tribes, his heart relaxed slightly. It seemed this area was still unclaimed territory. At most, some powerful magical beasts occupied it. His current strength could easily allow him to claim these thousands of miles of forest as the starting point of his own kingdom. Just as he relaxed, trouble found him. The Sky Sovereign, Lionhawks, swooped past him in the sky, and upon discovering Theodore, immediately took up pursuit without hesitation. Theodore detected the movement and glanced sideways. A gray-feathered hawk with 20 meters of wingspan appeared behind him, riding fierce winds and following at an unhurried pace, clearly plotting something. Upon realizing it had been discovered by Theodore, the creature began screeching loudly. This sent a chill through his heart. He clearly recognized it as a lionhawk. A magical beast that preferred nesting atop the tallest trees in the forest, resembling a lion equipped with steel-like wings and eagle-like talons. Skilled in commanding wind elements, its aerial combat prowess ranked second only to dragons. With extremely strong territorial instincts, it was also one of the creatures despised by dragons. Because lionhawks were extraordinarily proud magical beasts, they harbored innate hostility toward dragons, who claimed to be the strongest life forms in the world. Typically appearing in mated pairs, even young dragons could only flee when encountering them. After all, the lionhawk's greatest pastime was hunting juvenile dragons and collecting their bones in their nests, a source of pride to last an entire lifetime. Theodore now understood what it was calling for, clearly seeing his size was not inferior to its own and wishing to summon companions for a joint hunt. Whoosh! Amid a piercing shriek tearing through the air, the lionhawk spotted its companion approaching from ahead and dove toward Theodore like a fighter jet. Theodore looked at the two lionhawks before and behind him. A level 6 magical beast daring to attack him. Cold laughter echoed in his heart. He had decided to take over this forest. The lionhawk's wings generated a cold wind swirling around them. With a single flap, wind blades infused with chilling energy rained down upon Theodore like a violent storm. A featherless beast. He was no ordinary young dragon, and directly empowered his body, charging at the lionhawk. Theodore's bold action caught the lionhawk slightly off guard, followed instantly by surging fury. It dared to underestimate him so openly. A pair of sharp yellow claws extended as it darted toward the white dragon, attempting to tear through flesh after creating initial wounds with its wind blades. But what followed completely stunned the lionhawk. The wind blades struck the white neck without exception, sparking brilliantly, yet leaving not a single mark upon the dragon's scales. At that moment, the lionhawk realized it had encountered an unimaginably powerful enemy. This dragon, appearing close to maturity, already possessed scales as hard as those of an adult dragon. But regret came too late to alter its trajectory. It crashed straight toward the white dragon, its razor-sharp claws once again showering sparks against the dragon's scales. Thwick! The lionhawk's belly was directly pierced by a long, slender tail, its steel-like feathers offering no resistance whatsoever. In midair, Theodore's claws seized the lionhawk's wings, but the creature's tremendous impact carried both himself and the grasped lionhawk upward, sending them tumbling through the sky. Theodore knew it was the second lionhawk. Fury surged within him as his gaze locked onto the one that had just attacked him. How dared it ambush him? His claws clenched violently, tearing the wings of the grasped lionhawk clean off. Its body plummeted toward the ground. Witnessing this, the other lionhawk turned and fled in terror. The power gap was far too vast. There was no possibility of victory. Theodore dropped the wing remnants, opened his mouth, and unleashed a breath attack upon the fleeing lionhawk. A torrent of cold energy pierced through the distance like a beam of light. A brilliant white flash erupted, and the beast was obliterated into fragments by overwhelming magical power. The lionhawk, crashing to the ground, did not die immediately. With both wings brutally torn away and its belly pierced, survival was virtually impossible. Watching his mate blown to pieces by dragon breath, profound regret filled his heart. Why had he attacked a dragon resembling his own size? He had previously believed this was a white dragon, the weakest among 5-colored dragons. Moreover, he and his mate had ruled this territory for centuries, truly earning the title of Sky Sovereign. Their sizes were comparable, and with a 2 versus 1 advantage, he felt confident enough to strike. He never imagined such a tremendous disparity in strength, and now his mate was dead. He finally understood why his father had warned him to only prey upon young dragons. Watching the white dragon descend slowly, the lionhawk closed his eyes. Even in death, he intended to sicken Theodore. At the moment the dragon landed, he unleashed his remaining magical power. With a deafening boom, he exploded outright. Worthy of a magical beast with intelligence. Even in death, it left nothing usable. What a pity. Theodore watched the lionhawk reduced to ashes before him, deeply vexed. He should have employed magic sealing upon approach. Otherwise, he could have tasted lionhawk meat, a rare delicacy. But there was more pressing matter at hand. The sovereign of the sky had fallen. Now the sovereign of the land had yet to submit. Roar. Theodore let out a mighty roar toward the sky, using magical perception to locate the final dominant force on the ground and issue a challenge. Roar. From a nearby cave, a colossal white bear awoke instantly upon hearing the provoking dragon cry, rushing to the cave entrance. It rose upright, slapping its pectoral muscles, producing resonant pounding sounds, and roared loudly toward the white dragon's direction, as if declaring himself the true ground sovereign of this territory. Upon receiving the response, Theodore descended abruptly, crashing before the giant bear with a thunderous impact that cracked the ground and sent clouds of dust billowing outward. Dragon aura pressed down upon the bear relentlessly. Feeling this dragon pressure, the great bear roared furiously forward. A massive sonic wave scattered the dust before him, revealing the white dragon's figure. Yet within an instant the bear's rage subsided, and it knelt, bowing its head in submission. It was not primarily due to Theodore's 18-meter towering form. It was because he saw the blood of his mortal enemy, the lionhawk, stained upon this colossal dragon. He had never gained the upper hand against lionhawks, and often his hard-won victories were stolen from him. Now this outsider dragon had eliminated them so effortlessly. There was no way he could stand against such power, so he decisively chose to yield. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the wise ones. And he was the wisest of bears. Upon hearing the roar, Theodore's first reaction was to prepare for battle. After all, high-level magical beasts typically possessed unyielding pride. He never expected this bear before him to submit so readily. Examining it more closely, it was a level 6 ice forest giant bear. According to the inherited dragon memories, this species possessed gentle temperaments and was omnivorous. Most importantly, its docile fur combined with its enormous size granted it considerable combat prowess. From now on, this forest is my domain. I am Theodore, the future ruler of the world, and you shall become my vassal. Upon hearing Theodore's words, the ice forest giant bear showed no discontent. Instead, it lowered its head with surprise and delight, saying, "It is my honor that the great true dragon is willing to accept me as a vassal." The ice forest giant bear was quite satisfied to have Theodore, a true dragon, as its patron. Since reaching adulthood, its strength had stagnated, and it was even bullied daily by the 2 lion eagles in the sky. Now being taken as a vassal by the dragon, perhaps even among the first to be transformed into a dragon-blooded creature, meant it could advance further and become the dragon's trusted subordinate. Very well, then let us begin. Theodore took out a dragon scale and placed it atop the bear's head. He began the transformation into a dragon-blooded creature. Although the bear let out a few agonized roars during the process, the conversion was completed smoothly. Roar. After the transformation, the bear's appearance remained unchanged. But when it clapped its paws together, countless ice blades erupted from the ground, shattering the boulder before it. Its fluffy fur was exceptionally tough, and beneath it lay skin so resilient that even blades and spears could not harm it in the slightest. Impressive. It seems you have inherited ice elemental magic. A giant bear already possessing formidable close combat abilities now wields powerful ranged attacks, reaching a strength close to the 7th level. Theodore nodded his dragon head with satisfaction. Having now secured a high-level magical beast, it was time to gather laborers to build his castle and serve as cannon fodder for his army. Recalling his pact with Cate, to see who could build a greater empire in 20 years, the images of legendary dragons leading monstrous hordes filled his mind with longing. As for his foolish sister who couldn't match him in strength yet dared to compete in faction-building victory, was undoubtedly his. When they met again, he would pin her beneath him and once again hear Cate's song of submission. "Thank you for your favor, master." The bear growled lowly. "Do you have a name?" Theodore glanced at the bear. "No," the bear replied, confusion flickering in its eyes. "Then you shall be called Doden." Theodore, observing its massive frame, though smaller than his own, directly bestowed this name. "Thank you, master, for the name. Are there any tribes nearby?" Theodore continued. "Master, to the left is a kobold tribe, to the right a leopard folk tribe, and farther away a goblin tribe," Doden replied simply. "Then drive them here." "Absolutely, master." Doden, upon receiving the order, dashed out of the cave. After about 10 minutes, a large group of kobolds came running swiftly. Upon seeing Theodore, their faces lit up with joy. Over 100 kobolds slid to their knees before him. "It's true. A real dragon, woof. Well, mother, do you see? We can finally kneel at our master's feet again, woof." One sturdy kobold, tears splattering everywhere, rushed forward to embrace Theodore's claw in submission. Theodore, disgusted by the snot and tears, flapped his wings to blow it away. After rolling on the ground, the kobold realized its rudeness and scrambled back to kneel before him. "Oh, my great master, noble and exalted, you have remembered your subordinates. Exalted true dragon, you are the sovereign of the world. Your ideals shine with the sun and moon, your body endures as long as the stars. Your most loyal servant can finally serve you again, woof." Dragon nature made Theodore particularly fond of flattery and praise. He nodded repeatedly, greatly pleased. Speaking of kobolds, they are lizard-like humanoids with an inexplicable reverence for dragons, often seeking them out to serve as cannon fodder. Possessing modest intelligence, they excel at mining and constructing palaces. Their vast numbers and reproductive capacity make them ideal cannon fodder and natural servants of dragons. They had learned a crude form of Draconic, but because their speech was mostly barks, they were called kobolds. It was also said they were once dragon descendants, though no one knew which dragon could have mated with a kobold. Though every dragon possessed eyes that could see beauty, the kobold's appearance naturally evoked no reaction in Theodore. "Indeed, I am Theodore, and I now grant you the opportunity to pledge allegiance." "Thank you, great master. I am Nanny, leader of these kobolds, and I formally submit to you." "Nanny?" Theodore looked at him curiously. Such a distinctive name, truly fitting for a kobold. Theodore accepted the nearly 1,000-strong kobold tribe and designated the forest surrounded by mountains as the site for his future city. After Doden drove the leopard folk tribe there, their leader Gare, who had harbored some ulterior motives, saw the massive white dragon before him. Realizing the disparity in strength, he immediately knelt and submitted. "Now that everyone is here, return all the treasures you have taken from me." "This, as you wish." Gare felt a pang of reluctance. These were gold coins they had painstakingly saved for decades, originally intended to trade with humans for weapons. Now they had no choice but to hand them all over to the white dragon they had just met. Matters had come to this, driven here by the ice forest giant bear. They had no other option. They could only hope he would not be too cruel, and that they could borrow his name to protect their lineage from extinction. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, he was not foolish enough to show his emotions. Gare knelt with utmost respect, waved his hand, and called several leopard folk to run back and bring their family's possessions. Theodore was aware of the leopard folk's small schemes, but did not mind. Once transformed into dragon-blooded creatures, their loyalty would be unquestionable. Master, we have brought everything." Nanny clapped his hands, eagerly calling to the kobolds behind him. Soon several kobolds carried out chest after chest. Knowing that the bear was driving them to meet a dragon, the kobolds had brought all their possessions. They kowtowed 3 times and 9 times before opening the chests before Theodore. Several chests of gold coins instantly lit up the surrounding leaves. Tens of thousands of gold coins made Theodore's heart bloom with joy. He picked them all up and placed them beneath himself. But as his massive body pressed down on the small pile of coins, feeling their comfort, a strange sensation stirred within him. It reminded Theodore of the dragon lady's enormous gold coin bed, and he understood the source of this feeling. Looking at the trembling Nanny before him, he said coldly, "A pity it's still too little. Nanny, from now on you must retrieve my gold coins well. As you command, my great master Wolf." Nanny knelt with utmost sincerity. Soon the leopard men also carried their gold coins over, totaling only over 9,000, a quarter of the kobold's hoard. Nevertheless, Theodore generously reclaimed his own gold coins. He understood the reason kobolds were natural-born miners fond of hoarding gold coins to await the passing of a dragon, using them as tribute to gain favor. Their combat prowess was not insignificant, surpassing goblins, though slightly inferior to leopard men. However, due to their expertise in crafting weapons, the gap between them was virtually leveled when armed. Theodore subdued both tribes. Seeing that nearly all had arrived, he produced 50 dragon scales, handing them to the kobolds and leopard men, instructing each to select the 50 strongest individuals. The transformation soon began. Time passed, and the air filled with the agonized cries of the kobolds and leopard men. In the end, only 5 from each tribe completed the transformation while the rest perished. The leopard men grew hard white scales, and their claws became sharper, capable of effortlessly unleashing icy blades. Their strength reached the 3rd tier. The kobolds, on the other hand, grew steel-like wings with all their attributes enhanced, also reaching the 3rd tier. They could even wield some low-level draconic magic. Theodore paid little heed to the fallen kobolds. After all, becoming a dragon-blooded creature was no easy feat. Gaining such formidable power came at a grievous cost. All who had transformed into dragon-blooded beings were exhilarated. The leopard men's earlier resentment over the white dragon taking their gold vanished, replaced by profound awe and submission. They gazed at Theodore with burning intensity, as if he were the sole deity, the only king in the world. Theodore was pleased with the look in his subjects' eyes. He flicked his tail slightly before addressing them. Leopard men, line up from here. Apart from your chief gear, you shall be called Leopard 1, Leopard 2, Leopard 3. The kobolds, except for Nanny, shall be named Dog 1, Dog 2, Dog 3. We obey Great Master's command. All the dragon-blooded creatures knelt before him. Then use your own blood to assimilate your kin. Upon receiving the order, every dragon-blooded creature began to bleed drop by drop onto their tribesmen. They then initiated rituals to transform them into pseudo-dragon-blooded beings. After all, dragon-blooded creatures were powerful monsters of a whole new order. Their distinct traits might cause untransformed kin to feel alienated and no longer identify with the group. To address this, the dragon-blooded could share their blood and scales with their kin, enhancing their basic attributes. This process turned them into monsters with a faint magical aura. Though the enhancement was minuscule due to the dragon-blooded's power, it unified their thoughts, making the faction more cohesive. If they ever gained the white dragon's favor, they might even become true dragon-blooded creatures, becoming even more obedient to their master. This was the foundation of a dragon's domain, a clear path of advancement. Watching them bleed and transform their kin, Theodore nodded in approval. The bedrock of this nation were these kobolds and leopard men. By continuously subjugating this forest and other external monsters, the rudiments of a kingdom would take shape. Building a nation could not be rushed, but a dragon had a long lifespan to wait. He instructed them to construct a palace here and mine. Another contingent was tasked with subjugating other forest tribes. If they encountered powerful beasts, they were to seek Duodon. Once everything was arranged, Theodore prepared to return and check on his little girl Shalene. After all, that grimoire that could summon an epic-level mage was no trivial matter. He wondered if she could handle it. It was time for him to see her, as she was his first subject. Using his telepathic link to sense her location, he soared directly southeast. A dragon could sense the location of its subjects. Shalene traveled across half the realm, crossed mountains, and covered thousands of li before reaching her destination. What once would have taken months to traverse through the forest now took only half a day. She returned to her former village. The village remained as serene as ever, with flowers and trees thriving. She cautiously crept forward, sneaking back into her old home. Before she even got close, Shalene's entire body trembled. Her expression shifted wildly as she stared at several bones being gnawed by wild dogs. Heartbroken, she collapsed, using her dragon's might to drive away the dogs. Crawling over, she hugged the fleshless white bones and wept bitterly. How can this be? Shalene's eyes were bloodshot, her body shaking uncontrollably. She refused to believe this outcome. After a long pause, she slowly rose and dashed like the wind toward another direction. If she remembered correctly, the mage should be in a large house a li away. Only by killing him could she ensure no further mishaps in her revenge. Gazing at the largest courtyard in the village, her draconic perception alerted her to a surge of magic. That must be the mage. She gathered frost in her hands, and the moment the mage sensed her, launched it from outside the courtyard, obliterating the compound. The ice exploded, instantly freezing the entire courtyard. Shalene saw the mage's terrified expression frozen in an ice sculpture, and satisfied, she turned to proceed with her vengeance. Then the entire courtyard shattered. The ice sculpture of the 4th tier mage broke apart, leaving a cross-shaped remnant. After killing the mage, Shalene stood dazed, staring at the familiar, yet foreign village. Tears streamed down her face. For a moment she was in a trance. Looking left, she saw her mother was still there. Taking her mother's hand, she walked forward. The commotion drew the entire village. People rushed over. Upon seeing Shalene, greed flickered in their eyes. They clearly remembered that the mage had offered 10 gold coins for her. A horde of them charged like demons, only to be impaled from below by ice spikes that erupted from the ground. Blood seeped from their bodies, then froze solid. Shalene held her face in her hands, lost in a happy memory of walking through the village with her mother. She greeted everyone warmly while the villagers were pierced by ice spikes sprouting from the earth, as if responding to her smile. At this moment, Shalene was like a demon from the frozen wastes. Noah, someone watching from afar, was so terrified they lost control of their bladder. Turning to flee, they were sliced into a chilled salad by ice blades. I told you she was a jinx. Why didn't you believe me? A stout woman brandished a large blade, shouting in fury, but the next moment her throat was pierced. No, 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 you can't do this. Frost crept over the houses, screams rising and falling. The hot crimson liquid on the ground was frozen into ice. Ah, mother, they seem to welcome us. Shilene twirled around in laughter, unknowingly traversing the entire village before returning to her home. The screams and shouts had subsided, leaving only Shilene's skipping figure exuding an aura of pure joy. As she stepped through the door, she saw a man charging at her with a cleaver. Upon recognizing Shilene's face, the man sighed in relief, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Then his expression turned to delight as he rushed outside to survey the scene. The commotion had died down. That demon must have left. He was the sole survivor. And now his daughter was back. Once she grew a bit older, he could sell her for money. Was all this a sign of his good fortune? Shall she? Great, the man shouted with delight. The situation is urgent now, so I won't bother with you leaving without permission, but remember, don't let it happen again. As if granting her a great favor, he then commanded Shilene. Now go quickly and search the bodies of those killed by the demons, collect all their copper coins, and let me go gamble and win big money. Then we'll go live in the city, and I can marry a few more. Watching the excited man, Shilene snapped back from her fantasy and stared at the reality before her with a dazed look. Everything she recalled in her mind shattered completely, turning into tragedy. Tears streamed down endlessly. She thought of the past. Because her hand ached from being hit, she cried and was forcibly stuffed into a sack, tied up, repeatedly thrown into the water, and pulled out after half a minute. Until her mother painfully handed over the last dowry, only then did they let go completely. It was also that time that her mother gave her a bag of rat meat and told her to leave. It was then that she picked up the book discarded by a mage, which led to all of this. He was a complete scumbag, the root of all this evil. Shilene raised her head, moved her hand slightly, and smiled sideways at the terrified man in front of her. She pulled out the cervical vertebra from the man's neck, causing his entire head to droop at a 90-degree angle with a large wound beside his neck. Yet Shilene's magic was forcibly keeping him alive. Shaolin, this is a misunderstanding. I am your father. It's only natural that you earn money for me. The man's lips moved, and he spoke with difficulty, the pain all over his body numbing his mind. At this moment, he also realized that everything outside might have been killed by Shilene in front of him, but it was all too late. Indeed, a mind filled only with gambling remains as foolish as ever. Boom. Swish, 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 swish. Shilene continuously whipped the man in front of her with the cervical vertebra, blood and flesh flying everywhere, staining her green hair, making her appear exceptionally ferocious. Her eyes were like those of a demon crawling out of hell, gleaming with excitement. At this moment, she was venting the anger of these past years. After a long while, when she grew tired of playing, she stopped treating the man, and then shattered his entire skeleton, mixing it with blood, bloody and disgusting. Shilene crouched on the ground, staring at the pile of flesh before her. She sat there blankly for a moment, then planned to return to her master. Just as she stood up, suddenly a withered bony arm grew out of the ground, directly grabbing her legs and interfering with her magical energy flow. The entire room turned eerie, continuously suppressing her sanity and restricting Shilene's movements. This is necromancy. Shilene realized the situation from the small part of the dragon heritage she inherited from Xiao Duo. She looked up at the withered figure on the roof. Indeed, just a child letting your guard down so quickly. A mage figure with dry skin, as if devoid of blood and flesh, appeared on the roof, looking down at Shilene with arrogance. You're not. Shilene widened her eyes, staring at the figure on the roof, her voice incredulous. Didn't I already kill you, eh? The figure sneered and said, spreading his arms, using a tone like scolding a child. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I sensed your sneak attack in advance and used a substitute doll. He jumped down from the roof, directly glanced at the pile of flesh, and clicked his tongue in admiration. Speaking of your mother's matter, it's not really related to me. It's all your abusive father's fault. Because of gambling, he lost the ability to think. When he had no money, he broke your mother's hands and feet. Seeing that he still couldn't get any money out of her, he dragged her out to sell. And don't look at me with that kind of eyes. The mage, somewhat repulsed by Shilene's gaze, as if looking at a dead person, continued to taunt. Think about it. If you hadn't run away and you were sold to the village chief's son, wouldn't your mother have died this early? My fault. Shilene paused, recalling various possibilities in her mind, but she ultimately dismissed them all. She was not wrong. She had once thought about being filial to him, but all she got was beatings and her mother's death. Her gaze turned sharp and cold as she stared at the necromancer in front of her like a prey. The necromancer thought he had convinced her and continued to chatter endlessly. That's right. I only gave your father a suggestion. Everything is your fault, you know. You managed to gain the approval of that magic book, so why didn't you obediently become my puppet and hand over that light magic to me? If you did, I would have given your father a large sum of money. The necromancer's tone carried a hint of frustration, as if he was disappointed that someone so lowly had the audacity to run away when becoming his puppet was already a great honor. He sneered at Shilene, who was completely caught, saying, then your mother wouldn't have died so soon either. How did you notice I was coming? Shilin remained expressionless. For a mage who blamed everything on her, she didn't care about his words. She had already come to terms with all of this. She would live only for herself and the white dragon in the future. Now she was more curious about how she had been discovered since she had completely concealed her magical energy and draconic might when she came. Moreover, she had exerted her full power on his room, and she had seen the scene of this mage being frozen by ice. The mage gave her a deep look, then chuckled and replied, "I just think. I've been fleeing from the pursuit of the Church of Light all my life. How could I not have left some contingency plans? From ancient times to now, I have a habit. I always place some retrospective magic on anyone I send out. That way I can see everything they saw before they died. Tisk tisk tsk. Seeing that white dragon, yet you weren't eaten. It seems you made a deal with that epic magic book, right?" The mage gave a sinister smile, "But I have to run too since that dragon is definitely coming." The mage hadn't spoken so much in a long time. His mouth was like a machine gun, chattering nonstop. It was as if he was pouring out the pain of being hunted and studying magic alone for years, but the only response he got was Shilin's icy gaze. "Although I don't know where you got this magical power, since you've fully accepted that epic level magic in the few minutes we have left, can I also obtain those magical essences through soul extraction?" The mage became smug, waving his withered hand, and started laughing sinisterly at the girl. "Soul extraction," Shilin sneered, and directly said, "Shao Duo, crush him." The mage initially paid no attention, but then he noticed the shadow on the ground. He abruptly looked up, revealing a terrified expression. What? In the sky? Such a huge blob. He used magic, causing a giant skeletal arm to grow from the ground, trying to push it away, but it was crushed directly by the slime, which then came down towards him. A booming sound rang out, and the entire courtyard shook a few times. The giant slime slammed the mage hard onto the ground. Shilin's body kept growing scales, and her strength became increasingly powerful. She soon broke through the magic that was suppressing her. "Do you still think you are strong? I have obtained the supreme power of my master. That weakest monster you thought of now has the power to suppress you." Mage. The mage only felt that his lower body was completely crushed. If he hadn't already transformed into an undead, he might have died. Dragon scale slime. How could it have evolved so quickly? The mage sensed the power of this white blob, and guessed it was the little slime she had been holding earlier. But why was the slime so strong, and why did it have the aura of a dragon? He suddenly looked at Shilin's dragon transformation, and instantly understood, exclaiming, "This powerful draconic might. It's a dragon vein life form." "You're right, but no reward," Shilin said in a drawn-out tone, walking slowly over. "What do you want to do?" The mage was now somewhat terrified, and then he was kicked in the balls, causing them to explode. His entire body rolled across the floor and slammed into the wall with a bang. His body twisted as he clutched his lower half, his pale face growing even paler, his eyes wide open, and his whole body trembling on the ground. Indeed, just a skeleton with a layer of skin. Shilin sneered, then looked at the slime. "Ah!" The mage suddenly let out a scream. If one looked closely, they could see that part of his body had already been digested by the slime, like sulfuric acid melting skin and bone. Shao Duo is so careless, melting your arm so quickly. Now you have no more tricks up your sleeve, right? I just forgot to use the perception magic," Shilin said, staring at his dissolving limbs with an unusually excited expression. No. Please, I beg you. The mage pleaded desperately, his stiff face unable to show much expression, his withered skin revealing pale bones. Harboring a glimmer of hope in his heart, he crushed the preparation he had made before coming here. After all, ever cautious as he was, he had long anticipated such a situation. He had chosen a village hidden near the dragon's lair in this forest after his defeat. Although he might be eaten himself, he could also use the dragon to help deal with the pursuers from the Church of Light. After all, dragons are so greedy for wealth. Shilin cast a magic that enhanced tactile sensation on his soul and skeleton, making him experience 100 or 1,000 times the pain. Listening to the mage's screams, Shilin found them melodious for the first time and couldn't help but sing a nursery rhyme along with his rhythm. After singing for a few minutes, Shilin flicked her hair and glanced at him, muttering softly, "What a pig-like squeal." Then she crouched down again. "Then I'll extract your soul and place it over a fire, basting it with oil and charcoal, grilling it forever. You won't have a chance because she's here." The mage suddenly raised his head, his hollow eyes terrifyingly eerie. Roar! A roar suddenly erupted, and a red figure charged swiftly, its reckless and domineering dragon might pressing down on them. Facing the sudden bite, Shilin leapt up and quickly landed on the roof. The slime Shao Duo, however, was struck flying and rolled against a wall. Upon recognizing the sudden attacker, Shilin couldn't help but exclaim, "Red dragon." The red dragon seemed to enjoy the exclamation, proudly raising its head, its tail sweeping back and forth, before finally looking at the mage under its claws. "What a big fuss. It was you who cast that sound transmission magic. You have quite the nerve. Now tell me truthfully, where is my epic level magic?" The red dragon opened its mouth, occasionally tapping the mage's mutilated body with its claws, its tone full of mockery. Ow, 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 great dragon, of course, how dare I deceive you? I swear by the great necromancer. The mage, aching all over from the taps, hurriedly spoke, genuinely fearing he might be crushed to death. The red dragon's brutality was well known. Moreover, the tactile magic on him had not been dispelled. Even a slight touch felt like being sliced into 1,000 pieces. Shalene, who had been warily watching the sudden appearance of the red dragon, was puzzled. Red dragon, why are you saving him? What exactly do you want? The mage raised his head with difficulty, glaring venomously at Shalene. Didn't expect this, did you? I thought it was foolproof, but you love tormenting so much, which gave me a last chance to survive. Who asked you to speak? As soon as the mage finished, he was swatted away by the red dragon's tail, slamming with a smack against the wall. The red dragon warned the wailing mage, then turned back to Shalene. This lowly mage cast a large-scale sound transmission magic in the territory of the jungle king Xena. The magic kept broadcasting, saying there was an epic magic tome here. So I came. Shalene asked puzzledly, don't you dragons have dragon inheritances? Why do you care about these magic tomes? You don't understand, the young red dragon said patiently. Selling these magic tomes to humans can get a lot of gold coins, especially since it's a whole set. As it spoke, its eyes were full of greed, and it ran back to interrogate the mage about where the epic magic he mentioned was. Seeing this, Shalene prepared to escape, since all those magics were now in her mind. If the red dragon realized this, she might bring trouble to her master. She slowly retreated, ready to flee at any moment. The mage, not yet being tortured by the red dragon, saw Shalene escaping and quickly confessed. Quick, catch her, or she'll run away. Otherwise the magical knowledge will be taken away. The red dragon spread its wings, and a scorching gale quickly blocked Shalene, making her expression grim, knowing a battle was inevitable. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Xiao Duo, and they nodded to each other. After the red dragon blocked her, its gaze was greedy, realizing the magical knowledge was in the mind of the little girl before it. It then looked at the mage. Since it's not with you, then I'll just eat you. No, you can't do this. The legendary necromancer won't let you off. I am a member of the necromancer's order he founded. The mage never expected the red dragon to be so brutal, devouring him immediately after getting the information without even verifying its truth. With a crunch, the dragon's fangs crushed his bones, chewed him a few times, and swallowed. Shalene did not spare the mage a thought. She kept her eyes warily on the red dragon, which was clearly very powerful. This mana, although it tastes like a salted fish, is still quite good. The red dragon licked its lips, then turned its gaze back to Shalene. It hadn't been worried about the girl escaping earlier, because that one had also come. That necromancer died months ago. How pathetic to be so ill-informed. The red dragon sneered a few times, then fixed its gaze on Shalene, looking at her dragon scales and horns. Don't be afraid. Judging by your appearance, you must have a dragon master. Since you are a dragon's kin, the great Xena will not kill you as long as you write down all those magics. The young red dragon spoke, its vertical pupils slightly glancing behind, showing a hint of fear, then fixed its gaze on Shalene with determination, as if ready to tear her apart if she refused. I need to seek my master's consent. Shalene said warily, a white magic stave appearing in her hand, made from the scales of a white dragon. It could enhance spellcasting, and also be used in close combat. In that case, we must fight. The young red dragon roared with unusual excitement, charging straight ahead, like a high-speed tank. Who knew how long it had been suppressed since birth, never having a proper fight. Shalene used Xiao Duo as a meat shield to engage it, and the battle was intense for a while. Even with the slime's help, Shalene was at a disadvantage. Being young, it was too difficult for her to fight the fully armored red dragon in close combat. The dragon's breath, scorching like lava, dealt too much damage to her, and she hadn't fully adapted to her draconic power. As frost and magma clashed again, the slime tried to suppress the red dragon as before. Just then a white silhouette flashed across the sky. With a bang, a claw struck down, blocking the breath and separating them. Stop! The authoritative voice of Xiaoduo rang out. Master! Shalene looked at the giant dragon before her with surprise. Theodore did not respond. Instead, he cast a deep glance behind the red dragon, and his draconic aura pressed down upon the nearby jungle like the darkness of night. A young or adult white dragon. The small red dragon was startled, swiftly retreating while roaring a few times behind her. An almost adult white dragon, you have finally come. As Theodore made his entrance, a cold, indifferent, and arrogant voice echoed. A green dragon 23 meters long slowly emerged from the shadows beside them, its body covered in fine green scales. Its cold, emerald vertical pupils scrutinized Theodore. So you have been waiting for me. Theodore bared his teeth, his tone growing icy as he glared at the cunning elder before him with undisguised hostility. Naturally, the green dragon did not deny it. Previously, she had been worried about the allure of the humans behind this young girl. After all, the Great War had just ended, and having been relentlessly pursued by humans, she had suffered some psychological trauma. She became cautious in her actions, even in such a situation. She had sent the newly subjugated red dragon to test the waters. Now it seemed to be just a young white dragon, and its size posed no threat to her. White dragons were easy to deal with. She had stumbled upon an epic repository of light magic. She would thrash the white dragon later to relieve her pent-up frustration. That green dragon is huge. Shilling stared intently at the green dragon, worried that the white dragon might not be able to handle it. She stepped back a few paces, tightly gripping the white dragon's scales, while the slime duo also retreated in front of the white dragon. After all, there was nearly a 5-meter difference in size, and the green dragon looked extraordinary. Its hard jade-like scales proclaimed that this was a dragon very close to adulthood. Are you the ruler here? You, the newcomer, should state your name. Humph, the future king of the Icefield, Theodore. I am the queen of 10,000 flowers, 10,000 grasses, and 10,000 forests, the Thornjade king who embodies wisdom and beauty. Xena Valentine. Narcissistic. Theodore looked at the larger green dragon, his tone disdainful. Such an expression, such arrogance. Soon you will know the consequences of underestimating the Thornjade king. The green dragon fixed her gaze on the white dragon, her tone sharp, as if she had full confidence in defeating him. Theodore sneered inwardly. He had the divine mark as a trump card. Transforming to swiftly defeat her would likely have no significant side effects. If the green dragon had no other hidden cards, victory would surely be his. Faced with her underestimation, Theodore paid no mind. For now his size was indeed smaller, but he would show her something big later. Theodore's vertical pupils swept over the green dragon as he taunted, hiding in the shadows from the start. Truly the cunning green dragon, so cowardly. I call it caution. If a dragon far stronger than me had come, I would have fled immediately. But since it's a white dragon, the same applies. The green dragon's vertical pupils fixed on the white dragon, her tone swift and tinged with contempt. Although the combat prowess of green dragons among the chromatic dragons was not strong, with such wisdom, even the weakest white dragon could not afford to underestimate her. Theodore did not heed her words. Instead, he curiously glanced at the young red dragon below. And this little red dragon, her, she came to me a month ago with nowhere else to go, probably drawn by my wisdom and beauty. The green dragon said carelessly, her gaze also landing on Shilin, envisioning countless gold coins being transported back to her lair. I see. So she is a wormling that just left her nest. Theodore looked at the red dragon with some pity. Roar, no. I was stolen by that wretched crystal dragon. The red dragon, as if recalling something, burst into anger and retorted. That's even more pitiful. Theodore's gaze grew even more sympathetic. As a white dragon, he was quite familiar with the crystal dragon he had never met. The inherited memories of white dragons told him that the crystal dragon most often stole white dragon eggs. This caused frequent conflicts between white dragons and crystal dragons. However, most white dragons had dull minds, which emboldened the crystal dragons. The lawful good crystal dragons would steal the offspring of other chromatic dragons, naively hoping to raise white dragon hatchlings into benevolent white dragons. But in most cases they would ruin the dragon. Those raised by crystal dragons lost their draconic nature, and when they roamed the continent, they rarely survived long, their minds twisted. This was a fact clearly recorded in dragon inheritance. Egg-stealing crystal dragons were the common enemy of all chromatic dragons. However, it seemed that when he flew across the border, he too had been targeted by a dragon, perhaps a crystal dragon. In that case, white dragon, I do not wish to fight. The difference in our strength is obvious. Let that young girl write down the magic. The green dragon Xena had no desire to say more. She spread her draconic aura, pressing it directly toward Theodore. You should not lack magic, Duna. Theodore was not bothered by her tone, but rather puzzled. You don't even know that. Are you a white dragon that just came from the Arctic? Look at your shabby state. You hardly have any scent of gold coins. Xena sneered at him. So he was a white dragon without a territory or minions to collect gold coins. How had he even survived being already a young adult? Xena explained, the Southern Church of Light guards light magic very tightly, especially epic-level spells. With just a little bait, they will bring piles of gold coins to trade with us. I see. And what if I say no? Theodore feigned sudden understanding, his dragon eyes instantly turning cold as he stared at the arrogant green dragon. No. Then I will have to show you the power of an elder. Xena spread her massive green wings, leaped into the air, and circled ready for battle. The wind rustled the surrounding woods, producing a soft, swishing sound. Then I shall also uphold the fine tradition among chromatic dragons. Theodore followed suit. Truly a dragon who fears no trial by fire. It seems you have no idea of the terror of the great Emerald Dragon King. You have quite a few titles. Naturally. Aside from the 2 fixed ones, all my titles are improvised on the spot. But any words of praise suit me, for I am the most beautiful dragon in the world. Conceited, Theodore snarled and swiped a claw at her. Xena dodged directly, her speed was clearly faster. She gathered a breath attack in the air. Come on. Theodore also soared, meeting her blast midair. Fierce venomous breath and icy breath clashed continuously, sending countless plumes of green smoke and frost falling from the sky, corroding the forest and crushing the trees. Then the two collided fiercely. The impact of their claws made Theodore's expression flicker. This strength, she was definitely not an ordinary young green dragon. Both power and speed surpassed his own. Her strength level might be at the 9th rank, or even higher. The earlier exchanges were just probing if Theodore could not discern her true strength from those few simple tests. But that made it interesting. Between dragons, only blood-soaked battles could truly unlock one's potential. Accumulating experience in life and death struggles, forging a unique combat style. Crack, crack, bang, bang. The sky echoed with continuous sounds as two giant dragons engaged in fierce melee combat. The moment Xena's claws and body collided, dragon scales shattered and clouds of mist dispersed. Xiao Duo was gradually being suppressed, but he grew stronger with each battle, his power steadily rising. Such a change alarmed Xena, and she continuously exerted her own strength. The battle in the sky also triggered a fight between Shilin Xiao Duo and the little red dragon on the ground. Instantly flames and ice interweaved everywhere. The red dragon's claws cut into the slime's body, but were stuck by its sticky mucus, immobilizing its movements. Moreover, she engaged in guerrilla warfare which enraged her, and she spewed dragon breath at Shilin and the others. The scorching heat instantly melted the houses and the ice on the ground, sweeping toward them. Shilin did not dodge. She raised her hand called Xiao Duo and chose to confront it with a beam of energy. The fire breath and the two ice breaths were evenly matched for a time. Let's stop fighting. The real outcome will be decided by those two dragons. After a while, the little red dragon realized she couldn't defeat these two despicable creatures in a short time. She lay on the ground and looked at them, saying, "That's right." Shilin looked at the white dragon's afterimage in the sky, nodded in agreement, and waved for Xiao Duo to retreat. What a fierce battle. The little red dragon stopped and gazed at the giant dragon battle in the sky with eyes full of envy. When would she become an adult and escape from this treacherous green dragon? The little red dragon looked at her claws, recalling how she had just fled from the crystal dragon's territory. Then she stumbled into Xena's territory and was captured alive. She growled in frustration. How infuriating. Once I'm an adult, I'll give each of them a big slap and steal all the green dragon's treasure. You don't have a good relationship with that green dragon? Shilin asked curiously, having thought they were allies. How could it be good? That treacherous green dragon treats me like a slave. If my strength weren't limited, I'd have made her kneel and sing conquest long ago. She keeps asking me in her lair if she's beautiful. Beautiful, my tail. A chicken is 1,000 times more beautiful than her. Besides, no matter how beautiful she is, she can't compare to me, the great red dragon king. I see. Shilin listened quietly to the red dragon's complaints, then suddenly remembered something important. Red dragon, may I ask your name? Since you have asked sincerely, I will graciously tell you. I am the future blazing fire volcano's crimson flame dragon king. Ai Lisha, he Tia. The little red dragon raised her head proudly, speaking as if bestowing a great honor. Another future title. It seems you have no fame now. Shilin nodded knowingly, sat down lightly, and gazed at the sky. How's my breath? Xiao Duo, catching her off guard, struck Xena's back scales with a direct blast. This was his first hit on the green dragon, and he was exceptionally excited. In the earlier fight, Xena had easily suppressed him using only physical strength. No matter how he combined breath and magic, he could barely make a ripple. His body had been hit by her breath several times, and his wings were now tattered. If it weren't for dragons flying by magic, he might have fallen by now. Barely passable. Xena was not angry, she simply felt the pain on her back scales. She looked at Xiao Duo with a more serious gaze, then suddenly, at an even faster speed, lashed him with her tail. With a crack, Xiao Duo was sent flying hundreds of meters before he could react. Roar. Feeling the pain on his back, Xiao Duo couldn't help but roar. At that moment, he finally understood Xena's true strength. Peak of level 10, a bordering on epic, an absolute power. For a green dragon to have level 10 strength before adulthood was rare. Compared to his own peak level 7, the difference was vast. Even if he could fight above his level, crossing 2 tiers was impossible. Moreover, his opponent was a dragon as formidable as himself, making even a single level leap difficult. No wonder his fangs only sparked against her scales earlier. Xena had not been using her true power. So this is your true strength. Xiao Duo's tone was unusually certain. If I hadn't been worried about killing you by accident with full force from the start, and breaking the rules set by Tiamat, I would have swept you senseless long ago. Xena's tone was arrogant. She had long determined the white dragon's strength, and had just been toying with him. Yet she had been hit, which was a great humiliation. The gap in levels between dragons might differ from that of humans, but each level represented a 20-fold difference in overall strength. Under such a disparity, she had still been wounded. This infuriated Xena and sighed. Yes, I learned a lot from fighting you just now. Experience in battling other dragons. But now it's unnecessary. However, I too have been abiding by the rules set by the five-colored dragon mother, which is why I haven't used that form. Xiao Duo's tone suddenly turned serious, and the divine runes on his back echoed his will, emitting a faint white glow. He was aware of the rules Xena mentioned. Due to the scarcity of five-colored dragons, the five-colored dragon queen had decreed, no five-colored dragon shall kill another. Ha ha ha, you mean you could kill me anytime? Facing Xena's sudden burst of laughter, Xiao Duo responded with silence. Soon Xena stopped laughing. Her emerald dragon eyes shimmered with a moonlit glow, her fury blazing beyond the sky. She was now determined to use all her might to teach this arrogant white dragon a profound lesson. In that case, let's go all out. Xena roared fiercely, folding her wings and emitting a green light. The trees in the forest began to grow wildly, radiating dreams, souls, and life. Plundering the forest's spiritual energy, she burned it within her body, continuously enhancing all her attributes, growing 3 meters longer. This was the ultimate mystery. She had comprehended a nascent legendary will, the absolute illusionary dream. As you wish. Seeing that she had revealed her true trump card, Xiao Duo responded. The divine runes spun wildly, as if embodying the principle of the universe, forming a massive vortex that drew in countless elements. His body suddenly expanded to over 30 meters, towering over her like an absolute bonfire. His blue-white heterochromatic eyes emitted a cold light that seemed to freeze heaven and earth. This is already bordering on epic. How can a white dragon have such a form? Xena stared at the white dragon's transformation, her eyes filled with shock. Then she noticed the surrounding changes, and her astonishment deepened. The ice carried by the white dragon was even freezing her illusion. How was that possible? This was a nascent legendary will, the starting point of epic. Even though it was incomplete, it was the embodiment of her will. Yet this intangible thing, before it had even fully manifested, was already frozen. How could this not shock Xena? The white dragon's body, after its surge, had surpassed hers. Theodore once again felt the terrifying power dwelling within him and roared towards the sky. The power of the divine runes seemed even stronger than before. When he clashed with her, he even felt as if he had combined Xena's strength. That wondrous sensation. Spreading his wings, he summoned a blizzard of icy gales, each shard of frost hurtling towards the green dragon like a blade. Roar! Faced with this scene, Xena set aside her prejudice against the white dragon and marshaled all her strength to confront the transformed, formidable white dragon. From Xian, she sensed the kind of power that could only be felt in the presence of a dragon slayer. Now she had to expend every ounce of her power to fight the white dragon. Under her magic, countless plants sprouted from the air, slicing through the ice, shattering and burrowing relentlessly. Xena conjured blade after blade, spewing her breath onto them, and they shot towards the white dragon with lightning speed. Theodore roared at the sky, scattering the clouds, and beat his wings as he charged at the arrogant green dragon. The clash of ice and blades intertwined, crashing together like two meat grinders. With Theodore deliberately distancing himself from the village, the two dragons engaged in a battle that darkened the heavens and the earth, gradually moving away from the settlement. Theodore spread his wings and unleashed a blizzard spanning miles, enveloping the green dragon, and within it began a ferocious battle that seemed to split the clouds. Shilin stared wide-eyed at this epic struggle, watching two dragons dozens of meters long tearing at each other in the sky, her eyes filled with pure admiration. This power was so immense beyond her imagination. Having left her small village and traveled thousands of miles, nearly crossing the entire kingdom, she had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. A deep yearning arose within her. She longed to possess such power to protect the king. Then she could stand alongside her master against such foes instead of merely watching. Her kindness had not changed, just as she had always hated to see others hurt, and could not help but assist them. Now she simply focused that compassion solely on Theodore. She was still the same gentle Shilin. The two dragons battled in the sky. Theodore once again spread his wings, cleaving through the air like a greatsword, tearing through the green dragon's steel-like scales. Xena's scales shattered, and she let out a pained roar. In a fit of desperation, she bit down on Theodore's neck, but could not penetrate his dragon scales. Theodore swung his massive claws wreathed in icy winds, cutting through the green dragon's flesh like a scythe reaping wheat, and lashed his tail through her jade-like body. Xena was not entirely defenseless. After realizing she could not breach his defenses normally, even as her body was pierced, she tore at his scales, her sharp fangs imbued with potent life force biting into the white dragon's scales. A terrifying dragon breath was added to one claw, corroding Theodore's body, but it was stopped by an invisible force. After only a brief struggle, Xena was horrified to discover that the white dragon, only a few meters larger than herself, possessed an absurd amount of strength. She was almost completely powerless, only able to inflict minor damage with the life-draining power of her breath. It seems I misjudged your strength. Xena quickly struggled out of Theodore's attack range and stared warily at the rampaging, powerful white dragon. Blood from her dragon body fell from the sky, revitalizing the forest ravaged by their battle. Xena raised her dragon head, gazing at the white dragon's silhouette in the sky. Her vertical pupils narrowed into a line filled with gravity. Theodore hovered high in the sky, his robust dragon body stained red, wrapped in countless broken and intact triangles. They intersected, constantly covering almost his entire body. Because they were both white, it had gone unnoticed at first. These mysterious patterns radiated a dense divinity. Xena, who knew all the known gods of the world, could swear this was not the divinity of any god in the world. Could this be his own divinity? But how could that be? Such an increase in power, this utterly unreasonable strength. What kind of being was this white dragon, and which ancient dragon was playing such a joke? The white dragon's mana was mixed with this special divine power that should not belong to this plane. Stop here. Xena hurriedly called for a halt. She knew she had no chance of victory and regretted her earlier decision. Now most of her scales were shattered, her wings were torn, and some of her ribs were broken. In contrast, the white dragon had only suffered a few scales bitten off with little actual damage. If they continued fighting, she might sustain irreparable injuries, and it was not worth it for a vague, epic magic that could only be traded for gold coins. The stinging pain from her cells became unbearable. She had to lower her dragon head and sue for peace. You say stop, so I stop. That would make me lose face. Theodore sneered, retorted, and pretended to charge again for another bout. Theodore had been holding back, just as Xena had initially done to him. Despite the green dragon Xena's battered appearance, her vital parts were not damaged, and these wounds would heal quickly. Seeing the white dragon about to charge again, Xena grew anxious and shouted from afar, "This form of yours can't last long, can it? Or maybe it comes at a heavy cost. So what if it does?" Theodore snorted and pounced, directly smashing the green dragon hard. The two dragons tangled again and fell from the high sky. With a crash, they landed in the forest. Theodore pinned the green dragon beneath him, his dragon head pressed against Xena's neck. If she made the slightest move, he would bite down. Feeling Theodore's weight on her, Xena felt an inexplicable humiliation. She had never been pinned by a dragon before. Today she was actually pinned by this white dragon. How infuriating! A fire of anger rose in Xena's dragon heart as she looked at the white dragon still on top of her. She struggled desperately, but to no avail. He pressed down even harder, the clashing of scales producing a clanging sound. Feeling the white dragon's freezing temperature, she finally lowered her head completely, her tones softening with a hint of appeasement. I can give up the magic. Xena's face showed a struggle for a moment. That magic was mine to begin with. Theodore slapped her with his tail and coiled it around hers, forming a stranglehold. This fight was indeed my fault. I shouldn't have tried to steal your magic, White Dragon King. But setting aside the facts, aren't you also at fault? If we set aside the facts, how could I be at fault? Roar, we've crossed swords and come to know each other. Having another dragon as an ally is a support. Can we make peace? Make peace. You started the fight, and now you want peace. Do you think I'll be led around by the nose? Theodore's tone was full of disdain. She wanted to fight, so she fought. If she wanted peace, so she made peace. What did she take him for? I will offer the green pearl I have nurtured for 20 years in this forest. Xena's voice grew even softer after this thrashing. If not for the thick dragon scales, Theodore might have seen Xena blushing. What use would I have for that green pearl? Theodore paused, his expression softening a bit, showing interest in the green pearl. This thing is extremely precious. If sold to humans, it could fetch over 1 billion gold coins. Think about it. Over 1 billion gold coins would be enough for your ordinary form to live comfortably. Seeing Theodore's interest, Xena explained hastily. Although rare, the green pearl was of little use to green dragons, but it held countless benefits for humans. She had originally planned to exchange it for gold coins, but now she had to hand it over to the white dragon. Her heart ached constantly. This was over 1 billion gold coins. She had nurtured it so painstakingly, and now she had to give it away. Over 1 billion. Is that true? Theodore was also shocked by the figure. Even the kobolds who were skilled at mining had only saved tens of thousands over the past decade. And this small green bead, when sold to humans, could fetch so many gold coins. Of course, because being near this pearl passively heals the injuries of those nearby and prolongs life. For humans with short lifespans, it's a highly sought-after item. If it's fake, you can come find me. My kingdom is in this forest. Listening to Xena's words, Theodore thought it made sense. After all, kobolds rarely left the forest and had little contact with humans, and when they did, it was only with impoverished adventurers. Compared to the much better night pearl, the green pearl was clearly very popular. And from Xena's tone, only green dragons could nurture such a thing. Don't break your word, or else. Its claw also rested on Xena's neck. Xena spat out a green orb 20 centimeters in diameter before him. Theodore also bit down firmly and teleported it into his own small space. Then his body gradually shrank back to its original size, and a wave of fatigue washed over him, but it was faint and soon dissipated. Clearly this form was not as strong as the one he had used against the golden-haired girl earlier, The duration was shorter, he had taken little damage, and there were almost no side effects. This divine pattern was truly a boon. Having obtained his reward, he scampered back in high spirits. This trip to see his vassals had been incredibly profitable. Not only had he vented his anger from the golden-haired girl, but he had also gained some combat experience, and most importantly, he had stumbled upon such a precious orb. By the way, White Dragon, let's make a wager. Xena suddenly called out as she watched Theodore spread his wings and fly back toward the village. A wager? Theodore halted mid-flight, casting a wary glance at her. What did this green dragon want now? What wager? White Dragon, your strength is formidable, but you lack a reputation to match it. Let's compete to see who can destroy the neighboring kingdom first. Xena's draconic lips curled upward slightly as she continued. That sounds interesting. Theodore was also intrigued. Though he knew it was a trap set by the green dragon, he couldn't resist taking the bait. He had indeed toyed with the idea of destroying the neighboring kingdom before, but after meeting that girl the notion had faded. Now he was curious to see what scheme the green dragon would hatch next. The kingdom you've established is nearby, isn't it? There are two kingdoms here, the kingdom of Klib and the kingdom of Cate. Let's each choose one. Xena continued. From the details of their recent battle, she had essentially gauged Theodore's true capabilities. However, he didn't mind, as such analysis was easy after combat. You want to use me? These two kingdoms must have a grudge against you, and judging by your strength, they are no pushovers either. Theodore didn't spare his defeated opponent any face. Ahaha, I can't fool you, can I? Xena gave a dry laugh and began to recount her grievances with them. I have some old scores to settle with these two kingdoms. When I was just entering my youth, the war between the Chromatic Dragon Alliance and the human nations had largely ended. During the dragon's retreat, they ambushed my mother and even audaciously tried to capture me. Recently, I reached level 10 and wanted to take my revenge, but unfortunately, the Knight Commander of the Kingdom of Klib suddenly broke into the epic realm. Then I went to Cate, and its king, the very one who had hunted me before, was also an epic. You really are unlucky. Theodore glanced at her. But unfortunately, I don't have that intention right now. Xena didn't seem bothered by his answer. Instead, she wore an expression that said, you will eventually. Given your current size, when you build a dragon's paradise next to human nations, you won't have a choice. If that happens, I won't announce its destruction in advance. Hearing Xena's words, Theodore replied with exceptional arrogance, a testament to his absolute confidence in his own strength. Under the treaty between dragons and humans, legendary beings cannot directly attack those below the legendary rank, or they will face the judgment of the God of Balance. This treaty was sworn by all races of the Gluan continent to the God of Balance, Fanes, and enjoy divine protection. Even the Gugwa Empire dared not break this rule when it was first established. It was the most effective way to prevent legendary beings from secretly slaughtering weaker races and cutting off their lineage. Xena rose and flew to his side, her body shrinking until she transformed into a breathtaking elf. Her white hair fluttered in the wind, her ears were pointed, and a graceful smile graced her lips. Her emerald scales turned into a long gown of white with green accents, a sight that would make any dragon's eyes light up. Her dignified and elegant demeanor added an inexplicable charm. The entire dragon looked stunning. She turned into an elf. Theodore stared at Xena curiously, his small claws unable to resist scooping her up along with the ground. He brought her close to his eyes to examine every detail, even lowering his head to peek beneath her skirt. TCH, another pair of white safety shorts. Why did this world still have such a nuisance? Xena merely smiled faintly at Theodore's behavior, paying it no further heed. Instead, she brushed her long hair and said, let's make a 10-year appointment. How about we form an alliance? If your territory is attacked, I can come to your aid. Appointment. Theodore looked at her with confusion. Let's set this plan of destruction aside for now. First, we form an alliance. During this time, I won't stir up wars casually, but if I am attacked by humans without reason, you must come to help, and vice versa. And we'll revisit the plan in 10 years depending on your will. How about it? That sounds reasonable. Theodore nodded slightly. For him, there were no drawbacks. In fact, he retained the power of decision. However, green dragons were notorious for their cunning. There must be some hidden trap he wasn't aware of, but he was not afraid. Even if he refused this time, the green dragon before him could easily ensnare him from all sides with small tricks. It was better to seize the decision-making power now. Not just reasonable. I'm certain. I bet that within 10 years you will definitely be attacked by humans. No dragon understands human greed better than I do. When that happens, you'll need a reliable backup. Xena spoke with absolute conviction. She had no doubt about human greed. This young white dragon would surely be targeted by humanity. Hearing this, Theodore wavered. Why are you still hesitating? We are evil dragons. Very well, the alliance is formed. After a moment of silence, the white dragon agreed. The moment their eyes met, his claw and her tender hand gave a light tap. You cannot. A voice suddenly rang out as the tap ended. A 26-meter-long azure dragon swiftly revealed itself from a coiled position on a tree, took flight, and landed before them, glaring at them with fury. So you finally showed yourself? Judging by the scent, you're not a chromatic dragon. Theodore sniffed at her again and realized she was not a blue dragon, but a crystal dragon. His expression immediately soured and his tone turned icy. You're a crystal dragon. Crystal dragons were considered the most amiable among gem dragons. Earlier he had thought the one following him was a blue dragoness, but it turned out to be a crystal dragon. Crystal dragons were very warm-hearted and often interacted with human visitors. As mentioned before, they had a fondness for stealing eggs, especially white dragon eggs. No wonder he couldn't give her a good face. Not activating the divine pattern on the spot was already a courtesy. You cannot do this. If you destroy that kingdom in 10 years, how many families will be torn apart? How many wives and children will be separated? You should be a dragon. AG8, the playful crystal dragon. Xena looked at Theodore and remarked, ignoring the crystal dragon's fuss. As long as Theodore acknowledged the pact, it was fine. Theodore also turned to the crystal dragon. You know me. Receiving the crystal dragon's confirmation, Xena's face instantly turned cold, of course. And why should we consider the feelings of humans after destroying them? Compared to what humans have done, I think we are already merciful. After all, we don't deliberately slaughter civilians. Unlike human armies, after defeating us, they massacre our vassals and our kingdoms. Isn't that right, White Dragon? White Dragon. Indeed. Theodore nodded in full agreement. No one understood the human heart better than he did. Even on Earth, from his past life, where they preached the equality of all living things. But only on the condition that humans are not threatened, and any beast that has devoured or harmed humans must face the death penalty. This stemmed from humanity's arrogance in regarding themselves as the spirit of heaven and earth, an extreme humanism deeply rooted in the hearts of mankind. Besides, this plan won't be decided until 10 years from now. Right now, it's merely two dragons providing mutual support. That's different. The crystal dragon Ajata erupted with excitement, loudly rebutting. Shina sneered, how is it different? Ajata protested. If humans discover that you two powerful dragons have formed an alliance, they will surely stir up turmoil and launch a crusade against you. Shina brushed aside her white hair, her expression extraordinarily confident. Crusade against us? Then we shall annihilate them. As the saying goes, if humans provoke dragons, dragons will retaliate. I am Shina, pure, amiable, and wise. I would never initiate conflict against humans. Theodore concurred with her words. Ajata hesitated, then quickly shook her head. That's not what I meant. If you form an alliance, they will certainly come attack you. Theodore couldn't help but interject, then why are humans allowed to form alliances while we dragons are not? And what business do humans have with us? You dragons of all beings grow so close to them. What exactly is it about humans that draws you away? Hearing the white dragon bring this up so suddenly, as though some switch had been flipped, Ajata grew quite excited and declared, humans have poetry and distant horizons, countless adventure tales, a tangle of friendship and treachery forming intricate webs. Isn't it thrilling to walk within them? No, I only perceive greed and fear, Shina said coldly. Sorry, I haven't walked those paths, so I truly don't feel it, Theodore added with a slight shake of his head, turning to the crystal dragon before him. Moreover, our alliance is already set and cannot be changed. Besides, who would know if you don't tell? You? I am one who keeps secrets, Ajata began, but before she could continue, Shina silenced her with a glare. Theodore glanced at the white-haired beauty before him, then at the transparent and exquisite crystal dragon, and suddenly asked, why did you keep following me when I was flying over? Well, although the white dragon flies quite high, I could easily detect your presence. You had just crossed into our territory, and I worried you might go destroy a settlement, so I stealthily followed from behind. Facing Theodore, Ajata felt quite uneasy, especially after witnessing their entire battle with the green dragon. She was terrified by the form he had displayed earlier. Her strength was roughly equal to the green dragon's, and being mercilessly beaten that would be excruciating. Furthermore, she was no match in combat, and had no companion dragons nearby. There was absolutely no way she could have won. Oh, Theodore heard her out, but paid her no mind. Instead, he grabbed Shina and took flight toward the village. Hey, what else do you intend to do? Ajata hurriedly followed. White Dragon is master. Shilene, perched atop a roof on a slime, suddenly spotted the white dragon's figure and leaped up in excitement. Let's see the battle outcome. It's actually him who won. Truly incredible, the little red dragon Eliza exclaimed excitedly. But upon seeing the crystal dragon behind them, her face instantly froze and turned pale. She couldn't help but retreat several steps, shrank herself, and hid. With a mighty crash, the white dragon landed and set Shina beside her on the rooftop, while the crystal dragon stood stunned. Sniffing the nearby structures with disbelief, her expression transformed into delight. Wait, this scent. Is this the aura of my child, little Eliza? The crystal dragon Ajata let out a soft roar, following the scent toward a nearby house. To Theodore and the others' astonishment, she emerged with a red-haired little girl no larger than Shilene in her jaws. I see now. She's your lost child. Shina finally understood upon witnessing this scene. No wonder this red dragon was so extraordinary and possessed such a gentle disposition. She had been shaped by this crystal dragon. LO. Eliza had already shifted back into dragon form, roaring and struggling relentlessly in Agiate's mouth, yet unable to break free. Stop throwing a tantrum and come back to your mother's embrace. Agiata scolded the little red dragon, placing her on the ground and gripping her tail to prevent escape. Honestly, you dare run away from home as a mere hatchling. Don't you have a mother anymore? Look at you now, bullied by two vicious dragons right before your eyes. The little red dragon Eliza frantically tugged at her tail, crying aggrievedly. You're just an egg thief. Your Highness Green Dragon King, your Highness White Dragon King. You can't just stand by and watch. You dare talk back? Careful, or I'll skip your dinner. Agiata remained remarkably patient with the little red dragon, gently admonishing her. Let me go. I can hunt for myself. Eliza refused to submit. This crystal dragon always underestimated her, speaking as though she were incapable of hunting. You're still young. It's dangerous out there. Be good and stop causing trouble. Oh whoa, I'm a chromatic dragon, not a crystal dragon. Theodore quietly observed the family drama before him, secretly grateful he hadn't been born in a crystal dragon's lair. He could hardly imagine living with such a mother. Watching their bickering, however, proved to be quite entertaining. The most fearsome red dragon reduced to this state by a crystal dragon. What a delightful spectacle. Oh, does Theodore have a fondness for dragon hatchlings? Shina seized the opportunity to smile at him, ascending into the air and gently stroking the white dragon's snout. Unaware of Shina's actions, the white dragon nodded seriously. They are rather cute when small. I see. Speaking of which, your Highness, White Dragon, your white scales appear remarkably new. Did you experience a great battle not long ago? Or perhaps... Hearing Shina's words, the white dragon too sensed something amiss and realized she was touching the scales on his dragon head. Nevertheless, he answered honestly, I recently fought a maiden with golden hair. Despite unleashing my full firepower and relying on that blade. In the end, I was the victor. It's a pity I couldn't capture her. A flicker of greed and longing flashed across Theodore's eyes before swiftly concealing itself. His words instantly stunned all the dragons present. Xena became serious. She still vividly remembered the strength of the white dragon in that form. Having just been brutally beaten by the white dragon, she was all too aware of how astonishing his words were, as her wounds still throbbed with pain. A young girl could fight him to such an extent. There were few in the entire continent. No, in the past, she even thought none existed. She believed it was some ancient human disguised as a maiden. After all, she had attended 2 noble gatherings where human women often claimed to be eternal 18-year-old maidens. Is that so? There are quite a few girls with such strength on the continent, especially when you are at your full power. Agiat spoke in shock, as well as she had witnessed with her own eyes how the green dragon was effortlessly thrashed by that composed attitude, barely able to defend. That's indeed true. That peculiar divinity. When I saw it, I thought it was Tiamat descending to fight in her stead. Hearing the dragons, Shailene was bewildered and looked around. However, she understood from their words that her white dragon seemed to have taken a fancy to a certain girl and wanted to capture her. She suddenly seemed to find a new goal, and with a serious expression, she pleaded, who is that girl? Little, she will definitely catch her for you, master, and help you discipline her severely. Little brat, you don't understand. Xiaoduo patted Shailene's head with his claw, knocking her flying behind him. At such a young age, you're not learning good things, just thinking nonsense. I do understand. When I ran away from home before I passed by a noble family and saw their house rules in that book. Slave Discipline Manual. I still remember it. Shailene muttered, holding her head in grievance. Xiaoduo was momentarily speechless. What, so you're saying that Xiaoduo just now wanted it? Xena suddenly stepped forward, her body floating like a female ghost as she drifted before his dragon, head gently stroking his scales, her eyes full of tenderness. Not at all. Xiaoduo got goosebumps from her gaze, momentarily choked. Under the seduction of the white-haired elf before him, his inner desires were stirred. The heat inside him couldn't dissipate. Suppressed, he couldn't help opening his mouth and stretching out his tongue to lick. Again that fragrant scent. Xena's smile froze for a moment. Ignoring the dragon saliva on her, she reached out to touch the sharp fangs that were as tall as herself, feeling the cold sensation and the tender texture. Just as she thought. Xena's gaze grew even more fervent, her hands moving faster, frantically rubbing against them. What are you talking about? Are you enjoying the thrill of slaughter? Eliza, watching the green dragon turned elf, curiously asked with excitement, as she pinched the white dragon's big white teeth. When the big dragons are talking, children should not interrupt. Agiat slapped Eliza's dragon head, pressing it into the dirt, forcing her to swallow a mouthful of earth. Oh woo. Eliza quickly lifted her head, spat out the dirt, and growled discontentedly at Agiat. Anyway, we're all females here. I can do it, you know. Xena continued teasing Xiaoduo, her words growing increasingly unrestrained, her gaze becoming utterly naked. Get lost, Awoo. Xiaoduo's face flushed, and he quickly caught the cunning in her eyes. A flicker of anger rose from deep within who, unable to bear it, he swatted her to the ground with his claw, then swiftly picked up a bewildered Shalene and the slime Xiao duo. With a mighty flap of his wings, he flew toward his own territory. Master, what's wrong? Shalene, still disoriented, lifted her face and asked anxiously. I don't want to see Xena until I become a juvenile. Seeing her is a torment to my heart. You wouldn't understand. Xiaoduo's tone was flat. What don't I understand? Shalene asked with wide, puzzled eyes. If you don't understand, don't ask. Xiaoduo was in no mood to joke with her. His mind was filled with Xena's challenging and seductive expression. That tantalizing smile, the white dress clinging wetly to her skin. Xiaoduo felt a surge of emotional breakdown. With such good resources right beside him, and she was the one who teased him. Woo-woo. Thinking about it made his heart even more agonized. Why did he have to be a wormling? That thing won't stiffen until the juvenile stage. Xiaoduo, looking utterly defeated, fled back to his territory. Oh woo. Alyssa watched the white dragon fly away in despair. Could she never escape the restraint of this crystal dragon? The pain on her head still echoed in her soul, recalling the crystal dragon's nagging about reforming her ways and taking her to seek peaceful coexistence with other dragons. Talking to humans without being able to eat them as meat. That was almost worse than killing her. Recalling all she had been through, Alyssa wept dragon tears. White dragon, come back quickly and take me with you. When I grow up, I'll come back and hang Agiat by my teeth. Seeing Alyssa like this, Agiat thought she had become emotionally attached after the exchange with the white dragon and felt relieved, quickly comforting the little red dragon. Xena, however, paid no attention to them. Instead, she kept staring at the disappearing back of the white dragon. This was when she finally confirmed her dreadful conjecture. So dreadful that she could hardly believe it. Though his size was nearly that of an adult dragon, he was still a wormling of 5 or 6 years old. Xiaoduo. In her mind, she recalled the figure she had just fought, the blazing will that seemed to freeze all matter, the long, beautiful snow-white scales echoing in her heart. Although he had not spewed that icy breath, she had a feeling that if Xiaoduo had breathed on her, she would never have survived. A wormling capable of exerting the strength of an adult dragon. The source of the divine patterns on his back, could it be a dragon of the divine realm? If so, perhaps laying a dragon egg with Xiaoduo would also be a good choice. Regardless, Xiaoduo must have a powerful deity backing him. If she could establish a connection, she might also enter the realm of ancient dragons. Roaming the starry sea, eternal freedom. So that's how it is. Ahaha, truly unexpected, a wormling. Xena's lips curled up as she thought, and she couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. What? Agiat, who was about to leave, heard this, and suddenly jolted in shock. Xiaoduo is a wormling. That divinity, that potential. Could it be the white dragon prophesied to destroy Gugo? What? That big brother is actually a wormling. Oh woo. I won't accept it. Alyssa was also dumbfounded. She looked at her own 6-meter-long body, then recalled the white dragon's 19-meter stature, and her heart filled with resentment. She roared in fury. She had always thought the white dragon was a young adult, never expecting him to be a wormling of the same age as her. How could this not be shocking? I should be going back too. Farewell. Xena glanced at the terrified pair of dragons, large and small, then transformed back into her dragon form and took off toward her own territory. At the moment of takeoff, Alyssa seemed to have forgotten something. Her round red dragon head lowered in thought on the crystal dragon's claw, then suddenly jerked up. Don't go. Why? Alyssa roared anxiously at Xena's retreating figure. O king of green dragons, the embodiment of beauty and wisdom, please save your beautiful subordinate. Her tone was filled with tragic grandeur. Dragon tears dripped from the corners of her eyes, despairing and wavering, as if she were doomed to fall into an abyss never to be saved. This moved the crystal dragon Agiat to deep pity. She stroked her head. Be good. When you grow up, you can come and play. I won't. Alyssa struggled desperately for a while, but was still picked up like a chick by the crystal dragon and carried back. Her vacant eyes shimmered with strange tears, as if foretelling a period of misery yet to come. The brutal little red dragon met a kind-hearted crystal dragon lady determined to change her ways. What sparks would fly? Dragons are divided into 3 alignments, but not absolutely. Gem dragons are in the self-proclaimed good neutral alignment. Chromatic dragons are evil-aligned, mainly colored white, red, blue, green, and black. They generally like to capture princesses and wait for brave knights to bring gold coins. Metallic dragons consider themselves good-aligned, are exceptionally united internally, and enjoy punishing evil and promoting good, especially teaming up to hunt chromatic dragons. Deep within the forest, Theodore was quietly studying his magic and breath, with blue lightning crackling around his dragon head, casting a cold blue-white light across the surroundings. With a thunderous roar, the dragon breath blasted directly onto the ground nearby, instantly piercing a massive crater, while countless tendrils of lightning spread outward, freezing and shattering everything they touched. Those tendrils of lightning carried an unimaginable amount of ice element, an extension of ice element in the form of lightning. Theodore was recreating the lightning-infused frost breath that he had unleashed in a burst of potential during his previous decisive battle with the golden-haired girl. Theodore maximized its power to enhance the penetration of the attack along with the frost that spread like electric currents. After all, from the battle with the girl, he had realized that his dragon breath was still far from sufficient. This became even more evident in the fight against the green dragon, where his breath only left a layer of frost on Xena. Good, by compressing a small amount of lightning element outside the ice element to form a thin shell. This is his new dragon breath. Theodore nodded in satisfaction. From now on, if he encountered them again, even without activating his divine rune, his dragon breath could easily harm them. He stood up and turned his gaze towards Shalene, who was wearing a maid outfit. Wow, Master is amazing. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, and every move of the white dragon made her heart race, filled with utter reverence for Theodore. Naturally, the power of my dragon breath has increased significantly. Unfortunately, my magic hasn't improved much yet. I'll have to take it slowly. In the past couple of days since returning, Theodore had diligently practiced magic, but he found that improvement was slower than simply refining and mastering his own unique dragon breath. It seemed that only when he reached adolescence would his magical aptitude rapidly advance. For now, his magical prowess was already far superior to that of a young dragon. Shalene noticed Theodore's displeasure and pouted, comforting him. It's okay, Master is already incredibly strong. One day you will rule the world. But ruling the world might be quite troublesome. Theodore raised his dragon head, his dragon eyes filled with arrogance, as if the world was already within his grasp. He seemed only troubled by how to best rule the world. Not troublesome at all, Master. You just need to sit upon that throne. Shalene raised her face too, standing on tiptoes, as if imagining the scene of his world domination, her voice brimming with cute anticipation. Don't worry, Master. When that time comes, I'll definitely help you manage them. Shalene chimed in tactfully. Humph. Theodore was quite pleased. This little one truly understood his thoughts. He looked toward the massive, unfinished building. It's a pity this palace isn't fully built yet. I wonder when it will be completed. It should be soon. Aren't there hundreds of thousands of orcs working on it? Shalene's tone also carried dissatisfaction, with the orcs feeling their work efficiency was dragging. A few days ago, they had actually proposed working 16 hours a day. As her master's vassal, building a palace was so delayed that they even wanted rest. If not for the fear that overwork would cause deaths and further slow construction, she would have made them work 24 hours a day. Enough. Theodore sighed, looking at the pouting Shalene. The surroundings resembled the demon lord's castle from hero novels, serene yet eerie. Outside, a group of kobolds were busily constructing the main hall, but the distance was great and the noise from the construction site did not reach here. Master, do you have any other orders? Shalene noticed Theodore's gaze, smiled and curtsied. Nothing, it's just that it should be lunchtime now. Theodore slowly rose and flew toward the main hall, with Shalene following closely behind. But the time required for a wormling to advance to a juvenile dragon was extremely long, and the rate of physical growth and strength increase was slowing down. Even using magic to temper the body had little effect. Even if he devoted himself to studying magic, it wouldn't greatly improve his current strength, let alone the fact that researching magic was so tedious and boring. The dragon's growth stage clearly limited him. For now, he could only focus on increasing his attack power, even though there was no immediate sense of crisis on the surface. But an inner sense of crisis still filled him, for he knew this world was deeper than he imagined. Based on what he already knew, humanity had thousands of small kingdoms and 5 superpowers. Whether it was the lofty legends or the god behind the golden-haired girl, none of them were foes he could match now. Moreover, given the enmity between humans and dragons, he would surely face the crusade of human heroes in the future. He must prepare thoroughly. This nation was indispensable, and he also needed some powerful vassals, preferably capable of raising a beast tide. On the continent, epic dragons were very rare, generally no more than 3,000. But humans, on the other hand, were accepted by the new era's laws. Though short-lived, their immense reproductive capacity and vast numbers allowed them to easily produce tens of thousands of epic-level warriors. Overwhelming with numbers was the key to human adventurer parties slaying dragons. Although a dragon's individual combat power was formidable, they often struggled against entire adventurer parties. That was when vassals were needed to compensate for the dragon's lack of numerical strength. With just a few slightly weaker vassals, they could split the enemy forces, allowing the dragon to swiftly pick them off one by one. Moreover, after reaching epic-level, dragons would channel part of their magic to enhance the potential and combat power of their vassals. On the continent, the number of epic-level dragon vassals far exceeded that of epic dragons themselves. Generally, an epic dragon would have 3 or 4 vassals of the same rank, while lower-level vassals could handle the human armies of lower tiers. Imagine an epic dragon leading its army, the orc horde covering mountains, and plain steel birds soaring in the sky, and countless pythons in the ocean. Beside it, 3 other powerhouses of the same level, and the dragon at the center of the army spreads its wings, gazing down upon a human city under a blood moon. Normal adventurers would never be able to penetrate deep for a decapitation strike. They would be forced to rally all surrounding armies for a frontal confrontation. Thus Theodore, while still young, should first build a solid foundation for a nation. Once he grew up, the orcs and magical beasts with their powerful reproductive abilities could directly raise an invincible Arctic beast tide, bringing despair to humanity. Theodore soared in the sky, proudly watching his subordinates tirelessly constructing the palace for him. Even without his orders, these vassals had clear divisions of labor. Some went to mine underground, some smelted iron, others farmed, while the leopard people sourced materials from the forest. The busy kobolds frowned. Although their iron axes were not sharp, the converted kobolds possessed extraordinary strength, easily chopping down large trees with a single blow. These weapons need to be improved, Theodore thought to himself as his gaze returned to the trolls moving giant logs. These were green ogres that ate almost anything. Newborn trolls were very small. But once they reached adulthood, they had second-tier strength, standing 5 meters tall and weighing 20 tons. They were naturally strong, agile giants. With such weight and height, they were like tanks and meat grinders on the battlefield. Their tribe was also the strongest in the forest. Even the kobold chieftain, now a dragon-blooded creature, leading his kobolds, could barely match them. It was only with the help of the giant bear Dordan that they were easily subdued. Now they were also under his command. Theodore was not picky about the types of vassals, since normally, except for core vassals, most were just cannon fodder. Moreover, Theodore had noticed a problem as the tribe continued to expand. The entire tribe now seemed like a loose collection of sand held together only by his and Dordan's prestige, which barely maintained a fragile peace. Now it was necessary to convert the chieftains of each race into dragon-blooded beings, and this nation must have its own elite forces and a center of power, to prevent the entire realm from collapsing when he was not present. After removing the branches from the trees, the trolls combined their strength to haul over the massive logs. The kobold mages used ice magic to transform the logs into frozen carved blocks, which were then used to construct the vast palace. The smaller pieces of timber were used to build small huts 2 miles beyond the palace, serving as residences for the servants, forming a surrounding layout that encircled the area. Clearly, this was the embryonic form of a colossal city. Even in its current state of ugliness, one could discern what a magnificent project it would become once completed. Yet the palace he envisioned, spanning 50 square kilometers, still seemed an eternity away. Sharen, how many tribes have we subjugated so far? Master, we have already merged over 20 surrounding kobold tribes, bringing the total number of kobolds to over 300. The number of panther folk remains unchanged. We have gained 300 new lizardmen, over 300 trolls, and various other beastmen. So many. Theodore listened to Sharen's report somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected that in just a few days his followers had grown so numerous. It seemed that nearly all the surrounding tribes had submitted to him. Now he only needed to wait for these beastmen, with their remarkable reproductive capacity, to rapidly multiply. He estimated that within a decade, he would command an army of monsters. This is not all, Master. This tally does not include the beast legion commanded by Dordan, nor the sheep, snow cattle, and other livestock used for food. The beasts have not been counted here. Excellent. Theodore was extremely satisfied. He swept across the sky, gazing at the fragrant cauldrons in the distance and the bustling servants. He descended directly before a steaming pot. "Oh, great master, your foolish servant has prepared a grand feast." Nanny, who had been stirring the food with a giant wooden stick, immediately knelt and began to heap praises upon seeing the white dragon. "Enough, say no more, or you will spoil the master's appetite for his meal." Sharen, noticing that Theodore paid no attention to Nanny, interrupted in a low, dissatisfied tone. "My sincerest apologies." Nanny realized that he must not disturb the white dragon's dining pleasure, so he fell silent and followed behind. Theodore paid no heed to Nanny. He gazed at the beast meat churning up and down in the boiling stone cauldron, which was over 10 meters wide, and savored the sweet aroma. Theodore's appetite was stirred. Since his rebirth, he had been living a life of raw flesh and blood, and he had almost forgotten the taste of cooked food. He lowered his head and sucked at the stone cauldron. The dragon's robust body was impervious to heat. With a swift movement of his claws, he lifted and brought down chunks of cooked meat, finally gulping down the broth, as well savoring every morsel. The taste was not bad. It had its own merits compared to frozen raw meat. But the broth left the dragon yearning for more, as if it recalled a time long past. Theodore exhaled a plume of hot air into the sky, thoroughly satisfied with this lunch. "Nanny, at your command, great master." Nanny, hearing the white dragon summon him, bowed his head, even lower in trepidation, worried that the food he had prepared might not meet the white dragon's palate, even though it was made at the white dragon's own request. "Tell me, when will my palace be completed?" Faced with the white dragon's inquiry, Nanny let out a visible sigh of relief. Composing himself, he immediately replied, "With the hundreds of thousands of servants working day and night, it will take a month to deliver a fine and vast palace." That long? Theodore was somewhat displeased. It meant he would have to stay in that crude flat space for a month even if it was piled with gold coins. Nanny, growing anxious, quickly explained. Great master, this is even with the use of magic. The main issue is that 50 square kilometers is simply too vast. To ensure quality, we also need to build small huts nearby for the servants to rest lest too many of them die from exhaustion and delay the project. Moreover, as the supreme true dragon, the sole sovereign of this world, your palace must be both grand and rich in detail. Every pillar must be adorned with exquisite patterns to showcase the dragon's authority, to proclaim to the world that the master of this land is none other than the supreme dragon. Theodore was greatly pleased by Nanny's flattery. He ceased to dwell on the matter, gave a slight nod, and continued. Have the entire forest interior been unified? Almost all have been conquered. However, because the territory is so vast, we have not yet planned to expand to the outer edges of the forest. Right now, there is a minor incident at the breeding base managed by Dorton on the right side. Some resistance remains. Gare has already led the army to suppress it. Nanny spoke with trepidation, stealing a glance at the white dragon's expression. Seeing no ripple of displeasure, he felt his heart ease. Then his heart ignited with rage against that species on the right that dared to resist. They were the very root of evil, daring to defy the master and forcing him to report such dire military intelligence, diminishing his favor in the white dragon's eyes. The right side. That seems to be the sea, Theodore muttered, looking toward the right. There is a race there with human forms and fishtails. They are ignorant of your might, master, and dare to resist your rule. They are utterly unforgivable and must be put to death. Merfolk. The sea. Theodore ignored his words and continued, his dragon eyes growing brighter, clearly intrigued by the merfolk. Master does not yet have a marine army. Perhaps we should incorporate them. Rune, who had been observing Theodore's expression all along, now saw his interest and immediately followed his lead. Then I shall go and see. Theodore did not hesitate. He rose, abandoned Nanny, and swiftly flew toward the seashore. Does the master hope for a mermaid princess? Rune, watching the white dragon's form spread its wings, reluctantly followed. She could not fathom why Theodore was so interested in merfolk. Was it because they tasted better? But that couldn't be right. His gaze seemed to hold a hint of longing and recollection, a touch of expectation. No matter. He was the master, and she would obey his every command. Now on the beach. The sky above the beach was pitch black, the clouds twisted by magic. Raindrops fell like arrows, making the scene feel as if the heavens were pressing down. The raindrops struck the beastman's armor, creating a rhythmic clatter. Roar! Dorton pounded his chest and bellowed at the sea, unleashing his seventh-tier power, without reservation, his aura shaking the ocean. Behind him stood a legion of white beasts, including giant serpents, trolls, and hundreds of other races. Thousands of massive creatures, all roaring at the heavens in unison. Under the influence of magic, the sound shook heaven and earth. The tremendous roar disrupted the mermaid princess's spell, causing the dark clouds to tremble and allowing sunlight to shine upon the land. At the same moment, orderly ranks of soldiers advanced from behind them. Hundreds of panther folk clad in sharp armor, holding shields and long swords, stood at the front, staring ahead. Kobolds carried bows, long-armed apes wielded spears, forming several rows. In the sky, eagle folk sharpened their claws into deadly blades, soaring overhead. The beastman mages, forming a mixed magical army, stood in orderly ranks at the rear, ready at a moment's notice. Gare continuously directed the great army. Bowie, the army is ready. Lead the charge whenever you are ordered. Go and have the mages prepare to attack at any moment. Guer finished all his arrangements, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He glared at the sea surface and said venomously, "Damn merfolk, they dare not submit to the great king. Since that's the case, they shall no longer exist in this world." The dark blue sea churned with waves, and massive sharks broke through the surface, leaping into the air. On each shark's head stood dozens of merfolk warriors wielding long spears. These merfolk warriors differed little from humans in physique, except for a fishy film over their eye, scales on their hands and feet, long and sharp teeth, and generally blue-tinted skin. Behind them marched a phalanx of merfolk, proceeding in orderly fashion, clearly a well-trained army. With a sudden surge, a colossal bluish turtle rose from the ocean at the rear. A small, exquisite palace was fixed on the turtle's back, and beside it sat a beautifully adorned mermaid. She was unlike the merfolk warriors. Her upper body resembled that of a human woman, but her legs were a massive fish tail. When struck by sunlight, her scales emitted a pink reflection. Mermaid Princess Ifu Li now looked timidly at the dragon vein army facing them. "Teacher, we should leave this place. We cannot afford any more casualties among our troops. We have already endured too great a cost. If the intelligence is true, our strength is evenly matched," the mermaid princess said as she looked at the elderly merman Li Dan standing beside her. The elderly merman's face was pale, but his aura was unusually steady, and his gaze sharp. Powerful magical energy emanated from his body. After a moment of contemplation, Li Dan said helplessly, "Princess Ifu Li, your old minister have no choice. In this situation, we can only fight head-on. Now Cate, with the help of humans, has usurped the mermaid throne. The entire region for thousands of miles has been seized by those scoundrels. Only this area is barely safe and undetected. Further north is too cold. This climate suits us. We need a stable dwelling place. Compared to moving north and facing the threat of land monsters, it's not even worth mentioning. Ifuli was still worried, for she knew that what faced them were the ferocious dragon's vassals. The mere dragon vein army before them already made their advance difficult. If they were to face the dragon itself, their chances of victory were not high. The elderly merman shook his head slightly. He too understood the situation, but there was no choice. Now they had no retreat. They had to gamble. Gamble that the white dragon was not much stronger than his vassals, and that the army before them was the dragon vein elite army. Moreover, the princess's strength was formidable, and she wielded the azure sea staff. She had simply never seriously studied those powerful offensive spells, and was timid in the face of danger, which made her combat ability seem weak. Now the princess was merely frightened and worried she couldn't win. But if she were to unleash her full power at the cost of some sacrifices, annihilating the beastmen before them would be effortless. Even though we have suffered a palace coup and are left with only a remnant army. But I have already scouted this continental coast. Their king is just an 18-meter young white dragon. With the princess here, and I am a 7th level mage recognized by the mage guild, this battle is sure to be won. The elderly merman's words were deafening, his spirit high, carrying an unstoppable will. His voice spread across 3 li. Fight, fight, fight. The battle spirit of thousands of merfolk warriors was instantly roused, and they shouted with imposing vigor. Their voices filled the sky as if they were an invincible army, not a fleeing band of refugees. Looking at these impassioned warriors, the elderly merman nodded in approval. It seemed that the defeat a month ago had not crushed the merfolk spirit, but rather made it fiercer. Truly worthy of his merfolk race. The elderly merman finally looked back at his princess and gave her another reassurance. There are no buts. You are the princess of the ocean. The most important thing now is to nurture the present, achieve legendary status in the future, and fight back to drive humans out of the ocean's territory. Mermaid Princess Ifuli's gaze gradually became resolute, and she looked at the beastmen and demon army on the beach. Just now she had been intimidated by their numbers. But upon careful comparison, her merfolk subjects were not weak either. The weakest among them were at least 1st-level warriors. Most were 2nd-level warriors, more than enough to deal with those pseudo-dragon vein creatures. The Imperial Guards surrounding her included over a dozen 4th-level warriors who could contend with their dragon vein creatures. On the shore, Gur heard the merfolk's battle cries and likewise shouted, "Submit to the great dragon king or face death." The beastman army also roared in response. Gur turned his gaze to the mermaid princess on the giant turtle shell, admiring her beautiful scales. If he could capture her alive and present her to his master, that would be a great achievement. "You are not worthy," the elderly merman exclaimed, his eyes wide with anger upon hearing Gur's words. He strode forward holding his staff, and terrible waves followed the swing of his staff, forming tsunamis that swept toward the dragon vein army. The dozen-meter-high tsunamis instantly became an overwhelming force. With a roar, Duo Dun slammed his fists into the ground. Suddenly a wall of ice spikes rose from the ground, rushing toward the waves and freezing the surrounding sea. This formed a battle platform. Duo Dun charged forward fiercely, his terrifying power. Even a casual strike on the ground created a natural giant crater. But the elderly merman, who was a mage, was not afraid at all. After reinforcing himself with over 100 spells, he charged straight in with his staff. The collision of staff and giant palm prevented nearby soldiers from approaching. "Kill!" Both sides shouted simultaneously. The merfolk, gripping their tridents, leaped onto the water surface and charged forward, their bodies wrapped in layers of armor formed by water waves. At the same time, the kobolds drew their bowstrings, and the mages at the rear enchanted the arrows with lightning and frost. In an instant, tens of thousands of arrows rose from the coast, carrying white-blue auroras, and rained down upon the merfolk. Seeing this, Dan sensed something was amiss. If hit, the merfolk would be electrocuted or accidentally frozen due to the water waves and the moisture on their bodies. These merfolk were merely a group of refugees from a fallen kingdom, with nowhere near enough mages to counter that. Moreover, he himself was blocked by the strongest dragon vein monster on the other side, unable to break free. At that moment, Ifuli flew up directly. Facing the incoming arrows, she chanted a spell. Instantly, a massive hurricane pressed down from the sky, and rain and wind blades completely blocked the 10,000 arrows. Then the two armies collided. Sharks, sea serpents, giant scorpions, and other creatures from the seabed climbed up and fought the demons, while beastmen clashed with merfolk. The leonine and kobold warriors also had mages cast magical defenses on them, and being pseudo-dragon vein creatures, they were thick-skinned and possessed considerable magical resistance. They endured attacks with only minor injuries, and under the stimulation of pain their bestial nature, as monsters fully erupted, increasing their combat effectiveness instead of diminishing it. The heavyweights from both sides met on the battlefield. A dog-headed warrior swung his mace at his opponent. The dragon-vein creature's massive size granted immense strength. One blow of the mace would turn flesh to pulp. However, the opponent was also the princess's guard, a true remnant army, and equally possessed great strength. They wielded their tridents and engaged in continuous combat. Guer, meanwhile, led all the remaining dragon-vein sorcerers and all the mages to engage the strongest mermaid princess in a tangled battle. For a time, ice and waves overlapped each other. The mermaid princess directly manipulated the water element, forming countless water tornadoes on the ground that swept away everything nearby. Fu Li inadvertently suppressed all the mages and even managed to intervene and turn the tide of battle. She stopped the eagles soaring in the sky from flying, prevented the giant monsters from approaching the ocean, and summoned a 100-meter giant crab, ultimately plunging the battle into a stalemate. Just ahead, Xiao Duo quickly made his way to the battlefield. His gaze coldly watched the fiercely raging battle below. A powerful troll raised a spiked club and smashed it toward the merman, but the club was blocked by the water currents around the merman, and it crashed directly onto the nearby ice surface along the flow. Seizing the opportunity, the merman swung his harpoon and thrust it toward the troll's chest. However, the troll dodged nimbly and kicked the merman, sending him flying backward, crushing several kobolds. At the same time, a leopard man on the other side cleaved a merman in two. Before he could withdraw his broadsword, a merman mage seized the chance and sliced him in half with several water blades, which even continued straight toward the monster army. The water blades were only blocked by a dragon-blooded creature with a tough silver armor. Apart from the initial volley of arrows, the rest was all chaotic melee, causing Xiao Duo to shake his head repeatedly. Cries of agony rose and fell, but none of the orc monsters fled, for they all held firm convictions. It seems evenly matched. Master, do you need me to join the fray? Shilin looked at the blood-soaked ground and the broken corpses piled on the ice nearby, a fierce battle intent flashing in her eyes. In that case, Xiao Duo was about to speak when a violent rumble suddenly erupted in the distance. Rumble. The huge explosion in the distance instantly drew Xiao Duo's attention. It was the hundreds of mages engaged in a fierce magical duel with the mermaid princess. The hand-to-hand combat on the other side attracted his attention even more. An elderly-looking merman holding two water-patterned tortoiseshells was engaged in a passionate brawl with Duo Dun. The thudding sounds of flesh hitting flesh made Xiao Duo recognize at a glance that this was a rare warrior. Watching their battle, Xiao Duo found it quite amusing. That old merman can actually fight with tortoiseshells and hold his own against Duo Dun. He must be a formidable warrior as well. As if sensing the approach of immense magical power, the old merman immediately became alert. He took a slap from Duo Dun and used the momentum to leap back, creating distance. Great master, great true dragon. Upon seeing Xiao Duo, Duo Dun stopped his attack and knelt on one knee before him. Xiao Duo said calmly, "How goes the battle now?" Duo Dun replied honestly, "We need some time to defeat them." Xiao Duo flapped his wings proudly. "Then let me end this myself." But just then Li Dan, who had been observing Xiao Duo, felt his heart sink. With a complex look he spoke, "So you are the leader of these orcs? Then I'll deal with you all at once." Duo Dun had not fought a warrior of equal strength for a long time, and his brute force felt almost stagnant. He said honestly, "Master Mere Merman, let your loyal servant handle them." Xiao Duo nodded his dragon head with satisfaction. "He is yours. Leave the mermaid princess to me. A princess should be dealt with by a dragon." Receiving the order, Duo Dun stood up and roared at the old merman, Li Dan, again ready to charge at any moment. Hearing that Xiao Duo intended to attack the princess, Li Dan's originally gloomy face instantly changed to one of rage. He pulled out his large tortoise shell and enlarged it to hundreds of meters, roaring, "How could I let you approach Her Highness the Princess?" The multi-million-ton tortoise shell crashed directly toward the white dragon, but Duo Dun stomped the ice and used magic to generate dozens of enormous ice spikes, pushing it back. "Old man, your opponent is me." Xiao Duo paid no heed to the enraged old merman and directly charged into the mermaid princess's magic circle, tearing open a gap and rushing inside. Before his eyes, countless water blades and hailstones clashed, seemingly evenly matched. But he could tell that the mermaid princess had the upper hand. Xiao Duo looked over and saw the two sides constantly probing with magic, continuously changing the forms of their spells. The mermaid princess's magical skill and power were so remarkable. Yet she seemed hesitant and timid before the hundreds of mages, as if struggling internally, caught in a conflicted state of mind. Xiao Duo was slightly surprised. An 8th level mage was a rare find, and she seemed not very old. After all, those hundreds of mages were already the elite of all the orcs in this forest, not to mention that they had now been mostly transformed into pseudo-dragon-blooded sorcerers, several of whom were powerful beings he had personally converted into dragon-blooded sorcerers. Soon Theodore appeared before the mermaid princess, causing her pupils to contract and her heart to leap with joy. Her previous timidity vanished completely. Sensing the equally powerful magical energy, he fully felt that this white dragon was easier to deal with than those mages. After all, everyone knew that before a dragon reached old age, its magical prowess was very low. After all, she had always believed that magic was inherently superior to physical combat. With the same massive magical power, the range of destruction mages could cause was clearly greater than that of warriors. If she could capture this white dragon alive, she could end the battle and even directly carve out a piece of land for her people. His strength was still one level lower than hers. But considering his power combined with the mages before her, he fully shifted her gaze back to the dragon-blooded sorcerers in front. Compared to a single powerful warrior, a group of coordinated mages could unleash unimaginable might. This made her have second thoughts. So you are their supreme leader, the mermaid princess. Theodore fixed his gaze on the mermaid princess. Great master, your servant is guilty to have troubled you to come personally. Seeing the white dragon suddenly burst into the battlefield, Gu'er also stopped attacking, and all the mages immediately knelt down beside him. Seeing the mages kneeling, he fully asked expressionlessly, "Are you the dragon who rules here?" She wanted to confirm it one last time before making the final negotiation for this battle. Gu'er, displeased with Fully's address, retorted, "He is the great white dragon king, ignorant mermaid. When addressing the great king, you must add great before. Mermaid princess, I'm getting more and more interested in you. How about becoming my retainer?" Theodore then turned his gaze to the mermaid before him, continuously appraising the scales on her fishtail, which shimmered brightly. He was clearly intrigued. He fully was disgusted by such a gaze. A month ago, the traitor Cate had looked at her with the same eyes, the eyes of someone wanting to take her as a plaything. This made the usually gentle mermaid princess feel a bit angry, but thinking of the taboo of racial survival, she forced it down. He fully took a deep breath to calm herself, then extended her hand to Theodore and sincerely invited, "White dragon, let's cease fire. Continuing like this will only cause pointless casualties. We only ask for a small piece of land and the surrounding sea area." Theodore sneered a few times. "Interesting. Are you negotiating with me?" "Yes." He fully nodded slightly. Theodore stared at Fully, a smirk curling on his lips. "Ahaha, how amusing." Then his tone turned cold. "You just arrived and already want to take over my territory without giving anything in return. Is this how you negotiate?" After hearing this, Fully felt that she had indeed been somewhat rude. She pondered for a moment, recalling all the gold coins she had brought while fleeing, and gritted her teeth. "Condition. We have 50,000 gold coins. We can offer them to you as a condition." "Sorry, that's too little." Theodore directly refused. Such a paltry sum was a joke. Besides, he had already decided to make the mermaid princess his retainer as well. Whether in appearance or strength, she was qualified. Of course, the main reason was her pink, shimmering, and shapely fishtail. It reminded him of the feeling of intertwining tails with Cate in the past. Yifuli thought her offer was insufficient, so after a moment she continued, "I can also cultivate pearls in the future to present to you." Theodore curled a sinister smile. "You can cultivate pearls? Then why not simply take you by force?" Arrogant. Yifuli realized she had been toyed with, her face flushing instantly as she burst out with a crude exclamation. Her mermaid clan was a renowned great clan in the ancient era, at its peak no weaker than the dragon race. Now manipulated by humans, even a young white dragon dared to speak such insolence. Yet Yifuli suppressed her fury at being mocked, fixing her gaze on the white dragon. "So there is no negotiation, is there?" "Naturally. And you are mine. From the moment we met, I knew you were a gift from heaven, your destined fate." Theodore spoke with an air of entitlement, as if Yifuli were inherently his possession. Yifuli trembled with rage. She had never imagined the white dragon before her could be so impertinent to claim her as his gift at first sight. His strength was not even superior to hers. In fact, he was one grade lower. Yifuli took another deep breath and glanced at the scepter in her left hand, the symbol of the Mermaid King. She fixed her gaze back on the white dragon. If looks could devour, Theodore would have been consumed entirely. Theodore ignored her glare, his tone flat as he pointed to the battlefield nearby. The ice surface was now stained with blood, and the sounds of whales' fury and clashing weapons rose and fell in waves. At a glance, it was a living hell. Theodore knew they could not continue fighting. The longer it lasted, the more delayed the completion of his palace. Moreover, this was the foundation of the kingdom he was building. Theodore spoke again. "But their continued fighting is futile. After all, these are future warriors of my seas. Let us both step back and settle this with a duel between the two strongest. I sense you are stronger than the old merman." Agreed. Yifuli was eager to stop the battle. Watching her people bleed for her survival had already shaken her heart. Yifuli raised her scepter to the sky, rapidly chanting a spell. At her command, the merfolk began to retreat. Theodore roared to the heavens, ordering all beastmen and magical beasts to withdraw. Only the dragon lineage soldiers and the mermaid princess's guards remained encircling the area miles away to prevent any mishaps. They stood facing each other on the frozen ice. Water Dominion, Dragon. Yifuli could no longer hold back, raising her scepter above her head as she whispered softly. Instantly, 2 water columns burst through the ice, forming dozens-meter-long dragons in the air that lunged ferociously toward Theodore. At the same time, Theodore breathed a frosty blast from above, freezing the 2 water dragons solid. With a cold chuckle, he spread his wings and swiftly swooped forward. But unexpectedly, the frozen dragons moved the moment he passed. Their serpentine bodies coiled around him tightly. For a moment, he was taken aback. Water frozen into ice is still water in essence. Ice is merely moisture frozen into solid form. My magical mastery far surpasses yours, and with my scepter's enhancement, even your solid ice I can control. White Dragon, you cannot defeat me. I do not wish to fight, she explained softly. As a mermaid princess who had studied magic since childhood, her magical prowess far exceeded that of the White Dragon, who merely copied patterns from his inherited memories. Naturally, her spells were far more potent. Moreover, she did not believe the White Dragon would fall to these 2 water dragons. After all, he was a dragon with formidable defenses that made him difficult to breach. She was not skilled in destruction-oriented magic. It seemed she would have to resort to that technique, invoking the will of the ancestral scepter to seize a fleeting moment of elemental control, though only for an instant. Yifuli's eyes flickered, and she flew higher into the sky to create distance. Humph! Theodore snapped the 2 simulated water dragons binding him and blasted her with a freezing dragon breath. Yifuli swung her scepter, lifting herself into the air, and conjured layers of magical arrays before her to buy time to dodge. Seeing Yifuli evade the dragon breath, Theodore swiftly followed. The mermaid princess indeed knew how to leverage her advantages. By constantly keeping her distance, she maintained focus on the white dragon while casting spells. Theodore's dragon breath had missed its mark. Waterblade, Yifuli said softly. Theodore did not choose to tank the attack. Instead, he dodged similarly and hurled back a series of wind blades. As if anticipating this, Yifuli merely raised her hand and sidestepped, evading all the attacks. Princess, do not let your guard down. The old merman Leiden watched the battle with deep concern. Though she appeared graceful, constantly dodging the white dragon's strikes, he knew the truth: the princess had never seriously studied destructive attack magic. If she were to cast a spell powerful enough to pierce the white dragon's scales, she would need to chant, but given the white dragon's speed, there would be no opportunity. The master's attacks are all being dodged. How dare she evade the master's strikes? Baosan shrieked shrilly. Shilin shot him a glance, inwardly speechless, but still explained, the master must be showing mercy to the fair lady. Hee. Duodun stared at the scene with a foolish grin. Theodore closed in, and after a few rounds of probing, he quickly figured out how she predicted his attacks. Yifuli's perception of magic was exceptionally acute. She could deduce his next move from the twitching muscles and the flow of magic within his body. However, he was also a mage. Theodore spread his wings to the sky, exhaled another dragon breath midair, and hundreds of magical arrays appeared in the sky. Countless orbs of magical energy bombarded Yifuli. The immense power shattered the ice layer, churning up waves like a tsunami. After dodging for a while, Yifuli stopped evading. She parted her lips and chanted a brief incantation, conjuring a massive blue shield that blocked the dragon breath and the ceaseless bombardment of orbs. The tremendous energy fluctuations also obscured Theodore's vision. As he dove, he hesitated for a moment, then decided to charge toward the water shield. Suddenly his heart jolted with a premonition. Theodore's massive body displayed an agility that defied his size, twisting to the side to evade the water beam Yifuli had been charging for a long time. Several 100-meter water spears failed to reach Theodore, standing erect nearby, as if they posed little threat. Dodged. Yifuli's eyes showed disappointment. Fear of the sea dance of the life goddess, hopelessness, calamity, dreamlessness. Yet Yifuli still chanted softly a spell she was not familiar with. Theodore's hasty evasion during the rapid dive left him disoriented, and his body uncontrollably crashed through the ice, plunging into the ocean. He looked back with lingering fear at the water droplets floating on the sea surface. It was those droplets that had brought him a sense of death. He frantically sifted through his inherited memories, trying to deduce what this was. His instincts could not be wrong. He was confident of that. Soon he found the answer, but his gaze became extremely solemn. Theodore quickly found the answer he sought, and a chill of fear ran through his heart. What if that seemingly ordinary droplet of water had touched him just now? The consequences would have been dire. The moisture within his body would have instantly drained away, or perhaps exploded, all depending on her whim at that moment. Normally, directly controlling the water inside a target's body is extremely difficult for a mage, especially since one's own magical power creates a self-interfering magnetic field. To directly manipulate the elements within another's body, one's magical attainment must surpass the target by at least 2 major ranks. Even then, if the target has set up an innate barrier within their body, interference becomes nearly impossible. If his guess was correct, the staff in Yifu Li's hand was at least a legendary grade artifact. Perhaps even a demigod-grade implement combined with her profound magical mastery allowed her to achieve direct elemental control in an instant. But this effect is extremely brief, completely useless against opponents of the same level, and even those who are wary can halt such control with a minor spell. Unless the caster is a god, this technique is utterly futile. In short, it only works once. The one-point mages most easily overlook, and the mermaid princess had exploited that very weakness. Theodore stared at the reflection on the water's surface, his eyes both wary and covetous, as they fixed on the staff in Yifu Li's hand. It was this staff's enhancement that allowed her to momentarily elevate her magical attainment to legendary. This was at least a legendary artifact. A single legendary item required decades of a legendary-level powerhouse's labor to create. For the epic-level beings on the continent, such a legendary artifact was a dream they could never attain. Theodore cast an innate barrier on his body, folded his wings against his sides, and shot out of the ocean like a dolphin. But within mere seconds, Yifu Li had raised one hand to the sky and completed her incantation. The sky instantly darkened, the atmosphere spun above her staff, and the sea answered her while beginning to churn as well. A deep blue, sharp-toothed vortex that seemed to grind everything to dust. She floated in the center of the massive seawater tornado, light flashing around her, and an oppressive aura that made even the distant onlookers pale. Could this be? Victory is certain. 10th tier magic, heaven and sea collision. The old mermaid Li Dan's face lit up with surprise. He had thought that the princess, who was not adept at offensive magic, could at most cast 8th or 9th tier attack spells with the aid of her artifact and a few dozen seconds of chanting. He never expected such a pleasant surprise. She had leaped 2 tiers to use the late king's signature move, heaven and sea collision. This was a certified 10th tier spell, reputed to be the most powerful water element attack of its level. Even weaker epic-level mages often used this spell as their ultimate trump card, which speaks volumes about its potency. Its drawback was the lengthy incantation and the astonishing mana cost. A typical 9th tier mage's entire reserve could only fuel a single casting. Truly a prodigy rarely seen in the mermaid race in 1,000 years. Yifu Li took a deep breath and her eyes gleamed with delight. She hadn't expected to actually succeed. This was her father's most formidable magic and the strongest spell she could currently unleash. Watching Theodore break through the ice and soar into the air, her confidence swelled, and she called out sharply, "White Dragon, you must have realized by now that I am not skilled in offensive magic. Let us decide the outcome with this one strike. As you wish. I shall make you admit defeat wholeheartedly and submit to me completely." Theodore was slightly startled by such a powerful spell. If this had been before his battle with Xena, he might have needed to activate his divine rune to withstand it. She had completed her charge and incantation. An 8th tier mage who deliberately chanted for over 10 seconds to deliver her strongest blow. His own frost dragon breath would certainly be no match for it now, but this was the perfect moment to unveil to the world the unique dragon breath he had just developed. With his formidable physique and power nearly reaching the 8th tier, he might even be able to use her attack to his advantage. And at the same time, let her witness the true might of a dragon, crushing any resistance in her heart. With that thought, Theodore's eyes gleamed. His wings began to radiate a cold light, soon enveloping his entire body and reinforcing every part of it. "Then come." Hearing this, Yifu Li curled her lips. Indeed, the white dragon chose not to dodge, still too arrogant. It was time to teach him the majesty of the mermaid race. The despair bestowed by the sea. Neither man nor dragon had ever shown proper reverence for the ocean. The desecration of the sea over the past decade would be avenged, starting with this white dragon. Yifu Li's heart was now resolute. The death of her parents, the betrayal of her companions, and the rivers of blood from this war all deeply scarred her soul. Now she would use the white dragon's defeat to reforge her gentle heart, tempering herself into a decisive and ruthless leader, better able to guide her people forward to survive and to seek revenge. A cold light flickered in Yifu Li's eyes. Her large pink tail swayed unconsciously, reflecting the light and turning the surrounding rays into a rosy hue. Their conversation was carried by magic, so the old mermaid Li Dan 9 leagues away heard every word. When he heard that the white dragon would not evade, his anxious heart settled completely. The spell was powerful, but had a low hit rate. The white dragon, however, was so arrogantly confident that he planned to counter it with his laughable frost. Truly ridiculous. Li Dan was already assured of victory. No matter how strong or heaven-defying the white dragon was under the simultaneous assault of sky and sea, he would surely fall, reduced to a pool of blood and mud. This sea domain would belong to the mermaid race. That damned white dragon had once arrogantly dared to defile their incomparably beautiful princess. Now it was time for him to pay the price. Ha ha ha. Li Dan couldn't help but chuckle softly. He gazed at the princess to whom he had devoted his life, and the light in his eyes grew brighter. He knew his gamble had paid off. The princess would surely lead the mermaid race back to the throne of the ocean. This oppressive scene doesn't look good. The power has completely surpassed us, Bauer said, staring at the spectacle with an unusually grave expression. Guerre turned to Duo Dun, a trace of worry in his voice. Duo Dun, you are the closest among us to the great master's power. If you had to face this, what would happen? Without any hesitation, Duo Dun replied, I would probably be reduced to ashes. Then shouldn't we interrupt? Guerre observed the others' expressions. They all grew uneasy, but he still spoke out during the spell's casting. Assassinate that contemptible mermaid. No. The great master would never allow it, and it would be an insult to him, Bauer shrieked, directly refuting the former leader of the leopard folk, who had once been his superior. Duo Dun said, the master appears to be leisurely, and has not ordered us to assist. He must have a countermeasure. Don't you think so, Shilin? Exactly. It's just a mere mermaid princess. I think the master has taken a fancy to her, and is just playing with her for now. He's probably already thinking about how he'll have fun with her when she grows up. Shilin had been staring fixedly at the white dragon as they discussed, and she interjected with a sarcastic tone. Since that's the case, then fine. Guerre let out a deep sigh. He was also worried that the master might meet with misfortune under such an attack. The very weather had changed. Master, be ready to rescue him at any moment, Shilin said decisively. Without the white dragon's command, they could not act rashly. She never believed the great Theodore would lose. He was too brilliant, and he still had that mysterious and powerful form to use. But if the white dragon were actually harmed, she would turn into an Azura and wipe out every mermaid in the cradle. Come on. Duo's dragon eyes were sharp and piercing as the dragon breath within his mouth continuously compressed. Countless bolts of lightning radiated outward from his maw, forming intricate nets of electricity. The elemental energies on the surface of his entire exterior were rapidly converging toward his mouth, shimmering like a brilliant radiance. This was the first time he had fully unleashed this newly developed breath, and he had not yet fully adapted to it. The vast amount of magical power he summoned prevented him from completing it instantaneously. The fluctuation of magic emanating from Duo's mouth caused Ifuli's heart to tremble. She could perceive that the white dragon had not yet fully mastered this breath. The uncontrollable magic spilling outward due to his lack of proficiency made her realize that this dragon breath would be no ordinary force. Take this, heaven and sea collide. Without any hesitation, Ifuli swung her staff, seizing the moment before Duo completed his breath. The sky and the sea instantly rose and fell, crushing the white dragon in an attempt to grind him into powder. The interweaving energies clashed violently, emitting a terrifying radiance that forced everyone present to shield their eyes from the blinding light. The next moment, a dreadful thunderous roar resounded through heaven and earth. A massive shockwave erupted, and the location where the white dragon stood was instantly engulfed in white. You deserve to die 10,000 deaths. Shilin's eyes turned bloodshot as she witnessed Ifuli launching a sudden attack, while Duo was still unprepared. Fury instantly consumed her. Her dreadful claws shot straight toward the old mermaid, Li Dan clashing with his protective barrier with a resounding screech. Roar! As a powerful being, Duo Dun finally snapped out of his shock. They had agreed to settle the fight with a final clash, yet these opponents had acted with such despicable treachery. He bellowed at the sky, his dragon scales expanding as he plunged into a berserk rage. His monstrous palms slammed against the ice surface, charging toward the old mermaid. The others also regained their senses and lunged at the old mermaid in unison. The white dragon army instantly went into a frenzy, charging at the mermaid forces. This might very well be the decisive battle. The old mermaid knew he was doomed. He had been on guard against them getting too close, but now facing simultaneous attacks from 7 dragon lineage beings, he could not possibly withstand them. Yet it was all worth it. The white dragon, caught off guard and struck by that spell, would at the very least be gravely wounded if not killed. Then, as long as Her Highness could free herself, victory would belong to the mermaids. Moreover, his heart swelled with satisfaction toward Ifuli. She had exploited the evil dragon's arrogance and launched a surprise assault. The once innocent and naive princess had undergone a change within. He could now rest easy and join his king below. The old mermaid closed his eyes, ready to embrace death. Awoo! Amid the crushing pressure of sky and sea, Duo sensed the situation outside and let out a furious dragon roar. This dragon's cry was majestic and far-reaching, shaking heaven and earth. The mighty roar shattered Li Dan's illusions. He snapped his eyes wide open, staring fixedly into the depths of the vortex where the deep sea and the white sky converged. When he caught sight of the white dragon's silhouette within the radiance, his face utterly collapsed. This? Impossible. This is a tear, 10 spell a magic capable of annihilating an entire town in an instant. Why won't that white dragon just die? Li Dan collapsed onto the ice surface, tears streaming down his face, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that the dragon would endure the attack head-on. In stark contrast, the dragon lineage beings, upon hearing the dragon's roar, halted their attacks and turned toward the depths of the vortex with joyful surprise, where the majestic figure gradually emerged. The king is safe? Thank goodness. Shilin leaped up in jubilation. She had feared that the sudden assault would catch her master before he activated that form, resulting in severe injury. Yet he had withstood it, even in his normal state. Her reverence for Xiao Duo deepened even further. Guer also withdrew his great blade, his gaze fixed on Li Dan. Though his eyes sparkled with relief, they also burned with fury as he clenched his teeth and said, "But you will pay for this." Her Highness can still amplify the output, she can still. Li Dan jerked his head up, his bloodshot eyes locked on Xiao Duo's form, muttering to himself incessantly. Under the onslaught of sky and sea, Xiao Duo's body continuously emitted a cold light. Terrifying magical energy shrouded each scale, resisting the immense force that seemed to weigh down every fundamental atom, endlessly crushing and compressing his form. Hundreds of millions of atoms collided incessantly, unleashing infinite flashes of light. The dreadful momentum filled everything around. Such a spell would wound even an epic-level powerhouse who faced it directly, let alone Xiao Duo, who was only at the 7th rank. "Hey, Mermaid Princess, I feel like this isn't your best water magic. Are you losing your touch?" Xiao Duo shouted disdainfully, having withstood the attack through sheer force. Yet the pressure was still not enough to push him to his limits. Yifu Li stared at the white dragon before her, clearly sensing the vitality and magical magnetism within him. Her face flickered with disbelief. She had compressed all the surrounding elements into this spell. It was the pinnacle of her magic, yet it had been withstood head-on. In an instant, Yifu Li's staff blazed with light. Holding nothing back, she unleashed the remaining fraction of magic she had kept in reserve, the power meant for the White Dragon army. After doing so, she was left with only enough strength to barely protect herself. Her face turned pale, as if she might collapse at any moment. Xiao Duo felt the increased weight and couldn't help but roar. His scales could not withstand the force and were torn off, while the heat from the surrounding pressure filled his body with a searing sensation. It was as if the ocean and the sky were pressing down directly upon his body, subjecting both his interior and exterior to unimaginable colossal power. The agonizing pain brought him to the brink of his limits. Now is the moment. Xiao Duo held lightning within his mouth, a breath he had long prepared but chose not to trigger immediately. Instead, he circulated his magical power, allowing it to undergo the same pressure as his body under the sky and sea. The dragon's cells were constantly being destroyed and reborn. Minutes later, the entire white dragon had turned into a blood dragon. Scales and flesh were crushed and fell into the sea, while magic continuously generated new scales and flesh, rendering his defenses even more formidable. His magical power also underwent a tremendous enhancement, becoming purer and more dazzling. Sensing the magical power and powerful physique within him, Xiao Duo smiled. He had succeeded, born anew from destruction, evolving from a dragon to a higher level. This was his new power. So this is the ancient dragon. But it doesn't feel like what the inherited memories described. Pity it's still far from the legendary ancient dragon that only adults can attain. Xiao Duo muttered to himself, ignoring the fact that he was still trapped in the vortex of sky and sea. He spread his wings, split a portion of the dragon breath he had stored in his mouth, and attached it to his wings. With a fierce slash to both sides, he tore the cage apart. The terrifying energy, like a sword aura, sliced through the sky and the sea. How is this possible? Father's most prized magic broken apart so crudely. Yifu Li froze in shock, letting out an incredulous shriek, her years of composure shattered in an instant. But what responded to Yifu Li was the dragon's breath that Theodore had long prepared. A lightning-like radiance flashed directly, then thundered straight toward the mermaid princess's sky above. It crashed fiercely against the 7 circular water shields before her, shattering her already prepared 7th-level defensive magic, the sea's chain link. It shot sideways past her, leaping over the sea toward an unknown distance, and the static electricity radiating from its light caused the surrounding ocean to refreeze once more. Yifu Li stared blankly at this terrifying attack, unable to recover her senses for a long time. Such power must have been 3 times her heavenly sea clash technique. This was completely unequal. That white dragon before her had treated her full strength as if it were nothing more than a tonic for body and magic. What kind of madness was this, and how much confidence must she have had in herself? She could no longer tell whether it was blind arrogance or calculated composure. She had lost completely and utterly. Collapsing onto the ice, her gaze remained fixed on Theodore before her. "You have lost completely. Submit." Yifuli tried to stand but discovered the white dragon's aura had already solidified at the 8th level and was approaching the 9th, so she moved her lips and said, "I have lost." Theodore immediately took her legendary staff and quickly said, "In that case, come with us. We'll decide what to do with you later. We've lost, the difference is too great." Lydon looked at the devastated princess before him, his hand tightly gripping sharp nails that dug deep into his flesh, blood continuously flowing from his hand. Tears fell silently as he realized that white dragon was truly abnormal. That powerful physique belonged to an adult great dragon, not a young one. No, even an adult great dragon couldn't be that monstrous. It was barely a dragon at all. If I'd known, I should have continued north. Lydon wanted to go comfort Yifuli, but Doden held him down firmly. Guter watched this scene and snorted coldly. It's too late to regret now. We'll have to see how the king handles them. He really got off easy. It looks like the master wants to collect more subordinates again. Shilene fixed her gaze on Yifuli's large fish tail, her eyes burning with envy and jealousy. Theodore had seemed quite interested in that shimmering pink fish tail earlier. So it's a semi-ancient dragon. Trying to enter the life level of an ancient dragon directly is indeed difficult. Theodore was now lying in the side hall examining his body. He was only in his juvenile stage, yet he had already half-step entered the legendary form of an ancient dragon. Even adult dragons have only a slim chance of entering this life level that symbolizes ancient power. Dragons who reach this level are without exception the pinnacle beings of their plane, those qualified to strike into the cosmos. The weakest ancient dragon starts at the legendary level, and combined with their near-invincible power at their tier, it's enough to make countless people despair. Now he had confidence that facing that golden-haired princess again, he could treat her like a child to torment. Decades ago, that white dragon maiden, half-step into the ancient dragon form, had already thrown humanity's strongest empire into panic. Only a silver dragon half-step into the ancient dragon realm with the great sage's help could defeat her. Ancient dragons, as the name suggests, are ancient and powerful great dragons, and they're further divided here into ancient dragons, archaic dragons, and primordial dragons. Ancient dragons have broken free from the shackles of lifespan, having transcended the restraint that mortal gods placed upon dragons, revealing an absolute form that only existed in primordial times. With that time-tested invincible power, the longer they live, the more power they accumulate, and their body size will break through physical limits, expanding infinitely. When that happens, the stars in the sky will be mere toys in their claws. An archaic dragon is one that survived the great war between ancient times and mortal gods, and through the accumulation of power underwent a qualitative transformation. Possessing infinite power, their strength even rivals that of gods. Theodore felt the surging vitality within his body and the recovering mana, and the ferocious dragon head revealed a smile. After entering and peering into the power of an ancient dragon, the quality of his own magic surged dramatically, even carrying a hint of that timeless quality unique to ancient dragons. This gave him an absolute dominance over magic of the same level, and his magic was now nearly comparable to an epic that possessed the embryonic form of legend. Moreover, he realized his concept of ice lacked imagination. He only wanted to single-mindedly pursue absolute zero. But now he understood that was merely delusional, wanting to reach absolute zero, a temperature that could stop all motion. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible to achieve. The lower the temperature, the more magic is required, and especially as you approach absolute zero, the magic consumed grows exponentially. Even if he reached the legendary rank, he probably couldn't accomplish it. After all, according to scientific theories remembered by humanity, that would be an absolute phenomenon capable of pervading the cosmos and halting all material motion, commonly known as the temporal stop of physics phenomena. Perhaps he could achieve it after reaching archaic dragon status, but certainly not now. Perhaps I can start by condensing this concept in consciousness, then gradually approach absolute zero, thereby forming my own embryonic legendary state, advancing to epic. No, it's too early to think about such things. They must have returned by now. I should first settle my mermaid princess. Theodore recalled Yifuli's pink, glistening fishtail, and with a wicked smile he flew toward the main palace hall. By the way, I'm now an evil dragon who possesses a princess too. I wonder just how envious Cate would be if she knew. Theodore thought of his younger sister and couldn't help feeling a bit smug. Speaking of which, Cate had once said she wanted to capture 100 princesses for herself. Yifuli, defeated in the earlier battle, beat her entire fishtail against the ground, her body rigid, but her head bowed trembling. The other merfolk had been forced to their knees on the ground, bowing toward the throne before them. Dragon blood creatures stood on both sides, watching Theodore with overt flattery. Greetings, great master. Flying past the merfolk trapped in the center, he settled onto that massive 500-meter throne, looking down proudly at his subordinates and the defeated soldiers before him. Theodore gazed at the assembled subordinates kneeling before him, his heart swelling with exceptional pride. This was the realm he had fought so hard to conquer. Rise. All the dragon blood subordinates rose like ancient emperors holding court at dawn, raising their heads to look at Theodore upon the throne, awaiting the next movement. "Gur, have you collected all my scales?" At Theodore's inquiry, Gur produced the dragon scales they had gathered, placing them gently on the ground in a pile. Before the mermaid, Yifuli speaking sincerely, "Master, all the scales have been collected, though most are broken." Yifuli raised her head slightly, staring directly at the dragon scales before her, feeling a twinge of unwillingness in her heart. She didn't want to become the white dragon's subordinate, but there was nothing she could do now. She had already suffered complete defeat, and if she resisted it would only bring slaughter. Her lineage still couldn't perish, the merfolk race still couldn't be wiped out, but she also didn't want to become another dragon's vassal. Having become complete prisoners, they had no choice but to look at the white dragon before her, struggling internally. Theodore sat upon the enormous throne, sensing the unwillingness in the mermaid princess crawling before him, and sneered coldly, "Yifuli, do you submit?" "I am willing to submit, but I beg you sign with us the covenant of the balanced god." Yifuli spoke not with pleas, but with hope that the white dragon before her would grant her merfolk one final shred of dignity. "Enough, you have no right to make demands." Theodore rejected her mercilessly. Now that the outcome was settled, he wouldn't be foolish enough to sign any contract at random. "Yes." Yifuli looked despairingly at teacher Li Dan, who was pinned to the ground, and at the merfolk subjects behind him, shedding tears of defiance. Xiao Duo ignored her tears and began directing his subordinates nearby. He gave over 20 dragon scales to the merfolk, allowing them to transform into dragon vein beings. Xiao Duo then gave Gu-Er and Na and I 10 dragon scales each, and distributed more than 70 dragon scales to the other beastman chieftains who had joined with their tribes. He also gave 40 dragon scales to Duo Dun to cultivate his army of magical beasts. "As you command." Everyone bowed in salute, offering no objection. Xiao Duo threw out more than 70 dragon scales, though in truth he had over 100. He had to keep some in reserve for future needs. After using the scales to transform Yifu Li and Li Dan into dragon vein beings, he proceeded to transform the remaining guards of Yifu Li. This time the success rate was extremely high, with only one merfolk perishing, likely due to their formidable strength. Having done all this, Xiao Duo looked with great satisfaction at Yifu Li's fish tail. She had been fully transformed into a dragon vein creature, her fish scales now turned into dragon scales. Although the color was somewhat different from Cate's, it would suffice. At this moment, Yifu Li gazed at the white dragon. Xiao Duo seemed to her as if through a filter, becoming extraordinarily handsome and magnificent. His snow-white scales, sharp dragon horns, and robust physique. Every detail made her heart long silent, and the deep sea thump wildly. The resentment in her eyes slowly dissipated, and an involuntary reverence and inexplicable affection arose in her heart. "And this staff, I return it to you. Remember to wield it, and sweep away all invaders for me." Xiao Duo said with a light laugh, taking out Yifu Li's mermaid staff, playing with it in his hand, then disdainfully tossing it back to her. According to his research, the legendary will of the staff was resisting him, who presumably only merfolk could use it, and holding it himself would not enhance his power much. It was utterly useless, and besides, he still had that holy sword which would always actively return to his heart, no matter how he threw it. "Yes, master." Yifu Li bowed down, her eyes filled with adoration as she stared at him, her heart extremely agitated. She had already given up on this symbol of the Mermaid King, never expecting that he would return it to her so easily. Was master caring about her? "It's also time to create my own elite force, the Dragon Scale Soldiers." Xiao Duo ignored their gazes. He took out the milk teeth shed when a wormling advanced to infancy, and tossed them lightly. This action instantly drew the attention of everyone below, who gazed up, their hearts filled with longing. These were the great master's dragon teeth. What an honor it would be to collect them. Shi Lin's eyes followed the movement of his claws, and a rare glint of greed appeared in the corners of her eyes. If she could get one of the little dragon teeth and hang it around her neck, what bliss that would be. Although Gu-Er also yearned for the milk teeth, he noticed Xiao Duo's words just now and asked in a low voice, "What is the Dragon Scale Soldiers?" Xiao Duo explained indifferently, "The Dragon Scale Soldiers can also be called Dragon Tooth Soldiers. They are dragon scale humans evolved from the scales or teeth shed from a dragon's body over a long period of time. Their entire bodies are covered in hard scales, and on the battlefield they possess the dragon's element. Truly a formidable troop. I now wish to create them as the elite subjects of my realm." After hearing their master's words about the Dragon Scale Soldiers, Gu-Er and all the subordinates below changed color drastically. Was this the great master's intention to abandon them? The crowd instantly became restless, murmuring among themselves. Soon Gu-Er and Na and I locked eyes, and simultaneously formed a temporary alliance. Na and I fell to his knees with a thud, his face covered in tears as he wept. "Great master, the dragon scale humans are indeed formidable, but as you just said, they require a long period of evolution to fully become living beings." Shi Lin then stepped forward as well. Indeed, the dragon scale humans possess great combat power, but they may not be able to meet the current needs of the territory. Xiao Duo was somewhat irritated as his subordinates, they dared to question him. His tone turned icy. What? Are you questioning my decision? This single sentence made the kobolds and leopard men present tremble, and they knelt down simultaneously with stubborn expressions. For them nothing was more cruel than being abandoned by their master. As dragon-vein beings they held an immense obsession with the dragon they served. Na and I and Shi Lin are not questioning, but rather they are utterly foolish to worry that the master would waste resources on these beings that require ages to mature, and they fear that after hatching their strength will not keep pace with our evolution. Go'er then spoke timidly. They might also be worried about the master. Duo Dun added. Seeing this, Xiao Duo realized that they thought he was about to abandon them, which was why they reacted so strongly. He felt somewhat speechless internally, but his decided will was not to be changed. Although his territory was developing rapidly and appeared well-ordered on the surface, there were hidden dangers. For this nation, once he left, there would be no backbone. Whenever he departed to distant places, these subordinates would easily fall into chaos with no one willing to submit to another. They might even launch attacks against each other, a common mistake. After a dragon was vanquished by a hero, it usually collapsed in this manner. Without the dragon, a vast empire became like scattered sand conquered piece by piece. Therefore, he needed a loyal elite for the nation of backbone that could unite all. I know you fear that I will abandon you, but rest assured I will not favor them excessively. In my eyes, you are all the same. Xiao Duo turned back to them and added this sentence. We are foolish. Upon receiving Xiao Duo's affirmation, they inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, but the crisis that had been ignited could not be extinguished. It seemed they must quickly enhance their strength and their racial armies. Go'er the leopard man chief again locked eyes with Na and I the kobold leader. Among those present, they were the weakest. Even the newly captured mermaid princess Ifu Li was far stronger than them. Moreover, she had such powerful merfolk subjects while their own tribes could not compare. They lacked Duo Dun's formidable strength and terrifying beast tide. Shi Lin was still the original subordinate with her light magic. If they did not strive harder and unite, they would truly fall behind the white dragon's shadow and gradually fade from the dragon lord's sight. Thinking of this terrifying outcome, both of them resolved to train harder. After seeing that they had completely calmed down, Xiao Duo waved his claw and issued the order to dismiss the court. In that case, take all the scales on the ground and build a huge nest. Place them inside and remember the temperature must be exactly -60 degrees with no deviation whatsoever. Yes. Upon receiving the order, everyone withdrew. By the way, Ifuli, stay. Xiao Duo then suddenly remembered his original purpose and directly called the mermaid princess to stop. He had her follow him to a side chamber. Although only 1/10 of the grand palace was completed, a simple room had already been built as his resting place. Of course, simple was relative to the overall palace. With a loud clang, the massive black iron gate closed. Ifuli looked at Xiao Duo before her, somewhat flustered, not knowing what command he would give her. Can you use enlargement magic? Xiao Duo looked at her small figure and cut straight to the point. A long time ago, I often enlarged myself to play with sharks in the palace. I'm quite proficient, Ifuli said with confidence. Then enlarge yourself to about my size. Xiao Duo gave the order with satisfaction. As you command, master. Ifuli did not hesitate at all. Having evolved into a dragon-vein being, she would not resist Duo's words. Instead, she was utterly infatuated. Ifuli enlarged her body, glanced at her fishtail, then looked at the white dragon with eager eyes. Her face flushed deeply as she asked shyly, but Xiaoyi has a doubt. What exactly does master want to do? Should I transform into legs? Why would you need legs? Xiao Duo was somewhat puzzled. Transforming into legs wouldn't let him do anything. Under normal circumstances, only adolescent dragons could transform into humans, and they lacked the capacity to engage in intimate acts with a princess. At present, he had not yet entered puberty and had no such desires. I was overthinking. Ifuli said, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes, and she lowered her head slightly. Ifuli felt an attack on her chest. The cold dragon claw touched her skin, a sensation she had never felt before, causing her to gasp softly. These pink scales are so bright, so smooth and warm. Xiao Duo lightly kneaded with his claws, finding the sensation merely so. Master, stop. Ifuli's face was full of shyness, but she offered no resistance. Don't move. Wrap your arms around my neck. Yes, like that. It feels so comfortable. Xiao Duo said as he turned around, using his scales to tap her pink fish scales. A rhythmic clinking sound echoed through the room, forming a beautiful melody that gradually immersed Xiao Duo. In the vast training ground, a girl in simple attire ceaselessly swung the long sword in her hand. Her fair skin, which covered her graceful muscles, was now drenched in sweat. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, producing a series of sonic booms. Each swing seemed to contain countless variations of sword techniques, each one overwhelming the enemy. Huff! The girl's chest heaved continuously. Unfortunately, 1,000,000 strikes still not enough. She stood up again, lifted her head to gaze at the glass on the rooftop nearby, and shouted with a voice brimming with exhaustion, "Teacher, use magic to increase the weight further. Princess Stephanie, your sword-swinging speed has already reached your limit." Bertram, sitting upstairs, felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. "But I must surpass my limits." The girl felt her body 100 times heavier than before, her eyes blazing with unwavering determination. She now bore the name of victory. She absolutely could not lose again. "Oh, as you wish. Thank you." The girl expressed her gratitude and immediately felt her body sink. She braced herself, sweat dripping incessantly, yet never lingering on her skin. Stephanie trembled as she continued to grip the sword of victory. Soon her hand turned red, the blood vessels struggling to bear the strain, but they quickly recovered. She kept swinging at the empty air, as if facing an unprecedented, formidable foe. This scene deeply furrowed the brows of the blonde-haired young man beside the pink-haired youth, who felt a pang of reluctance. "What happened to my cousin? She's changed so much this month. Such training will break her body." Facing Gerald, the Duke's son, Bertram calmly picked up a cup of tea, took a slow sip, and then said unhurriedly, "She encountered a white dragon and was defeated." Was it the expedition when she met the endless Frostwing? One of her subordinates? An adult or a young dragon? Gerald exclaimed, his mind racing with guesses. If it were truly an adult dragon, his cousin would have been able to fight back, though the odds of victory were low. Failure was understandable. But even so, it shouldn't have put such immense pressure on her. Unless there was another hidden reason. Bertram waved his hand, cutting off his speculation. No need to guess. It was a young dragon. Impossible. The most heaven-defying young dragon in legend is the red dragon, Hestia. Even in its infancy, it wouldn't be this strong. Unless... Gerald gasped. A young dragon that could defeat his cousin, who held a steady advantage over him. Just how heaven-defying was that white dragon? Could it be that the dragon god Tiamat had bestowed its power? But hadn't she been defeated by the human gods? Bertram sighed lightly. There's nothing to be shocked about. That dragon is also a god's chosen. I've already concealed its existence. Let the blood of that white dragon forge the queen's legendary name. Using it as a stepping stone? That's not right. Gerald was somewhat worried. If it was also a god's chosen, its growth would surely be rapid, potentially bringing disaster to her and the kingdom. He glanced again at Stephanie, still swinging her sword with effort, his gaze complex. She's already under enough pressure. Rest assured. Bertram followed his gaze to the girl in the training ground below. I know all this. After half a year of hard work, Stephanie is now infinitely close to epic. She is about to face her sister's challenge and the balanced god's balanced space, which will lay the foundation for the royal selection and in 5 years ascend the throne. Then when her strength reaches the peak of epic, she will use this childhood setback against the white dragon to sever that obsession and thus ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Besides, you know the dragon's growth cycle. They reach adulthood at 100 years old. Bertram's words made Gerald realize that the white dragon was not human. Dragons had an extremely long lifespan, while humans only had 100 years. A dragon's infancy to adolescence spanned nearly 20 years. By then he might already be traversing the world with Stephanie. When the white dragon reached adulthood, he might be at the peak of epic. Calculated in this way, the threat of the white dragon was indeed insignificant. Moreover, he firmly believed that Stephanie was the most beautiful princess, the most beautiful and strongest knight. She would surely become a legend eternal, as the plane itself and victory would always be with her. Though that was the case under normal circumstances, the white dragon's connection to the divine made it extraordinary. Gerald's tone softened, but he still questioned. Grand Major, imagination is beautiful, but do we not understand the difficulties involved? My father is one of the kingdom's only 2 legends. Legend is, as the title suggests, a path of legend. You dare to question me? Bertram's aura flared instantly. Seeing Gerald's stubborn defiance, he finally said, Rest assured, I will pave the way for her. And don't you trust my strength? Bertram stood up, raised his hands, and declared to the world with a slightly manic tone, as if making a promise or expressing his confidence in her. She will surely reach the top of the world. No one can stop her, not even those who have grasped the divine will. You're too arrogant, but you're right. She is destined to be the queen of this kingdom, the one who ascends to the world's summit. Bertram, seeing that he hadn't refuted, but instead agreed, chuckled lightly, and said, Life is very, very long. With absolute disparity in strength, Stephanie can never fail. Gerald withdrew his gaze and carefully studied the Grand Mage before him, recalling the eldest princess. Yes, you've done this much for her. But Grand Mage, aren't you going to check on the eldest princess? His tone carried a hint of mockery. You're her instructor too. With such blatant favoritism, aren't you afraid she'll feel heartbroken? You're the same. The eldest princess is too arrogant, filled with ambition and hubris. And I believe Stephanie will ultimately lead us, making this kingdom eternal and ever prosperous. Bertram remembered the face identical to Stephanie's, and his own expression fell. But if given another chance, he would still choose Stephanie, for only she could draw the sword of victory. The scene fell silent. Finally, as Gerald was about to leave, Bertram suddenly said, "Oh, one more thing. Stephanie plans to form a knight order with 9 great knights. I want you to volunteer and become the leader of those 9. Gerald didn't hesitate. I was thinking the same. He had long wished to become Stephanie's subordinate, so he could have a better reason to protect the queen he recognized in his heart. Her standards are very, very high, but I believe you can make it. After all, you're almost level 10. Within a year, you'll enter the balanced space and become an epic-level powerhouse. With my strength, I can't just casually help her." Bertram sighed as he spoke, reminiscing. Though human legends were the strongest on the continent, they were also bound by the contracts they had once signed. Gerald nodded seriously. "Even if you hadn't said it, I would have gone. Because I want to protect her forever, to keep all evil away so she can always live happily." With that, he strode out. Bertram watched his retreating figure, then gazed at the endless starry sky. His eyes finally settled on Stephanie. "Once you reach that realm, I too shall wander the myriad plains. For I can only help you, this far descendant of the god of victory." The price he had paid to bring Stephanie back before was immense: 1/10 of the Red Dragon's treasure, his legendary staff, and the unequal contract of eternal non-aggression. But he did not regret it, for he had reached this point with the support of the god of victory. "You fool, take a look over there quickly." At the junction of the northern forest and the ancient city, several dark figures slid into the forest under the moonlight. The reconnaissance adventure group, selected by Kelly Lawn City, had already penetrated deep into the jungle's interior, observing cautiously. This adventure group was composed of the 4 strongest individuals in the city: a warrior, a mage, a ranger, and a light mage. The group's strength placed them among the city's top-tier adventurers, all possessing the terrifying power of Tier 3. The temporary leader was the warrior Luogen. The ranger, after observing from the treetops for a while, jumped down and said, "What's been going on in the depths of this forest lately? It's so quiet. 2 years ago, we could still frequently encounter orcs and magical beasts." The mage joked, "Maybe they heard the fame of our illustrious Hope Adventure Group and all fled. If it were that simple, why would the bounty for this reconnaissance mission be so high? The city lord doesn't seem like such a generous noble." Luogen shook his head lightly. The light mage, somewhat timid, glanced at the dense pitch-black forest, just a sigh. "Let's forget it. We'll just take a quick look around the interior and then report back that there's nothing unusual." That's how many adventure groups coast through these basic bounties. The ranger curled his lip. "I wonder why the city lord is so worried. Who spread those rumors in the first place?" Hearing the ranger's words, the mage's eyes lit up as he recalled the mother and daughter he had seen in the tavern. He said excitedly, "It's a blue and red mother-daughter duo. I heard they've been wandering through these countries, constantly babbling about 2 dragons allying to destroy the surrounding nations within a few years." At this, the ranger also remembered. "Wait, now that you mention it, I have some recollection. That violent little red-haired girl. I still have a vivid memory of her. You know her?" Luogen's gaze shifted to the ranger. The ranger waved his hand. "Joke. Who in these lands hasn't heard of them lately? Speaking of which, the information I got is a bit different from yours." "Different?" the mage asked out of curiosity. "It's a green dragon and a white dragon getting married in 10 years, then planning to conquer all of humanity, starting from the surrounding countries. Their strength is said to be near epic level." The ranger waved his hand, stating it as if it were obvious. Luogen had thought he was about to say something serious, but this was it. Epic. He sneered. "You might as well believe on the god of victory than trust them." "Uh-huh. Humph." The light mage chuckled, then noticed the gazes of the other 3 converging on him. His smile froze. "Then believe on the light god." The mage, "Come on guys, you actually believe that? Epic. I've only ever seen an epic-level powerhouse in the Knights of the Dihon Kingdom. That level is elusive and rare. Our country has produced only 1 in centuries. How could 2 such dragons suddenly appear? We've probably been tricked, but the city lord believes it. Who knows what kind of enchantment they've been fed? Anyway, we're just here for the money." Luogen didn't believe these rumors, but since there was money to be made, he agreed to come investigate. The group slowly moved deeper into the forest, chatting as they walked. Luogen took out his magical recording orb and continuously documented the surrounding flora. The ranger, I could tell at a glance that their relationship was definitely not ordinary. They claim to be mother and daughter, but their hair colors are so distinct. The little one is quite strong, and the older one can suppress her, so she must be even stronger. The mage scoffed. How strong can a little brat be? The elite adventure groups here have the terrifying power of Tier 2, strong enough to rival high-level magical beasts. The ranger smirked slyly. We'll find out soon enough if they're strong. I heard that because they've been spreading these rumors carelessly, several adventure groups have expressed dissatisfaction. Some are secretly looking for trouble with them. I hope they go easy and don't get killed. Better if they're still alive when we get our hands on them. If they fall into our hands, hee. Let me tell you in secret, I caught a glimpse of them from afar in the tavern. That blue-haired woman has a curvaceous, alluring figure. I bet she'd feel amazing to touch. And that fiery little girl, not bad either. I really want her to step on me with that disdainful look in her eyes. As soon as he said this, the others moved away from the pervert. The only female member of the light mage looked at him with the same disgusted expression as everyone else, backing away. Seeing this, the mage laughed and teased. Indeed, the little one has quite a personality, like a little dragoness. He stepping. That's so unambitious. You too. The light mage fled far away, drawing closer to Luojin ahead. Luojin couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. He comforted the light mage, saying he was ashamed to be associated with them, but was forced by circumstances, and secretly exchanged glances with the ranger and mage. The ranger and mage took the hint and kept their distance, recalling Luogin's promise. Soon they discovered a huge problem as they stared at the felled trees before them. Wait, why are these mountains bald? The ranger exclaimed, Big bro, there are marks on the ground. Let's follow our own trail and check it out. Luojin and the others followed the tracks forward. With the ranger's keen eyesight, they quickly spotted a patrol of kobolds. The group hastily hid themselves, watching the kobold-led orcs march past them in orderly formation. These are armored orcs. Luogin's face grew unusually grave. After they had passed, he said, I have a bad feeling about this. The mage frowned. Isn't that normal? Orcs are intelligent too. They can form groups, forge iron, and make a few sets of armor. Nothing strange. The armor isn't the issue. It's those kobolds had some scales on them. More importantly, there were 2 leopard men and 1 human in the squad. The light mage agreed. Now that you mention it, that is indeed suspicious. Seeing that he had captured their attention, Luojin continued, They've all undergone mutations. The white scales on the kobolds, based on the encyclopedia I read before, look like dragon scales. I suspect they are being ruled by a dragon. According to the book, a dragon's power can alter the life forms of other species. So what do we do now? Push deeper. If we go deeper, I'm worried about danger. We might run straight into their stronghold. But if we can get more concrete information, we'll surely earn a generous reward from the city lord. Should we go or not? Luojin asked quietly. Let's go, the 3 answered in unison. Luojin actually didn't want to go given the danger, but majority ruled. Alright then. Honestly, I'd rather not. The mage produced the teleportation scroll they had pooled their money for, capable of transporting them thousands of miles away at any time. Every step was cautious, dodging patrolling orcs as they advanced. Before long, they reached the White Dragon's tribe. What greeted them was a massive city wall over 30 meters high. Judging by the circumference of the wall, Luojin estimated the enclosed area to be around 100,000 square kilometers. Looking up from here, they could see the towering blue-white palace at the center of the enclosure, dazzlingly bright against the jungle. Based on the distance, it seemed to be about 3,000 meters tall. It was hard to imagine what kind of magnificent architecture this was. My God, this is far more spectacular than the royal capital, the ranger whispered from the bushes, unable to contain his amazement. Moreover, the beastmen constantly patrolling within the city walls are at minimum level 1. Indeed, if my guess is correct, the one standing at the very center should be a formidable powerhouse of level 4. Logan stared at the dragon-blood lizardmen inside the wall with profound wariness. Such a powerhouse could already hold a commanding position in the city on their own. Even a city lord with an earl's title would not dare to provoke them carelessly. Level 4, such an elite existence, is actually guarding the city gate. The mage's original plan to sneak and using magic was instantly doused. He looked in disbelief at that lizardman above. Russell, why has the wind picked up? The light priest gently pressed down the trembling grass beside him and whispered. Suddenly, a massive green dragon swept across the sky above them, its wind shaking the surrounding trees relentlessly. Only then did everyone notice the giant dragon in the sky. A dragon. Such a green dragon. The ranger immediately cried out, but Logan quickly pressed him down. However, that cry had already alerted the lizard men on the city wall to the disturbance. Who? They sharply turned their heads toward the forest, their eyes narrowing. They had indeed discovered the 4 of them. The spear in their hands swung down, tearing through the sky. Something's wrong. Use that teleportation scroll. Logan panicked outright. This was a level 4 powerhouse. Judging from his aura, he might even approach level 5. This was far beyond what a low-tier adventurer party like theirs could handle. The mage was well prepared. The moment they were discovered, he shattered the magical scroll. A spatial fluctuation instantly transported them 1,000 miles away. Boom! The spear pierced through the ground where they had just been, producing a thunderous crash and forming a small crater. The lizard man glared darkly at the pit before him, while those on the city wall noticed the commotion and hurried to report to their leader. A flash of light. They appeared at the outer edge of the forest. We almost died. What a terrifying, oppressive presence. The ranger recalled the deathly feeling that spear had brought him. His legs went soft, and he collapsed to his knees, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, gasping for breath. The mage swallowed hard several times before fully calming down. Looking at them, he said, It seems the rumors are true. That green dragon clearly has connections with the white dragon's kin. Fortunately, this magic orb recorded everything. We've obtained valuable intelligence. Otherwise, this teleportation scroll would have nearly emptied half of our family's savings. Logan looked at their cowardly state. yet his hand continuously comforted the frightened light priest. Go claim the bonus at the city lord's manor. Let's leave this country quickly. War is about to break out again. The ranger glanced toward the depths of the forest. What a disastrous place, but it has nothing to do with us anymore. First the undead appeared, then we discovered a massive dragon nest. Let's go. We don't want to be high-tier cannon fodder. They quickly returned to the city, reported these circumstances to the city lord, handed over the evidence, collected their reward, and hastily packed up their families to flee the country. Upon learning the news, the city lord was equally shocked. He immediately sealed the information and urgently convened a noble meeting to report to the royal capital for strategies. What's going on here? Nanny received the report and rushed over from the training ground, asking the lizard man. Reporting, boss Nanny. We just spotted 4 people acting suspiciously nearby. We've already been so careful, yet we were still discovered. Nanny looked toward the forest's outskirts as if he could see the human city. You're here too. Nanny spoke without turning around. Then Gel, the leopard person, emerged from the nearby jungle and chuckled softly. Being overly cautious can also alert humans to something amiss. You knew we'd be discovered from the start. Should we still report to the king? Of course we must report. But Nanny, do you think this mere human city requires the king's personal intervention? Gel countered with a question. What do you mean? An opportunity to achieve merit has arrived. It's time to let the Supreme King clearly understand our status. We shouldn't grow too close to those merfolk. Gel spread his arms, his tone arrogant and overbearing. He felt deeply resentful that Shiadwa constantly suppressed the mermaid Princess Evelay. But facing the king's demands, he could hardly say anything more. After all, he didn't possess such beautiful scales for the king to play with. It seemed dragons often snatched human princesses. Now a bold idea formed in his mind. If they could capture this city with minimal casualties and threaten the human kingdom into handing over a princess, he would surely regain the king's favor. The more he thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. He had already sent many people to scout the strongest fighters in the nearby city. They were at level 6, same as him. Utterly inadequate. Moreover, it seemed a plague of undead was breaking out in the Khyber kingdom. Their top combat forces were already entangled with those undead, not that they could spare attention here. Khyber kingdom's current situation also needed to be reported to the king. But the matter of demanding a princess as a hostage had to be handled secretly. With a flawless plan in mind, Gel praised his own intelligence. Looking at the foolish-looking Nanny before him, he felt inwardly scornful. However, he still needed Nanny's help, so he could only shove him aside at the final moment. After years of development, the lizardman population has reached 5 million. From my nearly 20,000 leopard people, I'll draw a portion to deal with those lowly creatures. Is that acceptable, eh? Nanny found Gel's reasoning sound and failed to detect his scheme. Absolutely. Our strength has already reached level 6, and most of the human army hasn't even reached level 1. We only need 10,000 adult lizardmen and 1,000 of my leopard warriors, plus call upon that brainless troll. Gather 100 trolls. That's more than enough to handle the humans. With such few troops, even if we suffer losses, the king won't care. Gel patted his chest confidently. In that case, it's settled. Nanny was also swayed. Then I'll go report to the king. Watching Nanny depart, Gel's gaze instantly darkened. After each time the king awoke, he barely acknowledged him, instead seeking out the first consort, Shalene. He could understand that. On the top floor of the White Dragon Palace. Ayo. So refreshing. Theodore slowly opened his dragon pupils, his dragon head resting against Fu Li's chest, his face full of bliss. His tail tapped against her fish scales, producing a tinkling sound that filled his heart with immense joy. Indeed, the mermaid princess, who had grown 3 times larger than him, was clearly more comfortable to lie on. My king, said Fu Li, her eyes half closed. After several years of companionship, she was no longer as shy as she had been at the beginning. In a daze, a faint fragrance wafted to his nose. Only then did Shiao Duo slowly lift his dragon head buried between 2 peaks and look at the white-haired elf before him, revealing his sharp dragon fangs. Shina, could you announce yourself before entering next time? I won't be in such a good mood again. Shina chuckled and said, White dragon, oh white dragon, I came to see you, didn't I, eh? She glanced at Fu Li, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. It seems you've been quite captivated lately. But your figure has grown quite a bit. I wonder if that function still works. Shiao Duo tapped the fish scales impatiently. You never come without a reason. Speak, what do you want? I'm busy. I have some matters to attend to later. Shina gently stroked his dragon head, revealing a fascinated expression. Can't I come to you without a reason? My dear. Shiao Duo gave her figure a dissatisfied glance. It was indeed excellent, but he could do nothing about it. Call me my dear, all you like, but you won't let me ride you while sleeping. Without a tail wrapped around me, I can't sleep. What a strange hobby. I wonder how you developed such a habit. Shina was a bit speechless about his habit, but she understood. After all, every powerful dragon has some odd quirks. It's only normal. I've had it since childhood. Who else but a sister who loved to entwine me? Xiao Duo raised his dragon head proudly, recalling the scene of him and Cate whipping each other's tails, feeling quite nostalgic. Alright, let's not talk about this. Shina placed her finger to her lips, pretending to be very happy. Actually, I want to tell you some good news. Why don't you take a guess? Xiao Duo's eyes lit up. Did you plunder treasures from the human kingdom and come to share with me? Shina gently shook her head. You're still the same. Try again. Xiao Duo thought for a moment. Did you kidnap a foreign princess and give her to me so I can have a constant source of wealth? Xiao Duo, why do you always think of such things? Shina was quite helpless. She knew Xiao Duo was very intelligent, but like a normal white dragon, he didn't like to use his brain. Seeing Xiao Duo lie down again with no intention to guess, Shina leaned in closer, pressing against his dragon head. Really, I entered the God of Balance's balance space and have fully achieved the epic level. Xiao Duo looked at Shina in surprise. The God of Balance's balance space. That was simply a blessing. The balance space is a trial of strength and weakness created by the God of Balance. He pulls the geniuses he recognizes from multiple universes into the balance space just as they are about to advance to the epic level. There it tests whether they possess the determination and strength to enter the epic tier, conjuring countless enemies. Defeating any opponent grants rewards, and the rewards come without any cost. Although he couldn't understand why the most ancient God of Balance would do this. According to the dragon heritage, it was for balance and fairness. Hence he created this space for the geniuses that he himself observes. The most important point is that as long as one enters the balance space and does not fall during their subsequent growth, they will almost certainly advance to the legendary level. Across the entire continent, epic level powerhouses are extremely rare. But even rarer are those epic levels who have entered the balance space. The ratio from ancient times to the present is 1 in 1,000. That is to say, the green dragon before him possesses the potential of a legend. Xiao Duo rarely praised her. Congratulations, you have surpassed 99% of dragons. Then his tone shifted. So what does this have to do with me? How can it have nothing to do with you? I've advanced. Shouldn't you be happy? Shina tossed her hair haughtily and glanced at him, annoyed that she had shared her joy with him first. Xiao Duo narrowed his eyes and said flatly, "Oh, I'm very happy." Shina was dissatisfied with his perfunctory attitude. "We are allies after all." Seeing he was unmoved, she added, "And let me tell you some bad news. Your Bylon kingdom has been discovered by humans." Shina's words piqued Xiao Duo's interest. Humans were indeed a formidable enemy now. Over the past few years he had organized his inherited memories, including the history of dragons. Naturally, he knew the terror of humans and understood that dragons and humans would inevitably be enemies in the future. However, the time was not yet ripe. The gap in strength with humans was too vast. Exposing his own characteristics too early would inevitably draw the gaze of the human gods. Seeing that Xiao Duo was interested, Shina continued, "When I came, I saw several people constantly recording. Soon you will be attacked by humans." "How dare they?" Xiao Duo suddenly raised his head, then snorted coldly. "As if I fear humans." Shina brushed her waist-length hair and continued, "Of course you're not afraid. After all, their epic-level powerhouse is currently tangled with another necromancer and has no time for you." Upon hearing epic, Xiao Duo's gaze shifted slightly. This was indeed a formidable enemy, but only that. It posed no great danger. In his normal state he couldn't win, but if he activated his divine rune form, his strength was not weak. Moreover, there was the divine artifact hidden within his heart. Xiao Duo's draconic might spread out, and he said arrogantly, "If he dares to come, he will be a meal on my plate." Shina sensed this aura, narrowed her eyes, and observed Xiao Duo's body. She hadn't noticed before, but now observing closely, she didn't expect him to have become this strong. In just 3 years he had advanced 2 levels, and his body had directly grown to 23 meters. Even the humans who claimed to advance the fastest could hardly match Xiao Duo's growth speed. Moreover, humans were short-lived species with a short sense of time, hence they fought so hard to gain strength. This aura. Your strength has improved so quickly, almost reaching level 10. This speed of advancement is even faster than a devourer dragon killing in battle. Faced with Shina's surprise, Xiao Duo's dragon lips curled upward. He had not neglected his magical attainments over the years. He was a genuine 9th-level mage, no longer simply copying the magical patterns from his inherited memories. Instead, he had developed his own frost will and was constructing the rudiments of his own legend. Over these years, he had studied magic diligently, trying to make it compatible with his combat style. Unfortunately, he had not yet reached the realm where every movement touched magic, and he still had to chant in Draconic in his mind as before. "I really want to see you transform into your heroic self using that form. You should be able to grow even larger now, right?" Xena naturally knew the source of his confidence, that unique form which had no negative side effects. Naturally, Theo did not deny it, but rather raised his dragon head proudly. "Respected Supreme King, your faithful vassal Nanny comes to report recent issues." Just as Xena was pondering what to say to Theo, a sudden voice from outside abruptly interrupted her thoughts. Theo recognized Nanny's voice immediately and said lazily from outside the door, "If it's not urgent, wait in the main hall." "Yes." Thrilled, Nanny dashed toward the hall. Xena watched his shadow gradually disappear and said with a light smile, "Looks like it's about humans. Are you prepared? Once a dragon's territory is discovered, human armies will come to crush us. And this place is already considered a nation." Theo chuckled. "If they won't make a splash." But he remembered an epic-level powerhouse in a neighboring country while he hadn't encountered any epic yet. An epic had already formed its own legendary prototype possessing unique characteristics of its own. Reaching this realm meant cultivating a particular magical skill to its absolute peak. At that point, every spell he cast would be saturated with his will. Some legendary wills could even suppress time and space within their domain, rewriting the laws of the world so that 1 + 1 could equal 1 or even 10. In his inherited memories, there were also messengers of the god of life who imbued extraordinary substances like stars and black holes with life, allowing them to battle ancient dragons. Theo also recalled the young girl wielding the golden holy sword. Its divine artifact left behind when the god of victory ascended, a weapon of legendary while radiating a faint gleam of triumph. Only then could one wield authority over the entire cosmos. Theo asked anxiously, "Xena, after reaching the epic tier, how far along is your legendary prototype?" Asking such personal questions. "Is there something between us, Theo?" Xena giggled, but then answered seriously, "Mine concerns the transformation between life and illusion. My special trait is that I can ignite others' memories with just a touch, using them to enhance myself." Xena giggled again. "You'll understand someday. But I believe you'll definitely enter that space. I'll wait for you to leave a title that shakes all realms." "I can't do that." She had absolute confidence in Theo. His talent was truly formidable, already so powerful in his youth. It was hard to imagine how strong he'd become as an adult, whether he might directly reach the ancient dragon realm. Ancient dragons were the dominant force that ruled the world in ancient times. In the future, he might even reach the level of a primordial dragon, one capable of battling gods. Theo was intrigued by the legendary god of balance who had merged with the concept itself. It was born at the moment when heroes and demon kings vanished during the primordial era, appearing as a supreme deity. It remained absolutely neutral toward everything in the world, never seeking conquest, only maintaining cosmic order across the multiverse, like a scale balancing good and evil. Theo asked, "What does the balance space actually look like?" He also had absolute confidence in himself. He would definitely enter that space and feast to his heart's content. Xena replied, "It revolves around themes of dreams and life, withering and destruction." After hearing Xena's description, Theo became curious about what his balance world would be like. "I see. Then when I enter, would it be a world where ice and volcanoes meet?" Muttering to himself and seeing that Xena was fine and he'd asked all he wanted, he slowly flew toward the hall. Xena watched Theo flying lazily before her, feeling somewhat speechless. Seeing his figure growing farther away, she followed at a leisurely pace. Asleep, Eve felt the weight lift off her and assumed Theo had simply shifted positions, pondering which posture to adopt next, so she didn't think much of it. It wasn't until she felt the cold wind chilling her body that she realized something was wrong. Opening her eyes, she saw the wide-open door and clouds drifting by, and Theo beside her was already gone. Her heart raced in panic and she reverted to her original form, crying out desperately, "King, wait for me." Theo sat on his throne looking down at the gathered vassals before him, while Xena lounged lazily on his tail, equally curious about Nanny, who had assembled most of the dragon-blooded creatures. "What is the matter?" Theo asked. Nanny stepped forward. "We've been discovered by humans, and an army may come to attack us soon." "Oh, and what's your solution?" Theo yawned and continued. Having already analyzed this with Gel, Nanny replied immediately, "Our territory lies at the border between the central region and the Arctic. Human merchant ships will inevitably pass by us, and given human nature, they'll surely provoke us. The main forces of the Kingdom of Clipper are currently dealing with the suddenly expanding undead. Their available military strength will certainly not be overwhelming, so we can position our forces first and destroy them in one stroke when they prepare to attack us. Then we'll march our army directly toward the dynasty, forcing them to sign unequal treaties, so that massive treasure can fill the king's treasury." Theo calmly pointed out the flaw in the plan. "You're right, but what if nearby nations send reinforcements?" Nanny faltered. At that moment, Celine stepped forward. "If neighboring kingdoms interfere, we simply destroy them all." The elderly merman lied and raised his concern. "That may work, but after such a great war, the damage to our rapidly developing kingdom could be severe, even causing population decline." Xena stood up from Theo's tail and descended, reprimanding them angrily. "Don't you have me? If that neighboring kingdom dares to intervene, I'll destroy its capital." Leiden countered with his trump card, sneering, "There's another issue. If a major human kingdom sends its strongest warriors to assist, They knew their territory housed merfolk, and if humans discovered them in large numbers, the consequences would be catastrophic. Your Majesty, there's no need to worry about that. Gel also stepped forward. He refuted, human greed far exceeds your imagination. Though humans attribute wickedness to great dragons, the truly insatiable and wicked are humans themselves. Theo grew bored listening and told him to get to the point. Having made thorough preparations, Gel went straight to the analysis of each nation's situation. Based on my intelligence, the various human church factions have fallen mysteriously silent, attempting to break the prophecy. Secondly, among the 5 major human nations, Gugu is searching for the final frost wing, while the remaining 4 engage in their own conflicts. Dihong and Erkanuo are locked in fierce warfare. Ni has just conquered the merfolk's ocean kingdom and is consolidating control of the seas, and Eoria has declared war on the elves due to rampant slave trading. Humans are too distracted by their internal chaos to intervene in our minor conflict. Moreover, Clipper Kingdom's only neighbor is already its enemy. In the hundreds of small nations surrounding them, the great powers won't care about the fall of a minor state as long as we don't reveal our full strength. After finishing his explanation, Gel glanced triumphantly at Leiden with a provocative look. This enraged Leiden's hidden faction, yet he couldn't refute it since what Gel said was undeniably true. Since that is the case, who will volunteer to lead the battle? Theodosius asked quickly, seeing no one else had an objection. Nanny patted his chest confidently. No need for other subordinates to intervene. Gur and I can lead 30,000 orcs. We don't need merfolk. They would only draw the attention of great powers. Theodosius looked at his subordinates, who showed no objections, but he still felt 30,000 orcs were insufficient. Could such a small force truly conquer a nation with 10 million people? 30,000. Isn't that too few? Gur stepped forward confidently to support him. Human armies cannot compare to our orc horde. We have received the king's power and are far from ordinary orcs. In individual strength, we far surpass humans. Moreover, the king's territory is experiencing a breeding peak. If we take too many orcs at once, it will reduce the birth rate next year. As the king's subordinates, even a mere human army could be defeated with a wave of our hand. Gur spoke convincingly, yet Theodosius remained concerned. After all, the kingdom of Khyber boasted a 1,000,000-strong army, and even if half had been sent to eliminate the death spirits, whatever remaining forces came to suppress them would still prove a formidable challenge. Relying solely on the 2 of them made this task far too difficult. Your consideration is thorough, but 30,000 is still too few. I'll give you another 70,000 to make it round, Theodosius said after careful thought. Noticing their surprise, he explained, among all the various orc tribes, this land now has 8 million orc citizens. While most are newborn infants, providing you with 100,000 won't affect the nation's prosperity. Thank you, Your Majesty, Gur and Nanny said in unison, dropping to their knees in gratitude. 100,000 orcs. By their calculations, they could dominate the humans effortlessly. Still uneasy, Theodosius pointed to Leiden. In that case, Leiden, you will accompany us as well. My lord does not require my presence. Gur and Nanny exchanged worried glances. Though Leiden was a formidable 7th-level mage, in truth the 3 of them had never gotten along, often clashing over the interests of their respective races. What if Leiden ended up stealing their credit down the line? Theodosius could see their concerns clearly. Over the years, he hadn't shown them much attention, making them feel their talents went unrecognized. That was precisely why they were so eager to prove themselves before him. Theodosius continued, this is merely a safeguard. Leiden won't intervene unless necessary. Besides, wouldn't you be able to command your own race's forces? Would they listen to a merman instead of their own kind? Yes, my lord, Gur replied, agreeing with the reasoning. As long as he stayed cautious going forward, he could still work things out, though unfortunately he'd need to share some credit with Nanny from now on. The mere thought of it made his heart ache. How could he possibly have to hand over credit to someone like that? A lickspittle who only flattered the king while accomplishing nothing these past years. Gur seethed with anger, but reminded himself that he couldn't compete with dog-headed orcs when it came to sycophancy. With that, he took Nanny and took his leave, hurrying off to muster the troops. After watching them depart, Theodosius turned to Eveline. Then you'll remain here to guard the palace. I'm also going to make a trip through the human kingdoms. To know the enemy and know ourselves is the key to victory in every battle. All my knowledge of this world comes from inherited memories. King, which kingdom are you planning to visit? Could you take me along? I'd rather not stay behind. Didn't dragon-scaled soldiers emerge 3 days ago? His strength is quite considerable. You should let him handle the guarding duties. Eveline leaned and closed, wrapping dragon scales carefully around his tail and speaking with a pitiful air. She gently brushed her tail against Theodosius's dragon tail, well aware of how much he cherished that particular appendage. Theodosius gazed at her pink tail and struggled to refuse. If it was that crystal dragon who invited me to scout enemy positions and offer me some compensation, it wouldn't be convenient to bring you along. Oh, Eveline lowered her head, crestfallen. Go have fun if you want it. Don't tell me it's about scouting enemy intelligence. Xena shot him a knowing glance. Theodosius's little schemes couldn't possibly hide from her. He just wanted to go out and play, yet dressed it up in grand words. What about me? Shilin suddenly pressed forward, looking up at him with teary eyes. Then naturally you'll accompany me, Theodosius stated matter-of-factly, glancing down at the nearly 10-year-old Shilin. Yay, that's wonderful. Shilin bounced up excitedly, and even the snow-white slime behind her jumped along. After all, it was no longer the mindless slime it used to be. Now a high-level magical beast, she could not only accompany Shilin on outings, but more importantly the king remained by her side. Little Duo felt like the happiest slime in the entire world. Watching the excited Shilin, Evelyn's heart churned with mixed emotions. Had Theodosius grown tired of her fish scales, and suddenly shifted his affections toward this lowly-type girl? As she watched them, a storm brewed in Evelyn's mind. Let's check on the dragon-scaled soldiers first, then we'll depart, Theodosius declared, slapping the table. Xena observed the departing crowd, and knew it was time for her to leave as well. She had her own matters to attend to, including unspent fury from her youth she still needed to vent. In that case, I'll head back first. I'll give you a big surprise later, Theodosius, Xena said with a playful grin. I don't need surprises. Just give me gold coins. That's more practical, Theodosius declined outright. Though the green dragon was quite attractive, she was filled with scheming schemes. Xena continued regardless, tracing her fingers across her red lips, her cyan pupils gleaming dangerously. When you go out to play, remember to visit the other kingdom too. I'll help hold them back, though you probably don't need me to. Theodosius gazed speechlessly at the green dragon before him, well aware of her true intentions. Just say plainly if you want to take revenge. No need to beat around the bush. Honestly, I even suspect you led those humans here to discover my territory. Xena chuckled awkwardly. Haha, how could that be possible? You can go ask around. Besides, this forest is far too quiet. Humans aren't fools, they would have noticed something was wrong. I will. But who knows if the rumors spreading outside weren't started by you? Theodosius brought his dragon head close to her face, baring his sharp fangs. You understand me so well, my dear. Xena showed no fear, and instead reached out to touch those massive teeth, smiling. If I go, I'll present you with my unique aesthetic of illusions. After pondering for a while, Theodosius agreed. I'll take a look and see how the cunning green dragon displays her aesthetics. Besides, it wouldn't take much time anyway. Upon receiving the answer, Xena retreated 2 steps like a mischievous child caught in the act, offering him a meaningful smile before taking flight from the castle in a string of laughter. After ensuring everyone had mostly departed, Theodosius flew off to check on his dragon scale, hatching progress. By this point, the dragon-scaled humans should have all emerged. He hoped each one would be as robust as Michael's. Accompanied by Shilin, he quickly arrived at the territory designated for the dragon-scaled humans, feeling the floor's suitable temperature and nodding in satisfaction. Michael, sensing Theodosius's presence, rushed out to welcome him. Upon seeing him, he slid to his knees in the same manner as before and began praising, "O great king, you are the one who gave us life like the sun of old, illuminating us who were cast into dust bestowing." Enough. Theodosius cut him off, having experienced this before. Without intervention, he was certain Michaels could continue praising until evening without a single pause. After all, when Michaels was born, Duodun had run to the door to inform him that a cold and aloof dragon-scaled human had emerged, someone who rarely spoke and possessed formidable strength. At the time he had climbed off, Evelyn opened the gate and eagerly rushed to see his child. He never expected that upon seeing him, Michael's mouth would refuse to stop continuously pouring out praises. That day had nearly driven him mad with regret. The endless 3 hours of non-stop chatter from that ironclad mouth, spewing words faster than any dog-headed orc could praise a dragon. Duodun's talk of aloof and cold was pure nonsense, a complete deception of dragons. Miles is the first dragon-scale man to be hatched. His body is mainly covered with snow-white scales, humanoid in form, and his flesh is scales. Therefore his defense is extraordinarily strong, and he feels no pain. His body structure is extremely simple. Only the center of his chest serves as the weakness, the bond of all life. Other parts can regenerate quickly no matter how destroyed. His sharp skin is his strongest defense. Under normal circumstances, even knowing his weakness, it is difficult to defeat him. Moreover, he has inherited the white dragon's formidable frost attacks. He is a terrifying killing machine that combines toughness, speed, and strength. The more Theodore looked at the dragon scale men, the more he saw them as perfect killing creatures. With them, he believed that before long he could establish a true dragon kingdom worthy of his efforts over the past 2 years. He commanded, "Miles, have all the remaining dragon scale men emerged?" "Not yet. Gather them, I want to see the numbers." Upon receiving the order, Miles ran back and began shouting in each house. Soon a group of dragon scale men gathered before Theodore, kneeling on one knee in respect. Theodore listened to the reported numbers and was satisfied. A total of 300 dragon scale men, most with strength at the 3rd level. As the strongest, Miles has reached the 7th level. Theodore looked at the servants who were absolutely loyal to him, The mana he had painstakingly invested over the past 2 years was indeed worth it. He gave them some instructions. Before leaving, he said passionately, "Breed as much as you can grow stronger to your heart's content. A great battle may soon be upon us." In fact, Dragonscale men have no distinction between male and female. To reproduce, they need an exchange of mana. Each parent nurtures half of a crystal in their heart bond, and then they combine them. That is how they bear children. Each time they nurture a crystal, both parents enter a period of weakness. "Yes, great king." All Dragonscale men responded with firm eyes. "Just call me king, no need for great. Simplicity is more stylish." Theodore smiled, bid them farewell, and flew outside the palace to observe his subjects. From high above he saw the vast urban area surrounding the huge castle. Luxurious houses lined the outer perimeter of his castle, but as they extended further the decorations became more modest and the houses smaller. Of course, ordinary beastmen did not care, they only cared about whether they could eat their fill. Moreover, possessing the pseudo-dragon lineage of the white dragon, they were not afraid of the cold. A minotaur was roasting the unyielding ice with blazing fire, wielding a giant hammer made of ice, striking continuously. Each strike sent sparks flying. Sturdy leopard men carried giant armors meant for trolls. All this was in preparation for the upcoming battle. Most adult beastmen were busy with their own modest tasks. With the aid of magic, all work seemed swift. This also led to low labor costs. After the White Dragon Palace was built and magic popularized, even the beastmen gradually shifted from a 20-hour workday to a 5-hour workday. This was much less intense than the previous labor on Earth, though it was relative. After all, these were beastmen several times stronger than ordinary humans. Some oblivious young beastmen were happily playing hide-and-seek. Kobold children were chasing and frolicking. A few leopard cubs were gathered playing card games, while rabbit children practiced jumping. Such a leisurely scene. I wonder how many years this can last. Theodore looking down from the cloud sighed. He was destined for a war with humanity. When that came, the empire he had painstakingly built might collapse in an instant. Just like the White Dragon Lady of old. Whenever he thought of that legendary elf, he couldn't help but imagine how powerful she must have been in her prime. Even as powerful as she was severely wounded by humans, and her hard-built empire was shattered. She could only survive by relying on a drifting demiplane as a stronghold. Perhaps when he himself became a legend, he would also need to prepare a demiplane to deal with humanity. Theodore with Shilin and Slime Shao Duo soared over this forest. Within it, Duodun commanded a vast army of magical beasts lurking in the deep jungle. He knew exactly how many magical beasts were hidden there, all waiting for his command. Everything is heading in the right direction. The discovery of humans was also within my calculations. Soon. Once I become a legend, it will be time to unite. Theodore gazed at the setting sun, recalling the promise he had made. "Cate, within 10 years we will raise the tide of ice together." "My king." Shilin seemed to sense his thoughts. Her gaze was a bit complicated. She pressed close to his dragon claw. The 0-degree temperature made her feel warm, and she suddenly felt drowsy. "Let's go." Theodore did not choose to watch gear and the others' battle arrangements and troop movements. Instead, he flew directly to the forest outskirts. He gently set down Shilin, who was still asleep and clutching his claw. Even the slightest movement woke her. "Master, have we arrived?" Shilin rubbed her eyes and said, "No, we are at the forest outskirts. We'll have to walk from here." Theodore also shook off Shao Duo, who was stuck between his dragon claws. Watching Shao Duo's wiggling body on the ground, he became a bit interested. He picked it up and kept squeezing Shao Duo's body, making it deform continuously. To be honest, Shao Duo's body felt chewy like the iron-pounded beef balls in human memory. Seeing Shilin sitting quietly beside him, watching him, Theodore silently gazed at the city 1,000 miles away. A human city, a long-familiar town. Shilin asked, "Then shall we go?" Theodore recalled the letter he had received and said, "We must go. Cate asked me to help her with the children first, and then she has some matters to prepare. Most importantly, she wants to offer me an apology gift for her unrestrained tongue, some gold coins, and a treasure." Moreover, Cate had assured him that after the matter was settled, she would come personally to help improve his palace. After all, crystal dragons are skilled in building palaces. Which dragon doesn't like to transform its lair into something luxurious? And the crystal dragon is the designer among dragonkind. Celine nodded with half-understanding, looking at Theodore's massive form with some confusion as well. But master, are you really going to walk? I feel like walking would attract even more attention." "You're right." Theodore glanced at his wings. Indeed, such a massive size near human cities would surely draw the aim of dragon hunter crossbows. Though he did not fear them, it would ultimately be troublesome. After some thought, a flash of light swept across the white dragon's body, and its massive form instantly vanished from the spot, leaving behind a 5-year-old boy. Seeing Theodore in his human form, Celine's eyes sparkled with stars as she lifted him up and exclaimed excitedly, "This is... I'll wait, master has become so small. Wow, so cute." Theodore also realized this form was not ideal, watching his chubby little hands as Selene lifted him up and gently swayed his body. Gazing into the distance, he felt his perspective suddenly diminish, and looking down he noticed Selene, who had once been small, now towered a head above him, causing him to furrow his brows slightly. This visual sensation was unsettling, especially given Selene's eyes flashing with brilliant green light, which made Theodore feel his dignity severely undermined. If he did not act soon, the dignity he had built up over years might be completely destroyed in this moment. With a subtle movement of his fingers, he cast a spell, transforming himself into his human form from his youth. Theodore's body slowly grew larger, gradually pressing down on Selene until he sat upon her stomach, smiling at her. "How about this?" Selene was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. "Wow, so big, so handsome." Then her face pressed directly into his chest, savoring the warmth of a normal human body, her heart filled with deep contentment. Her cheek rubbed against his skin, and a gentle blush slowly spread across her face. Theodore did not mind letting her emotions surge freely. Instead, he gazed at his own hands and attire, feeling quite satisfied within himself. Selene's face showed intense excitement, her body constantly twisting in his arms as she panted heavily, and finally, her whole body trembled before she went limp. Seeing her almost obsessive behavior, Theodore gently shook his head, stood up, and gazed toward the distant human city. Truthfully, he could not say he preferred the human form. This body simply could not exert strength properly, and his power had diminished far too much. Moreover, while researching the magic to transform into a human, he had also learned that in the distant past within the multiverse, all living things had evolved toward the dragon form. From fish scales to the limbs of land beasts to birds in the sky. But after humanity's gods defeated the great dragons, they rewrote fate itself, altering the original laws of dragons, so that human bodies became better suited to natural laws and inherently compatible with cultivation, making humans the spirits of heaven and earth, even if dragons today are better adapted for growth and combat. Yet humans cultivate at a noticeably faster pace, and under such circumstances their strength has become incomparable, signaling the beginning of the end for the dragon era. However, due to dragons' powerful adaptability, many great dragons also adapted to these new laws and gained a second form, namely the human form. Whether dwarves or elves, everyone now represented the result of evolution toward humanity, and from this point onward the aesthetic standards of the multiverse began to converge around human appearance. Most ancient dragons did not favor such a form. After all, to them it was a source of shame, but over the long passage of time, that shame had faded and been forgotten. My territory also needs to expand. Theodore gazed at the prosperous city in the distance. If he wished to dramatically expand his territory northward in the near term, then the threat from the southern kingdom could not be ignored. He had to make a trip to the human kingdom to understand just how strong they truly were. He had heard from Shina before that this nation possessed epic-level experts. Gur and Nani were merely a probe to test this kingdom's bottom line, and more importantly, to gauge the strength of this powerful expert. More crucially, he needed to awe this human kingdom with martial force. "Let us go. We will walk slowly. It is only about 10 li or so." Theodore sighed lightly, holding Xiaoduo's solid liquid body in his hand, continuously squeezing and reshaping it, then repeatedly bouncing it against the ground, like dribbling a basketball heading toward the city. "Xiaoduo, do not use it this way. It will make her uncomfortable." Selene quickly caught up with the white dragon's pace. "Xiaoduo, is this uncomfortable?" "Woo-woo." Xiaoduo made a few muffled sounds of contentment. "See?" Theodore glanced sideways at Selene with an expression that said she clearly did not understand how to properly use a slime. Selene felt a torrent of frustration sweep through her mind. She had to admit Xiaoduo loved clinging to both her and Master, and in the past Master rarely initiated physical contact with it, let alone playing such unusual games with it. Now that Master was suddenly willing to play with it, Xiaoduo must be truly delighted. Approaching the city gate, the first thing that came into view were the greenish-gray walls, clearly bearing the marks of long ago time. A 20-meter-high wall stood before them, as if separating the forest from the plains, like a towering guardian forever blocking the invasion of ice, plain demon beasts. "We have arrived ahead." Theodore could not help but marvel at the 10-meter-thick walls, a scene both magnificent and imposing, worthy of being humanity's first line of defense against demon beasts. Selene looked around curiously. "Is this the destination?" Are Elisa and Agiate inside? Theodore read the sign at the city gate, Carillon City, and replied, "Correct, they are inside." Upon closer inspection, many merchants constantly moved in and out, all pulling carts laden with goods, each displaying a wooden sign for the guarding soldiers to inspect as they advanced. Occasionally, some nobles would also exit the city with their retainers, followed by carriages forming a line over 100 meters long, dominating most of the city gate passage. Ordinary people originally waiting in line were squeezed to the side, sometimes not even allowed to pass simultaneously. They had to wait for the nobles to pass first before daring to move forward. The soldiers even helped the nobles disperse the commoners. Seeing this, Theodore guessed that the nobles had already received news of the orc army in the forest. This place was too close, only 1,000 li away, so some had temporarily fled for refuge. That news, however, had been withheld from the commoners. The common folk went about their usual business, bringing goods to trade, completely unaware of any danger, even mistakenly believing the departed nobles had been driven out by rival nobles. After all, the highest-ranking city lord, the count who governed the entire city, had not yet left. Only some barons and a few viscounts had departed. Why? Why do the nobles' goods not need inspection? And why are they exempt from the city entry tax? A plainly dressed, curly-haired adventurer, just about to enter the city, angrily confronted the guards. He had waited in line for a long time, and was almost at the front when the nobles suddenly cut in, forcing him back to the end of the queue once again. Watching the noble caravan, he, who had once been the strongest in his village, remembered the 3 copper coins he had just paid, and anger surged within him as he loudly protested his dissatisfaction. What is going on? From within the noble procession, a beautifully dressed young lady opened the carriage curtain, sticking out half her head, and asking in an unfriendly tone. The city guards, seeing this, immediately ran over and explained with great respect, "Nothing at all, my lady. It is merely a peasant from some countryside village who foolishly took on the title of adventurer and has forgotten his place. Do not bother with him." That baron's daughter snorted coldly. "Humph. Warn him not to offend again." She then lowered the curtain and paid no further attention to such lowly folk. They still had to relocate to the royal city for refuge. Even though intelligence suggested a massive army would come to crusade against the beastmen, the threat could not be entirely dismissed. Once the army completed its campaign, they would return to resume their rule as local lords. "What is that tone you're using?" The curly-haired adventurer loudly objected, but the very next moment, several guards clamped their hands over his mouth. "Shut up." The city guard held his mouth tightly shut until the noble convoy had completely exited the city walls, only then slowly releasing him. Only after the nobles had walked far away did the curly-haired adventurer feel his heart settle from its earlier suspense. Immediately afterwards, he was furious at how he had been pinned down by the soldiers. As the renowned expert of his village, now a first-level adventurer entitled to certain privileges, however minor, he could not fathom how he would ever hold his head up again after being so humiliated by a city guard. The more he brooded over the injustice, the more his anger flared. He roared at the guard beside him, "How dare you strike me? I am a first-level adventurer." He then swung a punch at the guard, and soon a scuffle broke out. The adventurer fought 3 men at once, and even gained the upper hand, until 10 more guards rushed over to turn the tide. Theodore nodded slightly. That curly-haired adventurer could have easily broken free earlier, but he was so terrified of the nobles that he only dared to resist after they had gone. It seemed that the commoners' fear of the nobility was etched deep into their very marrow. He knew only to bully the weak and fear the strong, yet lacked the sense to judge the situation. From this trivial incident, Theodore deduced that the authority of the nobles in this city had reached its zenith. Without an absolute advantage, the commoners would likely endure the nobles' insolence indefinitely. Only when they felt their dignity had been trampled would they vent their rage on those even weaker. Shileen clearly saw this too and curled her lip in disdain. She muttered, "Bullying the weak and fearing the strong." Meanwhile, the soldier who had been struck earlier with the help of several comrades forcibly pinned the adventurer down, while the other hand rained slaps across his face. The sharp sound of slaps echoed from the gate. "Because I know them. They are nobles. And what are you?" "I." The curly-haired adventurer tried to speak, but another slap cut him off. The soldier barked, "What I? A mere first-level adventurer. In your village you might be a true strongman, but in this city you are nothing but a country bumpkin. There are countless people stronger than you here. Those noble lords have second-level or even third-level subordinates. And a puny commoner like you dares to act so brazenly." The soldier finally stomped his foot on the adventurer's face and tossed him out of the city wall like a dead dog. "You? Just wait." The young adventurer, his face dark with fury, scrambled to his feet and muttered under his breath, "I curse you all to die a miserable death within a month." Reluctantly, he limped away into the distance. The nearby soldier sneered, "Little brat, I may not dare to cross those nobles, but I certainly dare to cross you. A mere first-level adventurer acting so arrogant." Shileen, holding Xiao Duo, paid no attention to the curly-haired adventurer. Instead, she kept gazing at a small blocked hole in the distant wall, her eyes filled with memory. "What's wrong?" Faced with Theodore's inquiry, Shileen bit her lip hesitantly, took a few deep breaths, and said, "I used to sneak through that hole in the wall at night to find food. Back then I heard they deliberately left that hole so that when endless monsters attacked, the smaller ones would enter through it, and they could have a few people take turns swinging their blades. But now it's blocked, and I'm not suggesting that you crawl through it, master." As she spoke, Shileen looked at Theodore, her eyes hiding deep-seated inferiority. She feared he would despise her for having such a past. Theodore gently stroked her head and shook it slightly. "How could I care about your past? Now you are my familiar, already transcending the bounds of humanity. A moment of destitution is not worth remembering. Just know roughly what you have been through. With that, strive even harder to grow stronger until you draw close to my level. Tears glistened in Shiline's eyes, and she was deeply moved. Yes, I will. Woo woo. Xiao Duo hopped beside them, indicating that she too would. Theodore looked at her flowing tears and laughed heartily. Of course, after reaching the epic rank, as my first familiar, you will also receive a portion of my power. Shiline nodded solemnly, her eyes sweeping around the wall. There are no mages here. We could just go invisible and slip in. Theodore shook his head slightly. Sneaking in was not his style. If he was to enter, it would be openly and honorably. Taking Shiline's hand and giving Xiao Duo a gentle nudge with his foot to remind her to follow, he strode toward the city gate. Shiline worried that barging in might provoke a fight. What if these humans angered her master? She looked up at Theodore's face. That sunlit, confident visage seemed to promise that everything would be resolved as long as he was there. Are you sure we don't need them? We don't have an adventurer's permit, a residence permit, or a noble's certificate. No, we'll use the noble's passage. If necessary, I'll demonstrate some magic. They won't dare stop us. Theodore refused. After the earlier commotion, the city gate had been split into two paths, the wider one for the few nobles, and the narrower one for the merchants and commoners who outnumbered the nobles by 100-fold. The guards at the gate soon noticed them and narrowed their eyes for a brief inspection. Theodore exuded an imposing aura. He wore a silver-white coat with blue decorative patterns on the edges, the blue bordered by two gold lines that extended almost to the hem of his trousers. His white hair fell straight down his back, while a short fringe in front just covered one eyebrow. On his wrist was a pure white bracelet. A jade pendant half the size of a palm hung at his waist. In the center of the pure white jade was a green crystal bead that shimmered faintly under the direct sunlight, emitting a refreshing aura and warding off the surrounding dust. His clothes were clearly made of precious silk, and combined with his bearing, they seemed perfectly natural, a custom-tailored high-class attire. All the soldiers unconsciously saluted upon seeing him. Such splendid clothes and an aura even more imposing than the city lords made them subconsciously believe he was a great noble. One bold soldier stepped forward timidly and asked carefully, "Honorable noble lord, may I ask?" Theodore interrupted in a tone that brooked no argument. "Are you questioning me?" He raised his eyes to look at the soldier before him. His blue and white heterochromatic pupils in that moment seemed to overwhelm the guards at the gate with crushing pressure. When they met those white and blue eyes, the soldiers felt as if they had been frozen solid, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as though a weight of 1,000 June pressed down upon them. They felt as if the man before them were a colossal ice dragon radiating an indescribable aura. If they answered his question, they would be devoured in a single gulp. The words, "Please show your identification," were forcibly swallowed. They quickly made way, and the soldier who had questioned him apologized for his earlier obstruction. "I dare not, I dare not. I only wondered why the noble lord was alone. Please enter." Theodore paid him no heed. He merely cast a glance at him and walked straight in as if it were only natural. He seemed to be a born aristocrat. Who was that? Such magnificent clothes and those heterochromatic eyes. Just meeting his gaze makes my whole body tremble uncontrollably. Watching Theodore enter, the other soldiers quickly approached the one who had spoken earlier to ask for information. The soldier who had questioned him wiped cold sweat from his brow. "I don't know. But with that aura and that look, if he isn't a great noble from another city, then he's a very wealthy mage, or at the very least a high-level warrior. In any case, he's someone we don't want to mess with." Theodore gazed at the bustling crowd before him, the city's clamor rising and falling incessantly. Every passerby wore a smile, and the constant flow of people painted a scene of prosperity. Yet this scene might soon shatter, for prosperity and hell often lie but a breath apart. Shiline suddenly tugged his hand, her face radiant with a smile. I used to frequent this place in the past. It's bustling inside, though not as splendid as our master's domain." Then she led him toward a narrow alley with Xiao Duo rolling along behind. The patrolling soldiers, upon noticing the slime, initially intended to seize the creature. But after glimpsing Theodore's attire, they abandoned the notion. A mere slime, hardly worth the risk of provoking a noble over his pet. At worst, the creature might kill a few people. If trouble arose, they could seek the noble's permission before intervening. Offending a noble could lead to flaying and bone-breaking, perhaps even worse. Recalling the wretched state of that fellow from 2 days ago, he couldn't help but shudder and quickly moved away. Shiline seemed intimately familiar with the city's streets, soon leading them to a flower market. The market was sparsely populated, but amid the stalls piled high with flowers, the noise was noticeably subdued, filled with the scent of blossoms. The people here seemed to cultivate an atmosphere of tranquility and ease. Shiline excitedly pointed at a flower vendor's stall, picked up a small blossom, and exclaimed softly, "Ah, this flower is still sold here. I used to love these white ones. Woo woo ah." Xiao Duo bounced at his feet a few times as if responding to Shiline's words, his tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia, though none but they could discern it. She tugged his finger again. Master, why not wear one? This flower is quite lovely, and it seems to suit you. At these words, several passers-by nearby froze for a moment, casting peculiar glances at Theodore. Theodore caught their strange looks and sensed the contempt in their eyes. Displeased, he glared back. At the same instant, those who met his gaze felt their souls tremble, their bodies unresponsive, their legs buckling, as they collapsed, staring in terror at his mismatched eyes. Please don't kill me. One child, unable to bear the oppressive pressure, burst into wails. A woman grabbed the child and scrambled away, stumbling and crawling. The crowd dispersed rapidly. The flower vendor, startled, feared the noble might suddenly go on a killing spree. Abandoning her flowers, she grabbed her money pouch and fled. In moments, the entire scene was left in disarray. What happened? Shilene looked at the flowers she had just wanted to buy, the vendor inexplicably terrified, having abandoned her stall and run off. She turned back to Theodore, somewhat bewildered. Upon meeting his gaze, she understood. Shilene was also speechless. If a human locked eyes with the master's mismatched pupils, an intense sensation of freezing would seize them. Moreover, as his emotions spread, his draconic aura would involuntarily radiate, something ordinary people could not endure. Theodore had no intention of suppressing his dragon's might for the sake of humans, and it seemed the misunderstanding arose from the words just spoken. The passers-by had looked at him with contempt, thinking him a noble with perverse tastes, leading to this outcome. In the end, Theodore told Shilene that since they appeared similar in age, they would address each other as brother and sister in public. Naturally, Theodore was the elder brother, even if his actual age was younger. But after all, he was her master, and his current form was that of a young man. Since the street had emptied, Theodore decided not to buy flowers and headed straight for the city center. The closer he drew to the center, the more crowded it became. Soon he arrived at the central square, packed with people and filled with a cacophony of noise. Wow, there are so many people in that square. Shilene stood at the edge, marveling at the long line of people enlisting in the army. Theodore thought for a moment and said, "Not only are they stationing troops here, but they're recruiting ordinary people to fight the orc army. Is this cannon fodder?" Shilene agreed. "Exactly. So this is the army that Jernani and the others will face." "I'm so weak." Theodore considered this and replied, "The strength of an army cannot be judged by appearances alone, especially since the kingdom's elite forces have not yet arrived. These recruits alone are insufficient to gauge the army's true power, and I suspect they are supply troops. When two nations are evenly matched, the outcome of war often hinges on the logistical core. Indeed, a battlefield of hundreds of thousands requires a logistical force several times larger than the frontline soldiers. Even with magical assistance, the number of support personnel can only be reduced modestly." Shilene fully agreed with Theodore. She had also discussed such large-scale battles with Gur. But after victory, orcs would directly devour the enemy soldiers, whereas humans would cremate the corpses instead of reusing them. "Hey everyone, can you hear me? Quiet down for a moment." A voice rang out. Theodore looked forward to see a middle-aged man in luxurious attire standing in the center of the square, using magic to amplify his voice. "Greetings, I am the lord of this city cross. By order of the king, we are to sweep through the outer and inner rings of the forest, eradicating the scourge here once and for all, so that our troops can be better deployed to eliminate the undead menace." "What? Why this sudden decision?" The crowd instantly grew restless, bewildered by the abrupt announcement. Some said in panic, "Could it be that a beast tide is coming again?" A few rational voices denied this. Impossible. Beast tides only occur once every 100 years, and it's only been 20-odd years since the last one. Could the undead have infiltrated? The square was soon filled with the buzz of residents' discussions. "Quiet, quiet." Cross used magic to amplify his voice, instantly suppressing all the clamor. He pressed his hands down gently, a confident expression on his face. "Do not speculate too much. The kingdom is engaging the undead on the front lines, and we have already formed a siege. But to resolve the undead calamity sooner and reduce the kingdom's fiscal expenditure, we must also dispatch our own troops. However, to prevent a potential beast tide, we are merely conducting a preemptive cleanup. Do not panic." In the end, the city lord gave each soldier 10 copper coins and hired a few charlatans to fully appease the residents. Theodore sneered after hearing this. Concealing intelligence to prevent escape. When these people finally realize something is wrong, they'll be forced to follow and charge into battle. Few of them will survive. Shilene nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Let's go. AG8 is just a few li away. We'll head there." Theodore looked toward a shop door in the distance and saw AG8 and Alicia waving at them. "Found them." Shilene patted her clothes. She hadn't seen her friend Alicia in a long time. Theodore took a few steps, then suddenly turned his head to glance at the fourth-floor window of a nearby residential building, frowning slightly. He confirmed it was someone with faint magical power who had just been spying on them. "What's wrong?" Shilene asked, seeing him stop abruptly. "Nothing. Just noticed an interesting rat." Theodore replied, then ignored it, and continued walking toward AG8. Shilene glanced at the window. Theodore had just looked at her, expression turning stern, then quickly followed. "Brother Xiao Duo, wait for me." A young girl leaned against the window beside her, clutching her chest. As she gasped for breath, her gaze fixed on the wall in front of her to ease her tense nerves. That person in white. She had only paid him a little extra attention and nearly been discovered. The fleeting, dreadful pressure she had sensed was something she had never felt from her teachers. He was undoubtedly an unimaginable existence. After all these years at the academy, I'm sure of it. Perhaps I can use this. The girl stood up, looked again in the direction he had disappeared, and murmured softly, 5 days, sister. Wait for me. I will surely come to rescue you. After meeting AG8, Theodore casually examined her attire. Primarily in shades of blue, her entire body encrusted with jeweled adornments that concealed her naturally curved figure, giving her the appearance of a nouveau riche. In comparison, the redhead girl beside her appeared quite shabby, lacking any decent accessories, with only her dragon scale-patterned clothing appearing somewhat costly. However, the moment Alicia looked at Theodore, a glimmer of hope for freedom flickered in her eyes, only to be quickly hidden away. After Theodore went over to greet them, he was forcefully pulled along for a casual stroll through the streets. Watching her purchase a large pile of ornaments with copper coins that she would never use, they finally took seats on the second floor of a grand tavern. As soon as Theodore sat down, he smiled at her and said, since you have written to me, why don't you explain yourself? AG8 pretended not to hear him, waving her hand grandly. This is a tavern once opened by a friend I saved long ago. When he heard I was bringing companions for a drink, he booked the entire second floor. Drink freely now, no charge. Theodore watched the exquisite wine glass before him, picked it up elegantly, and simply gazed quietly at AG8's face. Sharon also sensed something was amiss, so she embraced little duo and slowly moved to another side. Oh haha, you have arrived. We just spent a few minutes shopping. How was it? The people here are quite enthusiastic, aren't they? AG8 teased, even raising her wine glass. Theodore rose and approached AG8, enunciating every word, yes, filled with deception and oppression. AG8 shrank her neck slightly, letting out a forced laugh. Come now, you simply cannot comprehend true kindness and beauty. She pushed his shoulder, guiding him back to his seat, her gaze scanning his attire, before lingering for a moment on the jade pendant at his waist. Wait, you should go to the Adventurer Association and take a test to certify your magical abilities. If your magic isn't strong enough, an adventurer license will suffice. Theodore knew she was changing the subject, but still asked with some confusion, are the Mage Association and the Adventurer Association not two entirely different organizations? AG8 clapped her hands, instantly transforming her expression into one of haughty pride as she looked at him naturally. However, the power test is very simple. Here at the testing grounds, they briefly cooperate. You will understand when we arrive later. She put on a feigned, muddle-headed smile. For you, it should be simple enough. After all, this is a border town, and the local Adventurer Association cannot certify mages or adventurers of very high ranks. As AG8 spoke, she glanced again at the clock hanging nearby. Though inwardly anxious, her outward manner remained carefree and composed. Time is getting late. It seems my friend will arrive soon. Let us drink at our leisure. Really, but let us talk about that later, as I also have some matters to ask you. Theodore's tone suddenly grew cold, making AG8 feel as though the temperature around them dropped several degrees. Theodore's unwavering gaze made AG8, who had only been waiting a few minutes, feel unbearable anxiety, as if those moments stretched longer than years. She deeply regretted having boasted recklessly while drunk, falling prey to that person's scheming. Who would have known her tale of stopping the evil dragon alliance would spread so swiftly, spawning so many variations, completely distorting what she had originally claimed. Good heavens, this must be Fataza, the bastard, maliciously orchestrating this. She had planned to fudge her way through, yet the fellow even wrote letters on her behalf. It was already too late to regret, but the gold coins in her possession were not about to be given away so easily. Parting with her gold coins was even more painful than tearing flesh from her own body. She nearly wished she had never possessed such coins, sparing herself this psychological burden. Ultimately, she chose to stall for as long as possible. White dragons were said to lack intelligence, so perhaps she could fool her way through. At this moment, after taking a sip of wine, Alicia smiled sweetly. Brother Theodore, I will surely be obedient from now on. As if finding a topic, Theodore crouched down and patted Alicia's head. You really are attached to me, aren't you, little one? Yes, indeed. Alicia nodded obediently, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Do not worry, I will come back for you quickly. Upon hearing this, Alicia's expression stiffened and tears immediately welled in her eyes. Her hands waved frantically as she said, there is no need to return so quickly. I wish to wander among the human nations alongside Brother Theodore, experiencing the true beauty and kindness of humanity. Gazing at Alicia before her, AG8 felt increasingly satisfied. Truly worthy of the egg she had casually picked up. Since childhood, her parents had warned her that red dragons were vicious, but she never believed it, attributing such rumors to improper upbringing. Thus, upon acquiring Alicia, she embarked upon her grand plan to reshape the young dragon's worldview. Now counting from birth, merely 20-odd years had passed. Yes, red dragon society remained quite innocent still. Theodore merely fixed his gaze upon AG8, watching how long she could maintain her pretense. A hint of coldness lingered in his eyes. One would think a crystal dragon like her would possess many treasures. AG8 was quite pleased with the little red dragon's performance. Worthy of over a dozen years of her careful training, including discussions at crystal dragon gatherings about her habitual modifications. The more she thought about it, the more satisfied she became. Patting the dragon's small-headed. Is good that you have such thoughts. However, not everyone is kind. Bahamut once said long ago dragons may one day coexist peacefully with humans. I understand. Alicia tilted her head upward, allowing better access for petting, appearing the picture of a well-behaved girl. Upon hearing Bahamut, Theodore's tone carried a hint of disdain. AG8 wore an utterly reasonable expression. Whatever the dragon god says must have its merits. Theodore snorted coldly, conceding nothing. Tiamat also once declared that from ancient times humans and dragons were destined to be mortal enemies. Yet you never believed that, did you? After all, being fellow dragon gods, you clearly favor Bahamut over the rest. Theodore had no further desire to waste time with her, his voice unusually cold. Moreover, Bahamut also once said that dragons must honor their promises. Those who break them shall bear the appropriate price. Upon finishing his words, the atmosphere instantly grew oppressive. The wine glasses beside them trembled under the dragon's might, clinking against one another, producing a sharp ringing sound. The entire room seemed to plummet to freezing temperatures. Even the servers downstairs sensed the disturbance above and dared not approach with so much as a word. AG8 covered her face. You are being too extreme. Recalling the lies she had sown while drinking, she knew evasion was no longer possible. Lowering her head, she confessed with grievance, I am sorry. Theodore, seeing that she had only just realized, remained cold in tone. Don't say sorry yet. First tell me about the recent rumors concerning the white dragon and the green dragon. Indeed, without resorting to force, Agatha intended to renege, thinking she could let it fizzle out like with her friends. This? Agatha was awkward on the side, stammering her words. At that moment, the master of finishing moves, Eliza, jumped up excitedly and even patted her flat chest, looking lively and cheerful, speaking in a sweet tone. Let me tell. It was when Agatha went to a gem dragon gathering, took a few bottles of wine gifted by dragons, got drunk, and told her elven friend. Then a few people overheard, and then it spread like that. Theodore's tone grew even colder. And then, there are rumors that you said it in a tavern. Agatha, having relaxed her attitude, touched the metal ornaments on her body. Since it's already spread, I see no need to hide it. Theodore sneered. So you just publicized it, right? Agatha suddenly lifted her head, her gaze becoming tender as water, leaning in and touching his chest, speaking softly. Yes, how about you hit me a few times, punish me a few times? That seductive voice gave him goosebumps, but he obliged her wish. Slap. Theodore, without hesitation, brought down a slap, the resounding smack, leaving Agatha stunned for a few seconds. She had never expected Theodore would actually hit her. Feeling the burning pain on her face, she was at a loss. Her own parents had never hit her. An aggrieved look instantly appeared on her face, her eyes fixed intently on him. Tears gathered in her eyes as if they would spill at any moment. That pitiful little face seemed to say, you've hit me, so the rumor matter is settled. He wasn't buying it. He kept moving closer to Agatha, pulled her into an embrace, his gaze burning. Watching Theodore press closer, the cold breath he exhaled almost brushed her face. That icy coolness made Agatha hesitate no longer. She slightly raised her hand and said, trembling, Fine, here are 1,000 gold coins and a small gem palace I carefully built. She took out a small palace made of crystal, delicate and varied, a rare treasure, and stared at him pitifully. As if saying, this concludes it, right? 1,000 gold coins. Theodore's face instantly darkened. Not enough. Agatha's expression changed, tinged with dissatisfaction. This is a gem palace. Very expensive. The raw materials alone cost 30,000 gold coins, plus my craftsmanship. Selling it for 1,000,000 is easy. Hearing this, Theodore directly took the small palace, shaking his head. First, the 1,000,000 price for the small palace model is just the highest possible auction price. Its actual value is uncertain. Second, you shouldn't have so little capital. What do you mean? You still want to take everything? My hard-built treasure. Agatha immediately clutched her chest, looking warily at Theodore before her. Humph. Theodore glanced at her disdainfully and said, flat rate 200,000 gold coins. Heavens, why don't you just rob? Agatha exclaimed in shock. 200,000 gold coins. Even for a count, it was a huge fortune. A city of 100,000 people, 5 years of tax revenue wouldn't be more than this. If she really took it out, she might be utterly bankrupt. Theodore, I'll go claim my gold coins later. First from you, then I'll find the nobles to retrieve the gold coins I deposited with them. Agatha leaned directly into him, one arm hugging him, her body rubbing continuously, whispering, Can you lower it a bit? This is really too much. And I've never told anyone your name. Theodore refused without a second thought. But you've brought unprecedented threat to my territory. The human army has already arrived. In his mind, Theodore was already calculating her assets. Scamming her gold coins was his ultimate goal. The humans were just a pretext. After all, Nanny and the others had made the inner forest so peaceful, it would inevitably make humans wary, and they would inevitably send people to explore the forest's interior to find a reason. Moreover, Agatha's appearance conversely proved she had plenty of gold coins. How could he not take a cut? Theodore had many vassals, but he had ordered them to stay in the inner forest, recuperate, and not interact with the outside world. Without economic exchange, there were only iron and copper mines, no gold mines, so the gold coins they obtained were very few. Counting everything, he had only over 300,000, far from enough to cover his room floor. This made him feel his worth was beneath his status, and he was eager to fill the room. But he also knew that over 300,000 was a rare, huge sum for a crystal dragon like Agatha, who neither stole nor robbed. However, compared to other evil dragons, it was just SOSO. After all, robbing a slightly greedy count could get that much in one go. Because of this, famous evil dragons were very wealthy, leading to frequent team hunts by metallic dragons. After defeating and driving them away, they would divide the treasure and claim it as their own. They even gained fame and could claim rewards in the human world, a triple win. Thus formed a vicious cycle between evil and good dragons. Most chromatic dragons were very arrogant in their youth and would receive a team package from metallic dragons. How could this be you? Agatha, hearing Theodore's exaggerated account, was stunned, speechless, never imagining that drinking a little wine brought by a friend could lead to such consequences. After thinking for a while, she felt it was her fault. As if making up her mind, she looked at him with unusual determination. This is indeed my problem. All right. I can call my friends to come help you. No need. That small country's army is nothing. My vassals are enough. Only the expenses will be high in the future. Theodore refused directly. It was just a small country's army, not even its main force. If he accepted her help, other chromatic dragons would think him weak. From your tone, you seem quite confident. Agatha breathed a sigh of relief. He seemed to have great confidence. But she was more curious. Then what will you do to the humans here? Theodore thought for a moment, greed flickering in his eyes. Speaking of which, in human high society, the nobles hold over 90% of the world's gold coins. They spend gold like water flowing. The nobles of this city have stored my gold coins for decades. It's time I took them back. They are all yours. Agatha nodded slightly, but soon realized and exclaimed, "What do you mean yours? That's robbery." Theodore was somewhat displeased. Can dragon affairs be called robbery? This is called reclaiming one's own treasure. Then he stared at her with icy eyes. Admit it, isn't it? Aha, yes. Agatha had wanted to retort, but meeting his gaze, she backed down. She had only recently left her parents as a young adult and set out to explore. She hadn't wandered the continent long, always staying in this country raising children. Moreover, her friends always tolerated her minor issues. This was the first time she had been stared at by a dragon with such a cold gaze for so long. This made her panic inside. Based on her 20-plus years of experience, he should be the one begging for her forgiveness. 200,000. Xiaohua emphasized again. Cate jumped up like a startled little frog. I don't have 200,000, but I do have one dragon's life. Didn't I tell you in my letter that I would help you repair the palace to pay off the debt? Xiaohua shook his head. These are two different matters. You know that because of you a war broke out between my nation and the human kingdom. Even a minor troop deployment would cost hundreds of thousands in resources. But war brings casualties, and casualties bring hatred. From this generation of orcs onward, they will remain hostile toward Kellybo Kingdom, erupting in countless battles across endless reincarnations. Think about how much military expenses would cost. Suppose one generation wages a single war. Xiaohua said, taking a light sip of wine and waiting for her response. Well, let me calculate. Cate, seeing he was not joking, found her mind struggling to process it. Well, for the first generation alone, with over 10,000 combatants, the resource consumption per battle would amount to at least 100,000 gold coins. The compensation for the dead, by the time it reaches the grandchildren's generation, another several hundred thousand. If it truly accumulated as he described, even multiplying indefinitely down to her great-grandchildren, the resulting sum far exceeded what she could repay, even if sold. Anity's eyes gradually grew dull and vacant. She looked at Xiaohua in utter disbelief. How about it? I told you my asking price of 200,000 is already quite reasonable. Xiaohua shrugged, speaking with feigned kindness. A benevolent dragon like him was hard to find in this world. Moreover, the female dragon before him appeared rather dim-witted. He hoped she would hand over the gold coins before fully recovering her senses. Aig had a vague sense that something was off, but after comprehending the severity of the situation, she pondered for a few minutes and reluctantly handed over all her wealth. That's more like it. This is the decision a wise dragon should make. Xiaohua eagerly collected everything and whistled excitedly beside her. Watching Xiaohua with a smug smile, Aig tilted her head and thought for a long, while finally snapping out of it after Eliasa whispered a reminder. Wait a minute, don't be like this. This is evil dragon behavior. You're scamming me. No, I'm merely stating the facts, and you've already paid. What do you wish to renege? Don't forget you were the one who breached the agreement first. Fine. Fine, you're ruthless enough. Cate said, furious and humiliated. She had indeed broken the agreement first, and worst of all, she had actually fallen into his line of reasoning. Falling into a trap that even a 3-year-old wouldn't step into was simply a staggering humiliation. Her gold coins were already in his hands, and it seemed they would never return. All she could do was grit her teeth, glare at him fiercely, and drink heavily in silence. After a long while, actually I still have one condition. Cate looked pained and pointed, take care of Alisa. Xiaodua glanced at the well-behaved Alisa and gave a slight nod, extending his hand toward her. Alisa quickly gripped it and plopped onto his lap, leaning in with an adorably obedient expression. Cate puffed out her chest and said, you should be aware that the gathering of metallic and gem dragons is approaching. I must attend as well. Xiaodua was very curious. Would a good dragon exchange feature? Seeing his expression, Cate knew what he was thinking and immediately shut it down. Don't even think about it. There won't be an evil dragon convention. But if you truly reform and swear never to do evil willingly, you may accompany me. Her tone carried worry. I originally wanted to bring this little one along, but unfortunately a friend at the Gem Dragon gathering told me it would encounter many troublesome matters. So there isn't one. Xiaodua felt deeply disappointed upon hearing there was no evil dragon convention. He had been hoping that if one existed, he could simply attend and plunder their treasure hoards at will. Cate explained, however, there is a grand dragon assembly, though it occurs only once every 3,000 years. Most evil dragons who attend are mere weaklings seeking protection aside from a few elders. Xiaodua had already obtained what he wanted, so he listened quietly to her words. Time passed inch by inch. Soon an elegant elven woman ascended from downstairs. She had long black hair, wore a long-sleeved gown that flowed into a skirt, and one leg was adorned with a silk stocking, giving her an air of nobility. Even in the windless space, her raven black hair fluttered gracefully, as if moved by a gentle breeze. The elf's eyes carried an air of haughtiness as she quietly stood at the staircase, watching Cate and Xiaodua. That's a powerful elf, not a dragon. Xiaodua frowned at the approaching elf. Level 10. Seeing the newcomer, Cate squatted down and stroked Alisa, who was still sitting on Xiaodua's lap. Be good and listen carefully. I've worried myself sick over you. If not for you, I would never have compromised with him. That's 200,000 gold coins. You mean a great deal to me, so from now on be a good dragon and don't become as brutal as those red dragons. I understand, mother. Alisa. And nodded earnestly, her face full of reluctance. Cate stood up. Her mood had been thoroughly ruined and she no longer felt like introducing her friend. She simply said, my best friend is here. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Goodbye? Remember to repay me for future wars. Hearing Xiaodua's words, Cate hurried even faster, dragging the black-haired elf away amid her puzzled gaze. Cate, who is that handsome young fellow? The black-haired elf brushed back her long hair. A very, very strong white dragon, and quite revolting too. Stay away from him. You'll only invite misfortune. Cate waved her hand and dragged her downstairs. At a nearby table on the first floor, another woman who had been eavesdropping on their conversation stared curiously. But she did not care. When she first met Xiaodua, she had already noticed her. Xiaodua must have seen her too, yet since he showed no interest, there was no need to pay her any mind. White dragon. The black-haired elf seemed intrigued, but soon recalled the white dragon Cate had previously mentioned, the one allied with the green dragons. Is that the unusual white dragon you spoke of? The juvenile one does seem rather interesting. But why did you leave Alisa with him? Have you changed your mind? How could that be possible? I simply don't have many friends I can trust. Those I do have already gone to the crystal and metallic dragon gatherings with me. As you know, I only recently emerged, and most humans are untrustworthy as well. I had no choice but to make do. Besides, she is quite well behaved, and according to evil dragon customs, they rarely concern themselves with young dragons, he explained. After walking for a while, the two transformed into giant dragons and flew into the distance. Awoo! After confirming that Cate had departed far away, Alisa suddenly leapt from Xiaodua's lap and let out an excited roar toward the sky. Wonderful! That old hag is finally gone. Then Alisa stood on the table, eyes wide open, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Xiaodua, let's go plunder this city's gold reserves. With our combined strength, we could do it. Xiaodua corrected her, with my strength, not ours. He then smiled. I knew you were pretending. Upon hearing this, Alisa wrinkled her nose in disgust. That disgusting crystal dragon. Always insisting we don't do this, or that creating elaborate schemes to give out gold coins only to take them back. So revolting. Xiaodua fell silent. Wanna go? Human nobles have accumulated decades of wealth. It's staggering. Even a viscount starts with hundreds or thousands of gold coins, and this city boasts a history of several hundred years. Ailsa asked hopefully, once more her hands gesturing wildly. Many five-colored dragons acquired their mountain-sized treasures precisely by plundering human nobles. Xiaoda gently shook his head. Not yet. Oh. Ailsa was visibly disappointed. Xiaoda stated calmly, my army will soon obliterate this city. Everything inside will eventually be mine, and nothing belonging to me can be taken away by anyone. Ailsa fell silent. So that was his plan. All along he intended to monopolize every gold coin in the city. How despicable. How could he be so cruel? After all, she herself possessed only a single gold coin. Xiaoda gently patted her little head. Be a good girl. Go play on the balcony with Shilin. Humph. Ailsa snorted, but still ran towards Shilin's direction. Xiaoda watched her retreating figure and mused. She's nearly a teenager now, at level 5 capable of advancing to level 6 at any moment. She has remarkable talent. Aijati raised her quite well. She's even gotten chubby. As Xiaoda spoke, he took out the bag of gold coins and began counting them one by one. On the balcony, Shilin and Ailsa were having enormous fun, which made Xiaoda somewhat bored, and his hand counting the gold coins lost its enthusiasm. Shilin, Ailsa Xiao Duo has left. I'm going to the Adventurers Guild. A cavalry unit numbering over 1,000 rode swiftly into the city under the command of a young man clad in armor, dispersing to every corner of the city. Only dozens accompanied Guaoduin to the city lord's residence. Meanwhile, Keloosu, who had just delivered a speech at the square, also arrived in haste. Upon spotting the young man, he immediately approached with overt flattery. Oh, isn't this His Highness Prince Guaoduin Fengdela? I never expected the Crown Prince to lead troops so discreetly. Truly my fault for not welcoming you sooner. Guaoduin dismounted from his horse, his tone measured. Keloosu, I have already dispatched the cavalry here. Within 3 days the elite forces from the royal city will arrive, and surrounding cities will provide supplies. Keloosu eagerly piled on the praise. Haha, as expected of Bolik's youngest genius, the prince among the nation's strongest, the sole heir of the Knight Commander. You truly surpass your mentor. Your power is formidable, and your ability to mobilize troops is remarkably swift. That is hardly fast. The elite forces from the royal city can cover 1,000 li per day. In truth, I have already delayed considerably. A slight smirk played on Guaoduin's lips, clearly delighted by the flattery. Seeing Guaoduin so pleased by his sycophancy, Keloosu pressed further. Then, Your Highness the Crown Prince, shall we strike directly after mobilizing our forces? Guaoduin was unfamiliar with the local situation. He had just been dismissed from the Magic Training Academy when his father ordered him here to earn military merit. It was meant as preparation for the throne someday. A mere pack of orcs. He was confident he could annihilate them single-handedly. Still, Guaoduin put on a modest front. Is the situation truly that dire? Keloosu's expression turned grave. Indeed. Based on the accounts of those 4 adventurers and the footage from the magic orb, the enemy has at least a tier 4 spawn guarding the gate. We can estimate that its master is roughly at level 6, if not level 7. His tone grew unusually solemn, his posture rigid as a spear. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you must understand the devastating power of a dragon at the same level. Except for absolute prodigies, no 2 beings at the same level could possibly suppress a dragon. Such mighty creatures that cultivate both magic and physique simultaneously. Internally, Guaoduin fumed at what he perceived as Keloosu's challenge to his combat prowess, as though questioning his strength at the same level. But on the surface, he kept an amiable smile, his gaze gradually sharpening. What do you mean by that? Are you implying I am not qualified? A burst of power befitting a level 7 mage pressed down upon Keloosu, overwhelming him. The suffocating pressure left the level 5 man drenched in cold sweat. Such power. Indeed, more than enough. Keloosu swallowed hard. He knew he had spoken recklessly. Under such oppressive magical pressure, his mind had short-circuited, rendering him speechless. Guaoduin withdrew his aura, placing a hand on Keloosu's shoulder with a smile. It is more than sufficient. Besides, among the troops deployed from the royal city, there are dozens of mages forming a magical array. As though he had not just crushed Keloosu with his power, his face remained bright with a welcoming smile. Radiating confidence, he raised his hand and gazed intently at the blazing sun overhead. You should understand the sheer power of a group of mages united, do you not? Mere orcs. Even if that dragon is level 7, I can hold it in check. Once the army deals with the orcs, I will eliminate it one by one. Keloosu laughed in agreement. Haha, of course I know. Then let us proceed as planned. He certainly understood the terrifying strength of united mages. When all their consciousness and magical power merged into one person, that individual's consciousness would nearly equal the sum of all connected minds. Both reaction time and magical efficiency would reach terrifying extremes through mutual assistance. Even the ability to challenge mages several levels higher was the foundation of small nations' survival and the strongest pillar of their military power. Observing Guaoduin's demeanor, Keloosu cautiously drew nearer, his eyes full of sycophancy. Then we should still, as usual, The royal city's elite forces cannot be shortchanged, but... Haha, I understand. Keloosu laughed heartily, and as always held up 3 fingers. The regular troops take 1 part. After all, the elite forces will suppress the unrest anyway. For the rest, I take 3, you take 6. Guaoduan's expression remained cold as he pinched off 2 of Keloosu's fingers. No, I take 8, you take 1. That seems rather unreasonable. Keloosu forced a laugh. He never expected that after returning from studying in a great nation this crown prince's appetite had grown so enormous. Was he not afraid Keloosu would fight back and expose everything to the royal city? "Doai, have we secured the entire city?" Guaoduan called to the assistant beside him. The nearby cavalry officer replied, "The remaining cavalry has fully secured the city." Keloosu's previously stern expression melted into a smile. "Very well then. Pleasure doing business." But inwardly he cursed. That bastard was devouring the meat himself, and not even leaving him the soup. By sealing the entire city, he had clearly planned this in advance, leaving Keloosu no way out whatsoever. Now he had no choice but to bend. Guaoduan patted his shoulder. "Haha, pleasure doing business." He then turned and walked away. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I have arranged a banquet tonight. It awaits only you." Seeing Guaoduan leave, Keloosu hurriedly called out, "No need. I will eat and reside with my troops." Facing the city lord's invitation, Guaoduan declined. Keloosu sneered inwardly. Just as Guaoduan was about to enter his quarters, Keloosu softly uttered 3 words, "There are top-grade items." Guaoduan's foot paused mid-step. After a moment of hesitation, he turned around, a smile on his face as he walked toward Keloosu. "Let's go. I happen to be in a foul mood." "Haha, excellent choice, let's go." As they walked, Guaoduan suddenly looked up at the sky. He noticed an icy frost coating the amulet he wore against his chest, a protective talisman he had prayed to the gods for. "What's troubling you, Your Highness the Crown Prince?" Keloosu asked, somewhat flustered. "Nothing. I just feel uneasy. Perhaps I am overthinking it." Guaoduan took a deep breath, gazing at the bright and sunny sky. Whether fortune or disaster, some fates cannot be avoided. This talisman was merely a revelation of destiny bestowed upon him by his teacher after prayer to the gods. He understood very well that before reaching the legendary realm, every action he took would be encompassed by countless possibilities. These were words his teacher had once spoken to him. Inescapable, unconquerable, everything he did folded into fate's design. Perhaps this was punishment for sneaking away to this place. It seemed the orcs this time were no ordinary threat. Guaoduan's expression turned grave. Originally, the flower princess of the Caxikai kingdom had intended to stir up trouble in the royal city, which was why he had specially come here, hoping to pick up some military merit along the way. Now it appeared he might face the danger of death. Taking a deep breath, he had already made up his mind within to give this orc conflict his absolute all. Returning to the protagonist's perspective. "Someone has been following us," Alicia suddenly said as they were about to step into the Adventurers Guild. "Pay them no heed," Theodore said, indifferently walking straight into the Adventurers Guild while observing the surroundings. The environment was simple, resembling a tavern. The space was vast, with hundreds of tables, and many adventurers sat discussing various quests. Most of them were burly men with bulging muscles, though there were also a few elegant beauties. But upon seeing Theodore enter, the adventurers present instinctively narrowed their eyes, scrutinizing Alicia, and noticed her holding the hand of this handsome young man. And that aura, the innate authority in his eyes. Either he was a charlatan or a supreme expert. However, after catching sight of Alicia behind Theodore, their gazes turned ferocious. It seemed he was just like that woman, fond of putting on airs. But since she wasn't here, they could only vent their grievances on her friends or relatives. A muscular man sitting nearby secretly eyed him and said worriedly to his companion, "Are you sure this is fine? We've never fought him before." The seductively dressed woman beside him snorted. "Anyway, we've already investigated. Last time Chi got drunk, she claimed to be a frail little woman and said that intimidating pressure was just her own fear, deliberately created with our masculine vigor." Recalling how they had trembled at the mere feeling of her formidable aura and handed over all their money, they felt humiliated. And not a single senior adventurer in the entire guild had resisted. It was the ultimate disgrace. Theodore ignored their stares, instead examining the large screen ahead. It was enchanted onto the wall, displaying all commissioned quests with compensation and danger levels clearly marked. It was even more intelligent than computers on Earth. Theodore led the girls to observe for a while. At the end of these tables stood the guild's receptionists attending to the adventurers. But the receptionists looked at them with pity in their eyes. "The decor is just average," Theodore shrugged and walked toward the counter. After watching Theodore for a while, a burly man finally couldn't hold back. "Hey, what's your relationship with her?" "Her? None of your business," Theodore said flatly, still gazing at the quests on the screen. "You. This lord asks you politely, yet you dare to act like this." The burly man was furious. He had asked this handsome young man, and the guy didn't even look at him. Who did he think he was? With those slender arms and legs, he couldn't possibly be a high-level warrior. Clearly another pretender like AI Chi. Malice in your tone, and you call that polite. Shilin glared at him indignantly, her voice fierce, daring to speak to Theodore like that. The temptress chuckled. When adults speak, children shouldn't interrupt. And that look in your eyes is really annoying. As she spoke, her gaze roamed over Shilin as if appraising a piece of merchandise. Come to think of it, this little girl's skin wasn't bad either. The older one was passable too. She'd tell them to go easy so she could harvest some skin later. At that moment, several adventurers gathered around, among them a muscular blonde man with explosive muscles flanked by two delicate girls. Judging by his demeanor, he was clearly the strongest. Theodore glanced at him and dismissed him. A mere third-rank warrior, nothing worth noting. The blonde man noticed Theodore's contempt and said coldly, "Do you know? Pretenders like you usually die fast. Your attitude is despicable. And above all, you shouldn't have brought her." "Me? Interesting. Why?" Theodore was genuinely puzzled. He had no idea why he was so hated, walking into a crowd of strangers who sneered at him and now prepared to gang up on him. It seemed he was taking the blame for someone. The blonde man, seeing his completely ignorant expression, grew even angrier. "Then let me make you die knowing. You know AI Chi, right?" "It's AI Giada." Alicia gently tugged Theodore's sleeve and whispered. Oh, a pseudonym, Theodore finally realized. They had all been duped by that foolish woman AI Giada. He never expected to find someone even more foolish than her. Was this what humans were like? Theodore looked at them with a hint of pity in his eyes. Using magic to put on a show, creating magical pressure around the eyes, and tossing out treasures to lure us, then ambushing us with this little brat. Seeing Theodore's confusion, Alicia explained. AI Giada said she wanted to test my sincerity. In the forest outside the city, she scattered some gold coins and told people to pick them up, then had me claim they were mine and asked them to return them, so I could learn the true essence of humanity. But obviously none of them admitted the coins were mine, so AI Giada demanded her gold coins back. As she spoke, Alicia laughed herself. But AI Giada said she had a bad memory. I don't know if she was pretending or not. And she also took the adventurers' gold coins by mistake. And they didn't dare to resist. Hilarious. Theodore asked curiously, what was the point? If she simply wanted their gold, she could have just robbed them directly instead of going through such a convoluted scheme. Could it be that AI Giada initially intended to retrieve only her own coins? But upon seeing the foolish adventurers laden with gold, she couldn't resist her instincts, and took back what she had previously left with them for safekeeping, then couldn't stop, and kept testing. Alicia then clung to his leg, pitifully whining. To learn true beauty, you know. I'm still young and can't beat her. If I don't obey, I get spanked. After listening for a while, the blonde man, enraged by the little girl's story, roared, You're full of shit. At his words, almost all the adventurers surrounded them, each with a menacing expression. Some even drew their weapons. All had been tricked before, and even those who hadn't wanted a share of the spoils. Don't fight in front of the Adventurers Guild, the busty receptionist pleaded, her voice trembling slightly as she watched the scene. She had never encountered such a situation. Frantic, she cowered behind the counter, squeezing her eyes shut, unable to bear watching. As an ordinary person, she might also get caught up in the chaos. The leader, the blonde man, ignored the receptionist's warning and spoke to Theodore with malicious intent. Now you're scared. Let me tell you, we outnumber you, and this world is about survival of the fittest. Besides, the guild's laws won't do much to us, just a slap on the wrist. He grinned viciously. We can even grease the palms above and make this whole thing go away. Then his gaze swept toward Alicia. That little brat's story is full of lies. Do you think I believe it? True beauty. This is clearly robbery. She even took my mother's gold bracelet, claiming she couldn't remember how many she had lost. Disgusting and vulgar. Tell me, where is that woman? You have her kid, so don't say you don't know. If you don't tell, don't blame me, Gorns, for being rude. You can ask around about the strength of the Divine Thunder adventuring party. Theodore felt a rare surge of anger at his shouting, but he suppressed it and said softly to Shilin and Alicia, Then we don't need to change locations. Now we'll take down the entire Adventurers Guild. Shilin smiled sweetly and stepped forward, blocking all the adventurers before them. Vaya, who had been secretly following Theodore, watched from behind and thought, Is he in danger? She quickly retreated to the farthest table, observing the farce, analyzing the strength of Theodore's group. Earlier, she had been discovered the moment she approached in the square. He was definitely not a mere pretender as these adventurers claimed, but a true powerhouse. Vaya murmured, Let me witness your strength. Theodore continued, I didn't get a single coin from this, yet you shift the blame onto me. You'll pay the price. Ha ha ha, arrogant. Almost all the adventurers burst into laughter. Pay the price. They'd love to hear his screams when they broke his arms. Those burly adventurers now looked at him with burning eyes. They hadn't seen such a handsome youth in ages, wondering how his taste compared to a woman's. Their gazes pierced through Shilin, and a female adventurer joked, That delicate face makes me uncomfortable. After we're done, let's peel off his skin. I'll use it later. Theodore snorted coldly. Shilin, they're yours. Take it slow and leave no survivors among those who encircled us. Theodore directly strode toward the reception desk. Stop right there, brat. How dare you speak such arrogant words? The golden-haired, burly man, his face twisted with fury, stepped forward and reached out to yank him down. But Shilin seized his arm with a single hand, applying a slight force that compelled him to kneel under the overwhelming strength. The golden-haired man's face was filled with disbelief. What's going on? Crack. The sound of breaking bones instantly silenced the scene. Vaya stared in shock at the sight of Shilin pressing the golden-haired man down, the petite little girl forming a stark contrast with the burly man. Her strength was like a colossal dragon pressing down upon his bones like an immovable mountain. The immense force caused bones to shatter, of fragments pierced through the skin and flew in all directions, while crimson blood slowly trickled down. The man's face contorted in agony, his mouth wide open, yet he could not utter a sound. Gulp. Every adventurer present involuntarily swallowed, witnessing the strongest among them being crushed to the ground by a child, as if she were squashing an ant. Such a horrifying scene made them acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between the two sides. The previous rumors of mysticism were likely false as well. The leader of the Divine Thunder Adventurer group had been crushed outright. It was hard to fathom just how formidable this seemingly obedient little girl truly was. Level 5 or 6. And if even a little girl was this powerful, it was difficult to imagine the terrifying strength of that woman and the handsome young man before them. They all knew their own limitations. Compared to the girl's power, they were like a dinosaur confronting a tiny creature, one with far inferior agility. Consequently, they realized that engaging in battle would yield little chance of victory unless multiple mages of the second tier or above joined forces. But how could such a small city possess so many second-tier mages? Even first-tier mages numbered barely 7 or 8. The adventurers who had gathered now instinctively glanced toward the exit, yet none dared to move. After all, the person with blue and white pupils had just declared that no one would be left alive. With such strength, even if they all attacked together, perhaps only dozens would manage to escape. Everyone wished for someone else to make the first move, drawing the fire, so they could seize the chance to flee. Yet virtually every adventurer harbored the same thought, and time seemed to freeze in that moment. In an instant, the entire adventurer guild fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to move, fearing they would be the first to be eliminated. The only sound in the hall was Theodore's footsteps as he approached the reception desk. The busty receptionist had initially worried that the handsome man with 2 children might be beaten to death. But upon hearing the sound of bones breaking followed by the burly man's agonized cry, she turned her head and witnessed the scene. Her face instantly turned pale as she tremblingly looked at the young man before her. Even the child behind him was this strong. Just how powerful must the leader Theodore be? It was hard to imagine. Moreover, he had earlier said that no one would be left alive, and his tone had seemed deadly serious. The busty girl froze for a moment before mustering her courage. Gazing at Theodore, she spoke in a trembling voice. Since they've been subdued, please make her stop. Someone will die. Are you ordering me? Theodore's voice was icy cold. Faced with his authoritative tone, the busty girl did not dare to meet his gaze. She lowered her head and blurted out everything in one breath, tears streaming down her face involuntarily. She had merely offered a mild reminder, yet he called it an order, as if she would ever dare. And she could not even refute him. After a few tens of seconds, the busty girl lifted her head, observed his expression, and whispered, "The Adventurer Guild forbids fighting. Killing someone here will result in the permanent revocation of one's adventurer title and being placed on the guild's assassination list." Theodore waved his hand and said with a faint smile, "No, I'm not fighting. The 2 little girls did it. What do their lives have to do with me?" Theodore leaned close to the busty girl's ear and whispered, "Even if they all die, it would only affect my ability to become an adventurer. And besides, isn't there the position of mage? That one only tests true ability. Let them go, please. My sister's boyfriend is among them." Feeling the cold aura on her shoulder, the busty girl spoke in a tearful, faint voice. "Do you think I'm easy to persuade?" Theodore looked at the busty girl with growing impatience. When he was surrounded earlier, she had merely said one thing. Now why was she so verbose? The busty girl suddenly felt a chill on her foot. Looking down, she let out a scream. She saw ice forming on her foot, the biting cold spreading upward, nearly covering her calf. She then looked at the handsome young man, frantically shaking her head. No, go ahead. Pay no attention to me." Theodore tilted his head, a smile spreading across his face as he asked, "I happen to have some business at the Adventurer Guild. Would you be able to attend to me?" I. The busty girl stammered, unable to utter a coherent word. The frost on her foot gradually receded. "Then let's watch the show first. They're being quite noisy," Theodore said, turning to look at the hundreds of adventurers behind him. He sat down on the podium and raised his hand, signaling for the busty girl to pour him tea. But just as she picked up the teapot, Vaya suddenly teleported over and snatched it. She smiled and bowed to Theodore, poured him a cup of tea, and then stood to the side like a well-behaved little girl. She was gambling that he had not noticed her involvement in the earlier events as she had entered behind them. She gambled that the young man before her had not taken note of her. Shilin cast a brief glance, and seeing that Theodore was unconcerned, she ignored it. Space magicum. It took most of my mana just to teleport a dozen meters. Theodore instantly saw through her intentions, but paid it no mind. Instead, he downed the tea in one gulp and praised her judgment, unlike those shifty-eyed individuals with such narrow horizons. Vea saw this and knew she had gambled correctly. She stood obediently to the side. Since we're all going to die anyway, let's charge together and kill them. Maybe some of us will survive, the seductive woman said, hearing Theodore's ruthless words. The seductive woman could no longer hold back. She recalled how she had spoken ill of them earlier. Surely the man before her would not spare her. If things continued like this, she would certainly die. Now she could use her companions to create chaos, perhaps giving herself a chance to survive. After all, most of the adventurers here had dealings with the Divine Thunder Adventurer Group, and many had been swindled out of some gold coins by that woman. Even if not, they had all gathered earlier to watch and try to claim a share of the spoils. You all deserve to die, Shilin said, her tone turning vicious. Frost gathered in her hands, forming several long blades. I believe this is all a misunderstanding. We did not mean to cause you trouble, and we will compensate you for our rudeness, said the leader of another adventurer group, trying to salvage the situation. He lowered his pride, his voice pleading. Elisa watched the hundreds of people before her with excitement. Most were first tier, with only a few reaching second tier. The strongest adventurer group had already fled the city with their families. The golden-haired man writhing on the ground now led the Divine Thunder Adventurer Group, which was the most powerful. According to Theodore's earlier command, she could now unleash the tragedy she had accumulated over the years. As the brutal avatar of Tiamat, unlike the instinctual avatar of the White Dragon, she reveled in blood and the screams of people. Shilin exchanged a glance with Elisa, silently dividing the battlefield between them. Then she spoke in an icy tone. The order has been given. It's a pity, but you are unforgivable. We only said some unpleasant words, and you want to kill us. Is there no law? And this is the Adventurer Guild. Do you want to make enemies of the entire guild? You say it was just some unpleasant words. Haha, unpleasant words. Shilin burst into manic laughter. They still did not realize the gravity of their offense. They had insulted the supreme White Dragon King, and they spoke of it so lightly. Even if the Lord did not care, she would still eliminate these insulting vermin to uphold the king's dignity and pride. Shilin swiftly invoked holy light magic, summoning countless blades of light that surged toward the crowd. She's alone. Let's kill him first, then we'll take down that young man together. Witnessing this, someone suddenly cried out, and most drew their weapons to fight her. But some kept retreating, hoping to flee. Shilin sensed their intentions and threw a small flower which stuck directly to the door, completely blocking the exit. Yes, we have no choice now. We either fight or die. Some adventurers could only scream in despair and charged forward regardless of life and death. Big swords met ice blades, sparks flying instantly. Shilin cut through them like water, her blade falling and corpses scattering everywhere. No one could withstand her punch. Her figure was invincible, cutting down enemies along with their weapons, displaying an aura of absolute dominance. But this efficiency was far too low. She raised her hand, and a magic circle spread across her palm. Light magic instantly enveloped the entire hall. The blinding light made it impossible for them to keep their eyes open. Even a moment's lapse could temporarily blind them, and in that instant over a dozen had already fallen. Several experienced adventurers huddled back to back, facing attacks from all directions, but the gap in power only deepened their spreading fear. Hey, which side are you on? I'm not as brutal as her. If you can withstand one of my strikes, you can use that chance to run. AI Lisha suddenly shouted. The remaining adventurers hesitated, but when they looked at Shilin, who had just torn someone in half with her blood-red eyes, and the scattered flesh all around, they retreated in terror. They all retreated to a corner. AI Lisha shouted excitedly. The bloody scene and the scent of blood filled her with unusual joy. This was still AI Lisha's first time taking a life. Previously, even the water buffalo for food had been killed and roasted by AI Cate herself. One adventurer knew things were not that simple. How could they expect a lifeline from someone so brutal? Using the skill enhancement to increase speed, he suddenly appeared at her side, with a long, thin saw blade attempting to ambush her. The saw blade in his hand swung forcefully toward AI Lisha's neck, but she tilted her head up, smiling at him. This terrifying sight made his mind race with ominous thoughts. Indeed, the reality was exactly as he had feared. He only heard the sound of metal clashing. Then he witnessed a scene he would never forget. The red-haired girl picked up his sword with one hand, twisted it until it broke, slowly grinding it, and finally breathed flames from her mouth, coating the iron blade in fire. She threw it directly at another adventurer, sending everyone flying like a bowling ball, knocking over pins. The scattered wreckage resembled shattered glass, with crimson bones glowing brilliantly under the magic's illumination. With a booming crash, fire erupted in all directions. Some were smashed into paste, flames burning amidst the bloodlight as if refusing to extinguish until every target was consumed. AI Lisha then cheerfully grabbed him, lifting him as easily as a chick spun around and hurled him toward another group of adventurers. That adventurer felt only the roaring wind, his bones shattering with violent cracks. He crashed into the others below, bones broken beyond recovery. Yet his neck was also snapped by that tremendous force. Before dying, his gaze remained fixed on AI Lisha, the last thing he saw being the adventurer he had just crushed to death. He recognized this adventurer. Not long ago they had planned to marry. He never expected to die because of himself. Sorrow welled up within him. Perhaps this was their fate. AI Lisha was still unsatisfied, a displeased look on her face. She gathered the scattered weapons around her and reshaped them into a massive sphere larger than herself. Once again she opened her cherry-like mouth and breathed flames onto the surface. Then AI Lisha tossed the 3-ton iron fireball she had created, feeling its heat with her hand as tens of thousands of degrees of flame burned around it. This warmth brought her inner satisfaction. Not bad, AI Lisha said, her eyes suddenly growing more excited. She clenched her fist and hurled the iron fireball at the remaining adventurers, it instantly exceeding the speed of sound. It smashed into the surviving adventurers like a cannonball, even breaking a huge hole in the wall. The iron ball crushed people into fragments, flames consuming the remains. Wails, pleas for mercy, and cries echoed faintly from all directions. "Didn't you say we could run?" an adventurer screamed loudly. "I said I'd give you a chance to escape." AI Lisha gave a sweet smile, playfully sticking out the tip of her tongue. Then, holding an arm torn from some adventurer, she twisted it off. Hee, she laughed, and played with stacking blocks nearby, piling them into a mountain of blood. The busty girl was about to speak, but was stunned by the small tower of skulls and arms AI Lisha had stacked up. She felt completely chilled, collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily, her eyes filled with terror as she gazed at the hellish scene before her. Hands flew up one after another, followed by severed heads and broken weapons fluttering through the air like circus props. Wei watched this scene, fear rising uncontrollably in her heart, yet she forced herself to cover it with determination. Her legs trembled continuously. Looking up, she saw blood rising constantly. Countless adventurers crowded, trying to break out of the guild, but were brutally grabbed back and crushed into a ball of flesh. The busty girl recalled what Xiao Duo had asked her earlier. Facing the threat of death, her mind raced. With trembling lips, she managed to say, "Welcome to the Adventurers Association. Would you like to upgrade your rank or accept a quest?" Xiao Duo placed his hands on his hips and took a sip of tea as if everything before him were commonplace. He went straight to the point. "I want to register for an adventurer rank. Can you explain the benefits?" "Oh." The busty girl was clearly frightened. Someone coming to register for adventurer rank would actually slaughter so many people. Was he crazy? But the busty girl dared not show any reaction. Her lips trembled as she said, "According to the Adventurers Association regulations, level 1 and 2 adventurers can accept some low-level quests and travel freely among various countries. With this level certification, they can register for residence in various royal cities. Level 3 and 4 adventurers can form teams to take on more difficult quests and enjoy certain privileges, such as tax-free entry into cities. Besides the 5 great nations, they receive equal benefits to viscounts in various smaller countries. Level 5 holds status equivalent to a baron. Level 6 has the same conversational rights as a count in a border city of a small country and is comparable to a viscount in a great nation. Level 7. Hey. Saying this, the busty girl completely broke down, tears streaming down as she crouched on the ground sobbing. Then she saw a rolling head, her gaze instantly blanking out. Brother-in-law, this can't be real." The busty girl stared blankly at the head. Just days ago this person had been chatting and laughing with her and her sister. In an instant her mind almost stopped working. Her body trembled, her hands clenched tight, fingers digging into her flesh, blood flowing from her hands. Such a brutal scene was still too much for her as a front desk clerk. The once clean Adventurers Association had now become a bloody hell. However, she could do nothing. Out of fear of death, she could only force a smile at the instigator of all this. Xiao Duo nodded slightly. It seemed adventurers held quite high status. However, higher-ranking adventurers nominally held positions equivalent to viscounts and barons, yet lacked corresponding rights. Perhaps this was due to the respect various human nations had for the Adventurers Association. Xiao Duo originally didn't care much about these benefits. Staring at her trembling body, he frowned and asked, "Stop shaking. I heard that in remote cities of small countries the Adventurers Association and the Mage Association are merged. What about mage ranks? Equal benefits to adventurers. It's an agreement between the Adventurers Association, the Mage Association, and countries worldwide." She could do nothing, lacking even the courage to resist. Any extreme action would only result in her death in vain. Then what level can be tested here? Xiao Duo continued to ask. He needed an identity now, as he was essentially undocumented in all human nations. Joining the Adventurers Association and the Mage Association was the best option. It not only granted residence rights in various countries, but also various benefits. But Theodore had no desire to change his name. After all, no human yet knew his name, and even if they did, he wouldn't care much. This was just once, and he had come out in human form at AI Jada's request. The busty girl honestly replied, "The highest level for adventurers and mages here is level 3. To go higher, you need to go to the royal city of a small country where you can test up to level 7. To test for level 8 and above, you must go to a major city in a great nation. Then I'll go with level 3 adventurer. How do I register?" Theodore said, nodding. "Just present the loot you've obtained," the busty girl said. "Then can these humans work?" Theodore asked with interest. The busty girl timidly corrected, "No, that won't work. Except for humans, basically anything else should be fine." "That makes sense. This is after all a human city. Directly capturing people is obviously not advisable unless they are wanted criminals." Seeing Theodore's lack of understanding, the busty girl explained softly, "Under normal circumstances, before becoming an adventurer, one can accept quests. After completing 3 one-star quests, you gain eligibility to register. For example, you can fight slimes, repel ordinary wolf packs, or defeat bullies." How could Theodore possibly stoop to such low-level tasks? Even with generous rewards, he would simply take them by force. Theodore asked, still unwilling to accept it. "And what about the mages?" "The mages are over there," said the busty girl, pointing at a door. "Mages are different from adventurers. They focus on magical proficiency and need only pass an assessment." Seeing Theodore walk over with interest, the receptionist, who had been hiding, quickly stood up and opened the door for him. They were deeply concerned about his mental state, for who knew if their negligence would lead to a fate similar to those adventurers, brutally murdered. The busty girl, forcing herself to remain composed, explained, "This magic orb tests your magical power. Over there is a magic diagram. A first-level mage must inscribe 3 first-level spells within 1 minute to pass. Similarly, second level requires 3 second-level spells." "Is the highest level only 3? Theodore asked, eyeing the humble room and the 2 magic orbs before him, seeking confirmation. "Yes. The main adventurers guild said this place is remote and no powerful mages would come here, so it's not worth installing large equipment." Intrigued, Theodore placed his hand over the glass orb, gathering about 1/3 of his magical power in his palm. The orb flickered several times before emitting a blue glow. The busty girl had never seen such a glow, confusion flickering in her eyes. Even the receptionist, who had been working there for years, shook her head, saying she had never witnessed the orb produce such a color. For a moment, no one could determine the level of Theodore's magical power. But when Wei saw the glow, her mouth fell open in astonishment. After a long pause, she exclaimed, This is enough to rival the immense magical power of a 10th level mage. How is that possible?" "What? The color of the 10th level?" the busty girl gasped. "No wonder we've never seen it before." The receptionist wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She had been in this profession for a long time and had never laid eyes on such a color. She had initially thought that the scene outside had so shocked her that her mind had gone blank. After all, since the city's founding, no one had ever tested as having 10th level magical power. Their astonishment was understandable, for even the vast kingdom of Kleber in their eyes had no 10th level mage to guard it. Only an epic level warrior and a 9th level mage. An epic warrior was indeed more powerful than a 10th level mage, but a 10th level mage had also touched the realm of the epic. Coupled with the vast scope of their capabilities, they were considered exceptionally precious. Even so, it was a formidable nation by any measure, though it could not compare to the top-tier empires that boasted legendary level powerhouses. Yet among the many small kingdoms, its strength was undeniable. Normally, a 10th level powerhouse was the pinnacle of any small nation, and even a fully grown dragon was at that level. Now the cold-looking youth before them possessed magical power comparable to a 10th level mage. "So, is it rare?" Theodore cast a dissatisfied glance at them, annoyed by their clamor, like uneducated bumpkins. Yet inwardly he relished their admiration. "In that case, I'll continue." He then placed his hand on the other magic orb, concentrated his mind, and quickly inscribed several spells: a small fireball, a lightning bolt, and a frost spell. Although these 3 spells were first level, the fact that they were completed almost instantaneously qualified him as a 3rd level mage. After all, a mage capable of instantly shaping a magic circle must possess exceptional mastery over magic circles, a feat only achievable by those with profound magical proficiency. Magic circles differ from incantations. The magic circle a mage manifests at the start is a pre-prepared formation. Even if not released, it provides general defensive and offensive capabilities. The patterns of the magic circle take on multiple forms according to the mage's requirements, serving as a tool for quickly deploying large-scale spells on the battlefield. The uses of magic circles are diverse. Tens of thousands of years ago, a legendary mage liked to use magic circles as throwing weapons. He would start by spinning them rapidly, then hurl them out to slice through opponents. Incantations, however, are different. They are songs praising the will of the gods, prayers to the gods of that nature, invoking the ripples of the rules to enhance power and effect. Some specific spells even require the approval of the gods, and incantation is the process of obtaining that petition. Of course, dragons are an exception. Having defeated the Titans in ancient times, and being the rulers of the prehistoric era after long ages, they naturally formed a magical system unique to the dragon race. As long as one is a dragon, they receive the acknowledgement of the dragon gods and numerous ancient dragons. Draconic magic naturally requires no incantation and can be used at will. Almost all dragon magic is inscribed in their inherited memories. To use a spell, they simply retrieve it directly without all the trouble. Those who delve deeply into magical proficiency are usually old dragons that cannot reach the ancient dragon realm, driven by their fear of death to study magic. The older the dragon, the more proficient in magic. Humans categorize them as old dragons, and the pinnacle of such the very old dragons, and so on. After all, a normal dragon only needs to be familiar with a few basic spells and its own elemental power. Spells of other elements are simply replicated from the dragon inheritance. Theodore looked at the magic orb with some dissatisfaction. The quality of this orb was indeed poor, with a maximum limit of the 3rd level, so it could only grant him a 3rd level evaluation. Congratulations, you have passed the 3rd level mage test, Wei said beside him. Humph. Theodore walked out of the room with an air of pride, accompanied by several receptionists and Wei. At the counter, he demanded the mage certificate from the busty girl and her companions. Under his gaze, there was virtually no delay. As soon as the test was over, the magic badge was carefully handed to him. It was clear that while he was inside the magic room taking the test, someone had already been preparing the badge. By the time he finished, the badge was also ready. They all believed that Theodore was undoubtedly a powerful mage or warrior. Even if he had failed, they would still have given him the badge. After all, their lives depended on it. They dared not treat him like other adventurers, delaying the badge for 3 or 4 days to make it seem hard-earned before handing it over. Theodore picked it up, examined it closely, and tossed it in his hand. It was pure gold. The badge had the weight of about 2 gold coins. Moreover, there was a trace of consciousness magic in the center, the mark of the god of balance. Items with this mark cannot be replicated. It is a privilege bestowed by humans upon the gods. Of course, there were also dragon coins. In ancient times, dragons had minted their own currency. However, after their defeat in the ancient era, human currency dominated the world, and dragon coins gradually faded away. However, the god of balance is not among the human pantheon. As long as one wears it without disrupting the established order, the god of balance pays no heed. Wearing it lightly on his chest, this was equivalent to an ID card, allowing him to travel through various nations. Brother, it's done. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Xylan waving at him with a smile full of joy beside her, the shattered floor. The bloodstains and remains had almost been devoured by Xiao Duo, leaving only a mess and broken stones. Congratulations, congratulations. Elisa looked at his badge and smiled in congratulations. 2 years ago, Jade had already helped her get one, a warrior badge, but she never thought it was useful. So what do we do with these receptionists? Xylan looked at the reception staff before her tone icy. Please don't kill us. The group of receptionists fell to their knees, kowtowing frantically, their voices unusually panicked. The horrific state of the adventurers just moments ago had filled them with terror, constantly fearing that a single displeasure from these people would cost them their heads. We won't tell anyone. Only death keeps a secret, Elisa said resolutely. Xylan was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Erase their memories. No one has ever been here. Understand? Understood. After this, we will move out of this city. Only then did the crowd feel at ease, continuously kowtowing and thanking. With Xiao Duo's permission, she began the memory erasure, placing her hand on their heads. A flash of white light, and they fell unconscious. What about her? Elisa pointed at Weiya, tilting her head. Weiya had wanted to hide, but being pointed out in public, she knew she couldn't escape. She thought about her original purpose. She looked up at Xiao Duo and asked directly, "May I ask, are you free? Are you going to reveal your original purpose? Why have you been following me all this time?" Xiao Duo tilted his face and asked, somewhat curious why she had been following him since the square. Earlier, she had even tried to eavesdrop on his conversation with Ajate. He had assumed she was Ajate's friend, so he had ignored her. Weiya lowered her head and explained softly, "I wanted to issue a quest, but I didn't want the Adventurers Association to take a cut. Earlier in the square, I saw your handsome and valiant demeanor and an aura stronger than that of a princess or king from some nation. Add to that the fact that you seemed unfamiliar with the city's scenery. It was obvious you were some supreme ruler, perhaps even gods condescending to visit this insignificant city." Weiya spoke, a radiant expression crossing her face. "I had only seen your back before, but when I saw your handsome face, I was utterly captivated, like a heavenly jewel or star, extraordinarily beautiful." Weiya stole a glance at Xiao Duo's face as she spoke, and seeing him show a hint of interest, she breathed a sigh of relief. "What you said isn't bad, but gods. Don't mention gods in front of me." Xiao Duo's tone was somewhat pleased, but then he suddenly straightened his face. "All right, what is it?" Weiya immediately flattered, as expected of a great figure you saw at once that I have a favor to ask. The Adventurers Association takes a 20% cut on quests here, and I didn't want to waste gold coins, so I wanted to ask you for a small favor. Seeing his expressionless face, Wei Ya thought he didn't know about the association's kickback, assuming he was a newly promoted mage unaware of such benefits. But I'm not an adventurer, so I really don't need to know that. Xiao Duo waved his hand dismissively. He never intended to walk the world in human form again. This time was only to do Jade a favor. Once he left this city, he would travel in his dragon form. Wei Ya was momentarily at a loss, not knowing what to say in this situation. Finally, she gritted her teeth and boldly pleaded, I want to ask the mighty and handsome lord for a small favor, just a small one. Seeing him unmoved, Wei Ya recalled the conversation between Xiao Duo and the woman before the Adventurers Association when she had used a hearing enhancement spell. But she had only caught a few clinks of gold coins or some incomprehensible argument. The great figure might like gold coins. Wei Ya whispered again, 100 gold coins. Xiao Duo glanced at her and directly shook his head. Hearing his reaction, Wei Ya knew there was hope and kept raising the price, 200. 500. Finally, she took a deep breath, recalling the IOU from her senior, and said, I have many gold coins, but not here. I want you to help me complete a quest first. You? Xiao Duo looked at her with disdain, but inwardly felt a twinge of disappointment. If only those 10,000 gold coins were on her person, he could have taken them directly. Seeing Xiao Duo's slight reaction, Wei Ya thought there was a chance and explained, it's very simple. Just keep watch for me. At those words, Xiao Duo raised an eyebrow slightly. Things couldn't be that simple. There won't be any fighting. And I know you are upright, and keep your word, so I won't deceive you. Besides, with your strength, if I cheated you, you could kill me without a second thought. Upon completion, 10,000 gold coins. Xiao Duo listened to her finish. You? Yes, me. Wei Ya puffed out her chest confidently. Xiao Duo said nothing, simply leaned over and gently took the small pouch of gold coins from her pocket. Under her shocked gaze, he poured them out and counted. Over 500 gold coins. So little. Xiao Duo complained somewhat. Does this mean you'll help me? Wei Ya asked with eager anticipation, a glimmer of hope shining in her eyes. No, but these gold coins are mine. Xiao Duo sneered and directly pocketed them. The total amount of these coins was more than what those adventurers had. Most of what Elisa had collected earlier were copper coins. Trash he didn't even want, so he gave them all to Elisa. Wei Ya's mouth fell open wide, obviously shocked by this shameless act. She had studied magic at the Elni Academy, one of the 5 great academies, and accumulated her 5-year savings from quests, just taken like that. And taken so openly. This was 500 gold coins, enough to buy a large house in the center of the royal capital and ensure a worry-free life for the rest of one's days. Ordinary residents couldn't earn that much in 3 lifetimes. Even a common baron would struggle to maintain a liquid capital of several hundred gold coins. And now it was gone, with the task not even started. All for nothing. Roar. Elisa let out an excited growl, her eyes blazing as she looked at Xiao Duo, the greedy gaze clearly asking for a share. But he refused her mercilessly, even lightly tapping Elisa's little head. Tears of grievance welled in her eyes. Watching this scene, Wei Ya could hardly believe it. This was the killing god who had just massacred many adventurers, yet before this great figure, she was like a child. Such a contrast. Wei Ya was inwardly astounded, which further proved that Xiao Duo's strength must surpass hers, otherwise she wouldn't be so docile. Elisa quickly composed herself, her gaze returning to Wei Ya, her tone greedy. Brother, didn't she just say she has 10,000? Let's just rob her. Wei Ya backed away, hugging her chest, her voice stiff. What do you want? My gold coins aren't on me. Rob. Elisa said coldly. Bang. How that hurts. What are you doing, brother? Elisa held her head, looking at Xiao Duo in grievance, completely baffled as to why he hit her. She really doesn't have any more gold coins on her. And how can we say rob? We should say, take back the gold coins that belong to us. Rob sounds so ugly. Dragons don't rob, understand? Xiao Duo explained earnestly. Elisa's eyes gradually brightened as she listened, nodding in a daze, inwardly agreeing with his reasoning. As a great dragon, how could she stoop to robbing like humans? Wei Ya watched this scene. The brutal behavior and her earlier suspicion that they might not be human was now confirmed. Now she was certain they were not human, but dragons. Everything made sense. Why they held human life so cheap, why they acted so boldly, why their strength was so formidable. If they were dragons, the piles of gold coins at the Count's estate might be enough. Wei Ya found her target. Even if it wasn't theirs, given their bandit-like behavior, they would surely go there, allowing her to take the opportunity to rescue her sister. I know a place indeed where countless gold coins lie. The city lord has relocated them to the vaults of the great external kingdoms. Wei Ya suddenly exclaimed excitedly. What? Xiao Duo said incredulously. If the gold coins were moved away by these thieves, then he would lose the gold that rightfully belonged to him. Suddenly Xiao Duo grew anxious. The treasury is near the manor we're about to visit. The city lord seems to be hosting a banquet there tonight. Wei Ya explained. In the end, I'll give you back that 10,000 IOU. This is a sure win for you. She took out her IOU. This was a prince of a small kingdom from the Ernie Academy. He had encountered her during an exam, seeing her diligence and her devotion to magical knowledge. His intention was to have her help him cheat, so he wrote an IOU to her. Although the amount was huge, she knew it was impossible, a mere blank check. She had no choice. She was merely an ordinary commoner unable to contend with a kingdom, so she had to accept it. But Wei also knew that the 10,000 gold coins might be a lie. She had once tried to collect it with a hopeful heart. Unsurprisingly, she was refused, nearly thrown out. But if the great figure before her went to collect the debt, would that kingdom refuse? Wei looked forward to it. She truly hoped that when that country faced a dragon demanding payment, would they treat it the same as they did her? Would they be directly expelled, or would they return the gold coins with a colorful expression and walk out with an ingratiating smile? Xiao Duo took the paper and looked. It indeed stated that Prince Eli of the Eli Kingdom had borrowed 10,000 gold coins, and there was even an effective date. Interesting, but does this have interest? Oh, it doesn't say. I see. That's not enough then. I'll use my own. Never mind, we'll talk later. Let's go. Xiao Duo took it directly. The debt of a small kingdom was something he could easily collect. The key point was that he now had another reason to plunder a country's treasure. He would collect using the unique interest rate of his newly established Bailong Empire with an annual interest of 100. But the urgent matter was to first check if his gold coins were still there. So many had died in this adventurer's guild. Although Shilin had sealed this place with magic earlier, preventing outsiders from hearing or seeing inside, the fact that no one had entered or exited for so long would surely be discovered. Now, Wei hesitated, looked at the messy ground beside them, and understood why. What? I'm very pressed for time. Xiao Duo urged discontentedly. Can you give me an hour to prepare? Wei lowered her head and said hoarsely, all right. To such a request, Xiao Duo agreed without a second thought. He also needed to give some instructions to them. Wei made an appointment to return quickly and then hurried out. As Wei left, Alicia immediately pounced over, hugging his pant leg, rubbing her little face against it. Wow, brother, can you give me a share later? I'll help. You go with Shilin. Don't hog it all. Xiao Duo lifted her up and instructed. Okay, I'll go do it now. Alicia's eyes gradually lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. Then she directly took Shilin and ran out. Let's go, lead the way. Xiao Duo, who had just arrived, said with a faint smile. Walking side by side in the street show, Duo reminded her again, what exactly do you want me to do? Let me clarify first, I am a friendly mage, and I do not engage in robbery. He was a kind dragon, never doing evil. I know that, friendly mage, sir. This is a magic recording sphere. If something unexpected happens, it can protect your reputation. Wei gave a dry laugh, but her heart was unusually heavy. She clearly knew that after this, even if she could escape, she would inevitably be hunted by him. This was a vengeful dragon. On the Guluan continent, as long as one's strength hadn't reached legendary, hardly anyone dared to provoke a dragon easily. After all, the lifespan of a dragon was truly long compared to humans. Looking at Xiao Duo's profile, she recalled the string of mummies she had encountered a few years ago. 10 years ago, a hero with epic-level strength had suddenly led his team to raid the territory of a black dragon, nearly capturing that dragon alive and destroying the kingdom he had built, slaughtering his followers. Unfortunately, the black dragon escaped. Later, that hero, promising his followers, went on to conquer various kingdoms, achieving brilliant feats, marrying a princess from another country, and having many children. Many believed he would live out his glorious life peacefully, but in his old age he encountered that black dragon again. Although the king's strength far surpassed the dragon's due to old age and frailty, he ultimately fell. Even his children, despite their excellent talents, had not reached epic level, which was equal to the dragon, and they were also defeated. The black dragon, grimacing before him, directly assaulted his 7 daughters and his aging, faded wife until they died. Wei was curious, could a dragon's stamina really be that extraordinary? Thinking this, she secretly glanced at Xiao Duo, and her face instantly flushed red. However, the king's sons were also tragic. Before the king's eyes, they were all strung together like a meat skewer hanging upside down on the city wall. The scene was too horrible to behold. 2 years ago, she had had the misfortune to see that string of mummies. No one dared to retrieve the bodies for fear of incurring the dragon's wrath. It was said that a legendary powerhouse had recently collected their remains. Unfortunately, because of an ancient treaty of the God of Balance, that legendary couldn't act against the dragon. The matter was left unsettled, but it gave many people a lesson: without absolute certainty, never provoke a young or adult dragon. Otherwise, in old age, a dragon would come to cause trouble and humiliate your children, would be lost, and the kingdom would weaken. Unless one possessed legendary strength, it was better to forget it. But the chance of achieving legendary was extremely slim. Among 100 billion people, the probability was less than 1 in 1,000. Talent, willpower, and even fortuitous encounters were all indispensable. Every legendary was an outstanding member of their race, a timeless prodigy renowned across the continent. They were even symbols of an era possessing a magnitude rivaling the stars. Only the Guluan continent, the material prime plane, could sustain multiple legendaries. Wei looked at him. Xiao Duo was so young, likely a young dragon. To have such strength at a young age reaching epic level was almost inevitable, and he might even achieve the legendary. What is there something in my eyes? Xiao Duo looked at her discontentedly. This woman had been staring at him. She wasn't falling for him, was she? It's just that I'm worried my father will. Wei Ya's face flushed red, and she quickly defended herself. Don't worry. I am the mistress of that place, they won't stop us. I mainly want to hire you to have a look at my father, so he thinks you are capable of protecting me. As a third-level mage certified by the Magic Association, you are qualified. And I will give you a lot of compensation. Wei Ya also felt uncertain inside. When he learns the truth later, would he kill her? Wei Ya's eyes suddenly lit up as she pointed at the grand estate ahead. It's right there. Alright, let's go in. Wei Ya swiftly pulled him by the hand and dashed inside. The gatekeeper seemed not to see her, allowing them to pass by. Theodore was somewhat surprised that the guards didn't stop them. Could this be her family estate? Moreover, he had noticed traces of magic from her earlier, yet it wasn't illusion magic. So why would they ignore her? Theodore grew even more curious. After their recent exchange, he was absolutely certain that the girl before him could not possibly be the city lord's daughter. But why was she persistently following him? What was her true purpose? What trick was she trying to pull, and why go to such elaborate lengths? She was merely an ordinary third-level mage, what could she not accomplish on her own that required his help in this border town? A young dragon's curiosity is immense. Theodore was growing increasingly intrigued. If he couldn't uncover the truth, he was even considering bringing this city to ruin prematurely. Let's go, Lord Theodore. Wei Ya held his hand tightly, and soon led him to the rear garden. Stepping forward as if sensing something, she abruptly changed direction, pulling him along. Soon after, a group of patrolling guards passed by. Wei Ya brought him to a hall, adjusted a seat, and made him sit down. Theodore touched the silk beside him and gazed at the lavish ornaments adorned with gold and jade. A flicker of greed crossed his eyes. Such extravagance suggested the city lord was quite corrupt. But all of this would soon be his. Wait for me in the hall, I'll be right back, Wei Ya said. Then, as if sensing something, she casually grabbed a book from the table and handed it to him before hurrying out with an anxious expression. Sitting in the hall, Theodore watched her retreating figure, then curiously examined the book in his hands. Just as he was about to open it, he felt a rhythmic surge of magical energy from beneath the ground. This is the fluctuation of a magic array, he murmured. He glanced down at the floor beneath him. It originates from this hall. At that moment, he realized he had been set up as a diversion, a mere scapegoat. A wry smile tugged at his lips. So after all this, his role was nothing more than cannon fodder. He had foolishly believed he was the protagonist, the one who would turn the tables when she got into trouble. Anger surged within him. He had thought he was indispensable, only to discover he was a mere supporting character. This reversal was unbearable. Ever since he had left the White Dragon Girl, he had been nothing but arrogant and showy. A cold smile curled on Theodore's lips. With a flick of his fingers, a series of magic arrays materialized in the air, then turned transparent and expanded until they enveloped the entire estate. The game has only just begun. For now, I'll have some tea. She won't get away. Theodore picked up his teacup again, sipped slowly, and opened the book to read. This is the fantastic adventure of a little lowly, a human princess, and a dragon, an elven archer, and a noble maiden. A nine-tailed fox girl dislikes wearing clothes because her tails are hard to arrange. Such a wild story. Theodore's eyes grew brighter, and he turned the pages more and more slowly, but his attention was fixated on the illustrations. So many black and white stockings. This is a rare treasure. His desire was aroused, his gaze burned with intensity, and the anger in his heart gradually subsided. Not long after the magical fluctuations, a commotion arose outside. Soldiers kept running past, but they all seemed to regard him as an honored guest invited by the city lord. After all, Theodore exuded the aura of a natural-born ruler. As he leisurely flipped through the book, every guard who saw him subconsciously assumed he was a noble. Moreover, he wore a gentle smile, completely detached from the situation, showing no sign of a thief's nervousness. Passing soldiers took him for a VIP and paid him no mind. Then a middle-aged squad leader with a long beard seemed to notice something. He paused outside, thought for a moment, and finally confirmed that the city lord had not invited any nobles. Furious, he stormed in. He glanced around cautiously, saw no one else, and demanded of Theodore, "Who are you?" "I was invited by your young miss." Theodore's eyes remained on the book as he picked up the teacup beside him, took a light sip, and replied indifferently. The squad leader drew his long sword and pointed it at him. "Nonsense. The city lord has no daughter, only a son. Who exactly are you?" Theodore fell silent. Wei had counted on him not inquiring about the city's affairs, hadn't she? If he had known even a shred of information, he wouldn't have fallen for this trap. Even though he had anticipated being set up, being actually deceived left a bitter pang of displeasure. "Enough, I'll take you down first," the squad leader said, seeing Theodore's nonchalant demeanor. "Wait." Theodore suddenly sensed another fluctuation mixed with a hint of Wei Ya's magic, and he stood up in surprise. Don't worry, I still need to keep your dog of a life for questioning. The squad leader snorted, thinking Theodore was addressing him. Your mouth is filthy, Theodore said, glancing toward the window as he walked past. He cast a fleeting look at the squad leader and chuckled lightly. So stop talking and savor the feeling of being frozen solid. With every step Theodore took, ice spread from the soles of his feet, expanding outward. The long-bearded squad leader sensed danger. Every cell in his body screamed at him to stay away from the man before him. But he found himself frozen in place, unable to move a muscle, watching helplessly as Theodore strode out of the hall. Then the ground where Theodore had stepped emitted countless streams of ice, forming a path that followed him and gradually crept toward the squad leader. The long-bearded squad leader watched the slowly advancing ice, desperately channeling his magic to break free from the binding force, but he could not budge it in the slightest. In the end, he could only watch as his entire body was dyed by the frost on the ground, slowly freezing from his feet into a block of ice. The sensation was agonizing, so painful it numbed his mind, yet he was utterly powerless. He couldn't even scream. Deep regret welled up inside him. Why had he meddled? Why had he intruded on this great figure's tea? If he had just ignored it like the other soldiers and passed by, he might have saved his life. Such strength far surpassed his own. This man was definitely no petty thief. His belly was already frozen solid, and the frost was rapidly spreading toward his neck. His lower body was stiff and brittle. The freezing cold turned his facial skin pale. Soon his heart stopped beating, and his entire body became an almost eternal, never-melting statue. In a luxurious hotel, Guaudouin and Kulawasi were each embracing a beautiful woman, drinking and chatting merrily. Bad news. Count your manner. A servant rushed in, hurriedly tripping and falling in front of them due to his excessive haste. What's going on? Kulawasi put down his wine glass with displeasure, released the beauty on his left arm, and looked at the man lying on the ground with dissatisfaction. If this servant did not give him a reasonable explanation for interrupting his conversation with the honored guest, he would not be lenient. Bad news. The situation attacked the manor. The fallen servant explained anxiously. What? Who dares to be so bold? Kulawasi stood up in fury, slammed the table, and quickly summoned his men to prepare for support. Since such a thing has happened, don't be so hasty. I'll go with you. Guaudouin then put down the beauty in his arms and said generously. This. Kulawasi showed a troubled expression, his manner hiding his greatest hobby. If discovered, his reputation would be ruined. His reputation would be ruined, and he might even be attacked by powerful heroes. Guaudouin saw his hesitation and understood. Inside, after all, everyone has their little secrets. In this political arena, even the slightest stain would be magnified by his political enemies, leading to his downfall. Guaudouin smiled calmly. Don't worry, don't I know what kind of person you are? You must be raising some good stuff. Hee, I won't go in, don't worry. But you need to show some attitude. Good. Kulawasi, reassured, relaxed. It seemed that a few beast-eared girls would be enough to appease him. They quickly rode with cavalry and a group of guards toward the manor. So she was using me, and so audaciously at that. This plan was full of loopholes. Xiaoduo looked at the ordinary people running past him, momentarily at a loss for words regarding Weiya. It's you. Never mind, let me see. Xiaoduo put away the book, casually stopped an ordinary person, and used magic to search her entire body. He quickly obtained the answer he wanted. Xiaoduo clicked his tongue. I see. Within the hour after I left, she cast some mind control magic on the ordinary people in this city. The main stronghold of this castle is entirely focused on guarding the underground chamber. They don't care about the situation above, which gave her an opportunity. And her technique is very delicate. While interacting with me, she only needed to move her fingers with magic to briefly block his sense of touch, sight, and hearing. However, it's not very effective on those with magical power. Xiaoduo directly analyzed why Weiya had pulled him inside, and why those ordinary people did not stop them. Perhaps if he had been a bit more attentive earlier, he could have noticed her technique. I should go and take a look too. Xiaoduo's gaze turned underground, as if he could see through countless obstacles to Weiya's figure. Who are you? Put your hands behind your head immediately. Another small leader noticed him and surrounded him with several men. This made Xiaoduo a bit helpless. You are here. The small leader looked him over, sensing something off about his aura, and softened his tone as he barked, confessed quickly. I don't think I've seen you before. In response to the interrogation, Xiaoduo merely smiled calmly, ignored it, and stepped straight backward. Then with a scream, the small leader and the soldiers were impaled by ice spikes rapidly rising from the ground. Xiaoduo smiled as he strolled, soon reaching the entrance to the underground chamber. It was a square entrance 5 meters wide. Gazing into the pitch-black interior, he did not hesitate and slowly walked down. After turning a few corners inside, he discovered torchlight and a white-bearded old man lying sideways against the wall. So you are the intruder. What a stroke of luck, I've caught you just in time. I am quite fortunate. The white-bearded old man glanced at him sideways, dressed in a magnificent magic robe. He proudly picked up the magic staff beside him and was about to stand up. The white-bearded old man had just been about to show his power when he suddenly looked at his own belly, turned to see the ice spikes suddenly protruding from the wall, and finally looked at the young man before him. His eyes filled with disbelief. He opened his mouth, slightly wanting to say something. But the cold from the ice in his belly turned him into an ice statue. Then he fell to the ground, shattering into pieces with a crash. Even in death, he could not understand how he, the one whose strength rivaled the city lords, could die so ignominiously. The great mage whose fame shook many cities had thus been reduced to a pile of ice shards. Xiaoduo directly stepped on the ice shards and walked over, leaving behind a path of frost, emitting waves of cold air. The pure ice was dazzling, reflecting the light of the torches on the walls. Xiaoduo finally reached the true execution chamber of the underground. It was a huge hall with a massive table in the center piled with ingredients and aged wine. However, beside it were bodies dripping blood, both male and female. Without exception, they were all handsome young men and beautiful young women. Some were hung by ropes, some were locked in iron cages. The vast majority were slaves transported from elsewhere. He also noticed that these slaves were covered in wounds, and they were still alive. Some stared at him with eyes that seemed to beg or fear death. Xiaoduo looked at the scene, somewhat unable to accept it. Even though he knew humans were hypocritical, he never imagined that personal pleasure could create such a hell. Looking at their bodies, the orderly knife wounds, until he saw the beast-eared girls. Only then did he fully realize that this was an extremely perverse human entertainment ground designed to satisfy his twisted inner desires. Xiaoduo looked at all this and slowly walked toward the end of the underground chamber. He could sense that Wei Ya was actually inside. This is a hook. He passed by a woman and gently touched the hook that pierced her spine. Her entire body was full of holes, blood flowing down, hitting the ground with a dripping sound. She seemed to sense Xiaoduo's presence and lifted her head very slowly, as if enduring immense pain. Finally, she looked at him. When she realized he was not that person, a flash of hatred flickered in her eyes, then she lowered her head. Xiaoduo stared at her eyes, lost in thought. One of her eyes was filled with tiny needles. Even battles between dragons wouldn't involve such brutal torture. Xiaoduo grew more shocked as he walked faster, and the scenes became increasingly cruel. People nailed to crosses, red-hot iron sheets. Crosses, branding, bone-cutting, skinning. Just ahead, Xiaoduo quickly found the end. He looked at the steel-like wall beside him, from which came a sobbing sound. Bang! Xiaoduo directly broke through the wall, and through the rubble he saw another room, and Wei Ya crying while holding a blonde corpse. Whoa, eh. Wei Ya shook the woman in her arms, frantically screaming in anguish. How is this possible? Wake up, speak to me please, sister. I'll never steal bread again, never run away from home again. Wei Ya screamed, her voice growing hoarse, gradually softening until she knelt before her. Please answer me. It's not a corpse. This is actually the water torture. Xiaoduo looked at the funnel, dripping water above, and the shattered iron and wood on the ground, and instantly understood everything. It seemed that the city lord had subjected Wei Ya's sister to the water torture. Xiaoduo was shocked by this. The water torture was terrifying, even the thought of it was frightening. The water torture involves fixing the entire body in a dark, pitch-black bedroom, binding the person with an iron frame, and fixing their head, so they must watch the water droplets fall onto their forehead. In that situation, the victim's entire nervous system would concentrate on the forehead. The monotonous, repetitive drops on the forehead would draw all their attention to the water. In the first 2 minutes it might seem interesting, but as time passes the person would progress from initial physical discomfort to eventual psychological breakdown. This is an extreme form of mental torture. It doesn't break the skin, but it inflicts an unimaginable psychological burden. A normal person cannot endure 10 minutes before going mad. Moreover, based on the dripping apparatus, she had endured it for nearly a week. She had become completely numb and spiritless. This was also the first time Xiaoduo had witnessed such a punishment. He had only heard of such cruel tortures on the internet before. Even among the chromatic dragons, they would not treat their own kind so cruelly. Most evil dragons would just beat each other up. Then they would steal all the others' treasure and territory, rarely harming other dragons' lives, let alone killing them. The scene before him was something even evil dragons seldom created, let alone inflicting on their own kind. I have become a prominent mage, a graduate of the Magic Academy. Why? Why did you become like this? Wei Ya's voice was very hoarse. The girl in her arms had unfocused eyes as dull as a machine. She has completely lost her mind. Xiaoduo said coldly. He felt some sympathy, but not much, since it wasn't caused by him. 1,000 years of entrenched aristocracy inevitably leads to some nobles becoming perverse. It's only natural. Never mind. Seeing these scenes, I feel a fire burning in my gut. Wei Ya looked at Xiaoduo in despair, tears streaming down until her gaze seemed to harden with determination. She threw her staff and the long sword she had prepared for her sister to join her on adventures to Xiaoduo with pleading eyes. Seeing Xiaoduo catch the sword and staff, she gently kissed her sister's forehead and closed her eyes. Theodore watched all this, accepted the staff, tossed the long sword in his hand, then turned and walked out of the underground chamber and then out of the manor. The ice beneath his feet emitted waves of cold air, like fire painting the underground chamber with a different hue. The figure of Weya holding her sister gradually froze into ice, losing their lives together under the erosion of the frost. All the living bodies were frozen and died at the same time. The ice spread upward, covering everything in the manor with frost. The ground walls, trees, and plants froze, and then all the fleeing soldiers and servants turned into ice in that moment. They remained here forever. Theodore, who had just arrived at the manor entrance, gazed at the rapidly freezing estate with utter disbelief. The bitter cold frost seemed to plunge them into the deepest reaches of the far north, filling them with bewilderment and despair as their bodies froze uncontrollably, shaking violently. This is a high-level spell. Theodore drove away the sweeping frost with his magical energy. This time it may be a formidable foe, he murmured, gazing at the estate already encased in ice. Everything has fallen. But how is this possible? Wasn't the Archmage of Swift Wind guarding my basement? Cross stared in disbelief at the frost-covered manor, never having imagined it could be conquered so swiftly. After all, his trump card was an Archmage second only to himself. Cross, I have a dreadful premonition. What manner of existence have you provoked? Theodore turned a grave gaze toward Cross, deeply unsettled by the frost before them. You have arrived. Before Cross could respond, a loud voice interrupted him. Theodore emerged slowly from before the frozen manor, a mocking smile playing on his face as he watched them. What's going on? Theodore exclaimed. The moment he looked up and saw Theodore, his pupils contracted sharply. Behind the young man before him stretched a long corridor of ice and snow, evidence that wherever he stepped, frost and ice followed in his wake. Though such a display would consume tremendous magical energy, the enemy before him seemed entirely unconcerned, showing no awareness of the cost. As if the rate of consumption could never match his regeneration, he regarded it with utter indifference. Moreover, he had not sensed the man's life force at all. Yet Theodore had suddenly appeared before him, and that lengthy trail of ice and snow bore witness to everything. Who are you? Why are you in this manor? Speak the truth at once. Cross asked with a stern expression. Hidden within the manor was his earth-shattering secret. If it were exposed, his career would be over. It must have been him, Theodore said gravely, gazing at the ever-expanding ice and snow around Theodore's feet. Cross contemplated for a moment, fully aware he could not hope to defeat this opponent. He sought to exploit the prince before him and began to speak. Your Highness the Prince, let us join forces. But Theodore did not wait for them to finish. Drawing the sword Vaya had given him, he stepped forward, and in an instant his figure appeared before Cross. Neither Cross nor Theodore had time to react before Theodore thrust his sword straight through. Squelch! The long sword pierced through his chest, and with additional force sheared upward along the side, sending his entire neck and head flying. Cross stared in bewildered disbelief at Theodore, who had instantly appeared before him, and at his own severed half of the chest. He was the lord of a city, the Count of Klibber, about to earn great merit from the campaign against the orcs and achieve promotion and wealth. And yet he had died so senselessly and abruptly. His eyes, filled with unwillingness, finally dimmed. When did he? So fast. Only then did Theodore snap out of his daze. Gazing at the young man who had suddenly appeared before him, he executed a backflip to create distance. However, the soldiers accompanying them fared far worse. Being too close to Theodore, they were corrupted by the magical energy radiating from his body. Your Highness, save us. No. The majority of them instantly stiffened, their bodies freezing into sculptures of ice. Only a handful of elites stationed at a distance barely withstood the chilling aura and hastily retreated behind Theodore. Gazing at the severed head before him and the miserable fate of his subordinates, Theodore's face darkened. You have already slain our nation's count and my men. Have you considered the consequences? Consequences? Theodore regarded him with a hint of amusement, arrogantly spreading his arms. No. Can you explain to me what consequences there might be? Theodore studied him deeply, his mind racing frantically, recalculating that astonishing speed. If he attacked, he might meet the same fate as Cross, beheaded in a single strike. Such velocity, coupled with the continuously spreading magical energy, filled him with a suffocating sense of dread. Theodore ultimately concluded that engaging this foe was unwise. Stepping back several paces, he said, Leave. I shall pretend this never happened. Theodore glanced at him mockingly. But at present I have no intention of pretending nothing occurred. You. Theodore flew into a rage. The mage before him had already slain the count of his nation, yet he not only refused to accept it, but dared to push his luck further. Yet as he observed the endlessly expanding magical energy, his courage wavered. Given the current pace of energy dispersion, if it were him, his magical reserves would be entirely depleted within 5 minutes, resulting in certain death. After all, whether warrior or mage, one's personal magical energy constituted a significant proportion of overall combat strength. Now I wish to test your mettle." Theodore sighed, his gaze fixed upon the Gorton before him. He slowly raised one hand, then gently waved it forward. To Gorton's astonishment, the air in the sky began to condense into ice, forming countless spears of frost. With but a wave, he freezes the very air into ice. Gorton gasped at the sight before him. He had initially believed that with his full strength he might have a 2/10 chance of victory, but now he realized he had overestimated himself. Perhaps not even a single tenth remained. The man before him had used no magical array for assistance, nor had he chanted any incantation. With a mere wave of his hand, the sky coalesced into ice. His mastery of ice magic was complete. To wield magic with such ease, one must be exceedingly proficient in their elemental magic, and must have formed or be on the verge of forming a legendary rudiment. Only then could one dispense with the aid of a magical array. Yet even this applied only to low-level basic spells requiring no augmentation from a magical array. Nonetheless, it was already a feat beyond mortal comprehension. The man's power was undoubtedly at level 10, and his magical energy was unfathomably deep. Even by merely looking at him, Gorton could sense his mana, so close to epic that it was almost tangible. Moreover, he could not determine whether this was the extent of his full strength. It was as if a half-step epic dragon had disguised itself as a human, bullying him, a mere weakling. He was likely the most formidable existence Gorton had ever encountered aside from the instructors and masters at the academy. Wait, this might be a misunderstanding. Gorton called out a halt, his expression unusually anxious. He had no desire to become this man's enemy. "What are you thinking?" Theodore replied with a smile. The hundreds of ice spears suspended in the sky shot forth toward the group. "So fast, I can barely keep up." Gorton watched the ice spears rain down upon him like a tempest. Their extreme speed made evasion impossible. Only by accelerating with his skills and using his sword could he barely manage to deflect them. Yet the moment his sword collided with the ice spears, Gorton's already grim expression darkened further. Each flying ice spear carried a force nearly equal to his own full-strength swing. It was as if dozens of warriors of equal power were attacking him simultaneously. If all the spears were aimed at him, he might well perish under this seemingly minor spell. Gorton could no longer protect the soldiers behind him. After all, he could barely save himself. After several exchanges, he changed his strategy and began dodging the ice spears. The moment the barrage ended, Gorton collapsed to one knee, panting heavily, a look of despair in his eyes as he gazed at the young man. Theodore's handsome face bore a hint of boredom, and his icy pupils held a touch of mockery and disdain. So this was the extent of a level 7 warrior. Far inferior to himself, at the same level. Was this the caliber of human warriors? Perhaps he should leave this one for Cate and the others to feast upon, Theodore mused. If his army marched directly into the heart of this kingdom, it would surely attract the attention of the larger nations. But if he let this man die at the hands of Cate and his band, and made it known that such a small force could not possibly contend with an entire kingdom, then he would have a reason to recall his own army and prepare to march north. Gorton stared deeply at Theodore, struggling to his feet. He felt that this man was on par with his teacher. But his teacher was an epic. How could that be? Was this man some top-tier adventurer or mage from a great nation? Gorton's mind raced. Only 2 seconds had passed in this scene, and most of the soldiers had only just realized they were under attack. The shattered holes in their stomachs bled not a single drop. Their bodies were freezing into blocks of ice. Only then did the soldiers' screams begin to ring out one after another as they collapsed. "My hand!" A soldier clutched his pierced arm, his eyes filled with terror. The ice piercing his arm was freezing him from within. This? Gorton looked at the soldiers who had failed to dodge, a pang of reluctance in his heart. These were his carefully trained core troops. Suddenly a thought struck him. He looked down at the sword in his hand. Just as he had feared, the blade that had struck the ice spears was beginning to freeze. "My sword." Gorton's eyes were filled with reluctance. This was a treasured blade his master had commissioned from the dwarves. But the frost had already climbed to the hilt. He had no choice but to discard it. Amidst his anguish, he suddenly felt a chill at his side. Reacting swiftly, he clenched his left fist and struck forward. He also jerked his head up. Sure enough, Theodore had somehow appeared before him. Their eyes met. The terrifying blue-white vertical pupils, like emissaries from the abyss, locked onto him, causing his mind to reel. It felt as if a dragon were gnawing at his very soul. Bang! His fist was blocked by an ice shield that materialized out of nowhere. Moreover, the biting cold sought to invade him the moment the fist met the ice. Suddenly, he snapped back to his senses and withdrew his fist. Theodore smiled. He relished this game of toying with a mouse. The pitiful, startled eyes, the desperate flailing. It brought him immense pleasure. The anger he had felt from the scene in the basement subsided considerably. Theodore spoke coldly. "Did no elder ever teach you not to daydream in battle? Now take off your clothes." He caught himself abruptly, nearly blurting out the words from that book about a villain capturing a young girl. But Theodore's eyes gleamed with dangerous intent. He decided to eliminate this man, and his gaze shifted to the target's foothold. Gorton mustered all his strength to break free from the frost's encroachment, quickly distancing himself again. When did he? Just a moment ago he was 100 meters away. As Gorton marveled at Theodore's speed, he replayed the man's words in his mind. He had just ordered him to take off something, hadn't he? Was he mocking him for constantly thinking only of escape, offering no resistance? But how could he possibly contend with such power? Of course his first instinct was to flee. Gorton kept his guard up, wary of Theodore before him, yet his mind was still fixated on the man's words. After all, they concerned his escape plan. Suddenly ice elements rapidly gathered beneath his feet, rising into several sharp cones that pierced through him, pinning him to the ground. The pain of his arms and legs being impaled shot into his brain. He let out a scream which only subsided after a long while. It's the ground. From a distance. Gorton looked at the ice spikes, piercing him, vomiting blood as he spoke. He tried to break free with his mana, but to no avail. Gritting his teeth, he severed his sense of pain, and resigning himself, circulated his mana to resist the frost's erosion. His entire body rigid, he was pinned in place. He watched the young man approaching, and then looked at his own men. All dead. A disastrous end. And he had never imagined that his opponent could manipulate ice from a distance through sheer, well, even controlling it. Was that not something only an epic could barely achieve? This level of magical mastery, imprinting spells onto the conscious plane, controlling elements with the mind, was a realm his own master had never attained. How dreadful. How could such a powerful being be in this remote border town? And even if he existed, why would he encounter him so easily? He had only come to wipe out an orc tribe. Such terrible luck. So puzzled. Theodore naturally understood his bewilderment, walking slowly forward. He knew exactly what Gorton was astonished by. It was only after he had entered the half-step ancient dragon realm that he could barely manipulate elements directly. Though it was of little significance against opponents who were on guard against such power. Theodore asked with great delight, "Why aren't you resisting? Do you now understand the gap in our power? Ready to kneel and beg for mercy?" Gorton opened his mouth, taking a moment to compose himself before replying. "You jest, senior. From the moment we met, I knew there was a chasm between us. Your ice magic is infused with your consciousness, while I, your junior, admit defeat. But my master is the knight commander of this kingdom, a true epic. I am his only disciple. Please, for my master's sake, spare me." Gorton was still spitting blood from his wounds, making speech exceedingly difficult. His tone carried a hint of pleading. "I'm afraid not." Theodore waved his hand, his intent to kill firm. "Do you intend to make an enemy of the entire Kleber kingdom? To make an enemy of an epic powerhouse?" Seeing that soft words failed, Gorton turned to threats. Though he knew they were futile, it was better than waiting to die. Theodore did not indulge him. He drew his sword and ran it through his stomach. "And are you threatening me?" he taunted. "And moreover, I now wish to visit your royal capital." "You?" Gorton choked on his blood. Suddenly a warehouse near the manor erupted into a sea of flames, with a lava dragon's breath soaring straight into the sky, scouring the vast heavens before exploding and raining down countless sparks. "So has it succeeded?" Theodore turned to gaze at the falling sparks in the sky, his tone tinged with surprise. It seemed Alicia and Sheilene had already looted the warehouse and were now retreating out of the city. But judging by the scene, his own intervention seemed unnecessary. "This is the warehouse." Gueodun was somewhat startled, but upon hearing Theodore's words he pondered for a moment and deduced his general intentions. Enraged, he nearly fainted from the surge of fury. Based on the various signs, Gueodun guessed that the young man before him was after the warehouse. After all, it held Cross's gold coins and the city's operating funds. In other words, he was the one who had been drawn away in the plan, while the powerful figure before him was the obstacle to summoning reinforcements, allowing his own people to steal the gold. But such a flimsy excuse, even if he told his father, would not be believed. After all, it was too absurd. No mage would ruin their reputation for a mere pile of gold coins. Moreover, with the strength he had just displayed, he could easily become a titular honorary archmage in any kingdom and receive endless tributes of gold. Gueodun's heart was breaking. If he wanted gold, he could simply display his power and demand it directly. He would have gladly handed it over. After all, given the disparity in strength, it was an irresistible force, and his father would understand. If he could even invite him to serve as a nominal figure in Kleber, he would be rewarded, and even if he failed, it would be fine. It would be like making a friend. Now it was all Cross's fault. If not for him, he wouldn't have met Theodore in such a manner. How could a man of his foresight easily offend such a powerhouse? The more he thought, the angrier Gueodun became. Everything was Cross's fault. Theodore watched Gueodun's expression shift, constantly feeling somewhat bewildered. But since things had come to this, Gueodun forced a smile. "Senior, so this is your plan. Come alone to draw fire, then reclaim your treasure." Theodore nodded instinctively, then paused mid-swing of his raised sword as he realized the meaning behind his words. He gave him an appreciative look. "Quite perceptive, aren't you?" This treasure had always belonged to Theodore, and these humans had merely borrowed the city's gold. But the cunning humans refused to acknowledge it. He had never expected them to admit it. Now that he voluntarily acknowledged that all the gold in the city belonged to Theodore, Gueodon, seeing his reaction, knew he had guessed correctly. He quickly said, yes, that gold was always yours. We were just storing it in this warehouse for safekeeping. Could you spare my life for the sake of this gold? That is a bit difficult. Theodore stroked his chin thoughtfully. Gueodon sensed an opening and hurriedly said, Senior, it seems you are quite short of gold. Quite short, Gueodon then said. Then I recommend you go to our kingdom's royal city. My father greatly admires high-level mages. Just by putting your name on the roster you can receive millions of gold coins and even a duke's title. He spoke euphemistically as he couldn't directly offer millions of gold coins. He was merely whetting his appetite, and the million gold coins were not an empty promise, though they would be paid over 10 years. Even if he could produce the sum immediately, the defection of a 10th level mage would cause a short-term fiscal crisis in the kingdom. But in the long run, the value the kingdom would gain far exceeded 1 million gold coins. Whether it was improving the people's livelihood, enhancing international prestige, or establishing a small academy to pass on magical knowledge, it was a winning proposition. If he successfully recommended him, his own succession to the throne would be all but certain. Moreover, once in the royal city, when his teacher returned, he could take the chance to get back at Theodore for the current humiliation. Gueodon felt a surge of satisfaction at the thought. 1 million gold coins account. Theodore couldn't help but ponder. Once he arrived at the royal city, Gueodon would likely be dead by then. And according to his words, he only needed to mention his name at the royal city to receive 1 million gold coins. It seemed like a great deal. 1 million gold coins account, vast lands, countless servants, the admiration of nations. Gueodon continued to paint a rosy picture. Very well, this proposal is quite good. After some thought, Theodore decided to go. With his strength, he could match even an epic-level opponent, and a legendary couldn't lay a hand on him. He feared no enemy except for fellow legends. He had also roughly gauged the strength of the neighboring kingdoms. There was no danger for him. He would go to the royal city and reveal his dragon form. I'll let them give him 1 million gold coins, and he would go see the grand gift Xena had mentioned. Finally, he would return to lead his followers northward to the extreme north. The bitter cold of the extreme north was the true paradise for white dragons and their followers. Perhaps he might even encounter Cate. But Theodore also knew that there would be frost giants there, those disgusting tribal giants, the mortal enemies of white dragons. He would have to exterminate them all, or he would never find peace. And that was precisely why he had come to the human kingdoms, to observe their strength and assess whether they would interfere with his campaign against the frost giants to prevent them from launching a sneak attack from behind. After organizing his thoughts, Theodore pretended to think for a moment, and said, In that case, you should continue your campaign against the orcs. Senior, do you support me? Gueodon asked with surprise. Remember to mention my name, Gueodon, to my father when you enroll. I will. Theodore nodded impatiently. If Gueodon weren't far stronger than Gel and Nanny, he would have killed him and gone straight to the royal city. Since he was going to die anyway, let him die meaningfully. Gel, Nan, and the others were still too arrogant, always playing petty tricks. With that thought, Theodore withdrew his chill, ignored Gueodon, and swiftly sped out of the city to reunite with Alicia and the others. Watching his retreating figure, Gueodon breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the ice spikes, now drained of magical power and reduced to the hardness of ordinary ice. He easily broke free from the ice. Clutching his still-healing wound, he felt a pang of bitterness. He's gone. That was too close. Thank goodness I was clever. But to have made such a powerful mage pledge allegiance to the kingdom in such a desperate situation, my father will surely praise me. Gueodon couldn't help but smile as he spoke. And judging by his youth, he might even help us deal with this. The neighboring princess's provocation. Gueodon fell into thought as he looked at the ice left behind by Theodore's footsteps. Although Theodore appeared mature in mind, he felt he had the mentality of a 10-year-old child. There was a hint of childishness mixed with maturity, as if an experienced mage were influenced by his young body. It was as if he was showing off. A casual wave of his hand had pushed him to his limits, then he mocked his own weakness with playful contempt. That casual wave had plunged him into danger. It was hard to imagine just how strong the man before him was, yet he still retained a childlike innocence. But I suppose I've made a contribution, haven't I? Gueodon muttered. Though some of his men had died, he could still claim credit. Looking at the still clear sky, he hurried off to dispatch troops, quickly finish off the orcs, and return to court, to ascend the throne. As they exited the city, they found Alicia in the plains, diving headlong into chests of gold coins, her face radiant with bliss. Alicia, how did it go? Was the harvest bountiful? Duo called out toward the two little figures waiting in the distance. Alicia danced with excitement. Exceptionally bountiful. Truly the local overlord. Enough to pile into a mountain of gold coins. What is the total count? Lin held up 3 fingers. 330,000. So much, Duo exclaimed in surprise, taking the gold coins directly from Alicia. What about me? How much do I get? AI Lisha hopped up at that moment, clinging to his leg and pleading pitifully. You are still a minor, only 19, so no share for you. Sob. Upon hearing this, AI Lisha immediately burst into tears. Just like AI Cate, leaving not a single coin for her. All of you are villains, bad dragons. Theodore felt uneasy seeing her tear-streaked face. Gazing at the chests of gold in his hands, he gritted his teeth and relented with a pained sigh. Find my heart is too soft. I shall gift you these 300. What? AI Lisha jumped up in delight. Although 300 seemed modest, she had indeed contributed little beforehand. Moreover, this was her first truly earned fortune, not the copper coins AI Cate had given her. Theodore patted her head. Hee, that is quite a sum. Only a great dragon who cares not for wealth like myself would show such mercy and bestow these coins upon you. Why have you not yet said thank you? Thank you. AI Lisha's excited mood was instantly crushed by his words, and she replied stiffly. She was to be the future queen of volcanoes. How could she possibly be subdued by a mere head pat? And only 300 coins. Was he mocking her? Not only did he give her money, but he also expected her to utter thanks. If only she could best him in combat. Shilin watched AI Lisha, enviously desiring to act spoiled toward him, yet hesitating mid-sentence. How could I forget you? You are splendid as well. Noticing Shilin's gaze, Theodore reached out a hand to pat her head too. Sensing the warmth above her, Shilin slowly leaned into his touch, nuzzling continuously. AI Lisha gently guided his hand away. By the way, where are we headed next? To the royal capital of Kulibo. I intend to go directly and claim those gold coins the eldest prince promised me. AI Lisha could hardly believe it. Gold coins gifted to you. How exceedingly kind of him. Do I not look like someone of consequence? Theodore said proudly. However, Shilin gazed into the distance and mused, but the capital is rather far from here. Theodore followed her gaze, then suddenly recalled a certain tome from before. He turned to AI Lisha. AI Lisha, let us do something interesting. Something interesting? AI Lisha looked bewildered. Transform into your semi-dragon form. Upon hearing this, AI Lisha immediately shifted her body, sprouting a tail, dragon horns, and patches of scales. Seeing her shimmering crimson scales brought him immense joy. He then looked at Shilin. Shilin, join us as well. After Shilin transformed into her half-dragon form, Theodore also grew a dragon tail and horns. And then, AI Lisha asked, utterly clueless about his scheme. We shall intertwine our tails. Saying this, Theodore used his own tail to gently lift theirs, then wound them together. Their scales brushed against one another, producing a soft rhythmic clinking. AI Lisha stared deeply at Theodore's blissful expression, silently cursing him as a depraved creature in her heart. Can I really do this too? Shilin felt a surge of pleasant surprise as their tails converged, her heart overflowing with happiness. She looked at Theodore with eager anticipation, recalling how he had indulged in days spent enveloped by his magnificent tail. It turned out she too could receive his affection. Could this be real? After all, her tail was so small. Oh my! Shilin's cheeks flushed as she pondered, and the temperature of her tail gradually began to rise. What a peculiar sensation. AI Lisha was also swept up in it. After their tails had been entwined for so long, her expression grew slightly flushed and unnatural. Theodore said smugly, actually my sister quite enjoys intertwining her tail with mine. AI Lisha was taken aback, scanning him with her eyes. You have a sister? What is she like in size? About my size, perhaps a few meters shorter than me. Theodore said nonchalantly. Let it all burn to ruin. AI Lisha's head drooped, her face etched with despair. Theodore seemed smaller than her, which meant his sister must be roughly equal in strength to him. Her spirits plummeted instantly. Theodore meanwhile gazed at her crimson scales, savoring the heat radiating from their intertwined tails, a wholly different kind of pleasure. Curiosity getting the better of him, Theodore asked. AI Lisha, do you hold any dreams? As for dreams, once I come of age, I wish to swim to the sun's core. It is even milder than magma. A senior red dragon once told me that after reaching the legendary tier, one may bathe there. Several mighty red dragons slumber in its depths. Moreover, there are no common folk wandering about, nor crystal dragons to disturb one. I might even inherit that senior's legacy. I could also bring a mountain of gold coins up there, melt them into a golden statue, and sleep embracing it. Saying this, AI Lisha glanced at her small hands and sighed in disappointment. It is a pity it lies so far away, though I need to reach the legendary tier to return swiftly. Otherwise the journey back would consume nearly months, which is terribly troublesome. The sun, the starry firmament, the god of victory. Theodore gazed at the sun overhead, his thoughts drifting to the cosmos, and even to the god of victory, pondering deeply within. He recalled that golden-haired maiden who bore the bloodline of both the god of victory and a red dragon. The god of victory. AI Lisha murmured the title again in bewilderment upon hearing his words. Theodore's eyes lit up. What troubles you? Do you know him? I heard AI Cate speak of him. She once urged me to observe the profound emotions of humanity, saying that human feelings are like a kaleidoscopic black or perhaps a vividly colorful white. AI Alicia swiftly swatted him with her tail and said helplessly, though it is not recorded in the dragon's ancestral memories, it still lingers in this world. Pray recount it to me. Shi-Ao Duo regarded her with a solemn expression. In ages past within this cosmos, a legendary red dragon fell in love with a human bearing a sword scar upon his chest since birth. They traveled across countless planes their romance, inspiring elves to sing and elemental spirits to dance. But catastrophes soon followed. The white dragon sovereign of the great five-color dragon god clashed with the human divine king unto the bitter end. Their love was discovered. Tiamat could not tolerate the union between mortals and five-colored dragons, so she reaped the red dragon's soul, casting their child adrift in the chaotic currents of time. That human, consumed by grief and humiliation over his defeat, clutched his sword at the edge of the starry void. Utilizing the celestial scar upon his chest, he comprehended one of its profound mysteries after tens of millions of years. He ascended to divinity within the sea of stars. The very instant he achieved godhood, billions of nebulae draped him in the mantle of triumph, forging the divine physique he possesses today. AI Alicia paused mid-tale and looked at him. And then, oi. Shi-Ao Duo, utterly captivated, impatiently urged her onward. I know not. Legend holds that the god of victory went mad in his quest to find Tiamat. Yet his power barely rivals that of an ancient elder dragon. How could he ever hope to oppose Tiamat, who attained divinity in the primordial era? As for what followed, I am unaware. The tale concludes with AI Cate hurling curses at Tiamat, declaring the five-color dragon god lacks love. Humph. I believe she is the one who lacks love. She drones on, and on that as a dragon goddess, she ought not restrict the love between dragons and humans. It grows so tedious I could scream. I once curiously asked her of the tale's conclusion, but she claimed her parents never spoke of what came next. Shi-Ao Duo fell silent. So that was how it stood. If the legend were true, then Cnid Fin must be a descendant of that child, or perhaps the child reincarnated. No wonder she was born wielding twin swords, one symbolizing victory, the other protection. Feeling the profound comfort of their intertwined tales, Shi-Ao Duo watched the steam rising from their tips and remarked, "But AI Alicia, your tail is so wonderfully warm." "It is not warm, it measures only 100 degrees. Your tail is cold at freezing zero," AI Alicia said, somewhat displeased. Her own tail naturally heated in response to her emotional fluctuations. She waved away the steam generated by the thermal exchange in the air. Shi-Ao Duo gave a dry chuckle at her adorable behavior and said, "AI Alicia, might you revert to your full draconic form?" "What do you intend to do?" AI Alicia eyed him warily, wondering if he had conceived yet another depraved pastime. Theodore glanced a bit guiltily and whispered, "I'll lie on top of you and sleep and you fly." "That won't do." Eliza declined tactfully. "Well, I just handed you 300 gold coins." Theodore's tone carried a hint of threat. "You're so massive." Eliza shook her head frantically. She certainly couldn't handle Theodore being that big. "I'll shrink a bit, it'll be fine." Theodore smiled. After a moment's thought, Eliza relented. Then, "All right, but I want 10,000 gold coins." "I suppose that's acceptable." Though reluctant, Theodore agreed. Eliza transformed back into her 10-meter dragon form. Seeing this, Theodore also shifted into a 9-meter dragon and settled directly atop her, his tail curling and teasing hers. A woo. The instant their tails touched, Eliza couldn't help but cry out, "Stop wrapping around my tail, it's so ticklish and cold." "Master." "I." Shilin watched the scene before her, eyes wide, utterly at a loss. "Come here." Theodore extended a small claw to beckon, and Shilin quickly scrambled onto it. "Fly toward the royal city," Theodore directed, and together with Eliza they drifted slowly in that direction. What was that just now? Dolores, who had been wrestling a grizzly bear beside the mountainside, suddenly spotted a red dragon soaring across the sky. Curious, for she had never seen a red dragon in person, only heard tales of their ferocity from her brothers. She squinted to get a closer look and was utterly stunned. A smaller white dragon was actually perched upon a red dragon's back, and the red dragon hadn't driven it away. Given the red dragon's supremely proud nature, such a sight was exceedingly rare. Could this be love? No, how could five-colored dragons experience love? Besides, they were merely adolescents. Are they planning to raid the city? Dolores judged by their size and watched the direction they were heading. They seemed to be heading toward the royal city of that human kingdom. Dolores's eyes grew brighter. Comparing their sizes, one 10 meters, the other 9, she felt no fear whatsoever. She was a 15-meter golden dragon. Aha! I've always heard my brothers often go thrash five-colored dragons. I suppose I can too. A woo. Dolores let out an excited roar, punched the grizzly the ground, transformed back to her original form, and charged toward the red dragon. "Wait, you two, stop right there. Cease flying." Dolores shouted loudly, her speed overtaking Eliza. A golden dragon, Theodore and Eliza said in surprise. Eliza regarded his 15-meter frame, brows slightly furrowed. Larger than me, stronger than me. But, glancing up at Theodore above, she dismissed it. These gleaming, reflective, golden scales. Theodore was captivated by them. That slender neck, those sharp dragon horns, that beautiful yet fierce dragon head, and those glittering scales were obviously well cared for. Moreover, her sweet, girlish voice was unlike Eliza's. It was simply wonderful. This. Lin held his large claw somewhat helplessly. Are you two intending to plunder the city? Dolores ignored his lingering gaze and questioned sharply. No, someone merely entrusted us to retrieve those 1 million gold coins that belong to me, Theodore replied, puzzled. Haha, in your 5-color dragon mindset, human possessions are simply kept on your behalf. My brothers have already told me all your excuses. You're going to rob them. Dolores didn't fall for his trap. Instead, she directly accused them. Don't speak so harshly. Can what 5-color dragons do truly be called robbery? Theodore countered. Dolores flicked her small claw, her tail pointing at the two of them with a condescending air. As expected. Fine, only I am kind. With your strength, going to the human royal city is simply delivering your scales and tails as tribute. Just shout once, Queen Dolores Eternal, across the world, the most beautiful dragon in existence, and swear you'll never rob again, then leave your treasure behind, and this queen will show mercy and spare you. So narcissistic. Theodore was at a loss for words. Eliza regarded the golden dragon before her with interest. Brother Theodore, she seems to be robbing for the first time. Metal dragon. Lin kept sizing up the formidable golden dragon. Though her strength couldn't match Lord Theodore's, it was far greater than her own. Theodore explained patiently. Actually, we truly aren't robbing. We even have that kingdom's prince as a witness. He seems to be named Guauduin. Yeah, I don't care. Put down the gold coins. Dolores shook her dragon head vigorously, refusing to believe a word they said. I can already sense the aura of a massive pile of gold coins. Miss, we truly aren't robbing. We can swear upon the heavens, and moreover your behavior looks far more like robbery, Eliza said somewhat helplessly. Do you expect me to believe that? A white dragon and a red dragon not robbing is simply unthinkable. Dolores wore an expression as though she had seen through their scheme, proudly insisting she wouldn't be fooled. How many times must I say it before you believe? I am a very friendly white dragon. Theodore continued, looking at her. Dolores sighed, wearing an expression of as expected. Fine. It seems my brother was right. Without teaching the 5-color dragon a lesson, he won't hand over the gold coins. I'll wait. He won't easily abandon robbing. Dolores surveyed their bodies and flashed a confident smile. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Saying that, she charged directly at them, intent on pinning those 2 evil dragons down and beating them. Theodore, witnessing this, flew off Eliza's back, his body suddenly swelling to 24 meters. This abrupt change left Dolores momentarily dazed. Her wings flared as she altered her flight path. But having charged too fast, she crashed headlong into a nearby hillock, her dragon head plowing across the ground like a cultivator until she finally came to a halt. What just happened? Why did he suddenly grow so big? Dolores spat out the dirt she'd ingested from the ground, her mind brimming with confusion. Looking up at the now enormous white dragon, she blinked, her innocent big eyes momentarily torn between confusion and disbelief. Had she been lured? A decade ago, her elder brothers and sisters often feigned weakness, roaming about with piles of jewels to attract weaker 5-colored dragons into ambushing them. They often told her this as a story. Before setting out, she had even mocked them. How unrealistic such fantasies were, and how could any 5-colored dragon be this foolish? Yet the scene before her seemed inverted. Wasn't this the metal dragon's method of luring 5-colored dragons? How had she become the one ensnared instead? No. How could her intelligence be so easily fooled? It must be him using a growth spell to intimidate her. Dolores's confidence gradually returned as she reasoned it through, and she interrogated furiously, You definitely used a growth spell. It seems my siblings were right. You are indeed cunning. You can test it yourself. Test it. Then test it. Dolores peered and scrutinized, but ultimately charged forward. 1 minute later. I will never yield. My brother will avenge me. 5 minutes later. Woo. Stop hitting stop, woo, don't press my tail. Dolores lay pinned beneath Theodore in an absolutely dominant position, his claws patting her dragon scales while his tail whipped her hindquarters. Woo. Dolores wept on the ground, tears streaming. From childhood to now, her parents had never struck her. Yet here she was, barely a year out, being spanked by a white dragon. This was simply the ultimate loss of face for a dragon. Do you realize your mistake? Theodore pressed his entire body against her, his dragon form trembling as he asked smugly, gazing down at the golden dragon beneath him. It hurts so much, Dolores suddenly said pitifully, those misty large eyes seeming to beg him to release her quickly. Al, weren't you so arrogant just now? At that moment, Eliza suddenly jumped onto Theodore. The combined weight of the two dragons, nearly 10,000 tons, made Dolores shed even more tears. Watching the golden dragon's aggrieved appearance, Theodore felt even more curious. It was completely different from the proud reputation he had heard about. The little golden dragon before him seemed to have no pride at all, with tears flowing freely. However, he did not underestimate Dolores. Each of her dragon scales was carved with numerous magic arrays, clearly of top-tier epic quality. Breaking through these defenses might require activating divine patterns, but she likely had the ability to quickly summon her elders. She probably felt it was a loss of face for a dragon driven by her inner sense of pride. Theodore felt she was a crybaby, having only been patted a few times just now before she started crying. However, lying on the golden dragon's back was quite comfortable, like a bed, and with the warm red dragon on his own back, it was not without its pleasures. Your strength is just so. Despite fighting for so long, I barely see any damage to your scales. My scales were enchanted with many protective magic arrays before father went into seclusion. So your attacks just now didn't cause me much harm, but it really hurts. Dolores said pitifully. Theodore asked curiously, but is this the body temperature of a golden dragon? It was completely different from red dragons, white dragons, and green dragons. Do all of you come out to explore when you're teenagers? Yes, Dolores replied. But can you let me go? I promise I won't call my brothers to fight you. Theodore looked at her. How could he possibly believe Dolores's words? He knew Metal Dragon's nature all too well. As soon as he let her go, a whole group of Metal Dragons would soon come with their families to beat him up. This was a painful lesson the five-colored dragons had learned over countless ages. Actually, we are civilized dragons. How about this? Hand over all your gold coins. Theodore extended his claw towards her with a smile. Thinking of how she had accused him of robbery earlier, he couldn't help but feel angry inside. He was a civilized dragon, and she was the one who had robbed him first. Watching her face covered in tears, he added, I said I wouldn't rob just now, and I won't. But since you had the intention to rob us, you should pay the price. Dolores also knew the rules among great dragons. Reluctantly, she took out her 300,000 gold coins. Theodore accepted them all directly. As expected, any dragon of considerable size outside basically had some savings. Continue flying with us on your back, I'll lie on you, Theodore said with a smile. If my brothers see this, they'll misunderstand. I don't want to. Dolores blushed and wildly shook her dragon head. Could it be that she was too beautiful, making the white dragon before her go in a heat? Following its instincts, it wanted to forcibly ride her, then take the opportunity to do those shameful things. Oh heavens! Brother, come save me quickly. Lily will never be playful again. Moreover, none of her brothers have children yet, and as the youngest. No, absolutely not. Dolores even thought about her future daily life raising cubs, and remembered how many troubles she had caused her mother and how many tricks she had played. Her heart grew heavy. She was still young, how could she lay eggs? Being a mother was far too exhausting. I'm just lying on you so you can fly. I'm simply quite lazy. However, Dolores, why were your expressions so vivid just now? Theodore stared at the golden dragon in confusion. In just 2 seconds, her expressions had changed 4 or 5 times. Surprised, fearful, shy, and terrified. What was she actually thinking? Why did her expressions change so rapidly? Dolores fell silent. Could she really be overthinking things? Eliza also looked at her with disgust. What a disgusting-minded golden dragon. But if you don't do this before long, the story of you being bullied by the white dragon and red dragon will spread across all the kingdoms. Seeing Dolores fall silent, Theodore waved his claw and took out a magical recording orb, shaking it repeatedly before her. His meaning was clear. Oh, is that all? But don't go any further, or I'll have my father twist you into a pretzel. Dolores ultimately surrendered. If it was merely leaning against his back, she could accept that, as long as his brothers never found out. After all, Dolores imagined how embarrassing it would be if her brothers and parents discovered her ugly behavior. She wouldn't even be able to hold her head up in the Metal Dragon Circle. She should have attended the Metal Dragon and Crystal Dragon Conference instead of sneaking out to play. A wave of regret washed over Dolores. This is settled, Chilean said, nodding repeatedly as she watched the scene unfold. She had learned something new again. Dolores couldn't spread her wings now, but dragons don't rely on wings to fly. Using magic to drag these 2 dragons totaling nearly 10,000 tons, she flew higher and higher, then sped rapidly toward the royal city, once breaking the sound barrier. In just over 10 minutes they arrived at the outskirts of Kleiber's royal city. They simply stood on the outer peak, gazing at the hustle and bustle within the city. Inside that towering star-plucking tower, 2 figures continued their fierce battle. Eliza lay on the mountain peak, her gaze greedily devouring the massive city before her. We've arrived. This is Kleiber's main city. It's truly enormous. And what's going on inside? Theodore cast a glance. Dragons had excellent eyesight. They could see scenes dozens of kilometers away with complete clarity. It looks like a martial competition. Doesn't matter. I'll be the star later. Dolores, just watch carefully as I reclaim my gold coins, Theodore said, pointing at the tall building. That epic hasn't returned yet, which makes things easier, Shalene said, narrowing her eyes. Then let's go in directly, Eliza said excitedly. That's troublesome. They'll definitely launch another round of verbal sparring. Let me first weave over a dozen tier 10 magic arrays outside. With so many magic arrays gathering overhead, they'll surely laugh and hand over their gold coins, feeling our enthusiasm. Theodore directly rejected her proposal. He planned to make some preparations, otherwise it would waste a lot of time. Dolores let out a soft growl, holding back for a long time before questioning. And you say this isn't robbery? Is that so? Isn't this what you did? Let them witness our strength, then treat us as equals. Otherwise they'll remain arrogant. The tradition of the 5-colored dragons dictates it. Theodore tilted his dragon head, acting as if he was in the right. But the motion of weaving magic arrays under his claws never stopped. Magic arrays continuously rose within his claws, then shrank smaller, floating above their heads, before he slowly began weaving the next magic array. Within the city of Kelebo, atop Zhaixing Tower, lay a vast plaza encircling the center where nobles and dignitaries of the kingdom were seated around its periphery. Ordinary commoners held no standing to ascend to the summit of Zhaixing Tower. Seated at the very center was the Kelebo royal family, their king appearing as a kind-looking elderly man. In the plaza, a young girl with twin tails swung her blade, unleashing a crescent of sword energy that struck down the third prince of Kelebo, the razor's edge pressing against his Adam's apple. It seems this is all Kelebo has to offer. This grand tournament concludes with my victory. Ariana paid no mind to her defeated foe, instead casting a teasing glance toward King Kelebo upon the main throne, her tone unhurried, yet dripping with contempt. Ariana's attitude sent the Kelebo nobility into a fury, tables slamming as they roared in outrage. Ariana, don't be so arrogant. If Guadin hadn't been summoned elsewhere, you'd have been crushed long ago. A count, his face twisted with wrath, shot back at her. Inside, Ariana sneered. She had crossed blades with him at the academy and knew precisely his limited abilities. In her eyes, he had deliberately avoided her, and his excuse was nothing but a cover. Glaring at the count, she scoffed. You knew I was coming to challenge, so you specifically sent Guadin away, didn't you? You. The count fell speechless, left utterly dumbfounded. This was merely a coincidence. A massive horde of orcs gathered, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince personally led the army to defend the kingdom's security. The court archmage beside the king stepped in to defuse the situation. Yet Ariana granted the 9th-tier archmage not the slightest shred of respect. Instead, she covered her mouth and chuckled mockingly, her tone laced with sarcasm. Oh really? It seems the men of Kelebo are all the same. Absolute cowards. Perhaps even evil dragons would find no sport in robbing such fragile younglings. You. The archmage grew so furious his face flushed crimson, barely holding back his wrath. Ahaha, am I wrong? Ariana's chest rose and fell as though genuinely amused by her own words. Enough. Woo. Roar. Just as the king began to speak, 2 dragon roars cut through the air. What is this? Why are there dragon cries here? Chaos erupted immediately after the dragon roars, and even Ariana and the king furrowed their brows in alarm. Look at the sky. So many magic formations. Someone pointed upward and screamed in terror. What is this? Ariana's eyes widened as she gazed at the magic formations overhead. As someone who had trained in both magic and swordsmanship, she would never mistake what she saw. The exquisite complexity of the formations above. These were undoubtedly spells of 8th tier or higher. They're all 10th tier offensive magic. When were they cast? And how did they bypass this city's magical defense system? The court archmage beside the king gasped in shock, for that city's magical system was his masterpiece, completed after over a decade of labor. And yet it had been bypassed entirely. Even its creator would require nearly a month to sneak past a portion of the system undetected, let alone perform large-scale spells within it. It's the dragon roar from just now. The king's gaze grew dark as he stared toward the distant sky. A golden dragon was slowly approaching, carrying something red and white upon its back. The source of all these magic formations emanated from her direction. Everyone present now spotted the golden dragon in the distance, along with the white dragon and red dragon hovering above her. That's a golden dragon. Wait, there's also a white dragon and a red dragon above it. And is that young girl a bonded companion of the white dragon? Seeing them, the court archmage furrowed his brow. With their bodies barely exceeding 10 meters in length, they should not have been capable of casting such powerful magic. Is there a dragon mother concealed somewhere? Their size is far too small to wield magic of this caliber, the king remarked, equally puzzled. An unusual stillness fell over the scene as they arrived. Dolores, that's not how dragons roar. Roar, I know. Dolores sounded rather aggrieved. Where is the king of Kelebo? Theodore bellowed loudly, ignoring Dolores entirely, his gaze sweeping across the crowd upon the tower platform. Beholding their stunned expressions, he thought to himself that they were clearly overwhelmed by his dashing presence. Indeed, making an entrance with grand magic was exceptionally effective. This king is here. Just what is it you want? The king remained seated, restraining the urge to charge forward and strike these dragons with his sword. Instead, he forced a polite smile. Though he detested these uninvited guests, the magic formations spinning overhead told him this white dragon before him was extraordinarily powerful. Better to avoid confrontation if at all possible. Furthermore, the king and the court mage had already determined that the magic in the sky was not cast by any dragon mother behind them. It was the white dragon herself who cast it. Yet with the golden dragon present, an elder dragon was also highly likely nearby. The war had only just ended. Engaging in a deathmatch with dragons was the last thing they wanted. We're not here for anything particular. Look at this magic recording sphere. Theodore said little and simply tossed the magic orb that Vea had given him. This was the recording Guadin had made when he promised to give him 1,000,000 gold coins, genuine and untampered. Guadin's exact words, offering 1,000,000 gold coins, played on loop within the magic recording sphere, leaving both the nobles below and the king with deeply troubled expressions. Even Ariana, watching from a foreign land, felt the corners of her mouth lift involuntarily. From the tone, it sounded as though they were trying to recruit the five-colored dragon as the kingdom's grand archmage. And that tone did not sound forced at all. In fact, they genuinely wanted him to take the position. How amusing. If it were a human or an elf making such an offer, she could understand. But a five-colored dragon. That was simply handing out gold coins for free. That is the crown prince's voice, the court mage whispered to the increasingly grim-faced king, his tone humiliated. This hasn't been tampered with, the king murmured. No modifications whatsoever, though it may be taken out of context. The court mage shook his head, gently, equally incredulous. How could the crown prince be so foolish as to attempt inviting a five-colored dragon? They could have accepted a metal dragon at least. Why a five-colored dragon? The war had barely settled. Could they truly afford another crisis right here? More importantly, five-colored dragons would take their gold and leave without a second thought for the kingdom's welfare. They would often return under the pretext of lost coins, impossible to shoo away no matter how hard one tried. It was utterly disgusting, constantly milking the kingdom dry. There were already kingdoms on Guluan continent that had gone bankrupt from repeated visits by five-colored dragons. Moreover, the war between humans and dragons had only ended a few years prior. The human legendary warriors had no desire to fight again, and seeking aid from great nations to drive them away was entirely impractical. The mere thought of facing endless visits from these coin-hungry five-colored dragons gave the king a throbbing headache. His younger brother, the Grand Knight Commander, was also not in the royal capital at this time. If he were here, even if he could not hold them off, his epic-level prowess would instill fear in these dragons, providing both bargaining power and deterrence. As for the king and court mage's hushed conversation, the nobles below grew pale with shock. If payment were required, the royal treasury would be drained, and the king would surely come after them first. Panic spread as they began discussing amongst themselves. This is impossible. Even if the crown prince had lost his senses completely, he would never summon a dragon to hang his name upon and gift 1,000,000 gold coins. Perhaps His Highness the Crown Prince was coerced. Watching the platform descend once again into noisy chaos, Theodore's face darkened. He swept his claw toward the sky, and kilometer-wide magic formations formed, condensing the four great elemental magics: fire, wind, thunder, and ice. Terrifying mana pressure descended from above, and in an instant the entire city seemed divided into four distinct seasons. If you do this, I'll deduct it from my gold. Theodore's cold voice echoed through the entire Zhishing Tower. You. The king slammed his table violently and rose to his feet, glaring at the white dragon before him. A formidable aura, surging comparable to a ninth-tier powerhouse, erupted from his body, bearing down upon Theodore. This act sent the entire royal capital into silence once more. The court archmage's expression shifted drastically. Having just analyzed the magical fluctuations from the sky and the terrifying mana radiating from the white dragon before him, that total magical output was already on par with the Grand Knight Commander. He hurriedly used magic to telepathically communicate with the king. We cannot make an enemy of him. The magical power he has shown is already 100 times that of a normal 10th level, and this does not even count the 4 10th level magic spells in the sky. Are you saying we should be so humiliated before the envoys of other nations? And this is 1,000,000 equivalent to the kingdom's annual expenditure. The king also felt a pang of reluctance and replied via telepathy. There's no help for it. The Knight Commander is on an expedition against the undead, and the envoys from neighboring kingdoms are still here. We cannot afford conflict. If we lose face for the kingdom, it will be difficult to regain dignity on the international stage. Moreover, the two of us are no match for him. Not even those 5 10th level magic spells ready to be launched can stop him. Old partner, you know the power of 10th level magic. In just an instant, the entire capital. The court archmage's voice trembled uncontrollably. He was also a 9th level like the king, but could only barely weave 10th level spells. The speed of his weaving was too slow, and he failed the 10th level exam of the Magic Association. Even 9th level was a struggle, and the Grand Knight Commander had judged him incapable of ever reaching the 10th level. This drove him to madness and an admiration for mages above the 10th level. The king hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and signaled the court archmage to speak for him. After all, he still had his pride. The court mage stepped forward and said in a reverent tone, "Respected White Dragon Lord, since it is the Crown Prince's promise, the kingdom of Crick will naturally deliver it. Bring the gold coins." Then a group of people ran to the warehouse to move the gold. 1,000,000 gold coins was not too much nor too little, just a matter of a dozen large chests. Red dragon, white dragon, golden dragon. How did they get mixed together? Ariana below, looking at the piled-up dragons, was greatly puzzled. Taking advantage of the crowd's inattention, she scurried to the audience seats and said to the masked middle-aged man. He could understand the reckless red dragon and white dragon, two of the chromatic dragons, but why would a metallic dragon join this robbery? He was utterly baffled. I might not be able to stop that white dragon. It's better not to intervene. The middle-aged man tugged at his mask, his tone cold. He had only just entered that realm, and facing Theodore, whose surface-level magical power rivaled that of an epic, he lacked confidence. Moreover, he sensed a primal ancient aura from the white dragon. This was the same suffocating, despairing aura he had felt from the silver dragon and white dragon in the final battle, an aura he never wanted to confront, the dragon aura of one approaching the ancient dragons. Moreover, the last time a kingdom was avenged by a black dragon, it caused utter chaos. This continent had only just managed to fully repel the dragon's assault. It was not easy to avoid further calamity. Watching the soldiers moving the gold, Dolores couldn't help but complain, "Isn't this just extortion? And they make it sound so nice." "No, they gave it willingly. If you don't believe me, go ask," Theodore said with a smile, looking at the pile of gold coins, feeling quite pleased. "Don't wrap around my tail." Dolores was somewhat annoyed, but didn't know how to refute. After all, if he asked, the people above would surely claim it was a gift under his coercion. She could only vent her anger on his tail, her golden tail, repeatedly slapping away Theodore's white tail. "Don't worry, after we get the gold, I'll give you 10,000. Theodore was very generous. He didn't just like collecting gold coins, he also enjoyed the pleasure of spending them. "Only 10,000. Are you kidding me, a dragon?" Dolores said disdainfully. "Then I won't give it." Theodore didn't indulge her. "You?" "Humph." Dolores refused on the surface, but her tail had already wrapped around him voluntarily. Their cool scales intersected, rubbing constantly. Not as cold as Carter's nor as hot as Elisa's, but a balanced type. The friction of the scales sent an unknown pleasure into his mind, making him feel refreshed. "What about me? I want 10,000 too." Elisa came over to join the fun. "All right, wrap around too, and I'll give you 10,000. Theodore was very generous and said proudly, "Now you know who is the best dragon in the world, right?" "Big brother is the best," Elisa said with a grin. "Humph." Dolores watched this, snorted coldly, her contempt for the red dragon deepening, and her tail wrapped faster. Soon all the gold coins were brought up. The court mage cupped his hands and said, "The gold has been presented. Please withdraw the magic in the sky." "Let's go." Theodore took the gold and led them away without leaving a trace of radiance. "You come too. Now you are also mine." They quickly flew outside the city to a place and began dividing the 20,000 gold coins he had just promised. White dragon. Ariana watched the retreating figure of the white dragon, her heart complicated. Composing herself, she said to the king with a smile, "What a wonderful show. I saw King Crib's unyielding spirit and such love for his son that he gave away 1,000,000 gold coins just because of his son's words. Truly admirable. I apologize for my earlier words. You are indeed targeted by evil dragons." Saying this, Ariana gave a slight bow, her eyes brimming with even more mockery. The king's face remained expressionless, and he directly gave an order to leave. "The arena is over. You should return. Give my regards to your king." After watching Ariana lead her delegation away, the king immediately turned coldly to the nearby 7th level mage and said, "Chris, go at once and bring back Gwadon. I want to question him personally." His tone was steady yet contained unbearable rage. It was hard to imagine the expression on Gwadon's face when he returned. However, he would never return. Yes. In contrast to the kingdom of Crib, the kingdom of Kexkai was now very peaceful. Yet behind this peace lay endless killing intent. Ha 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 ha. From the city of Kexkai, joyful laughter could be heard. 2 white-haired mature women were seen holding hands darting through the air. One of them was Xena. She tightly held the beautiful human woman, singing a song, symbolizing hope. "Your smile is so joyful." Their bodies constantly darted through oceans, skies, and mountains, the scenes of cities changing continuously, as if manifesting the landscapes. Beneath their feet was the happy life of the people living as they pleased, playing in this enchanting world. Laughter and joy filled the entire city. The scenes around the 2 stunning women kept changing, finally settling in a forest where they danced gracefully like butterflies. However, the other was the ruler of this kingdom, Victoria. At this moment her eyes were full of fury. Her hands were seized by Xena, and after landing in the forest her entire body was continuously bound by unknown vines. The magical power within her was struggling against Xena's will. Victoria, struggle hard, or you won't have a chance later. Xena cupped her face, her eyes full of tenderness, as if she were the love of her life. In this bubble-like dream she created a perfect green cross out of thin air and bound her to it. Your plan will surely fail, Victoria said with difficulty, mobilizing what little power she had left to constantly destroy the dream. What a waste of effort. You should know that the cost of breaking this dream is something you as a king cannot afford. Xena didn't mind her resistance, instead she seemed to enjoy it. She lifted her chin with a flirtatious tone, provoking her. Sky will never fall, just like years ago. We will surely thwart your schemes and slay all the dragons. Victoria's cry was very sharp, a deep-seated hatred for dragons that was etched into her heart and her unwavering resolve. Such audacity. Xena conjured vines that instantly pierced through his abdomen, the illusory venomous spines directly flooding her soul. As you wish, Ea. Victoria clenched her fists and roared, unleashing every ounce of her potential, ignoring the pain of such exertion. The mana she generated nearly solidified into form, a terrifying golden radiance illuminating the entire dreamscape, continuously rippling through it, causing folds upon folds. It seemed as if it would shatter the dream that trapped the whole city. What? Xena was taken aback, clearly not expecting her to still unleash such formidable power. At the sight of this magical force, she instantly recalled the scene of her mother's death. Because of her carelessness, they had slain her on the spot. With the power, they erupted in desperation. Xena's vigilance surged, and she retreated hundreds of meters in an instant. The terrifying mana condensed into a massive energy sphere, but instead of hurling it at Xena, she threw it toward the sky. For Victoria knew that this last surge of strength could not possibly kill her on the spot, nor even inflict serious injury. It was merely a display of empty power. Moreover, she could never abandon the subjects who followed her and continue to live alone. The sphere of light slammed directly into the dome of the illusion, spawning countless cracks and mirror-like folds, and in an instant vanished from sight, appearing above the real city. Damn it, I fell for it. Staring at the direction the sphere had struck, Xena gritted her teeth in fury. It had hit exactly the weak point of the entire illusion. She had been outwitted. Xena quickly returned and slapped him twice, the marks of her palm deeply etched on his face. I believe in them. My former companions. Victoria felt the world spin, her consciousness nearly slipping away. In a daze she recalled her comrades and forced a smile. That damn smile. The upward curve of Victoria's lips reminded Xena of the joy they had once celebrated over the bodies of her younger siblings and mother, and the painful memories of being driven from her homeland and hunted down. Damn you, cry, beg, scream. Fury surged from Xena's heart. She drew a whip and lashed it repeatedly across her body. Blood stained the pure white garments, then congealed into crimson flowers. The crown on her head was twisted and broken, her life withering away. You will not succeed, because my former companions will surely come to thwart your schemes, just as they did in the great battle years ago. Feeling the agony of flesh tearing, Victoria looked at the madwoman before her. Just before she slipped into complete unconsciousness, she spoke with difficulty. Xena was utterly deranged. She covered her face and burst into wild laughter, her white hair whipping in the wind like a madwoman's. Ah, come, let us settle old scores. Xena laughed for a long while before finally calming down. She pinched his face and spoke in a mocking tone. But before that you shall taste the blood of your comrades. In the deep of night, Theodore, Elisa, Dolores, and Sharon were joyfully playing in a lake. A golden dragon surfaced from the misty waters, gazing at the quarreling white and red dragons, recalling the daily life of soaking in piles of gold coins with his parents. A century ago, gold coins were not so scarce. Back then, dragons would take gold from the human world in tens of thousands at a time. Now, after 100 years of war, restoring that prosperity might take another century. Lost in thought, he was roused by the noise of their frolicking. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, the lake wouldn't have evaporated so much. Can't you suppress your body temperature when you swim? I used to swim in lava. How was I supposed to know? And I don't even like water. Besides, you dare to talk about me. Elisa bared her teeth in dissatisfaction. At least she could serve as a heating dragon, warming the lake water. But the white dragon's body temperature froze the water, and she hadn't even called him out on it. Now he tried to turn the tables and blame her. If she weren't weaker than him, she would have pinned him down and made him feel the mercy of a red dragon. Theodore felt a twinge of guilt, but remained outwardly defiant. How dare you? Look, there was no mist before, but you jumped in and steamed up all this vapor. Before you criticize me, could you look at the ice on your own body? I don't care. Theodore stubbornly refused to admit defeat, like a dead duck that won't sink. Damn it. Elisa could no longer hold back. She lunged at his neck, bit down, and hung her entire body from him. Then the two dragons clung together, tumbling in the water, sending up splashes. The stark difference in their body temperatures generated a great deal of steam. Don't drag me into your play. Dolores had been watching with amusement when she suddenly felt something grab her tail and pull her in. She was forcibly dragged into the fray. I feel so out of place. Why can't I turn into a dragon? Sharin watched the three dragons frolicking with envy. After a few days of companionship, the newest member Dolores was no longer as aloof as when they first met. Her inner resistance to the chromatic dragons had diminished. She had also integrated into this small group. Moreover, the day before the master had successfully reached level 10, ascending to a higher realm of power, and his mood had brightened considerably. Just as the dragons were enjoying themselves to the fullest in the pitch-black night sky, thousands of miles away, a brilliant sphere of light rapidly rose from the other side of the mountain range, its terrifying energy rippling across 100 miles. The colossal energy sphere exploded tens of thousands of feet in the sky, its light instantly illuminating an area tens of thousands of miles around. After the explosion, it transformed into a massive emblem of a staff and a holy sword meeting quietly etched into the sky, exceptionally conspicuous for thousands of miles around. That's an epic-level magic. Theodore stopped his roughhousing with Dolores and Elisa, immediately sensing the powerful energy fluctuation. Staring at the dazzling light, he involuntarily closed his eyes. The golden and red dragons seized the opportunity to counterattack, but while reveling in their small victory, they too noticed the powerful magic in the distance. Vast golden energy filled the sky, gradually taking the shape of a staff and a strange blade. It seems to be the dedicated communication signal of some small human group. Dolores also noticed the anomaly in the sky and speculated based on the light. How magnificent! But the magic is directed at the sky. Elisa couldn't help but exclaim. It's nothing special. An epic-level magic impresses you that much. Tisk tisk, no wonder you're a red dragon raised by a crystal dragon. Dolores said disdainfully, but her eyes betrayed a longing for the splendor above. If she possessed such power, now she might rebel against the white dragon and become the master dragon herself. Epic-level magic is not fundamentally different from magic of levels 1 through 10, it merely incorporates the will of an epic-level powerhouse, i.e., the embryonic form of their legend. The resulting effect and power skyrockets so much so that even a level 1 spell can achieve the effect of a level 10 spell. On the continent, it is also called epic-level magic, meaning magic used by an epic-level powerhouse. The level of magic is classified by the power it can unleash and the difficulty of learning it. Under equal mana, there are rare cases where a low-level spell has slightly greater destructive power than a high-level one, but such spells are few and far between. That direction is Keskai. Shina, it seems she's the one causing the commotion. Xiao Duo gazed at the golden emblem, his expression solemn. He recalled the great gift Shina had mentioned, and the location was precisely Keskai's main city. Now that light orb was also rising from there. This was the location of the gift she spoke of, but it seemed something had gone wrong there. The light orb wasn't created by her, meaning it was her enemy who had caused such a massive disturbance. Was it someone under Shina's control seeking reinforcements? Xiao Duo pondered for a moment, then made up his mind. With a grave expression, he turned to them and said, AI Li should go back with Shilin first. You should return home. It's dangerous over there. That's an epic. AI Lisha and Shilin were worried. It's fine. You don't know my strength. That's an epic and you're still young. Your presence would only hinder me. Xiao Duo gently rubbed AI Lisha's red dragon head a few times, then moved his tail over and lifted Shilin. But you seem younger than me, AI Lisha said discontentedly. What? Duo Lualisai was shocked. Her gaze continuously swept over his body, filled with disbelief. She knew that AI Lisha was a few years younger than her, just a young dragon about to become an adolescent. Younger than AI Lisha, yet Xiao Duo possessed such a massive body. Was he really a white dragon? Could it be that some legendary dragon breed had mated with a white dragon, creating a strange hybrid? Hey, what kind of look is that? Xiao Duo noticed Duo Lualisai's probing gaze and instantly felt goosebumps all over his body. Her eyes were beautiful, but they shone with a strange light, as if she was thinking of something unpleasant. Nothing, go on, Duo Lualisai said. Duo Lualisai shifted her gaze to AI Lisha, but occasionally still stole glances at his body. Then I'll go, AI Lisha said. She knew that if she went along with her strength, she would only be a hindrance. Based on the intensity of the light orb that had risen earlier, the humans going to support would definitely include epic level ones. However, she was still confident in Xiao Duo's large form. After all, Shina had been beaten up. Then take care, master, Shilin said, watching AI Lisha's figure fly into the sky. She felt reluctant as well, having not been able to help at all during this journey, and now had to return early. That's Shina's little trick. Be good, take AI Lisha to visit our territory, and I'll be back soon. Xiao Duo tapped her head with his small claw and said with a smile, Shilin obediently enjoyed Xiao Duo's caress, gave him a deep look, then grew wings and flew into the sky, leading AI Lisha back. You go too. Xiao Duo looked at the golden dragon before him. At first she had been rebellious and sullen, but after a few days of his loving education, she had just been trained only to be separated now. Are you sure you can handle it? That's an epic. The golden dragon's face showed reluctance. Although there had been setbacks at first, her head hurt from being hit. She had still enjoyed the past few days. I have trump cards too. I've met legendary beings. No, I've even slain gods, Xiao Duo said arrogantly. Duo Luolisai cast a reluctant gaze looking at the white dragon's figure for the last time. The speed of her wings cutting through the sky grew faster and faster until she could no longer sense Xiao Duo's presence. Only then did Duo Luolisai quickly shed tears. Recalling the past few days facing the fists larger than boulders every day, she felt a sense of joy at gaining freedom. Sob. Sister-brother, a dragon bullied me. Duo Luolisai flew toward the gathering of crystal dragons and metal dragons, tears splashing along the way. I should set off too. Xiao Duo watched the disappearing figure, his massive dragon body moving slowly. This was no longer the childish fights before, an epic was now capable of threatening him. At the instant, the faint light rose on the horizon. In the vast, endless ocean, 10 giant swords, each 20 meters long, were arranged in an orderly circle, blades facing each other rising from the sea. The sea-churned waves surged, and a figure slowly emerged before them, stepping on the void. The long-lost emblem, a voice filled with vicissitudes, sounded. This was a mature young man, the legendary dragon slayer, the sword prodigy, Chimela. He strode toward Victoria, elements constantly forming beneath his feet to support his steps. He was once a blacksmith of the great kingdom Arcarno. During the great dragon calamity, he journeyed with companions and forged 10 sacred swords known as the 10 dragon remains. The first was thunder, obtained from slaying the Fengyun blue dragon. It could summon 10,000 thunderbolts, traverse 10,000 miles like clouds with thunderous might. The second was flame, obtained from slaying the Changli red dragon. It could summon 10,000 fires, shatter 10,000 miles of scorched earth, and burn heaven and earth. The third was ice, obtained from slaying the Shubi white dragon. It could freeze all things, stop the myriad seas, and seal the world in ice. The fourth was black, obtained from slaying the Ubadini dragon. It could corrode matter, rust living beings like marshes, and turn them to dust. The fourth was illusion, obtained from slaying the Jiaoi green dragon. It could swap reality and illusion, make abundant spirits seem alive, then return them to nothingness. The fifth was gold. The ninth was earth, obtained from slaying the Yifu downing earth dragon. It could measure the earth, dominate 10,000 tons of gravity, and be as solid as a rock. Victoria, wait for me. The 10 sacred swords forged from dragon bones slowly rotated, following closely behind. The magnificent temple of light beneath the towering goddess statue atop the mountains. The beautiful goddess statue held a glowing orb in her hands. It was as if she sheltered the hope of humanity, forever isolating the dark abyss, illuminating everyone's hearts, giving warmth to all. Li Aobode looked up at the enormous statue, the dense power of faith silently proclaiming something. Suddenly a faint light rose from a distant kingdom. Li Aobode still wore a sorrowful expression until the light orb burst open, revealing the seemingly insignificant emblem. This? How is it possible? His expression instantly changed, his eyes filled with disbelief. After a moment of contemplation, he half knelt before the statue of the goddess of light. I have disappointed you again, O supreme, most beautiful, most benevolent, most kind goddess of light. Please forgive your believers' discourtesy. This time I must miss the welcome ceremony for the divine envoy. Li Aobode's initially sorrowful expression gradually turned resolute, then he gave a bitter smile. He turned and spoke sorrowfully toward the palace entrance. Bishop, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be participating. I'm truly sorry I have broken my promise once again. Why? A voice came from inside. An old man in a bishop's robe holding a golden book walked out. His eyes were filled with anger. Respected master, my dear friend is in danger. The light just now told me that the green dragon who escaped years ago has returned for revenge, and her kingdom is threatened. Li Aobode showed a sad expression. Go, I will pray to the gods for you. To save a kingdom's people, the great Ao Lola will protect you. Upon hearing this, the old man's anger dissipated, replaced by a hint of reluctance. He waved his hand, his tone somewhat bitter. Thank you for understanding. Li Aobode gave a bitter smile, turned, and with a twist of his hand a golden spear appeared in his grasp. Under his resolute steps the blade of the spear dragged a trail of exquisite light spirit flowers as he once again walked into the world. The holy light knight who had slain dragons years ago once again stepped out of the palace of light. The sun was slowly rising, illuminating the golden white palace. Seated at the highest point of the palace, a young man in a platinum white bishop's robe gazed at his footsteps, then gently closed his eyes, and an ethereal voice echoed across the sky. I will continue to observe this world as a messenger of the gods, quietly waiting for the world's only answer to me. Compared to dragons, the abyss is the true great enemy. The world can migrate, all things can grow, good and evil can be balanced, dragons and humans can coexist. but the abyss alone cannot exist in the world. The old man watching him go nodded silently. For them, the abyss that had suddenly connected 10 years ago was the true enemy to be wary of at present. The great dragons were no match for the emissary of the goddess of light. In the frozen tundra of the North Pole, Cate's 25-meter body effortlessly crushed a small tribe of frost giants with her 10th-level prowess. She suddenly caught sight of a glowing orb from the southeast. Interesting, but I am also approaching this realm soon. Cate's slender, gleaming white claws crumbled the frost giant remains on the ground before she returned to her court. Her palace was built beneath the subterranean ice layer where ice spirits, composed of dense ice elements, were using magic to clear and construct this vast empire. This was a race Cate had accidentally discovered deep beneath the 1,000-year-old ice elemental spirits formed from sharp crystalline blue ice. They possessed no gender and were born with formidable ice magic. It took her tremendous effort to fully subdue them along with a host of kobolds and numerous magical beasts. Watching her diligent subjects at work, Cate's lips curled upward. She was about to enter that balanced space, reaching the epic tier next, and within 5 or 6 years, she could once again assume her role as elder sister and execute her long-planned dominion. At the thought of Theodore's dragon form, Cate's gaze grew profound. His strength must also be nearing the 10th level surely. Facing Theodore, who had completely suppressed her in every aspect during her youth, Cate had never looked down upon him. Those years spent by his side allowed her to clearly feel the immense power within Theodore. Familiar, yet strange, opposing yet intertwined. Cate firmly believed there was some deep connection between them. Thinking of Theodore's frequent brutal assaults upon her cloaked in the name of love always made her grinding her teeth in resentment at the memory of his arrogant demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Cate glided her graceful, elongated body through the magnificent ice palace, continuing to study the inheritance memories of the neutron star. This time she would thoroughly crush his confidence through sheer size and mass, restoring the natural order of this world. Theodore would forever remain but a younger brother destined to submit beneath her. Across the endless expanse of sky, a monumental island drifted slowly. Its colossal form blotted out the heavens, featuring mountains, rivers, and at its center, a vast metropolis. This was the headquarters of the Magic Association, a miracle crafted over centuries by the organization. The flattened, oval-shaped island had potent magic inscribed across every single brick and tile. Even its most fragile and unstable core could withstand the most devastating epic-level attacks. Jean sat leisurely beside the island, watching duels between passing mages, his face alight with smiles and songs, still sharing in the joy of the magic and the triumph achieved years prior. Jean strolled across the rooftops in his usual casual manner, idly playing with his badge. Over these years he had repeated the same routine daily, until he suddenly spotted a familiar crest in the distance and froze mid-step. Shaking off his former carelessness, Jean's expression grew grave as he spoke to the empty air before him. Master Axel, Victoria is in danger. A kind-faced middle-aged man instantly materialized behind him, his gaze carrying complexity. And how do you wish to proceed? Even if I could, these companions alone would suffice. Jean fell silent, lifting his own hands and examining them repeatedly, his heart sinking once more. Do not be so pessimistic. You were once the strongest among them. The middle-aged man gently patted his shoulder, his voice warm and comforting. You were once my most gifted disciple, and you still are. Go. Consider this a journey to clear your mind. Jean pondered for a moment before responding. You are right, master. I cannot continue this decline. She is also someone I once loved. Over these years I have gathered considerable strength. Jean's face broke into a confident smile as he requested, please open a portal near Kleber. I can sense they have already arrived. At my current state, arriving sooner would not help, so I may as well enjoy the scenery along the way. Axel smiled and waved his hand, lightly teleporting Jean to his desired destination before gazing upward at the sky. Standing among the clouds, Axel felt an inner sense of resentment. Jean had been the most promising genius among them all, destined to ascend to legend, his most favored disciple. Why had he participated in that battle and borne that accursed curse? Now unable to wield magic and unable to survive past 50. Humanity had already secured victory. Why such stubborn obsession? Why join the coalition to drive away the 5-colored dragons? Jean suddenly appeared above the boundary of Kleber, staring at the surrounding clouds with wide-eyed curiosity. Then he realized something was wrong. Was he actually in the sky? Humans. Theodore was flying through the jungle when he sensed a human suddenly materializing in the air. He was somewhat puzzled. The man appeared as an ordinary human, merely possessing 10 times the magical power of a typical 10th-level individual. Yet he sensed a trace of danger from him, which should not be. Theodore was quite certain the man was only at the 10th level. That was quite rare. After all, he himself had reached the half-step ancient dragon stage, blessed with ancient dragon power, matching even epic-level combatants and surpassing them in magical capacity. That was his trump card against epic-tier opponents. For epic was merely 1 foot stepping into legend, while the minimum threshold for ancient dragons was already legendary rank. The two were incomparable, like comparing a firefly's glow to the sun itself. Yet now he sensed a hint of threat, a feeling that should not exist at his level where he was nearly invincible. Rumble. Jean crashed directly onto a vast plain. Humans. Theodore contemplated for several moments. He transformed back into his human form, suppressing all traces of his dragon aura, hovering in the air and silently observing him. So this is the boundary of Kleber. Jean rose from the ground and gazed at the mountains and wilderness ahead, his eyes filled with distant memories. How beautiful. How many years one of the former main battlefields has become so lush and verdant. Surveying the scenery, Jean recalled the brutal battles once fought here, his tone growing heavy. But who could know how many bones lie buried beneath these green hills and clear waters? Though friend, having watched long enough, could you descend? Jean lifted his face, smiling and calling out to Theodore in the sky, waving enthusiastically. Who are you? Theodore descended directly beside him, his tone indifferent. From the moment he spotted him, Theodore had not concealed his presence. He had merely suppressed his magic, making detection entirely natural. I am just an ordinary man revisiting old places, Jean. Jean gestured toward the beautiful scenery around them, smiling. Are you also heading to reinforce Cascade's main city? Theodore feigned surprise. Then we travel the same path. Jean, as though they were old acquaintances, fell into step beside him, his eyes repeatedly scanning Theodore's physique. The smoothness of that skin, the delicate frame. It appeared quite small, suggesting a young age. Yet his magical depth surpassed even Jean's own. How old are you, friend? Jean asked with a smile. 17. Theodore replied coolly, his pace gradually quickening. What? 17? Truly frightening. Perhaps aside from the heir apparent of the legendary Dihong kingdom, you must be the strongest at this age. Xiao shook his head slightly, thinking how ignorant. That little girl was actually so famous. He quickened his pace. If Jian knew that he was not even 10 years old and was a late-blooming dragon, he would be shocked and drop his jaw. But wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Jian quickly caught up and said, and your magic power is a bit terrifying. Can you tell me? Xiao glanced at him and stopped. Although I only vaguely sensed some remnants, the quality of your magic power is very high. Although it doesn't have the rudiments of legendary, I can tell that entering epic would be easy for you, and even now your strength is not much weaker. Just a judgment. Faced with Jian's praise, Xiaodua remained indifferent. Of course I was once a very, very strong epic hero. Jian patted his chest again and said. Xiaodua felt relieved after hearing this, so that's it. No wonder he sensed a hint of danger from him. But when he approached, he sensed the power of another dragon. That dark, corroding feeling was the breath of a black dragon along with some curses. Xiaodua began to take interest in Jian's experience. Jian also sensed something. He sniffed beside him, and his expression changed slightly. But you have a very ancient aura on you, not like a human. Xiaodua glanced at him. He was a bit surprised inwardly. If he guessed correctly, Jian was referring to his half-ancient dragon aura. This ancient and eternal aura was indeed impossible to completely conceal. You are an elf, right? Looking at the long sword on Xiaodua's shoulder strap, Jian observed for a while and then speculated. After all, the handle of this sword was made of gyudi wood, a very rare type of wood that generally grows in the Kuurda Great Forest near the territory of elves. Elves are very fond of using it to make bows and arrows, and the sword in his hand was clearly gyudi wood with such excellent craftsmanship that it was obviously elven work. Jian said with a grin. No need to be nervous. The Magic Association treats every mage equally. Moreover, little brother, your magical attainments must be quite high. Wasn't I holding a sword just now? How can you say I'm a mage? Xiaodua looked at him in surprise. Do you even need to ask? Jian covered his face and said, mages focus on the construction of magic and the use of mana, devoting themselves to studying the paths of magic, primarily using powerful magical manipulation, and are skilled at using spells to destroy enemies and protect themselves. Warriors mainly focus on tempering their bodies, also using mana like mages, but they train continuously on this basis to achieve the pinnacle of the physical body. Jian scratched his head and said, so brother, you underestimate me. You don't even hold the sword properly. A seasoned swordsman and a normal mage are easy to tell apart. For example, your slender fingers show that you haven't trained. You must be a pure mage, he. Actually, I'm already something of a warrior now. And also a warrior. Is there still a division between warriors and mages? Xiaodua said. Among dragons, the professions of warrior and mage are no longer separated. Within one system, it's only a matter of specialization. But humans still seem to have divisions. Perhaps it's because dragons are magical beings. Jian looked at the sword on his waist again and explained helplessly, warriors have stronger melee capabilities than mages, but that's only relative, and it doesn't mean warriors can't use magic. After all, warrior skills are also a type of magic. It's just that skills are relatively basic magic that strengthens the body, and through training this magic with the body, it becomes a kind of muscle memory. Only then can one channel mana without a magic circle and cast directly, which warriors call skills. This is also part of magic. Jian was curious about Xiaodua's ignorance of the continent's profession classifications. After all, the professions on the entire continent were already very detailed. Someone as strong as him not knowing this was a rare thing. However, he was happy to explain to Xiaodua. The Guluan continent has many other strange professions, all derived from the divergence of mages and warriors. For example, the Holy Light Mage in magic is actually a specialized mage focused on healing. Tanks, assassins, and rangers are also types of warriors. As Jian spoke, his tone grew heavier. For some reason, as the times develop, the mage profession becomes more and more popular while warriors have become the exclusive domain of those without magical talent. Xiaodua nodded slightly. Humans really divided things finely. The diversity of magic indeed led to the neglect of warriors. However, dragons were somewhat the opposite. Most dragons were now famous for their powerful physical bodies. But no one dared to underestimate the magic of dragons, whom for an ordinary person entering epic your mana should be twice that. Jian circled around him. Can an ordinary person enter epic and comprehend the will of legendary? Xiaodua joked. Jian looked a bit helpless, obviously not expecting him to ask such a question. Of course it's not an ordinary person. Anyone who can enter epic is a genius, a pillar of support, even in small countries. Epic, that's very strong. Xiaodua said calmly. So there are quite a few, but epic is just a transition to legendary. Looking at Xiaodua, who was listening attentively, Jian straightened his clothes and prepared to speak. Jian enjoyed exchanging knowledge. He firmly believed that only the circulation of knowledge could make people stronger. The power of epic is as mighty as the epic sung in books. It can fight against adult dragons and has the ability to move mountains and overturn seas, yet it falls short of legendary. As Jian spoke, he patted his chest with his hand, as if he were the epic who could fight adult dragons, and smiled, showing his white teeth. Is this the origin of the term epic on the continent? Xiaodua murmured. Yes, let's walk and talk. Jian was too enthusiastic, and Xiaodua soon started chatting a few words. The two chatted and laughed as they approached Kesekai, soon seeing the city of Kesekai in the distance. Suddenly Xiaodua stopped in his tracks and looked up. 10 giant swords over 20 meters long were suspended in the air, glowing, overlooking the entire city. Within the city, countless beams of light shot up like spears toward the sky. Even from a distance, one could sense the terrifying power hidden in those attacks. If he were careless, he would also be injured. Moreover, when Xiaodua saw those 10 swords, he could clearly sense the resentment contained within them. These giant swords were made from dragon bones. A flicker of anger rose in Xiaodua's eyes. There was a dragon slayer inside. Dragon slayers are a profession among humans, tempering their bodies with dragon blood, forging weapons from dragon bones, and preparing their equipment and strength solely for the purpose of slaying dragons. More importantly, they rely on sacrificing dragons as the primary means to advance their power. One must understand that the soul of a sacrificed dragon is cast into the abyss, eternally eroded by its darkness, never to return to the divine realm of the dragon gods. Just as chromatic dragons, when sacrificed, cannot rest peacefully upon the ancient dragon of death like ordinary dragons. Nor can they return to Tiamat's divine kingdom. Their souls can only drift in the sunless abyss, transforming into malevolent spirits alongside the pitch-black divine essences. This is something dragons cannot tolerate, much like how humans view rituals that sacrifice their own kind. Hence, upon encountering a dragon slayer, every dragon seeks to destroy them. Gazing at the 10 swords, Theodore concealed his fury. The time was not yet right, and he would not escape. That is holy light, and those 10 holy swords. Upon seeing the swords and the piercing holy light, Jean's expression turned excited and his pace slowed. What is it? Theodore glanced at him. No need to hurry. The intelligence says it's a green dragon. With them here, it's practically a sure thing. Jean shrugged. You're quite carefree, Theodore said coldly, apparently recognizing the two individuals. Well, they would meet eventually, and then he would eliminate him. What's wrong? Jean seemed to sense Theodore's foul mood. Nothing. I just saw dragon slayers. Those who defile corpses and sacrifice them for power are utterly repulsive. Theodore waved his hand. Dragon slayers are the main force against dragons. Chimera is strong. He just bears an unimaginable hatred for dragons. He won't sacrifice humans. You can rest assured. Jean's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze sharp and piercing as he stared at Theodore. Have you been around dragons recently? Just now, when he saw Theodore's fleeting anger at the 10 swords, he almost thought he was a dragon. After all, only dragons would harbor such hatred for dragon slayers of their kind. But the thought passed, quickly dismissed. Dragons have such long growth cycles, and Theodore was so young. If he were a dragon, he couldn't possibly be this powerful, unless he were a legendary dragon species. Yet Theodore clearly didn't meet the criteria for a legendary dragon species. I have indeed been around a gold dragon recently along with a white dragon and a red dragon. Sensing Jean's wariness, Theodore explained. Remembering Dolores's timid demeanor, he added with a smile, "Well, the gold dragon is the leader and was an old acquaintance of mine, so they treated me kindly." "You make friends with dragons?" Jean's tone turned instantly stern, losing its previous easygoing and sunny demeanor. He looked at Theodore's face, struggling to control his emotions, but the anger in his eyes was unmistakable. "They are quite lively." Theodore paid little heed to his mood and continued. "Do you know the history of recent years?" Jean suppressed his fury and said in a deep voice, "Not really." Theodore waved his hand. Seeing this, Jean erupted like a bomb, his face livid, and roared, "Do you even know that the ground you stand on was earned with human blood?" Theodore's face darkened, and his magical power burst forth, pressing down on Jean. The ground beneath Jean's feet cracked from the force, the surface frozen and expanding outward under the influence of the magic. Theodore's voice was cold and commanding. "Jean, when speaking to me, do not use such a heavy tone. You have no right to lecture me." "I was out of line." Jean paused. Though he didn't think he was wrong, he had indeed been rude just now. Theodore might have never left home, and his elders might not have told him about the recent history between humans and dragons. So Jean decided to inform him himself to prevent him from being deceived by dragons. Jean took a deep breath, calming himself, and said, "I cannot understand your behavior of befriending dragons. Perhaps you have never seen the danger they pose. I cannot understand your thoughts either, nor do I wish to." Theodore snorted. "Do you know what happened in the neighboring countries a few years ago?" "Not much." Theodore was blunt. "Let me tell you a story, my story," Jean said. "We're about to enter the city." Theodore, however, looked ahead at the city and said calmly, "No matter. With them here, nothing will go wrong. Even if there is a problem, it won't be a matter of strength. I wouldn't be of much help inside anyway." Compared to entering the city, correcting Theodore's views on dragons was more important. After all, he was the most talented genius Jean had seen besides Princess Stephanie. Almost as gifted as his former self, with the potential to become a legend. Seeing Theodore ignore him and continue walking, Jean persisted, "I'm puzzled. Why don't you know this? Has it been forgotten so soon after just a few years? The dragon's invasion of us, countless people devoured by their minions, blood flowing everywhere, nations destroyed and families ruined. I've been cultivating in the world tree and don't want to hear it. I believe I should experience it myself." Theodore didn't want to listen further. Jean's words were largely consistent with the values the white dragoness had instilled in him, only with the roles of dragons and humans reversed. Jean pondered for a moment, then said, "I see. I was too emotional just now. I apologize. It is indeed a sorrowful matter. But as humans, we must never forget this history." Jean was unwilling to give up, as Theodore was a promising candidate for legend. "Do you know about the endless winter wings from 100 years ago?" "I've heard of it." Theodore paused, showing a slight interest in his story about the white dragoness, as he didn't know much about that great battle involving his mother. Seeing Theodore pause, Jean's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "I'm talking about what happened after the endless winter wings was defeated. Some defeated evil dragons refused to accept failure. A blue dragon proposed forming an alliance, exploiting the limitations of the god of balance, intending to destroy humanity below the legendary level. The green and black dragons rallied forces, and finally a red dragon led the alliance of chromatic dragons." "What about the white dragons?" Theodore frowned and asked directly, "Why were they left out of the chromatic dragon alliance? Could it be that the four colors intended to go it alone and expel the white dragons from the chromatic dragon ranks?" Theodore couldn't help but ponder. After the endless winter wings was defeated, the white dragons had all retreated to the far north. The white dragons wandering the continent were mostly killed. Jean explained, adding with a smile, "Now it's hard to spot a white dragon out there." "Is that so?" Theodore fell silent, a flash of anger in his eyes quickly concealed. That the white dragon kin were nearly wiped out. Who wouldn't be furious? Jean thought he was moved by his own words, his expression fervent, but his tone filled with hatred. There were nearly 70+ epic-level dragons summoning nearly 100 adult dragons, and under the support of hundreds of millions of magical beasts and minions, they launched a surprise attack on around 100 small kingdoms and one large kingdom. Jian looked at Xiao Duo, who kept his head down deep in thought, and said calmly, "This is a very solemn matter." Xiao Duo retorted, "Then what expression should I show? Do I need to look terrified?" Jian looked at him, paused for a moment, and continued, "Many small kingdoms fell directly, and the Magic Association formed an alliance. I was the second strongest at that time." Xiao Duo was somewhat surprised. He thought. Being able to hold the second position indicated that he was once very powerful. Jian said, "That's right. Don't you believe it?" Jian smiled faintly, then his expression turned serious. The humans gathered tens of millions of troops from hundreds of small kingdoms and 3 large kingdoms. These were the absolute elites of that time, not comparable to the rabble of today. The average strength of ordinary soldiers was around level 2. On the surface, they had twice the number of epic-level fighters as the dragons, which filled everyone with confidence, and they immediately organized a counterattack. But at the moment of engagement, we realized the situation was wrong. Facing the dragons' formidable power, the human alliance could not push them back, and even retreated step by step. Jian's tone carried a hint of sorrow. At the same level, humans are far weaker than dragons. Only a few can fight dragons on equal terms. Jian gave a bitter smile. He recalled the scene of his desperate fight with that black dragon in the valley. It was that battle that completely cost him the ability to cast magic. Xiao Duo nodded in agreement. I know that. As he listened, he observed the city before him. It had enormous walls nearly 100 meters high, enclosing an unimaginably huge city. It was about 10 times the size of Kelilon City. Your attitude makes me want to hit you, but I know such numbers are hollow, and my words lack passion. Jian grabbed his sleeve, his tone sorrowful. But do you know? That battle which took Nuana, which took the lives of tens of millions of our comrades. How did we finally achieve victory? Xiao Duo turned to look at him. Jian's voice was solemn and steady, filled with passion and sorrow. It was by the sword light of the Bei Yuan Sword Saint. Xiao Duo frowned. A legendary. Jian lowered his head, tears inexplicably streaming from his eyes. Yes, a legendary sword strike. His voice was choked yet filled with longing and despair towards reality. With just one strike, over 30 dragons, hundreds of millions of orcs, and nearly half of our army present, my classmates' comrades along with the entire human kingdom, were reduced to nothing in an instant. Jian clutched his heart with his left hand, as if recalling some painful memory. And because of my master's protection, I didn't die on the spot. Looking back now, it's truly sorrowful. He wiped away his tears and looked sincerely at Xiao Duo. Do you know? At that time, to stop the evil dragon's assault, we paid the lives of over 1 million people in just the first clash. And you have no idea what I was thinking when I saw that sword light piercing the heavens and earth. Xiao Duo was silent. Jian said with tears streaming, if for a legendary crushing dragons below legendary is as easy as breathing, then what value is there in our struggles and efforts? Xiao Duo, how could the dragons gather together? Xiao Duo, and the treaty of the god of balance shouldn't allow. Xiao Duo's focus was completely different from Jian's. His tone was full of disbelief, as if he couldn't understand why the dragons were so foolish as to gather together. Xiao Duo, and under the treaty of the god of balance, aren't legendaries not allowed to attack dragons below legendary? How could they gather together? Jian suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring at him. Are you pitying those dragons? He was incredulous at Xiao Duo's reaction. Xiao Duo noticed his gaze and added lightly, I just find it unbelievable. Jian continued, I couldn't understand it either at first until news of the Bei Yuan Sword Saint's death spread. Then I learned that there is a pact among legendaries. I really can't understand why. Clearly legendaries have narrowed the gap in individual combat power with dragons. Clearly there are more legendaries than dragons. Clearly so many casualties could have been avoided. Why sign such an absurd treaty? Why? This was something Jian still couldn't understand to this day. He had once asked his master, but his master never answered him, as if deliberately avoiding that period of history. Moreover, in his master's eyes, a legendary was clearly more important than ordinary people, even more important than hundreds or thousands of epic-level fighters. Xiao Duo explained, in the past dragons were stronger, and people used this treaty to restrict them. Moreover, high-level combat power is too precious. Xiao Duo explained. Jian looked up at the sky as if reminiscing about this legendary figure. For the Sword Saint's grace we humans will forever remember. Xiao Duo looked at him silent for a moment and asked with some doubt, however, I have a question. Did the metallic dragons just watch? Jian, the metallic dragons did not participate in this war. Since the Red Dragon War 10,000 years ago, they have been eyeing the left flank of humanity. Jian, but don't have any good feelings for them. Just because they were stationed nearby, they directly pinned down nearly half of our combat power to protect the rear. Jian clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. The veins on his arms bulged one by one as if about to burst. His eyes did not hide his anger towards the metallic dragons. Those guys never attacked the chromatic dragons during wars, only plundering their treasures during peacetime, to gain fame, calling themselves good dragons. Jian, they drive away the arrogant chromatic dragons, but never harm them. Sometimes they even rescue young evil dragons from our hands. Jian, most importantly, I heard from my master that the silver dragon played tricks in the final battle, allowing the endless cold wing to escape, and even its minions could withdraw unscathed. Jian, the white dragon's minions could pass through the layers of human encirclement and retreat safely from the central human kingdom. This reality, treating humans as nothing, is simply ridiculous. Jian let out a bitter laugh. The metallic dragons are the most disgusting. My master said that the silver dragon hero only acted because he heard that the emissary of the Church of Light was about to descend to this plane. Jian looked up at the sky, his tone fierce and resolute. As for the details, you'll know when you reach legendary. I have become hollow now. My wish in this life may be to completely exterminate all dragons. Jian, whether they are chromatic dragons or metallic dragons, they all deserve to die. Their existence is a mistake. Xiao Duo, is that so? Unfortunately, this wish is impossible to achieve. Xiao Duo followed his hate-filled gaze, sneering inwardly. If when they are about to defeat Shina, I suddenly appear and give them despair. Jian, what kind of reaction will you have? Rage? Despair? Xiao Duo saw that he wanted to continue speaking, so he interrupted. We're entering the city. He quickly walked into the majestic city. Xiao Duo, let's go. In the depths of the city. What a peculiar environment, dreams layered upon dreams, truly beautiful. It is a pity that all beautiful things are ultimately accompanied by destruction. Li Aobode walked through the river of stars like water, gazing at each star beside him, his face heavy with sorrow, until he saw Wei Duoliya wearing a white dress emerging from a projection of stars nearby. A crown atop her head, the fabric of her dress stained with blood. Upon closer inspection, one could even glimpse her faintly visible breasts. Wei Duoliya, Li Aobode exclaimed in surprise, looking at her silently, the sorrow in his eyes somewhat diminished. Are you all right? Wei Duoliya held her royal staff with a blank expression, a faint magic circle gradually floating above her head as she slowly approached him. Wei Duoliya, seeing she completely ignored him and instead cast a spell, Li Aobode's face darkened. He picked up his long spear, a terrible beginning. Boom, boom, boom. Wei Duoliya and Li Aobode engaged in a fierce battle. Li Aobode swung his long spear continuously, unleashing countless spear blades that pierced through the mountains and tsunamis appearing before them. After hundreds of rounds of fierce combat, just as Wei Duoliya was about to use a stronger spell, a sudden pressure directly suppressed her. Looking up, she saw 10 swords standing vertically in the sky, radiating various lights that suppressed her strength. These are the 10 dragon-slaying holy swords. Chime La, have you defeated that green dragon? Li Aobode's face lit up with joy at the sight. I couldn't find her. Chime La crossed his arms, floating in space, gazing at Wei Duoliya with deep frowns. But first, explain what's going on with this scene. Chime La never expected that after just forging the 10 dragon-slaying holy swords, his first battle would be against his former comrade-in-arms. Li Aobode swept his spear blades toward the sky, where they exploded into countless golden rays, constantly illuminating the surroundings. The sacred light fell upon Wei Duoliya, partially eroding the shackles of her soul. Wei Duoliya's gaze showed some struggle. Even under the suppression of the holy swords forged from the corpses of 10 epic-level dragons, she still fought to cast a stronger spell. Li Aobode quickly thrust his long spear into the earth, and instantly countless golden chains rose up, temporarily sealing Wei Duoliya's movements. Immediately after, 7 giant swords in the sky descended with a wave of Chime La's hand, completely suppressing Wei Duoliya for now. Chime La, Wei Duoliya is controlled by that green dragon. I previously used the light purity art. Although it had an effect, I was backlash into it. Li Aobode said pessimistically. Then what, do you have any idea now? I'm not good at this, I only excel at dragon slaying. Chime La said in a domineering tone. Li Aobode thought for a moment and said, after the recent battle, I suspect the dreams shrouding this city have completely connected with Wei Duoliya's soul. As a paladin, he inevitably fought against undead creatures, and he had some experience with similar control incidents. It was because he had encountered too much discrimination and death that he became so pessimistic. Only by severing her connection with this dream can Wei Duoliya possibly awaken. Otherwise it will be endless battles, but I don't know how. This isn't evil necromancy. Dreams. Speaking of which, this scene feels familiar. Tisk, if I'm not mistaken, I might know who it is. Chime La said, looking at one of the holy swords behind him that was glowing green, a handsome face curling into a smile. Who? Li Aobode asked. During the last alliance where we focused on dealing with her mother, the king of Jade Forest, and that red dragon, the king of Crimson Flame, letting her escape. I didn't expect her strength to already reach epic level, but don't worry. Chime La said casually, completely disregarding Shinan, not believing that a green dragon could escape him again. After all, the green dragon has only just reached epic level, and is so eager for revenge, truly extremely foolish. The him now is no longer the one who had just reached epic level back then. He is a mighty dragon slayer, who has experienced the baptism of war and has slain several epic dragons. With 10 holy swords, he is the nemesis of all dragons, and he has absolute confidence in this. Chime La continued, I have a way to handle this dream. Speaking of which, this sword of mine is forged from the corpse of her dragon mother, so it's perfectly fitting for the green dragon to deal with her. Chime La activated the sword, which immediately emitted a green light. Powerful energy connected layer by layer through the dream, interfering with Shina's dominion over the dream. Not long after. What's going on? I thought this was also the center of the dream. The fluctuation was so intense. An uncle-looking man in his 30s holding a magic staff walked out from a rift. Cate Fu, you came too. Chi Mei La stood in the air looking at his figure and said faintly, "No choice, I happen to be nearby, and sense commotion here, so I came over. Tell me what's happening." Cate Fu looked at their actions and chuckled, clearly full of confidence for this rescue. 3 epic-level beings assembled. A mere giant dragon isn't this easily within reach. It's just that this dream is still somewhat complex. Li Aobode explained to Cate Fu. "So that's how it is. Then what do you need me to do?" Cate Fu frowned. "We'll split up and act. Due to the interference of Chi Mei La's holy sword, this illusion will also have some flaws. You and I will search within the illusion together to find and destroy its weak points." Li Aobode's face was grim as he turned his gaze back to Wei Duolia. "Don't worry, I'll stay here to guard. I can temporarily suppress Wei Duolia, and I'm not afraid of that giant dragon either. No one knows dragons better than me. I'm a genuine dragon slayer, knowing exactly how to kill dragons more effectively." Chi Mei La spoke in a domineering tone, his aura like a rainbow, not paying the dragon any mind at all. "If that green dragon dares to appear, I'll kill her, just like I killed her mother, sealing her soul forever within the holy sword." Everyone nodded, deeply believing in Chi Mei La's strength. After all, he had once slain a giant dragon single-handedly. Let's split up for now then." "Chiao Duo, you really came too. If you hadn't come, I would have had to run." Shina wore a white dress with leaf and gold patterns as decorations on the skirt. The dress had little fabric, yet it covered her skin completely. Shina looked at the screen before her and smiled inside, which was the scene of Chiao Duo walking into the city. Her jade-like feet were crossed as she sat upon the throne. After entering the city, Theodore's gaze was constantly observing the peculiar world formed by Xena's nascent legend. The trash can that kept humming ballads, the yellow 5-pointed stars that fell and suddenly turned into a white horse with many children playing in the dreamlike amusement park. A fusion, a world coalesced from countless dreams, also possesses its own beauty. Theodore looked at the people passing by with smiling faces. In this dream, there was no conflict, no slavery, no plunder. They seemed unaware that this was an illusion, or even if they noticed, they did not care, continuing to enjoy this perfect life. Almost everyone, if they wished, could become an unrivaled king, ruling over their false subjects, forever indulging in luxury and splendor, using dreams to govern reality. Was this the nascent form of Xena's legend? Speaking of which, what was my own nascent legend? Was it ice? Or was it solidification? Freezing time, or solidifying, or perhaps the cessation of motion? Theodore couldn't help but sink into thought, sensing that he was on the verge of reaching that realm. Although he had already attained this realm within the dragon's domain, he remained confused. The dreams of countless residents are forcibly merged together like this. We can't even distinguish which are the illusory figures of the dream, and which are the true souls. Jean gazed at the passing nobles, his voice low, interrupting Theodore's train of thought. "Let's separate for now. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of the dream." Theodore shrugged at him and bid farewell. "Very well, I'll go find my friend. I just sensed a fluctuation in the illusion. They must have made their move." Watching Jean's retreating figure, Theodore pondered for a moment, then decided to go find Xena. Drawing his longsword, he gently swung it at the space. The blade, infused with the aura of the ancient dragon, directly cleaved through the dreams, stepping into the next layer of the fantastical realm. The scene shifted, a world of countless killings where the real person was the king of this world, commanding the entire battle like a game. Theodore cleaved through again and entered another world. Layers upon layers, truly a masterful technique. Theodore frowned slightly. It seems that unless the entire dream is shattered in an instant, it's impossible to escape from this dream. Glancing at the layered cracks, Theodore muttered inwardly. Nevertheless, he continued walking, repeatedly cleaving through space to enter the next world, seeking the center of Xena's battle. Ideally, he would find that dragon slayer and kill him. Theodore's gaze turned icy as he walked through the dream. This dream is infinitely varied. You can think of anything. So these layers of dreams are the aspirations of each person, and this gives me an inspiration. Theodore traveled through many people's dreams. According to his observation, the structure of the dream was layer upon layer, each overlapping to form an indestructible whole. This also sparked some novel ideas in his mind, giving him a vision for the future. He cleaved through space once more, quickly leaving. Theodore stared at the empty world, and with a thought, countless mirrors instantly filled the entire starry sky. He quietly admired his own creation and the handsome reflection of himself in the mirror, muttering, "That child's words gave me a hint. Perhaps I can inscribe every single dragon scale with various defensive magic, then link them layer by layer, so that moving one part moves the whole." At that moment, the Theodore in the mirror spoke. "You really should do that." Theodore pondered again before speaking. "Inject magic into each dragon scale one by one, continuously layering one magic after another onto every scale. If successful, my defense could be greatly enhanced. I could even store mana in each scale and hold various spells. But But as my power grows, the effect of the magic arrays on the scales diminishes. Stacking hundreds or thousands of low-level spells on a single scale could even become a hindrance. Theodore asked his reflection in distress, so how can I make those magic arrays evolve along with my own strength? His reflection thought for a moment and cautiously proposed, how about following the path of other legendary dragons? Or those aberrant dragons? Change the nature of your scales, making them as dense as a neutron star. But that would be too cumbersome. Theodore directly vetoed the idea. Speed was equally important in battle. Then is there any way to reduce the weight of a neutron star while retaining its defensive power? Asked his reflection. Just as his reflection was about to speak, a jade-like hand suddenly appeared, gently caressing his neck. A green leaf rose from beside him, and a beautiful woman descended from the sky within the mirror. Xena, dressed in white, made a dazzling appearance. What an interesting idea, Theodore. Xena smiled at him from within the mirror. Xena, when did you arrive? Theodore asked, stroking his chin. He had been too focused earlier to notice her arrival. Right when you mentioned the neutron star. Xena kept pinching Theodore's reflection in the mirror, kneading it into a white ball, then made it spin on her fingertip. Xena smiled at Theodore and asked, do you want to do the same? Compressing the scales to the density of a neutron star would undoubtedly bring immense improvements to both defense and close combat. But that is extremely difficult. Not to mention the tremendous gravity it would generate. It is just as hard as what you mentioned earlier about placing multiple spells on a single dragon scale. Theodore said coldly, didn't you say you only came when I mentioned neutron stars? And put down my phantom body. Actually, there is no need to worry. Judging from your appearance, you are approaching the epic stage. As long as you dominate the balance space, the god of balance can help you adjust or create a central core. What do you mean? You want me to slaughter my way through the entire balance space? Theodore stroked his chin in thought. If that deity were to help, it might be possible. Exactly. Otherwise, you would have to reach the ancient dragon stage before receiving the primordial dragon's treasure as a reward. Look how adorable you are, all small and compact. Xena burst into laughter, sculpting the orb between her fingers into the likeness of 8-year-old Theodore, holding it up to show off repeatedly. Theodore's gaze turned ice-cold in an instant. He casually grasped the scabbard, drew the sword partially, and blew across its edge with a tilted head. How dare Xena mock his appearance? Just kidding. But I came to let you know, I need your help. I am planning to deal with that so-called dragon slayer. The moment Xena saw his movement, she instantly backed down. Do you need assistance? Theodore asked directly, his hostility toward the dragon slayer unmistakable. Yes, I will call you when the time comes. Xena brushed aside her white hair, half emerged from the mirror, and grinned while gripping his neck. Understood. See you later. I am going to take him out. Though with 10 holy swords it might be tricky. As she spoke, Xena slipped back into the mirror and vanished. Observing this, Theodore lost interest in conversing with the mirror and tore open space once more. Meanwhile, Jean met with Clifford to compare notes on their opponent. The situation is somewhat urgent, Clifford said, his expression grave. Victoria has been controlled. Leopold has already engaged her and is holding her back. In that case, the situation could be even worse. Jean had not anticipated things would escalate this severely. After contemplation, Jean remarked, a dragon who just ascended to the epic rank could not possibly cast a dream of such magnitude. Then was Chimera's judgment incorrect? Clifford inquired. Jean replied, not necessarily. She might have been selected into the balance god space and received certain rewards. Jean felt there was a deeper conspiracy at play, his expression growing increasingly grave. Moreover, faced with the threat posed by all of you, she did not flee. I suspect there is something wrong with this space. Clifford found himself puzzled. This space is inherently complex. Could there be a deeper significance? Jean explained, Victoria is a veteran epic tier dragon. Her former strength was no inferior to Chimera, without the 10 swords, yet she was easily controlled. There is no quick solution now. Let me contact my master to help identify the flaw in this illusion. Jean pondered for a moment, still uneasy, and produced a crystal ball to establish connection with his master. This dream could not hinder a legend's power. Soon the crystal ball illuminated. What is the matter, little Jean? A resolute voice emanated from the crystal ball. Master, I apologize. It is like this. I might need your help to take a look. Jean explained his situation with an apologetic tone. Can you tell me how this illusion differs from the others? The crystal ball remained silent for a moment as Axe examined their surroundings through it, deploying his consciousness to analyze the situation. Then the crystal ball transmitted Axe's response. This environment connects everyone's soul. If my guess is correct, that green dragon has linked all these people's souls to itself. In other words, to defeat it, we must kill everyone. What a... Jean and Clifford were shocked, never having imagined such a revelation. Fortunately, they had not encountered the green dragon so soon. Master, is there a way to break this? Axe chuckled. I cannot directly confront the dragon, but I can guide you. Thank you, Master. Sorry to trouble you. After the disruption, let us handle it ourselves. Jean felt somewhat embarrassed. Sigh. Very well, do as you wish. Let us go following Master's guidance. Jean quickly mapped out their route, and under Axe's direction soon located the dream's core, and encountered Leopold along the way. Meanwhile, Sina began her assault on Chimere. In her eyes, Chimere was the strongest among them. With 10 holy swords at his disposal, if she could eliminate him, the remaining foes might fall, without needing Theodore's intervention. She also sensed that Chimere's holy swords, while suppressing Victoria, were simultaneously interfering with her dream realm. Her control over the dream was gradually weakening. Chimere hovered in the air, white hair streaming in the wind. Watching Sina appear before him, he sneered coldly. I knew you would come out eventually. I was wondering how long you would hide. Is this your attack? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? All 10 are illusions, not even one is real. What? Chimera had barely finished speaking when his previously triumphant expression froze in astonishment. Scalding crimson blood streamed down his face, forcing him to swallow his words. He incredulously touched it with his finger. It was still warm. He had indeed been struck by that sword blade just now, but wasn't it merely an illusion? How could he be injured? If it were real, then he had indeed severed the green dragon's soul. Why was she unharmed? Chimera's gaze grew distant and unfocused, his blood-red eyes locking onto Xena before him as he spoke with hesitant uncertainty. This is truly an illusion. Capable of inflicting harm upon me, does it manifest everything that transpires nearby? But why? You were equally wounded by my strikes. If the illusion materializes effects, they should be mutual. Why are you unscathed? Ah. Xena watched Chimera's bewildered expression and could not help but chuckle softly, gently steadying a rising branch beside her. When the soul shatters, naturally the effects are mutual. And these burning memories, how vivid they are, how devastatingly powerful. Yet the souls within her grasp extended far beyond a single one. They encompassed the entire dreamscape, every dreaming soul here subject to her dominion. What do you mean? Chimera also sensed something amiss. Just as he prepared to strike, he felt his face beginning to rot. He hastily summoned one of the 10 swords used to subdue Victoria. As the blade returned to his side, the decay on his face ceased and began to heal. At that moment, Xena regarded him with a cold sneer, inviting him to test the dream's collective power, weighing as heavily as 3 million souls. With a gentle sweep of her hand, the scene shifted instantly. In Chimera's bewildered gaze, an overwhelming force compelled him directly into the molten lava below. Feeling the scalding magma surging from all directions, a cold sweat washed over Chimera's heart. The scorching magma surrounding him. If his hypothesis held, the green dragon would need to channel immense magical energy to materialize it, rendering the experience almost incomprehensible. Directly manifesting such a vast expanse demands astronomical magical reserves. No ordinary dragon could sustain such a battle. If crushed and detonated by magma saturated with such colossal magical energy, the consequences would be unthinkable. Chimera urgently summoned another greatsword forged from red dragon bones, which suppressed the burning heat and reinforced his physique. With the greatsword's aid, Chimera shattered through the magma and barely emerged before the environment shifted to an unfathomable ocean depth spanning 10,000 miles. Feeling the pitch-black waters pressing in from all sides, Chimera understood the crushing weight such depths harbored. If this pressure were instantaneously made real, it would devastate him entirely. Sweat poured down his face. He abandoned any pretense of concealing his strength. The green dragon before him did not resemble some newly risen epic beast, but rather an ancient dragon with centuries of accumulated power, much like himself. Chimera directly summoned the holy sword used to suppress Victoria, keeping it at his side, while only 3 remained to maintain her containment. 6 blades converged as the emerald dragon sword linked them all together, forcibly disrupting this dreamscape and carving out a domain entirely its own. Then I suppose I must take this seriously. Chimera snorted coldly. He too sensed the green dragon before him was no ordinary foe. Such power could shape entire environments and wield them freely despite his interference. To wield such strength so early in your cultivation, did you enter the equilibrium realm reserved only for peerless geniuses? Chimera regarded the green dragon before him. Those who could enter the equilibrium realm were inherently formidable. Throughout history, none, without having entered that realm, had ever defeated those who had. All stood on equal footing within the same cultivation stage. Just like Jean once was, untouchable, his supreme power and boundless genius unmatched. A peerless genius, I do not count myself as such. Xena nearly admitted it outright, but the thought of Theodore, that bizarre creature, made her sneer coldly instead. Relying on companions early on, then, after they perished using their battle spoils, the 10 dragon remains, to forge holy swords. Tisk, no wonder you are so arrogant. I wonder if your strength matches your bold talk. Chimera's gaze sharpened, killing intent surging. The crimson dragon sword beside him ignited instantly, compressing endless fire elements that warped the surrounding dreamscape. The white dragon sword followed the same fate. Its relentless frost encased the ever-shifting dream, freezing it solid. The fire and ice swords struck simultaneously toward Xena. You are nothing but a puppet propped up by 10 swords forged from dragon bones. In your true form you are utterly defenseless. Xena transformed back into her dragon form at this sight. Empowered by the dreamscape, her claws met Chimera's dual blades with a thunderous impact that sent shockwaves rippling through the air. The clash of fire and ice erupted like shattering waves across the realm. Xena unleashed a life-draining dragon breath, her wings crackling with immense magical energy, as she channeled Theodore's combat techniques, swinging down with the force of a great sword upon the massive blade. Chimera raised the earth dragon sword to block the dragon's breath, while the blue dragon sword unleashed thunderous lightning that clashed against the incoming magic. Boom. The impact reverberated with deafening crashes as pure force met force. Seizing the opening, Xena flung the frozen and flaming twin blades from her claws and surged forward like a streak of emerald light. Human and dragon clashed in fierce combat, their forms shattering layer after layer of dreamscape. Even the heavens seemed to falter, as though the very Tao itself was being ground to dust, threatening to annihilate both the dream and the city within it. As time wore on, Chimera found himself increasingly unable to withstand Xena's relentless assault, a power that seemed inexhaustible like an eternal tide. Slowly he began to lose the upper hand. Meanwhile elsewhere, Jean. Theodore turned to Jean with mild surprise, not expecting to cross paths so soon, and with his companion along for the ride. It's been far too long. Jean's eyes lit up at the sight of him, quickly introducing the dear friend at his side. This is my friend Clive. Why do you both seem so hurried? Theodore asked with a smile. Jean briefly summarized the events that had transpired. Here's what happened. That dragon is far too cunning. Jean spoke with palpable resentment. If they had not sought guidance from their master just now, the entire city might have perished because of them. Seeing Theodore lost in thought, Jean assumed he understood and continued with grave urgency. The situation is dire. The green dragon has bound the lives of everyone in this city to herself, converting their souls into pure power. In other words, if Chimera engages her directly, aside from the advantage of these bound souls, how strong is that green dragon actually? Even if Chimera manages to hold his own with those 10 holy swords, dragging this out could burn away the memories of everyone in the city, leaving only the fragilest souls as nothing but ash. Jean, everything is moving in a positive direction. I just ran into Leopold. He is also a friend of mine guarding that place right now. Guarding it? Theo asked curiously. The node has already completely cut off the green dragon's connection to her dreams. Once the anomalies on her body dissipate, it should be fine. However, the green dragon can reconnect on her own will. That's why someone needs to stay there, constantly blocking the dragon's consciousness from returning. Jean suddenly turned his head sharply toward the disturbance in the sky. 2 figures piercing through layer after layer of illusions. At a single glance, he knew this was a fierce battle between the Chimera and the dragon. Jean's tone grew urgent. The green dragon is already fighting the Chimera. That dragon has entered the space of balance and possesses the qualification to become a legend. Its strength cannot be underestimated. We must go reinforce them immediately. Go ahead, Theo said with a smile, volunteering to stay with Leopold to guard the node. Jean nodded and quickly pulled Cliff along. Cliff watched Theo growing farther away, a strange unease stirring within him. Something felt off. A friend who came with me. He has extraordinary talent, and barring any mishap, he should be able to enter that space just like I did. Jean noticed his doubt and explained directly. All right then, but it still feels strange. There's an aura about him, familiar yet ancient. Don't overthink it. Perhaps it's the aura of an elf. Speaking of which, Leopold does have elven bloodline. Now we need to hurry and sever Victoria's control, allowing the Chimera to fight at full capacity. Theo stepped into the node Jean had described. Immediately upon entering, he saw millions of fireflies surrounding a felled golden ancient tree with a weathered young man standing nearby. It was clear that the node revolved around the tree and the fireflies, with the remainder being a pitch-black surface spreading outward in all directions like still water. Theo gazed at the floating fireflies. Those symbolized the souls of all those trapped in dreams. Who are you? Leopold spotted his figure and asked warily. I'm Theo. I came to check the node Jean mentioned. Theo spoke calmly, slowly walking toward the golden ancient tree. Is this tree the bond that connects severed dreams? Theo asked with a smile as he approached. Yes, Leopold sighed. But when Theo reached 10 meters away, Leopold's pupils contracted sharply. His face showed surprise before quickly returning to his previous sorrowful expression. You seem to already have victory within your grasp, yet you remain so sorrowful. Theo felt curious about his expression. Leopold drew his spear and stood straight upon the water's surface, his voice heavy with melancholy. After 100 years I've learned much, yet I still cannot become like them, or change the fate of half-humans like myself. 100 years. Theo was somewhat surprised. Hearing this, he suspected Leopold was not entirely human. After all, no ordinary human who hadn't reached the legend realm could live that long. His appearance also didn't resemble an undead being, and the undead typically carried a heavy stench of death. Leopold explained, "Actually, I have elven bloodline, which is why I live so long. I was born into the Earl's household of Gugu. My mother was an elf purchased as a slave. Though my father looked down on her as the Earl's child, my status was somewhat higher than other slaves." As Leopold spoke, he looked sincerely at Theo, eagerly hoping for the dragon's attitude toward half-humans. A slave? An elf's descendant? Theo's expression turned serious. If memory served, Aoria, one of the 5 great human nations, was currently at war with the elves due to the prevalence of slave trade. Exactly. In human eyes, the offspring born from the union between humans and purchased elves, aren't they just slaves? Leopold said self-deprecatingly. The human slave trade had existed since ancient times and never ceased. If not for the war, someone like him, a descendant of slaves, would have worked himself to death serving nobles, never achieving such accomplishments. Gazing into Theo's eyes, he fondly recalled his mother. That same look in Theo's eyes held no joy, anger, or discrimination, just as his mother's had been. His mother's thoughts had been crushed by the ideology of enslavement. But the dragon before him was indifferent, as if in his eyes he was no different from any ordinary person. Recalling those events, Leopold smiled bitterly. The final Winterwing led the army, trampling through mountains and valleys, launching a surprise attack on the Gugu Empire. Due to the suddenness of the war, the entire nation suffered devastating losses within a single day, including the fall of one legend. That legend's identity was remarkably significant. She was the sole wife of the king of Gugu. However, owing to its formidable strength, Gugu managed to withstand the fierce ambush and even attempted a counterattack. But that white dragon's overwhelming power forced the once mighty nation to stagnate at the center of the continent. It seems the final Winterwing is indeed quite powerful. Theo nodded, slightly confirming that the white dragon's strength was no joke. Indeed, how powerful, I ask you? Leopold's sorrowful eyes revealed a trace of yearning. That was a legend. Power sufficient to reshape the continent's balance, and it remains my life's goal. His tone radiated both longing and despair for that echelon. But that goal is far too distant. I once gazed from afar upon those legends and prayed to them. Yet only the merciful Grand Bishop cast a glance at me and revealed the path to becoming a legend. I therefore wandered the continent, slaying evil dragons and tempering myself, laying the foundation for my journey toward legend. As he spoke, a hint of sorrow crossed his face. Why are you so obsessed with reaching legend? Is it merely to escape discrimination? Theo observed his mournful demeanor and could tell, at almost no chance of advancement remained, another failure. As a once supreme race of this continent, you simply do not understand the true value of legend. Leopold's gaze turned sharp, fixed upon Theo. That look overflowed with envy as he continually scrutinized him. The longer he looked, the more envious and despairing he became. Dragons, nearly everyone, possessed epic potential. Those with exceptional talent could easily attain the legend realm they dreamed of. Yet this youth before him, Leopold could confirm his age, was exceptionally young, far from adulthood, yet he already wielded epic combat strength. The ancient aura emanating from Theo was unforgettable. Leopold had only felt such presence on legendary dragons. As a human, reaching the epic tier is already exceptionally powerful. Theodore spoke in his usual calm manner. After all, even most dragons were stuck at the epic level, unable to break through to the legendary tier throughout their lives to extend their longevity. The sorrowful man before him could reach the epic tier through sheer effort, making him a genius once in 10,000. Moreover, the legendary tier could not be attained by effort alone. Talent, luck, and comprehension were all indispensable. The legendary tier had completely entered a realm beyond the mortal plane. However, Theodore did not believe he would stop at the legendary tier. One day he would reach the level of an ancient dragon, or even an elder dragon, and perhaps surpass this multiverse itself. Theodore firmly believed in this, and any obstacle that hindered his forward progress would be deemed his enemy. True, the epic tier is already formidable, but it is far from enough. Leopold offered an example. The first king of Tyran rose to the legendary tier through sheer force of will, forcibly separating the half-dragons from half-humans. Under the legendary pressure, people gradually accepted dragonkin and regarded them as humans blessed with extraordinary talent. As Leopold spoke, his tone grew wistful, as though he himself were that legendary figure leading the half-dragons to embrace from the world. Shaking off his reverie, Leopold turned his gaze back to the ancient tree, his eyes filled with longing and anticipation. He had once fervently hoped to reach that realm and alter the fate of his half-elf lineage. Only that power can change the continent's contempt for half-blood humans. Only a legend can reverse this. Millions like me. Leopold's voice grew fervent. Only then can we break free from a state where neither elves nor humans accept us, and only then can there be a future. Leopold clenched his spear with resolute eyes. Do you know? In that great war I truly understood the might of the legendary tier. The legendary tier is nothing special. Soon I will surpass them all. Theodore showed no reverence for the legendary, firmly believing he would completely outstrip them within a century. Hearing Theodore calmly dismiss the legendary tier, Leopold paused, gazing at him, silently, utterly surprised to hear such contempt spoken aloud. Ah, no, you do not understand the true strength of the legendary at all. I once witnessed 2 legendary red dragons use magic to divert the sun from this plane's orbit. You must know the gravitational consequences of the sun shifting at 100 times the speed of sound. In an instant, mountains collapsed, seas reversed, volcanoes erupted, and temperatures surged. Leopold roared repeatedly at him, as if pouring out all the world's injustice. His tone brimmed with reverence for the legendary, and yearning. Is this your dying breath? Theodore felt a flicker of annoyance at Leopold's sudden outburst. He understood why, yet he was not one to discriminate against dragon-human hybrids, nor had he harmed his dragon kin. Though he now intended to kill him, Leopold dared to roar at him like this. He was no emotional dumping ground. Leopold did not respond, knowing escape was impossible, and honestly, he no longer wished to flee. In his final moments, confiding in a dragon and pouring out his life's sorrows might somehow shift the world's perspective. Though the odds were slim, he had been suppressed for far too long. Leopold instead stroked his spear and continued. The Holy Light Church used the goddess's statue to channel faith and suppress planar fluctuations, balancing the sun's influence on the world. In return, I earned the Grand Holy Master's favor and successfully joined the Holy Light Church. That filled me with hope, and I resolved to become a true legend to permanently shed that identity. As for the epic tier, what use is it? I still frequently felt the gaze of ordinary people upon me, a mixture of longing for my strength and disdain. Leopold spoke, letting out a long sigh before breaking into manic laughter. When the evil dragon forcibly drove the sun down upon the continent, attempting to detonate it among the 5 human kingdoms and trigger a supernova to turn the tide. It was the legends of the Magic Association who allied with the 5 kingdoms, forming an assault team. At the cost of one legend's life, they struck the red dragon and averted the crisis, sending the sun back to its original orbit. That is the legendary tier. How does that sound? Utterly despairing. A power beyond imagination, capable of dragging even the majestic sun from its throne. Compare that to the epic tier, which is nothing. Among thousands of epics, barely one may become a legend. Leopold watched as Theodore slowly drew his blade, and he raised his spear to meet it. Theodore instantly appeared beside him. Clang! They clashed together immediately, his ice-cold sword edge colliding continuously with Leopold's holy golden spear. Thunderous explosions echoed through the void as the 2 figures unleashed ferocious combat upon the water's surface. Theodore stomped, and countless ice spikes erupted from the water, surging toward Leopold. Leopold leaped nimbly, evading every attack, and in midair spun his spear to unleash countless rays of golden light. However, Theodore's rising ice wall blocked them, and a sharp sword intent sliced back in return. Leopold sidestepped and thrust his spear rapidly toward Theodore. At the same time, he said to him, "But fate played a cruel joke on me. The Archbishop told me, unless a deity lends aid, I will never become a legend. As the bishop foretold, no matter how much effort I invest, I cannot breach that realm. I am forever stuck here." Cough, cough, I've said too much. Leopold let out a few manic laughs, but as Theodore's fierce counterattacks pressed upon him, he was steadily driven into retreat. Though his spear techniques far surpassed Theodore's swordsmanship, Theodore's speed and monstrous strength far exceeded his own. Moreover, as his sword techniques grew ever more refined under Leopold's spear suppression, Leopold was quickly cornered. Theodore swung his longsword without responding and instantly teleported beside him. Bang! Leopold raised his spear to block Theodore's slashing strike, but his body was sent flying by the overwhelming force. Theodore's expression grew cold. Beings with wisdom inherently carry various emotions. Strong beings are the objects of envy, while the weak sit at the bottom of the chain. Without the status of a legend, half-humans naturally occupy that lowest tier. Moreover, human prejudice will never cease. Only by becoming a god can such circumstances improve. Theodore spoke indifferently, his hands never ceasing. A slash of sword intent flew toward Leopold, who planted his spear on the ground and twisted through the air to dodge. After all, even among the 5 dragon colors, there is a hierarchy. Go ask those red, blue, green, and black dragons, and have them explain why the white dragons are looked down upon. As Theodore spoke, he controlled the frost spreading from his feet, sending ice spikes rising continuously from the ground to impale Leopold. Leopold shattered the ice spikes in midair, then used the opening to conjure countless golden spears from his weapon, blasting toward Theodore. Leopold scoffed at Theodore's words. Even legends are unattainable, and becoming a god is nothing but nonsense. Lippold halted his steps, leapt into the air beside him, pointed his spear toward the sky, and continuous golden radiance erupted as layers upon layers of magical formations materialized. Come, this is my strongest attack. My ability to grasp the embryonic form of a legend stems from my conviction, the judgment of sin, though it may not inflict great harm upon you. Since that is the case, I too shall act. Theodore recalled his earlier ice judgment, raised his long sword toward the heavens, and unleashed his magic simultaneously. Their two magics converged at once, splitting the sky into a world divided between blue and gold. Two colossal pillars of light descended from the firmament, as though to drown all in their path, merging together just before reaching the two figures below. A thunderous roar, light, boundless blazing light erupted before Theodore, transforming everything within his sight into an ocean of radiance. Feeling the searing heat envelop his body, Theodore's scales sprouted across his skin, completely shielding him from harm. After several breaths, the scorching brilliance and icy glow gradually dissipated. Lippold lay in agony beside him, his body nearly covered in blood mingled with frost. He struggled to rise, but his arms refused to obey, leaving him helplessly gazing toward Theodore. Bitterness overwhelmed his heart. Gazing at him felt like beholding his entire life, lying on his side upon the ground, staring into the void above. Since arriving here, almost everything has been nothing but sorrow. And now I must fight the few friends who never looked down upon me. Lippold's tone was bitterly desolate. He raised his ice-cast hand, and fireflies drifted slowly past, touching the tip of his fingers. His gaze, filled with sorrow, fell upon Theodore. That ancient dragon aura. Truly nostalgic. 70 years ago, a single glance across tens of thousands of li nearly cost me my life. Theodore, in his half-dragon form, observed him silently. Without the blessing of an embryonic legend, relying solely on the quality of ancient dragon magic to fight me to this extent, it is hard to imagine how formidable you would be once you embraced the legend stage. No wonder the classical texts of the Holy Light Church record that a legendary ancient dragon requires at least 2 legends or above to face. Truly, and you haven't even shown your dragon form. Your arrival has shown me the tragic end awaiting us both. Perhaps being killed by an ancient dragon is something to rejoice over. Lippold spoke each word through waves of heartache. His frost-covered face contorted into a stiff smile. Come then. In this world there is no place for half-blood humans like us. Theodore stepped forward and thrust his sword through Lippold's heart, ending his life. His gaze then fixed upon the golden ancient tree ahead. With a wave of his hand, Frost lifted the ancient tree upright. Theodore walked toward it, his voice calm and flat. It is time to bring this to an end. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jean and the epic mage Cliff had already rescued Victoria from those 3 giant swords. This also allowed Chimera to fully draw forth his 10 blades, and with Cliff and Victoria's assistance, they momentarily gained the upper hand against Xena. Stripped of her illusionary field, Xena found it increasingly difficult to maintain 3 against 1, gradually falling behind. You will pay the price for your actions. Victoria remembered the scene from her dream, a citywide connection where everyone was controlled like puppets. Her beautiful face twisted with mounting fury. Pay with your life for the memories and lives your flames consumed in this city. Cliff, casting magic beside them to aid Chimera, also rebuked the Green Dragon. Green Dragon, your end is now. Your corpse shall be refined into your mother's embrace so that mother and daughter may be reunited. Chimera declared domineeringly, and with a sweep of his hand, several giant swords transformed into various corresponding elements, continuously clashing against Xena. Do you truly believe victory is in your grasp? Xena was provoked by their arrogant, cocksure attitudes. She still had Theodore as her trump card. Once he acted, everything would be settled. She believed in Theodore's strength. After all, ancient dragon aura coursed through him. It was well known that no true ancient dragon had ever been born across the entire continent. After the age of antiquity, under the suppression of the gods' power, becoming an ancient dragon grew extraordinarily difficult. Xena contemplated, then suddenly sensed the dream's power reconnecting with her. The dragon markings split open. Theodore had indeed not disappointed her. Still, she pretended to be at her limit, deliberately revealing a flaw. She planned to exploit their assault, launching a surprise strike to eliminate one first. Secretly gathering dragon breath within her maw, Xena waited. At that moment, Chimera noticed her body tense, and his eyes lit up. With a mighty surge, his 10 holy swords flew, rapidly pinning Xena's dragon form aloft. The other 2 pressed the advantage, and the scene made it appear as though Xena stood on the brink of defeat. Why the sudden opening? Jean watched, somewhat astonished. How could a green dragon fall so decisively? Was she attempting to take someone down with her? But they had already reached this point. What tricks could the green dragon possibly have left? Chimera concentrated the power of all 10 holy swords into his golden blade and swiftly slashed toward Xena's neck, intending to dispatch her immediately. Taking advantage of their distraction as she reconnected to the dream, Xena instantly shifted the dreamscape, transporting them all into the starry expanse. A wave of weightlessness assaulted their bodies. Before they could adapt, stunned by the sheer power of her magic, she aimed directly at Chimera and unleashed her dragon breath in full force. The green dragon's power had surged far too suddenly. Chimera, who had already closed the distance, was caught squarely by the torrent of dragon breath. That power, devouring life and destroying memory, struck like a ray of light, hurling Chimera into another dreamscape. A thunderous crash. Terrifying green light flared across Chimera's body as his consciousness began to fade. Meanwhile, his 10 giant swords swiftly returned to his side, shielding him and healing his wounds. Chimera. The three were alarmed, turning their heads in shock. And in that instant, tragedy struck. At the same moment, a long sword of incomprehensible speed tore through the other dreamscape, launching directly toward Victoria in a surprise assassination strike. But Victoria reacted in time, barely deflecting it with her staff. Yet in that very instant, Theodore appeared beside her at even greater speed. In that single moment, he reclaimed the sword she had just knocked away, and with Victoria's astonished eyes upon him, drove it straight into her heart. His speed was utterly beyond reckoning. No opportunity was given for Victoria to cast defensive or acceleration spells. With a wet thunk, the blade pierced through her heart. Theodore did not pause. With a forceful push, the sword shot through Victoria like a laser, continuing its trajectory toward Cliff. Cliff and Jean only just recovered from their shock, but his movements were far too swift. He had already impaled Victoria and arrived before Cliff. The long sword swung toward Cliff's neck, but he managed to react in time. Cliff urgently parried with his staff, slightly deflecting the blade's path, and retreated a step. The sword carved across Cliff's chest. Simultaneously, Theodore swung again, this time targeting Jean's neck. But the strike against Cliff had given Jean a fraction of time to respond, allowing him to leap backward and evade the blow. The entire sequence lasted but a thousandth of a second. In an instant, silence descended upon the battlefield as blood and viscera spasmed wildly from the wounded.